trying to go beyond just the scope of World War II. I would like, I'm trying to find ones that are not too obscure.
Okay.
The tough ones are World War I questions that are, not going to be like so specific that are very difficult for him to answer.
Every year at training camp, we would sit down with Rod and have a little history quiz at the very end. It's amazing since Bobby came on board, finding out the people that actually listen to the show.
Yeah.
And apparently Rod Marinelli is a Tolo until Mike Bassick made his insensitive, dumb comment at the end of Crosstalk. So hopefully Coach did not hear that.
Thank
but
God.
Rod will join us at 8:20. We're going to play Bucks Jeopardy at 7:20 during the Expressway. But we got kind of some legal issues to get to. I didn't realize that the Sam Williams accident for the Cowboys rookie was going to result in an arrest warrant.
No.
Local police issuing an arrest warrant for reckless driving. They said, now, we're not going to get him. If he gets pulled over on his own before turning himself in, he's going to get arrested.
Right.
But this is on Sam Williams to turn himself in from the Plano Police Department after his Corvette got wrecked in that accident.
Yeah, when the police say you have a warrant for you, we're not going to go find you, though. I don't really think that's a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Like, if this was like a big deal, like, don't you think they would go find him? Yeah, he murdered somebody, but, we're only going to take him in if he gets pulled over.
All right, so once he turns himself in, then what? What does that mean?
I assume that he just, they officially book him, take his prints, a mugshot. They still do that? They still do prints and mugshots and all that stuff?
They definitely do mugshots.
So they'd probably do that.
So does that mean he would be arrested when he goes in?
Formally charged, given his, read his rights or whatever, and then I assume let out on bond of some kind. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stinks. It's scary because, oh man, it's an arrest warrant. But I assume that's what would happen.
And we'll ask Bobby if that means Sam Williams is still going to play on Monday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Make sure you turn yourself in to give yourself 24, 48 hours to get back out on the field.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't do this on, when would they be traveling to Tampa Bay? Sunday. All right.
2 o'clock.
Get yourself in there, Sam. And then we have the video released of the Odell Beckham plane incident. Did the Cowboys dodge one, or did this prove Odell correct? In case you forgot, Odell Beckham said he fell asleep when flight attendants, I should say, asked him to put his seatbelt on. They said that he was not cooperative. Odell said, I was in a dead-out sleep. Some people were wondering, you take something to fall asleep on the plane. Was he just absolutely knocked out? Didn't hear them. Didn't really have a chance to respond while conscious. Well, they said he was uncooperative. You got to leave the plane. If you don't leave the plane, everyone else on this plane has to get off. And Odell Beckham was like, fine.
Yeah.
I don't care about
Make him.
Inconveniencing all these other people. All of them can get off the plane. Eventually, Odell gets off the plane. So here's part one of the audio of the flight attendants discussing whether they should kick Odell off.
You know how many times we've shaken him to put his seatbelt on and he didn't respond?
If you don't want him to fly, that's a decision that you guys are going to have to make. That's, you tell the captain, and then we'll get him out. But that's something that you guys got to make.
Multiple times, multiple people. Hey, sir, put your seatbelt on. All we're getting is this.
This is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, this is 5 hours.
Then that's up to you guys.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys. But medically, if he doesn't want us to check him out, I can't make it. And I don't really say anything wrong. He might be tired or have taken a long trip and doesn't want to follow orders. That's a whole other animal.
He told her he just came from a club.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. He's tired.
And he's taking stuff.
He's taking stuff.
He just responded to know where he's at. He knows where he's at, exactly where he's flying.
And he had pants on when he came on. He doesn't have pants on now.
His pants are on now.
His pants are on.
Well, he had shorts on. Had to wear.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want, we'll stand by out here because I don't know what you want us to do as far as fire rescue.
He's mad at us because we called you. I said, we're worried about you.
That's fine. You guys are doing your job.
He's going to go deteriorate once we get in the air. So he's all embarrassed.
Don't worry. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You know he doesn't want to come off.
He does not want to come out?
No, he's coming to the next.
Okay. Advise the sergeant to come here.
Motor 70's on the
He
way.
needs to come off.
We're going to have to deboard everybody.
In first class.
Wow. So there's a lot in there. You edited that, cut that up perfectly, Payton, in my opinion. So
He went to the club. Just so unprofessional to go to the club and then show up for your flight.
How dare he?
How dare he do that? And then have the gall to take his pants off and leave his shorts on. I mean, how dare he?
Are you taking Odell's side here with that?
Yeah, he was just
sarcasm?
sleeping.
But you have to be responsive.
I agree.
To be able to. That's the whole smoking gun here. What did Odell take, or how hungover, or how knocked out was he? Was he totally? We don't have video of them walking up on him and asking him to put the seatbelt on. We don't have that video. That part is missing. So that's the flight attendant saying, you don't know how many times we asked him to put a seatbelt on. It sounded like one of the individuals was saying he's taken some stuff as well. His pants, I don't know why his pants got brought up. But
yeah, no. By the way, he's wearing red pants. I'm out on the red pants.
Yes, we know you're fashionista here, Joan Rivers.
Good reference.
But then we have Odell up. He's up now, and an elderly gentleman on the plane has told him, why don't you just get off the plane? You're going to make all of us, every single person who has done nothing on this flight, we're going to have to get off this plane because of you. You're being selfish. And Odell was not having it.
I would never, ever in my life get off the plane for you. Specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. It don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you could look at me. Ever.
Guys, just don't engage with him. Just don't engage. Quick, again.
You gonna wait 40 minutes and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Good. Yeah, with your fat ass. Yeah, I will. Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet. Enjoy the cheese board on the way home. It ain't nothing to me, bro.
Not the cheese board.
Got life up. I'm sorry. All you had to do was wake me up.
Having them go that way?
All you had to do was wake me up. But that second part of the video has the internet calling out Odell for being a spoiled, entitled little brat and punk. This means nothing to me. I'll be on a private plane, fat shaming this old man, and then dropping the charcuterie board.
That's right.
In the end, who doesn't like a good cheese board?
Yeah, who doesn't like room temperature meats and cheeses?
Yeah,
who doesn't like those things just sitting out for hours on end on a piece of wood that just soaks up all the bacteria?
All right, you are you took up for Odell in part one. What about part two?
I get him being angry. At that point, it's like he was like, I got nothing to lose here. But you don't go at someone's weight. I know he's an old man.
He's an old man.
He's an old man. Old man. You can't go after an old man's weight.
Yeah.
Young guy, fine. Whatever. An old man, leave the old man alone. Leave the old man alone.
So the internet is reacting. Payton, how are you judging this one?
I mean, after watching the video, I'm with Chop. I mean, I get why he's upset. He probably didn't like having to fly first class with all the regulars. So and then like waking up. It's like when you're in a deep sleep, the first thing you get annoyed when someone wakes you up from that, and then it's like, oh, here we go. There's an issue. Now I'm getting kicked off the flight.
So we're believing he was just like so out of it initially. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't hear the command over the seatbelt.
He was probably on a crash.
It looked like they reacted really quickly, the flight attendants and stuff. Got fire and rescue and everything to get him off the flight, get everyone off the flight. So I'm sure he's like, okay, cameras are rolling. Yep. Here we go again.
Here we go. 877-881-1053. What do y'all think of the Odell vid? 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text sign to hit us up here on the show. Bobby put out the poll question. Let's see how the Tolos are feeling now about winning this game Monday. Because Sunday night, 95% of the metroplex had the Buccaneers beating the Cowboys. Where do you stand on it right now? And apparently, Fort Worth does not bring in all the ratings. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Thursday, and of course, DeMarcus Lawrence is going to join us at 4.
definitely been burned by playing with the 60-second time span to get in here and start the show. Usually walking in at 5:58, putting on the headphones, getting out the computer, just getting ready when 6:01 comes around, and now he's finally got burned because of an accident out there in the metroplex.
Oh, I hate to see that. I've had that happen to me before. I don't believe I was late because of an accident. I was late because I didn't wake up in time.
Yeah.
Well,
you usually have 30 minutes to play around with.
Yeah.
If we get in here at 5, 5:10, 5:15, Bobby walks in 2 or 3 minutes before the show starts. So when you play with that margin of error, you're going to eventually get burned. And now he says there's an accident. GPS saying 6:02. Now it says 6:07.
Time to notify the boss. Got to.
Not with the speed he's traveling.
Yeah, he just sent us his speedometer. So that's not good, Bobo.
They'll make headlines. They'll be here for headlines.
They'll be here for headlines.
You think so?
Yeah.
Man.
6:07, but look, I told you we shouldn't have given him the lottery tickets.
I know. We shouldn't have. Oh, that's right. That one.
He's probably driving a DFW right now on the way to Cancun.
He is. He's flying really, really fast. Or driving really, really fast to DFW.
Yeah, that's the speedometer of the plane.
Yeah,
right
the airplane takes off about 30 miles an hour faster than he's going right now. It's a little quick there, Bobo.
Does it take off at 1:30?
No, usually I don't know. I think it's higher. I think it's like 170, 175.
Yeah,
higher than that.
Well,
a small one up there at 130.
So there's the professional Bobby Bell, going to be later than usual. I also think he's kind of bilked us with this whole 6 a.m. thing. I'm like, you go to the Star, you show up at the Star, you're out there. What were they had to say? He's like, I didn't make it yesterday. I'm like, okay, hang on. The agreement was that you're gonna keep being the Cowboys insider. You're going out to the Ford Center every day. Therefore, since you're doing that extra job, you can start this show at 6. But he is having his cake and eating it too.
Yeah.
He's coming in here at 6 while blowing off Frisco.
Yeah, blowing it off. Not even bothering.
Give an inch, man.
Wow.
Give an inch.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And now he's going to be rolling in here in 20 minutes.
Yep.
At 6:07.
Perfect.
I woke up with that alarm. I forgot to set my alarm last night. I'm lucky. I woke up at 4:30 on the dot.
No scarier feeling.
No scare. I was like, wait a second. What happened here? Why is there no sound coming out of this thing? Am I late? What's going on? What day is this? Is this Saturday? This isn't Saturday. I didn't get up. I got to get up.
Yep.
Well, that was scary.
Apparently, Fort Worth not bringing in the TV ratings. Another knock against TCU in the championship game.
Yeah, so they didn't perform very well. Record low TV ratings per multiple reports. It averaged 17 million viewers, the lowest figure for the national championship game since the BCS era started. So BCS era started. The first game was Florida State and Tennessee, 99. So in the history of that, so since that game to now, this was the least watched game. Now, a lot of them were not on ESPN prior to about a decade ago when ESPN took over the Natty. It was on like ABC. It was on, but now it's been exclusively on ESPN for years.
Now they're going to get unfairly thrown into this thing because anyone, well, I guess you could say the reason it was 62-7 was because TCU was involved, but any type of blowout involving anyone would probably have a tune-out, right?
Yes, there'd be a tune-out.
Or you think
factor.
initially, like if this was 27-24, do you think the rating would have been lower because it was TCU?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it would have been lower. I think it would have been fairly, pretty much on par with everything else. College football fans, TCU rant guy yesterday, he was right. College football fans, regardless of whether or not your team is in it, you watch this game. Like you can't wait for this game.
So the ratings were horrific. We already played Odell Beckham's plane incident, and now we have audio and video of a Georgia fan on the flight home after his team won the Natty. Imagine being stuck on a plane with this.
Hey, what's that coming down the track? What's that coming down the track? It's a mean machine in red and black. It's a mean machine in red and black. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Ain't nothing finer in the land. Been back to back Natty fans. Been back to
Don't act like you wouldn't be doing the same damn thing if your stupid Vols won.
Of course I'd be singing Rocky Top, but that's an actual real song sung by real people. This is something that some...
Oh, you're not going at the act of singing on the plane.
No.
You're going at their school.
Yeah,
Their school hymns.
Their stupid school song that was created by some, male cheerleader. All right, it's like...
Shots fired at the Aggies.
Yeah, that's what I'm going after. All right, nobody wants to see your stupid cheer. Why don't you bring your signs up there and your megaphone and just start banging it and go Dogs, go Dogs.
Where are they amongst annoying fan bases in the SEC for the Longhorn? Why don't you give a hierarchy of the annoying fans for the Longhorns and the Sooners that are heading on over?
All right, so prior to, I'm sorry, even though I do...
Got to include A&M in this now.
I do like the university. A&M fans are clearly, and they know it, they are clearly the most annoying fans.
They know it?
They know it, they understand it, but they relish in it. And it's not so much the A&M fans that are annoying, it's those yell leaders with their corny little chants. I know, they're military, I'm sorry, but they're corny.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but they're great fans, but they're annoying as hell.
All right.
So they are number one. Number two is, I would have to say, it's tough between Florida and Alabama. It's really, really difficult. I'll say Florida. The amount of jean shorts that take place at Florida Field, at the Swamp, is something that you have never seen before. Couple that with, they've got that 2-bits guy who passed away, rest in peace. But their stupid 2-bit song, 2 bits, 4 bits, 8 bits $1. All for Florida. Stand up and holler.
Bids?
2 bits.
Bits?
I think a bit is like a dollar. 2 bits.
I've never heard this.
It's because it's stupid. You've never heard this before. And then Alabama because they don't have any teeth.
Auburn?
Auburn's fine. Auburn's fine.
LSU?
LSU is their accents annoy me, but they're okay. And then Georgia. Georgia's pretty bad.
Okay.
From my perspective. They probably say the same thing about me.
Yeah.
But yeah, the problem with Georgia is they've got a lot of fans, but they never talked trash to you because they never won.
Yeah.
They were always good, but they could never win, so they could never say anything. And now they've been given this pass to say whatever they want. And now it's all you hear is the sick 'em.
So the Aggies are the worst.
Yeah, the Aggies are the worst, but at least they're aware that they're the worst. They know they're the worst.
Bobby, it's a good thing he sent us a bunch of prep last night since he's not here to actually discuss it for his job. But he said this could be a massive get for TCU. LSU's quarterback, Walker is entering the transfer portal, and TCU is the favorite to land him. And you immediately shot back with some sarcasm.
Yeah, I went to the depth chart. I was like, oh, man, getting the third-string quarterback. That's just massive. That's just huge.
He was LSU's third string?
He was a freshman, so I was like, that's kind of normal. But, he was not going to unseat their starting quarterback anytime soon.
Okay.
So he was going to enter the transfer portal. I personally think a guy whose name is Walker needs to go to Bama.
Yeah.
Bama is a John Parker Wilson. That's a great Alabama name.
But what about Walker, Texas Ranger? I feel like he's got to go to Texas school.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But is his last name Texas Ranger?
No, it's not.
You
have to add that part. But
no, it's not. Sean, RJ, Payton, and Ryan. That's it for the foreseeable future here on DFW Sports Station. Oh, the study we did on Cowboy fans and the emotions from Sunday to Thursday. How are the Tolos feeling about beating Tom Brady for the first time? Is Sam Williams going to play after the arrest warrant was issued for him? And we have Sean Payton notes. Everyone is going after Sean Payton. Is it going to make Jerry itch a little bit more? Thursday edition Inside the Star is next.
35. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, the emotional swings of America's team right here in the Metroplex. Sunday night, judging by my social media feeds, 95% of the Metroplex had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers eliminating the Cowboys, keeping Tom Brady undefeated against us for all time. 95%. Bobby Belt decided to put out a little social media poll. We're going to conduct a study, an emotional study, unofficial. So this one ended on Monday. Who wins the game? 13,000 Tolos voted at Bobby Belt TX. What do you think the result was? 13,400 to be exact.
Wow.
On Monday, what did the Tolos say?
What percentage had the Bucs to beat the Cowboys?
Did they have the Bucs beating the Cowboys?
They did. I would say that would be the highest one. I would say 72%.
72%. 55%. It went all the way down to 55% picking the Bucs over the Cowboys when Sunday it was over. Season is done. Well, now he has put up another poll question.
All right.
That will end later on today. What is the result as of right now? 7,300 votes.
All right. Now it's Cowboys win 56%.
It's Cowboys win 77%.
Oh, man.
We have gone from Bucs 55 to Cowboys 77 in a span of 48 hours.
Wow.
Just like that.
Wow.
What a swing.
What a difference a good night's rest makes.
A good night's rest.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Isn't that incredible? That's crazy.
It really is.
Dan Orlovsky responding to Bobby's first one. As I sit here today, Dallas wins. David Hellman responding to the second one. Dallas very well might win, but these results are really wonky. So everyone is chiming in. At Bobby Belt TX, go ahead and give him a follow. So that's where we stand on that. By the way, just to prove once again, they're America's team. They had 4 of the 5 most watched NFL games this season.
Oh.
Of the top 5 most watched NFL games, the Cowboys owned 4 of them, including the most watched on Thanksgiving Day against the Giants. Of the 100 shows on TV last year, the top 100 shows on TV, how many were NFL games?
100 shows. 85.
88. Good guess.
Okay.
88.
Wow. I would be fascinated to see what the other 12 were. Like, are we talking... we're talking college football national championships. Got to be one of them. NBA Finals, World Series.
No. This is all TV.
Yeah, but like, aren't sports generally the highest watched TV shows?
I don't know about the other sports now.
No, I agree. I'm just thinking like a Game 7 of the World Series or the NBA Finals has got to be up there. I would assume so.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna get more. Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, maybe you're right. Wonder, is CSI still on, or Grey's Anatomy? Are those things still on? Those things still going?
DeMarcus Ware was on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, and they asked the future Hall of Famer, are you nervous for the Cowboys after the way they played against Washington?
I'm nervous because of 2 things. Because the performance that I haven't been seeing like the beginning of the season, right? When I saw the Cowboys clicking on all cylinders, I'm like, okay, if they play like this, there's no team in the NFL that can beat them. But as of late, turning the ball over, the offense playing well, the defense not playing well. The defense playing well, the offense, vice versa. It's like one of those things where, like, that's number one, inconsistency. Number 2, you're going to play against Tom Brady. It's a playoff. It's different. I don't care how Tampa Bay's been playing this year. Here's a new game. This is like a game where everybody's excited. They're ready to go and, go out with a bang, get to the playoffs. Actually, not in the playoffs, but, try to get to the Super Bowl. So,
All right, stop.
Bowling for soup. Is it a bowling for soup concert?
Can we screen a little bit better behind the scenes back here? If DeMarcus Ware's phone is messed up, we don't have to send the audio to all the other shows. We don't got to play it. We're not that desperate for content. Jared Sandler charity auction with the microphone there. So that was D Ware with whatever he said on with G-Bag. That's a shame too, because he had a great scouting report back in the day of Tom Brady. Has this season taken a toll on Micah with him playing mostly edge all season? Micah, by the way, did not make the Players All-Pro team, and I can defend him being left off. The two guys that got voted on, Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is going to win Defensive Player of the Year. Myles Garrett, outstanding. That would be the argument right there. At edge rusher, if you wanted to have Micah in over Myles Garrett, but I don't think you can go crazy with those two.
It's tough. It's tough because he had such a great start to the year. And oftentimes we will judge players and think, oh, he's got to be, you have a great start to the year, you're the MVP, you're the guy.
Yeah.
And then, how you finish is far more important, I think, to these voters than how you start. Just because it's most in their mind.
Well, one bit of good news, Bobby Belt's GPS is deadly accurate, as he said 6:07, and he walks in at 6:06:46 here on the Fan.
It's not accurate because I got here at 6:03. It's the slow-ass elevator on the way up here.
Oh.
And the multiple stops it had to make on the way.
Could have taken the steps.
Could have. Wouldn't have been that fast. I can't walk as fast as I drive.
What happened out there?
I don't know. I guess Sam Williams is on my route into the station.
Stop it.
No, I'm not going to stop. I'm pissed off now.
Why?
Am I allowed to say pissed?
Yes.
Am I? Okay. I didn't know if I was going to hear in a Monday meeting that was just as bad as the F word, too. So.
Jeez.
All right. Whoa. What else is wrong?
I hate getting stuck in traffic. I hate it. And by the way, let's set the record straight, Payton. I do leave to get here by 5:45. What do I normally walk in with at 5:55? Breakfast. I make sure that I'm in the area by 5:45 and then I stop somewhere is what happens. And there's only been, I think, one or two times, Sean, that you have asked me if I went to the Star yesterday, and I said I didn't go yesterday. It's not every day. So now that we've set the record straight, we can have a nice show. We can have a happy show. We can have positive interactions. It is a Thursday. We got Rod Marinelli, a whale. Hit the whale sounder.
Oh.
Okay, Peyton's not on his job. At least I'm in here active and ready to go.
At least the guy who walks in at 6:07 calling Peyton out for not being on his.
GD, right?
There's 4 days, right, of the week that they're at the Star, right? That's it. 4 days now. They take Tuesdays
Basically
off, right?
3.
Really? That's it.
Yeah,
So
I mean they're out there
Fridays-
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They're out there, but it's just McCarthy. They work a similar schedule to you. They're out there 3-4 days a week.
Yeah,
so.
that's fair.
What is going on with Sam Williams?
I mean, this is something that he'll play on Monday. I mean, even if he were to turn himself in and then post bail and everything else. But this is conveniently a story that drops out after McCarthy's done talking, so he'll get hit with it today, and we'll find out what the plan is for him and how they'll move forward. But in all likelihood, he should be able to play.
All right, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. I just want to keep checking the spread every day. We're still at Cowboys favored by 2.5. That's where we stand.
It'll probably settle at 2. I assume it settles at 2 by the end of the week.
Michael Irvin, the playmaker yesterday, he usually has nothing but praise and absolute fear of Tom Brady, and he's like, this is what I wanted. This is the best matchup for the Cowboys. We're also there. Like, I think we're the team that they wanted of the possible scenarios, right? Tom Brady's never lost to the Cowboys. They shut us down game 1. Cowboys are reeling a little bit. Do you think this is, of the possible reasonable matchups, the one that they wanted to?
Yeah, because who was their only other possible match? It was with Philly, right? So, yeah, they probably wanted a team that's backing into the playoffs a little bit like Dallas, I would imagine.
Did the NFL Network get a mandate not to talk about Mike McCarthy's job status? Because
No, that was just Slater's own irritation about it.
Oh
wow.
Did James Slater call us out for asking Mike McCarthy, asking Jerry about the Mike McCarthy topic on Tuesday?
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to go here because it is such a frustrating storyline, and I understand why my friends at 105 Through the Fan, Sean Sharif, asked the question, but this is a 12-5 coach who's lost so many guys to injuries. And Baldy, you and I were talking about this ahead of the segment. One of the big issues for them has been defensively. We can talk about the offense, but defensively, they're having a lot of problems at their cornerback position. They lost Jordan Lewis, they lost Anthony Brown, and they've just been throwing a lot at the wall, seeing what sticks and not a lot has.
So is that a compliment and an insult in the same clip?
It's not that. It is a compliment. She doesn't want to specifically make comments on it, I don't think, because of her own history of 2020, talking about the futures of the coaching staff and how that got Jerry on the station saying, you think she's credible? You think that's a credible report? And so I think I don't think she wants to speculate about job statuses in season.
Well, Damian Woody did on ESPN. He brought up another name as the man to lead America's team next year if things go wrong on Monday.
If Mike McCarthy's one and done, he's done. And I truly think that's the case. I also think this. I think Dan Quinn there's going to be a lot of interest in Dan Quinn this offseason. I think Dan Quinn has a good chance of being hired by a team. And I think Jerry Jones would rather hire Dan Quinn than lose him to another team. I think that's what Jerry, how high he thinks of Dan Quinn as a coach. He's not going to go out there and get a Sean Payton. We already talked about, like Bill Parcells and all that. He doesn't want someone on the equal footing as far as being the star. Jerry is the star down there at the star. But Dan Quinn fits the mold perfectly. He's a guy that he's, been a head coach. He's taken a team to the Super Bowl before. He's been highly successful, the defensive coordinator. I think that will be the move.
All right.
How happy do you think he was, like, before the show going, I'm going to say he's the star at the star. Like this is going to give me, I'm going to be on on the big lead tomorrow. Moron.
Did it say in the movie?
Whoa.
No, Damian Woody is he's the worst.
He's the worst?
Really?
Yeah, right now this morning anyway.
I love Surly Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby is just on one, dude.
Did you sleep last night?
I slept fine. I woke up in time to get here at 5:45, if not for, whatever's going on out there.
Did you attempt to get the word you can't say on radio and you were rebuffed with great prejudice? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what it was.
I think he's one of these guys like Sandler. Like Sandler would react like this if he was like 10 minutes late to something.
Oh, yeah.
They
makes him look bad, so he gets mad at everybody else.
Well, especially when it's positioned as if I'm coming here 2 minutes before every day, which I am not. I'm in the parking lot by 5:45 and then pick up breakfast or go get gas or whatever.
You're Angel Hernandez. Angel Hernandez makes a bad call.
Okay, slow down now.
He makes a bad call.
You might as well call me Joe West.
He makes a bad call. He gets challenged, and then he throws the guy out of the game because he's angry that he made the bad call.
What did you make of your Cowboy poll results 48 hours apart?
I mean, that's what we kind of anticipated, right? Like as soon as everybody calmed down.
I couldn't believe the first one, though, was just 55%. Buccaneers. I thought it was going to be 75, 80%.
Well, I don't know what was going on. The first 1,400 votes of that was Cowboys, like 68%. And so I think it aggressively swung the more people that got it. But it got off to a decent head start. And then, it quickly turned in an unexpected direction. Not unlike, like the 2016 election, for instance.
Y'all, buckle up. Buckle up for Bobby Belt.
We might need to be more late more often.
Yeah.
This is kind of fun.
I agree. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Is Lamar out? Is Tua out? And are they playing possum in Philly? Because if you just read it, it sounds like Jalen Hurts and the Eagles could be in trouble. We'll update you on all the playoff quarterback situations and what team has not called Sean Payton, except for this one. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum.
Out, and RJ, I thought that you brought up a very interesting question.
Well, thank you.
I think it was your question that you didn't steal it from somebody. Should they think about drafting Tua's replacement?
Oh, it won't be in the first round, that's for sure. They don't have one. Because Stephen Ross decided he wanted a tank.
Oh.
Remember, they lost the first-round pick.
That's
There's only
right.
31 first-round draft picks this year. So that's going to be difficult. But what do you do? Is like most playoff teams, my voice cracked there. Most playoff teams have or feel they have a long-term answer at quarterback. Miami, from a talent perspective, the way he played this year, they do. But from a health perspective,
yeah,
they clearly don't.
Like, they're going to go through this anytime. Like, how many more concussions? What happens the next time he has a concussion? That's the question.
Yeah.
This whole circus is going to take place again.
Yeah, like, is there such a thing as concussion prone? I have no idea. Maybe there is.
How many concussions did Aikman have? Wasn't it like 8 or 9?
That he knows of.
Yeah, that they knew of. It was like 8 or 9, I think.
Yeah, like if this was 20 years ago,
just keep playing.
We're not having this discussion.
No. And Tua's got to ask himself, does he want to keep playing? There's a lot of questions to ask, but if you're Miami, do you have to at least make a decision on whether or not, yeah, he's our guy. Like,
Yeah.
They're not decided that he's not their guy, but they are deciding to get some protection.
What do you think?
Now, on the question of concussion prone, that's interesting because, Bassick had made some mention of this last Monday when I was working and you guys were not. Had made mention that he was like, what is it about? Like, he doesn't look like he knows how to fall. Like, he doesn't, like, I don't know what it is. He doesn't tuck his head, and I was like, is that a real? Right. And that later that day, there was a Miami beat reporter who was making the same point, that there's a thought that Tua, like, doesn't know how to, like, tuck his head when he's falling to the ground. And I guess Jeff Schwartz said something similar. So, I mean, I guess you can be concussion prone in that sense. If you don't know how to protect yourself when you're going to the ground, then, yeah, you can make yourself prone to that. I think that, again, it's tough, like Choppy said, to, like, find their replacement if they don't have a first-round pick. So, I mean, you can roll with Tua again. You can go sign Carson Wentz. Go stash away the.
Don't go the Indianapolis Colts route.
Is there anybody who's gotten somebody fired more than Carson Wentz in recent years? Doug Peterson, sort of Frank Reich. Now you got the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Growing pessimism about Lamar Jackson's availability for Sunday against the Bengals. Is Lamar? I guess I just can't. I've always thought of Lamar as like an ultimate perfect competitor. I can't allow it to seep into my brain that Lamar would sit out, that he would milk this, that he would pull I'm trying to think of another player I would expect this from in any sport. Rondo. Yeah, do something not selfish, because we get into, well, the team can cut you, why can't you? He is under contract, but is this helping or hurting Lamar Jackson getting the contract that he wants? That's another question you brought up.
Let me ask you this. If Lamar Jackson goes out there at 70% and plays poorly, they're going to lose to Cincinnati, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
They're going to lose anyway. Let's say he goes out there and plays poorly. No one's going to give him the injury pass. Fans don't think like that. They look at, did you win or did you lose? Media doesn't think like that. Did you win or did you lose? Teams often don't think like that.
The Bengals spread is 8.5, but we said this when Dak got hurt, and for a rare instance on the show, we were dead on right. It wasn't going to have zero impact on his next contract. I don't think this injury has any impact on Lamar's next deal. Lamar's next deal comes down to the Bobby Belt point of whether teams believe that he is a legit quarterback and for how long if the legs start fading. That's what it comes down to. But now, like, will this attitude factor, whether he's not practicing that hard, whether he's taking his time, whether he's willing to dodge and sit out a playoff game? How many teams in the league are thinking that right now about Lamar Jackson and his approach, when before it was warrior, no matter what?
Yeah, I mean, how quickly, regardless of how...
This is a knee sprain?
Yeah.
PCL.
How it's a what wasn't that the same one Zeke had?
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, look, not being funny here, being dead serious. Yeah. If you're a quarterback and you have a PCL sprain or whatever else, a lot of times I understand it's going to affect your base and everything else, but your arm's fine. Like if he can't run, he's not a legitimate player at quarterback. He's not. If there's no threat of him running,
it's a huge part of his game.
If there's no threat of him running, he can't play the position. And so he's not going to, it probably feels like he can't help his team, and he doesn't want to go out there and look bad.
Look bad. That's an interesting point.
Well, and it's not, I don't think he's wrong either. I mean, like.
Who?
I don't think Bobby's wrong either. I don't think Lamar's wrong thinking this either. Like, if he can't run, like, it's a massive part of his game, of his
Well, y'all
ability.
told me he was Mahomes.
But
You think Lamar Jackson is thinking, if I can't run, I can't win? Don't you think he has this ultimate belief that he can drop back? And y'all told me that Baltimore, they're screwing him. He can be Mahomes. They just make him run. So let him go out and throw.
Listen, if Mahomes and Josh Allen can't run, they can't. They're not the same either.
But they're still deadly.
Josh Allen is not deadly if he can't run.
Yes, he is.
Patrick
It's not
Mahomes,
even like you're not even comparing fruit. You're comparing okra
if
to
Patrick Mahomes
watermelon.
Has a classic 3-step drop fire, he's not close to the same guy. A lot of his throws are off platform.
But they can beat you throwing is the point. And you know
Lamar can beat you throwing. Absolutely. There's proof. We have enough proof of that with all the throwing numbers. The difference is that he's not elite when he is just throwing.
Can he beat you throwing if the defense doesn't feel they have to cheat against the run, though?
But that's
the point. Is that
like
if he is just dropping back and throwing, you might as well put Carson Wentz out there.
But that's not a knock on Lamar.
That's a huge knock on Lamar.
Absolutely not, because part of he has the ability to use his feet. Like, it's still running the ball. If Lamar Jackson, and he does, and Justin Fields gains about 10 yards per rush, that's higher than most quarterbacks on their average yards per pass.
I just think it's interesting to compare the two different reactions between Jalen Hurts has a shoulder that he's playing through a lot of pain and he's out there, and then Lamar Jackson is having to fight the organization on basically, dude, you can come back.
Well, the shoulder, I mean, I think the shoulder is, the question is can Hurts still throw the ball downfield with the shoulder?
Right, but I'm saying that it's
but he's got to
interesting.
run physically with the shoulder.
I just think because he could still fall down. I'm just saying I think it's interesting to look at the two different approaches by Jalen Hurts versus Lamar Jackson in handling their injuries. Jalen Hurts is, I'm going to play and I'll figure it out, and it may hurt, but like they need me and I'm out there, and they're in the playoffs now, 5 weeks removed from something that the team thinks he can play on, and Lamar still is not playing.
Yeah, I do think there is a one difference, and that is, take it from a baseball perspective. From a contract, Lamar's in the 9th inning. If he blows the save, he doesn't have a chance to basically go back and win the game and re-win it. Jalen Hurts, if he stinks in the postseason because of his shoulder, he's still got 2 more years before his contract's up.
But are we not saying Lamar's getting his contract no matter what? No matter what happens, he can go out and stink. He can go out and get hurt. Anything can happen. Lamar Jackson's still getting his next deal?
Maybe, because of the injury. Like if he goes out and he just rips it up, completely tears up his knee.
Yeah.
I don't know that he gets the next deal that he wants.
Same injury Dak had. If we watch Lamar Jackson have the same thing happen that happened to Dak, does Lamar still get his contract? Because we all said that we all have acknowledged that did rob Dak of some of his mobility.
Right, and if I rob Lamar of his, like, part of what you love about Lamar is that he has that ability to pick up 15 yards at any point. I mean, if he's not healthy, I mean, I don't know that if he doesn't have a knee.
And then the question is whether this turns off the Ravens to any degree, to be like, we believe that you can play and you've hung us out to dry and you quit on us. It's fascinating. It is so fascinating, from Lamar representing himself to Roquan Smith getting his money. And now in Philadelphia, I almost don't even want to read it because the raccoon may be playing possum in Nick Sirianni, but Elliott Shore-Parks, who's the Eagles beat guy, said this is not the kind of quote you want to see about your franchise quarterback heading into the playoffs. And it's basically Sirianni saying, We're really glad we have 2 weeks. He's hurting like hell. He fought through it, but we're glad we have this bye. Basically a lot of quotes leaning towards, we pushed him out there against the Giants. We forced him out there. He's definitely not 100%. So, I don't know. I just have a hard time trusting Sirianni. But people who watched that game beginning to end said he did not look the same. So, good thing they have the bye, or we're just getting taken by the raccoon.
It is a good thing they have the bye, I think.
Yeah, because you believed a few weeks ago he was definitely really banged up.
Yeah, I mean, a couple weeks ago, absolutely. I mean, those shoulder injuries. Man, you want to throw with that?
Whose injury is worse for Lamar or Hurts?
Oh,
on a timeline.
Oh.
Is it definitely Lamar's? That's what is being told to us right now by Lamar being out for a month, not even practicing.
I mean, I think that Hurts's injury definitely affects both aspects of his game more than Lamar's does, because Lamar, the obviously again it'll affect your base and everything else, but with this injury, like, you can drop back, you can throw.
Meanwhile,
like with Hurts, he's going to get hit running the ball and he can't throw it.
Meanwhile, the Cardinals have received permission to speak with Sean Payton. The Texans have gotten permission to speak with Sean Payton. Sean Payton, according to NFL Network, has been doing homework on the Arizona job. He's a Kyler fan, said Tom Pelissero. With no GM in place, it would be an opportunity to set up the whole operation. And then Albert Breer said, if you're Sean Payton, there's reason to consider Houston over Arizona and Denver. 2 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts, a clean cap, the ability to pick your QB and build from the ground up if you're not in love with Kyler or Russell Wilson. So Sean Payton, he is the lady of the night. He has gotten himself out there to everybody.
I wait for one job if I'm Sean Payton. One.
Just one?
I'm not taking any other job but the Chargers.
Well, then you're not returning the coaching, and if this year, and if the Chargers have a nice season, you're out for 2 or 3 seasons. You're out.
That's fine. I'm waiting on. I'll wait on the potentially top 4 quarterback.
Okay.
He would come back for Chargers. I think he'd come back for Cowboys. I think a large part of this, he doesn't want the Texans job.
No.
It's just, I think a large part of this is he's signaling, I'm taking interviews, you guys, whether it be to Dallas or whoever else. Like, I want to come back. So here's my call to you guys that I'm clearly interested in coming back.
The only good thing the Texans have going for them is a high pick. That's it. That they have a chance to get Bryce Young.
And what does he think about Kyler? What does he think about Kyler? That's what it comes down to for Arizona.
I mean, if you ask me which of the jobs he's interviewed for so far, Denver, or that have contacted him, Denver, Houston, Arizona, which one would be most intriguing? Arizona would probably make the most sense, I would think, because they do have the quarterback.
All right, it's Sean, RJ, and finally Bobby here on DFW Sports Station.
I heard that.
We finally have this audio coming from Uvalde. It may set Choppy off. Awesome news on Damar Hamlin. Did we win the lottery? I still don't know. And the NFL skills competition has been announced, and someone on the show is excited for that. That's next here on The Fan. But are you excited? 7 o'clock, Tampa Bay Jeopardy at 7:20 during the Expressway. You think Bobby Belt was worked up before? Wait till you see him play a game on the fan cam. Twitch and YouTube. Rod Marinelli at 8:20 this morning.
I love the way you activate your hips and push your ass out.
Where's the whale sound?
Man, no whale sounds, no Dana White audio. What are you even doing? But what are you even doing back
Might
there?
as well have been late today.
DeMarcus, we're talking
might
to
as
a
well.
Red Cup. Are we millionaires or what?
We won't know till Friday.
thought you said the drawing was
and Friday.
yesterday.
Well, there may have been Powerball, but Mega Millions is Tuesday, Friday drawings.
I went rogue on Powerball yesterday.
Oh.
I'll still cut you guys in if I win.
Okay.
Let's see. It's 188 milli. Is
After
the cash
taxes?
option. The cash option.
A milli.
No, I think after taxes, it's probably down to about 90 to 100 million.
Oh,
So
man.
I'll still do you.
I'll
do you right. I'll do you right.
Oh, wow. Did you get 10 of them?
Always do. $20 worth.
Always. Have you ever asked yourself how much you've spent in lottery tickets over your lifetime?
I don't want to know.
Don't want to know.
I bet mine's
$8.
Oh, baby.
$8.
$8.
Bam.
That's the most I ever won in a lottery ticket.
You won $2 last time I checked for you.
You know what that means? You know what that means?
It's
the
coming.
jackpot's coming. I keep gradually increasing. Took 20 years to get from $2 to $8. And in 20 more years, I'm going to hit the jackpot.
Now, do you buy $8 more worth of tickets?
Oh,
So
you
if you
gotta
if you normally buy spend $20 on 10 tickets, do you then spend 28 next time to get 14 tickets?
No, so what I'll wind up doing is I'll take this $8 and I'll buy scratch-offs because every 3.5 scratch-offs is a winner. I think every 3.5 scratch-offs, you just buy the same one in a row. Buy a block of $2 scratch-offs, get 4 of them guaranteed to win.
The way to go is these scratch-offs.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't
They
you
win
just
at a much higher rate.
say someone won $2 million and $1 million back-to-back?
Yes.
This woman.
Yeah, this woman, one of the most hated women ever.
The most hated.
Nasty
Such a
woman.
nasty woman. Okay, what a nasty woman. Luckiest woman ever. Wins 41-year-old from Shelby, North Carolina. She had a $2 million winner playing a scratch-off just 2 months after she won $1 million on a different scratch-off lottery prize.
Hollywood Henderson has won the lotto twice.
Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was a news story a couple years ago. A guy won a scratch off, and then he was demonstrating for the news. Yeah, I went in here, I bought it, and then he went on another scratch off demonstrating for them.
Damar Hamlin has been. I can't keep up with the improvements to Damar Hamlin out of Buffalo. He was discharged from the hospital, and he will continue his rehab at home and with the team. Wow, this just seems miraculous that he was almost gone on the field about a week ago, and he is at home rehabbing in Buffalo, and sounds like he's good to go. Incredible. Fantastic.
Yeah, now all the questions have always been about, his health and getting home and things like that, and now I guess they'll try to assess, can he ever get on the field? Would you want to if you were in his position?
Well, you think you're probably invincible, right? I mean, it goes back to the Tua thing. Is Tua thinking, Andrew Luck is very rare, where you're thinking about your own health. What was that rant that the Cleveland media person went on about Damar Hamlin, and he was talking about player benefits?
Yeah,
that blew up.
Who's going to pay him? Who's going to take care of him? Mainly just a lot of it was money related. And it did blow up. Now, the Bills have said that they're going to, because they could theoretically non-guarantee the rest of his year or something like that, or not pay him for the year. But they have said they are going to pay him for the rest of the season.
I mean, are we supposed to be calling out the NFL here, or say this is the downside of the sport? Something crazy happened, and we're going to turn this on the National Football League?
Well, Blake Baratz, who's he's an NFL agent, he had tweeted the other day too. He said the NFL is fining players for their socks not being over their knees, but Damar Hamlin won't have health insurance when he's done playing because he's not vested. The majority of players don't have anywhere near the security and protection that they deserve, which is probably fair.
So that's what it turned into, at least from this Cleveland host. It absolutely blew up. Choppy, you getting excited about The Pro Bowl or whatever it is now?
Listen to this. So they're not going to do a traditional Pro Bowl this year.
Thank
They
God.
are, but they're also, it's more like a flag football game, if you will. The Manning brothers are coaching it, and they brought in like flag football players to be the offensive coordinators. But they also have...
Is this in Tampa?
I don't know where the Pro Bowl is this year.
Where's this taking place? Because I texted Slater, hey, thanks for the shout out. You're going to be in Arizona. We'll all get together. And she said, no, Tampa, I'll be. If the Cowboys are not in the Super Bowl, no. Likely Pro Bowl. So.
Oh, no. I think she's saying, she's probably confused. She's saying she's in Tampa this week. And she's saying if they're not in the Super Bowl, she'll be at the Pro Bowl, which is at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what they're going to do...
I said, are you going to Arizona? She wrote Tampa. Yup.
I think she thought you meant, are you going to Arizona like now or something?
Okay.
All right.
Just Jane.
Day one. There's 2 days of these skills challenges for the Pro Bowl this year, okay? Day one, epic dodgeball. A multi-round tournament of classic dodgeball.
Fan.
4 teams of 5 players.
Like it.
Begins with the offenses and defenses from both conferences squaring off, culminating in an AFC-NFC showdown. All right, that's event number 1.
Good.
Event number 2, the lightning round. Splash catch. Teammate pairings from each conference toss water balloons back and forth from increasing distances. In part 2, advancing players try to catch punts from a jugs machine to earn a place representing their conference in the final round. And then finally, it's Thrill of the Spill.
Jugs machine will be very entertaining. I don't know about the water balloons.
That's lame.
Yeah. The remaining players from each conference will aim at targets attached to a bucket hanging above the head of the opposing conference's coach.
Oh.
The first team to dump the bucket on the opposing coach wins and earns 3 points for the conference.
I like it.
Yeah.
What are you rolling your eyes over? It's better than the game.
It's not football. He's not football.
No, I'm totally fine with getting rid of the Pro Bowl like completely. Like if you just want to name them as teams or whatever else, I just think like
this is NFL Double Dare.
I will not watch it.
Okay.
Next one.
I will watch it for the show because then I'll get yelled at if I don't. But
Don't have fun. Don't watch it.
This is all
no fun
day
league.
One. This is all day one. Next one. Longest drive. 4 players from each conference will compete in a golf ball.
I'd win.
Long drive championship. Yeah, you would.
I'd beat them.
What was that fallout yesterday from you and Derek Collins' bet?
Bobby's about to lose $100.
I'm not about to lose $100. He wants to make it 500, and I'm saying okay, fine. I have confidence in my God-given ability on the greens, as we call them in the sport.
Yeah, on the greens.
You think putting is your forte?
Yeah, I think just like my good friend Eldrick, like we learned the game inside out. Like we started on the putting greens.
So the deal is, could Bobby shoot 80? I don't think you could shoot 80 if we put your ball on the green in one every hole.
Nope. I'm saying very good chance. I'm saying 80 just because I don't want to be obnoxious and arrogant.
Yeah.
Very good chance I make par.
Next one.
Thank you.
Madden 23 Mobile. Each conference's 3 quarterbacks will battle it out in a 1-minute accuracy competition. Dak Prescott would have no chance in this.
Okay, see, this is what Sean was referencing yesterday when he said you've become a Dak hater.
No,
you went, no, I haven't.
No, look, Dak
I knew when Bobby came on the show, RJ would turn on Dak. I knew it's his natural inclination to flip.
He's never been a good at these, like, accuracy throwing contests. Not that it doesn't mean he's not a good quarterback.
What did you compete against him at the Super Bowl one year? Weren't you part of something?
No, it was Derek Carr that bounced a ball off the ground and still beat him in an accuracy contest.
But he was supposed to be involved.
David Carr.
In 2017, because you guys were interviewing Dak at the Super Bowl, and you were supposed to be involved in whatever competition he was doing, and Dak was like, "Uh-oh, I don't want to play with Chop."
It was like a sleep number thing. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't a throw in the football. I wouldn't embarrass him like that.
I'm the champion of the show when it comes to throwing the football. I'm the training camp champion.
Yeah, but he had to do it with 2 hands. He did a chest pass. Two players. The best catch presented by Uber Eats. 2 players of each conference will compete in the best catch competition, showing off their creativity, inventiveness, and talent. This is like a dunk contest for catching the ball.
Yeah.
So you got to do like backflips and somersaults.
If Odell's awake, he could probably win this.
Definitely. Day 2, the finale of the best catch. All right, you got that. Then you've also got the gridiron gauntlet. A relay race showcasing strength, speed, agility. 6 players will compete to see who finishes first and wins the 3 points for his team. Each segment, 40 yards in length, includes a series of breakaway walls, a section climbing over walls, under tables, kind of like a Spartan race kind of thing.
Yeah, they'll go half-ass. I don't like this. Just like the dribbling, the weaving during the All-Star game, they go 50%. Yesterday, someone tweeted at Micah Parsons saying, "Are you in Cheetah? You going to run again?" Because remember, Micah won like a 40-yard or 100-yard, whatever they ran. Micah responded with, "I'm going to be in the Super Bowl, but we'll do it another time."
Ooh,
2
more.
Like it.
Well, by the way, 682, make the target an opposing player, and Dak will hit it every time.
Stop it. Stop it. That's not fair because he hits his own player in the hands, and it just happens to fall in the arms of the opposing player.
That was good, 682.
2 more. Kick-tack-toe. A punter, kicker, and long snapper compete in a giant tic-tac-toe competition.
Like you kick the ball for
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
And then that last one's moving the chains. 2 teams from each conference will compete side by side in a weighted wall pull.
Tug of war?
They're responsible for pulling a wall loaded with weights 10 yards as quickly as possible using first down chains.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like a tug of war. It sounds like you're just dragging something.
This is very interesting. This is going to create viral moments everywhere.
Yeah, but it's got a American Gladiators element to it, minus like the combativeness with physically other players. I love this.
Derek Holland is up and listening already.
Of course he is. He's getting ready to go train. I asked him, "Are you playing baseball more or golf these days?" He's playing baseball more. I'll give him that.
He still wants to play?
He does. Yeah. He's get that arm. He's training every day.
All right.
Eating clean, training dirty.
What'd he say? Is he talking trash about my golf game?
He just said LMAO, let's go. For some reason, you are not included on the Derek Holland and Babe Laufenberg
I've
text
never
chains.
texted Derek.
I
I
don't
don't
know-
think we have each other's number.
I don't know why Babe doesn't include you in our night before conversations. Very, very weird. We can ask him at 8:40.
Must be the ganja.
Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Rob Marinelli at 8:20 here on DFW's. Welcome to the show.
Got it. Thank you.
Good job. Cowboys, Buccaneers, Mavs, Lakers, Stars, Rangers, and Dana White comments on the incident with his wife. Thursday headlines, and then Tampa Bay Jeopardy next. But first, let me get you hooked up.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is time for headlines on your home of America's team, Cowboys, Buccaneers, pregame at 4 o'clock on Monday. Rod Marinelli, the great one, the history buff, former Buccaneer, former Cowboy, will join us at 8:20 this morning. Yes, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. J-Ron Curse, probably the best quote on the team, was asked yesterday in the Cowboys locker room, what makes Tom Brady so dangerous?
He owns the moment. He owns the moment. When it comes down to any particular moment throughout the game, you have to own the moment. If it's 1 second left and you're on the goal line, they're throwing the fade, you're the corner, you have to own that moment. You can't let the moment be too big. And I just believe throughout the course of his long career, he's done a great job of owning that moment. Every time it's his time, he owns it.
You can only give one thing. What or who on Tampa worries you the most? Or is the majority of your concern with how the Cowboys play? I'm more worried about the Cowboys, but let's try to give a Bucs answer. Is it Mike Evans?
Yep.
You know what? It's probably Godwin.
Okay.
Not because Godwin's better than Evans,
right?
But because Godwin's probably going to be matched up on a fourth stringer.
Maybe I just think that, you saw last week Washington was able to get Terry McLaurin mismatched on Anthony Barr and Damone Clark. And so, I think if they want to try and scheme things up to get Mike Evans matched up on whoever they want, they can.
Give your order the concern the way I gave it to Nick Eatman yesterday when it comes to the Cowboys. Dak, INTs, Cowboys pass rush, Cowboys run defense, Cowboys running the ball. Is there anything else? Secondary. 5 things. Pass rush, run defense, Cowboys running the ball, Dak INTs, and the Cowboys secondary.
From my concern, secondary will be number one. If your secondary gets beat, it's a touchdown. It's the only position on the field where if you fail, you give up 6 points. It's the only position. Then it would be pass rush. Then it would be. I'm not worried about Dak's interceptions, and I'm not worried about run defense.
Running the ball.
Yeah, I guess running the ball. Then
it just pains RJ to say anything that doesn't involve the passing game.
I only concern myself with things that matter. I've told you when I go back and rewatch games, I fast forward through running plays. I don't even waste my time with them. I don't waste my time.
Bobby, what's your list?
Secondary, Dak interceptions, pass rush, run defense, run offense.
Dak interceptions?
Yeah.
You're worried about that?
You're worried about balls? Yeah, because he's worried about the Cowboy players dropping passes and having them go right in the other hands of the defense.
I mean, fluky or not, we're talking about 7 games in a row where it's happened. So,
but how many were legit? So let's just say
half.
Let's just say he's had how many picks in the last 7 games? Is it 9?
Well, on the season he's got 15. 8 of them were considered interceptable throws. So that's still a lot.
Right, but so the one against Houston, right, that was down near the goal line, his arm got hit.
Yeah,
I don't count that.
Right, but I'm saying even if you wipe some of those off, there's 8. There's 8 of them, and that's a lot for him to have thrown in as little time as he played. That's still concerning. Like Michael said yesterday, I don't know what he saw when he threw the interception against Washington. I don't know what he was looking at. And so some of those things are a little bit concerning. Now, I think he'll clean it up, but for right now, 7 games in a row, you have to say, well, the trend would say it's going to happen 8, and
so
that's concerning.
Secondary 1, Dak interceptions 2, and then?
Pass rush. I think pass rush and secondary are going to go hand in hand in a lot of ways. And then the run defense is concerning, but, Tampa hasn't been able to run the ball really all season. And then the run offense is the least concerning to me.
We'll play Buccaneers Jeopardy at 7:20 to kick off the Expressway commercial-free through 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Other things to know for Wild Card Weekend, Tua is out. Skylar Thompson is going to start for Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. So it's going to be Skylar Thompson. ESPN just put up this stat. Lowest drafted rookie quarterbacks to start a playoff game. Brock Purdy, Skylar Thompson, 7th rounders.
Brock Purdy will never lose that he will never be eclipsed in that statistic. That's
Mr. Irrelevant.
He's the last one.
But Skylar Thompson was picked, I think, 15 selections before him. That's it.
Nice.
TJ Yates, 5th rounder. Dak, Connor Cook. Connor Cook started a playoff game?
That's when Derek Carr broke his ankle or whatever he did.
And then Russell Wilson. Russ was the last rookie quarterback to win a playoff game in 2012.
Yikes.
Tua is out. Lamar Jackson, not looking good. Not looking good for Baltimore.
No.
Man, that to me could have been a really fun game. Lamar comes back.
Could have been.
I still would have picked Cincinnati, but now that may be an unwatchable game.
Oh, well, I think they're both going to be unwatchable. I mean, Miami gave Buffalo a decent game in Buffalo a couple of weeks back, even though they lost it. But now, I mean, with
they had Tua.
With Skylar Thompson, they have no chance. I mean, this spread, it was already 10. It was already ballooned because of the uncertainty of Tua. And as soon as that notice came out there, it ballooned to 13. This thing might get to 16 before the game starts. And I'm not sure that's even big enough.
Yeah, and with Lamar and Tua being out in these games, it does kind of ruin a little bit the thing that Michael had referenced earlier, and I know something that's been talked about in the last week or so, which is just the quarterback disparity in terms of like their draft position between the NFC and the AFC. If you look at the AFC, Jacksonville, Chargers, Dolphins, Bills, Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs, just all of their normal starting quarterbacks, they all have top 10 picks at quarterback. All of them. And then if you look at the NFC, Geno Smith, 2nd rounder. Brock Purdy, 7th rounder. You know, Dak Prescott, a 4th rounder. Daniel Jones, I think, is the only 1st-round pick in the group on the NFC side. That's it. Everybody else is like a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th undrafted.
It's almost like the AFC teams know how to pick quarterbacks. The NFC teams just kind of go by the seat of their vintage pants.
Mavericks in LA again tonight to take on the Lakers. That's going to be 9 o'clock on TNT. Stars against the Rangers. And Dana White did some talking.
Oh, he did.
At the UFC press conference to explain the incident where he slapped his wife. The video shows her hitting him. He slapped her back. Here's Dana on what his own punishment should be.
I mean, what should the repercussions be? You tell me. I take 30 days off. How does that hurt me? I mean, I told you guys when we were going through COVID could last 10 years. I could sit it out and, you know what I mean? What would be the problem? It's much like COVID, actually. You know, me leaving hurts the company, hurts my employees, hurts the fighters. Doesn't hurt me. I could have left in 2016. I don't know. Do I need to reflect? No, I don't need to reflect. The next morning when I woke up, you know what I mean? I've been against this. I've owned this. I'm telling you that I'm wrong. And what is my punishment? Here's my punishment. I got to walk around for however long I live. Is it 10.4 years or is it another 25 years? And I gotta, this is how I'm labeled now. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life that are way more of a punishment than what? I take a 30-day, 60-day absence. That's not a punishment to me. The punishment is that I did it.
Okay. Very interesting answer. No disciplinary. The punishment should just come from within. I shouldn't be punished by the company or anything like that. I got to wear it. The second answer from Dana.
You know what? It's interesting for him. He has so much money. That's what he's talking about. Like me getting fired. It's not a punishment to me. I'm set for life.
And he's
not wrong.
And he's kind of mocking the owner is suspended for 6 months. They're gone. They're fined $1 million. He's kind of making fun of something that we all do. Like, wow, that's a slap on the wrist.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Like, I bet you, like, for a guy like Dana, for a guy that you can't punish him financially because I assume he's got so much money in the bank that you can't punish him financially. The scarlet letter probably for him, somebody like him, is probably worse.
Yeah, but that doesn't allow you to not get punished by like your employers. If I go into the boss and I go, nothing you can do to me is going to do anything. It's my own shame. They're still going to be, you know what I mean? Like my self-imposed shame gets me off the hook from the company. That's not usually the way it works. Here's Dana on why no one should defend him. Like some fighters have defended him. He said that shouldn't happen.
There's no defense for this, and people should not be defending me over this thing, no matter what. You know, all the criticism that I have received this week is 100% warranted and will receive in the future. So, and you know me better than anybody. If, you know, especially the people that I don't like start coming after me, nobody fires back more than I do. Whatever anybody has to say, everybody has an opinion on this, and they're right to have their own opinions. I was very opinionated on this too, and I still am. You know, it's crazy that I'm sitting here even having this conversation with you guys. But my reason for being here today is I just wanted you guys to focus on them and not me.
He is addressing it, but man, he is in the worst sport, and he is probably the loudest person.
Oh yeah.
To have something like this happen, because the Jake Pauls of the world and everyone else, whenever something comes up, man, this will be permanent.
Yeah, have we gotten a Jake Paul line yet? Like, why won't you fight me? Is it because I'm not your wife or something like that?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. But
and I guess the Power Slap League is still on.
Oh yeah, this thing on TBS got
weird.
delayed by a week. Not the best look for Dana White's Power Slap. That does seem like it would be must-watch television. Well, I'm not going to turn to it, but if it was on this TV, I wouldn't be able to look away. It's kind of brilliant.
I've seen videos of like...
Right, it's like you set up for arm wrestling, but you slap each other.
Yep.
Yeah, basically. Just slap across the face.
Sounds like the next G-Bag Eliminator payoff.
They've got a women's division. They got men's. They got like weight classes and everything. I mean, this is amazing.
And it got delayed by a week on TBS after the Dana incident.
I'll say every time I do see like a thumbnail on YouTube of like getting recommended and it's one of those videos, I click it.
Of course.
I click it and I watch it. Like I stopped down to
But it's way more dangerous than like boxing. Like
is it?
Oh yeah, like the Washington Post put a story out, the health risks of it, and a neurosurgeon says it's like way more dangerous than taekwondo, boxing, anything, because you're not allowed to defend yourself. So you're just sitting there, you know, you're very static, and all of a sudden you get slapped in the side of the head. And you should see the slow motion video of the person's face, like just like half the skin just slides over to the other side. It's wild.
Like I would probably watch 10 minutes of that over. I would watch 10 minutes of that over a random fight, boxing or MMA.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah, this is absolutely.
It's like the fighting version of pickleball taking over.
Pickleball.
Have you watched any pickleball?
I haven't watched 1 second of pickleball.
I watched when Dirk and Romo were playing. That's it.
I've watched senior citizen pickleball. My dad was still able to play. That's enough for me to ever watch that sport again.
Have you ever played? It's fun.
I have, yeah.
I have not. I know that it's really popular with a lot of the guys in the Cowboys locker room.
You're too busy being Eldrick. You don't have time to be Federer.
Right. Like, I mean, yeah, I can't do everything all at once. I mean, I'm sure if I wanted to devote my energy to that, I'd be really, really good at it. But
headlines on a Thursday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. You want to see Bobby get worked up again like he was at 6 a.m.? Watch him lose in a game or struggle in an NFL game. Let's get ready for Monday night with Buccaneers Jeopardy next.
But let's get you over to Q.
nerves are going to factor in here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby, Payton, and Ryan as well on DFW Sports Station. And in order to get you set for Monday night, I'm going to change things up a little bit. By the way, tomorrow at this time, Mike McCarthy.
Ooh. Will
Mike be aware or give any attitude after what was asked to Jerry Jones on Tuesday on this program? Will he come up with? I could see him saying, "Oh, heard you guys locked me in for next year. Thanks, really appreciate that."
Oh, don't you worry, Sean. If he says that, I will throw you under that bus. I will distance myself because I did not ask that question about my guy.
I tried to get Bobby to ask it. I was like, "Do you want it? I'll ask about Dan Quinn. You could have Jerry." And Bobby's like, "No, you can have it."
Which that is not like fear of doing anything. I'll be completely honest because it's like I tell you off the air. If there is like a major news-making question to be asked, I trust you to ask it more than me.
I appreciate that. Do you think, did anyone on the show disagree? Because it's a fair criticism from some Tolos saying why, and apparently Jane Slater was irritated by it on the NFL Network. Why ask it this week instead of next Tuesday? Did I ask it a week too early? Was it an unfair question timing-wise?
I text the beat pretty much the night before every time, just saying like, "Hey, do you guys have anything you think we should touch on with it?" And I had 2 people reply back and say, "Ask about McCarthy and his job status." So other people were thinking the same thing.
What do you think, Chop? Be honest.
I thought it was a little early. I would have done it next week if they lose. But I fully admit I have absolutely zero journalistic knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a journalism decision. But to me, if it's a humongous talking point, then we need to ask it. And after they lost to the Commanders, people are screaming, whether it is legit or not. If it's a humongous talking point, people are wondering. Are enough people wondering if Mike McCarthy's job is safe? Then I think we have to ask it.
Look, we weren't the first show to ask a general manager before the season's over the status of the coach.
We may have been the first to ask
a back-to-back 12-win season.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, you're right.
And I don't think, and this is my way out of it with McCarthy tomorrow. If Mike's a little irritated, I'm gonna say, do we put too much on one playoff game? Like back-to-back 12-5 years. I'm gonna see if he admits that we should reshape the way. He already loved that you are changing the interception category for quarterbacks.
I mean, I'm about to get hired.
Well, you are about to get hired.
Be a consultant.
Should we change the way we judge coaches? You go 12-5 back-to-back years and you lose one game in both seasons and all of a sudden you're fired? Isn't that ridiculous? That's my way out of it with Mike.
Yeah, I mean, like this isn't in baseball. You get a 100-win season and you get knocked in the first round or, the wild card round. I mean, a lot of times people are going to call for the head of the manager.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, you won 100 games, man. And what are you worried about? Like, you lost a crapshoot.
Yeah, but if they hired him for that, which is what they hired him for, was the pedigree and what he could do in January, then that is what he's judged by.
I also don't know if we can ask the question. If the question was going to be asked, I thought it had to be asked this week, because if they beat Tampa, I don't know if the question can be asked after that.
Yeah.
Right.
And if they lose to Tampa, I mean, in all honesty, I'm guessing next Tuesday morning with the turnaround, like, I don't know that we'll necessarily have him.
Right.
And so we may not even get a chance to ask it after Tuesday, like on Tuesday.
All right. So that's the fallout. I know you can't turn on TV without it being on. Good Lord. It is everywhere. But there is something that we all definitely tuned into on TV. Until the great one passed away, Alex Trebek. It's time to play Tampa Bay Buccaneers Jeopardy.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I'm your host. Bobby, why do you have to laugh like
Payton
that?
Trebek.
Because Sean's setup was so energetic. That's boom, 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 boom.
Oh, yeah. Do you even know who the current host of Jeopardy is?
Does anybody? Blossom?
Blossom's one of them. I think Blossom does the afternoon version.
There's the 2 versions?
I think there's 2 versions now. She
Bob
does
Barker.
one of them. No, and then
is he still alive?
I don't know.
I think he is still alive. Ken Jennings.
He's looked dead for 10 years. So.
Stop it!
Oh, Ken.
Ken Jennings. Is
I thought he got canceled.
He did, but not from Jeopardy.
Oh,
What did he cancel from? You don't know anything either.
I don't know what he did.
Back to the host of the show, right?
Yeah. Payton's in charge.
Okay, so I'll explain the rules real quick. It's simple Jeopardy, but it's house rules. So if you have any problems with the rules, it's my rules. Deal with it.
Yep.
So I'll explain it. There's 3 categories here. The categories, you want to write them down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Divorced, TV stars, and troublemakers. Now, these are all current or former coaches and players for the Buccaneers.
Okay.
All should be relatively easy to guess. If you don't know them, then you don't watch football, obviously.
Ooh, I like the pressure.
And the dollar amounts?
So the dollar amounts go 100 to 400. So you have a $100 question, 200, 300, 400 for each category.
Okay.
So 12 questions total throughout the game. And now we'll go in order. So I'll start with you, Sean. You pick a category.
Oh,
and then
order of what? Importance?
Oldest to youngest?
No, we're going
I'm not the oldest, jackass.
We're going by height. Shortest to tallest.
Okay. Let me.
And then, so if you get it right, then you get the points and stuff. Okay, so if you guess one, let's say you guess a $400 one, you get it wrong, you get minus 400.
Okay.
Okay, then that one goes to Choppy, but he doesn't lose points on it.
Okay.
Because you already lost the points. Okay, we got it.
And who's keeping score?
I'll keep score.
Okay. Bobby, you keep score.
I'm going to verify him too.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so categories once again: divorce, TV stars, troublemakers. Sean, the floor is yours.
Are we all? Can I ask something to you two first?
Yes.
Are we all gonna try to play this usual 1, 2, and then go for the big money?
Big Brain James said to start at 400. But you play how you want to.
Give me divorce for 400.
Oh, okay, all righty.
How many? I only think of one divorce guy on the team. All right, let's go.
So this fullback dominated the position so much he was given the nickname the A-Train.
Mike. Who is Mike Allstott?
400 points.
That's not a $400 question.
Hey, he's the host. Zip it.
Payton, you suck.
Y'all get on the fan cam to watch Bobby's reactions. You want to see a temper tantrum? Oh, it's going to be amazing. Top of the hour every show. Top of the hour for today. We want Bobby to throw a tantrum. He's already
we do.
2 for 2.
Yep.
All right.
So Sean leads it off. He's up 400. Chop.
All right.
Although this isn't top of the hour. Every hour, we want Bobby to throw a tantrum.
Let's go with divorce for 300.
Ooh, okay. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and don't let him sleep over at your house.
Who is Antonio Brown?
I actually blanked out on that. Okay, so now let me tell you what's happening internally right now. So Bobby right now, with the way his mind works, he's like, I knew those two. I would have gotten those.
I did.
So now he's going to get a hard one. He's psyching himself out for this.
And so I did go in order from Sean and then Bobby last just so he could fall behind.
Sean.
Not Sean. Sean.
Oh, whoa.
Well, hey, you can
I was off the fan cam.
Man.
All right, Bobby, since you're in last place, you get to go now.
Yeah, I'll go with screw Payton for 400. Troublemakers for 400.
Okay. Getting punters fired and basically the Kyrie Irving of football.
I told you.
No.
That's right. That's right.
I told you. Watch this on the fan cam. Get on YouTube.
We high five. I'm against high fives in general.
Who is Warren Sapp? The answer's Antonio Brown. That's the Kyrie Irving of football. Yes! So that's a terrible clue, whatever it is.
Yes! So Bobby is now minus 400.
Minus 400. So this goes to me now, and I can't lose points?
You can't lose points, no.
All right, can you repeat the question, please?
No.
Yes. Getting punters fired and basically the Kyrie Irving of football.
Chop, do you know it?
I have no idea.
Such BS.
I do not know it either. Who is Bruce Arians?
Really? Okay.
So he doesn't lose 400 now?
No.
No.
I don't.
Chop, do you want to guess?
Yeah, sure. Who is John Gruden? No idea.
So it's Deshaun Jackson. Getting punters fired because he returned the punt against the Giants and stuff that got that punter fired, and the Kyrie Irving of football because he had the anti-Semitism.
Awful clue.
That was
you just
don't
watch football.
That was very challenging. I like that. Okay.
Hey, Bobby. Are you minus 400?
I'm gonna get some use out of this golf club here in a sec.
Okay, so what's off the board category-wise? Divorce
3 and 4. Troublemaker for 4.
Troublemaker for 4.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go with TV stars for 200.
Okay. Super Bowl champion in Baltimore and a friend of the show.
Super Bowl champion in Baltimore and a friend of the show. Oh man, Choppy's about to come in.
Choppy knows it too.
Who is Brian Billick? He wasn't with Tampa at all.
This is dumb.
Who is Rod Marinelli?
No. So he doesn't lose money, right?
No, now it's to you. So you can
Okay,
gain
who is
200.
Trent Dilfer?
Look how irritated he is.
That was good hints, wasn't it, Bobby? You
That was
liked
good.
that?
Peyton, you're doing very well. All right, you can stop crying now?
No, because I'm minus 200.
Okay.
You know what? I'm an idiot. I should have thought of TV star. TV star for 400, please.
Trent Dilfer.
Okay. This man was traded to the Cowboys in the early 2000s, but was later released to make room for T.O.
Who is Keyshawn Johnson?
Oh!
How much was that for?
That's 400.
400, Bobby. How do you like them apples?
This is not fun. I'm gonna go TV stars for 300.
Okay. He was better on Dancing with the Stars than he was a TV analyst.
Who is?
He was about to say it. Emmett Smith.
I was. Who is Booger McFarland?
I'm sorry. That was minus what?
That was minus 300.
Oh man. Bobby's in the hole.
Oh. What's the score?
So you have 400. I have 700. Bobby has minus 500.
Minus 500. Okay, can you repeat the clue one more time?
Yes. So let's see. Oh, he was better on Dancing with the Stars than he was a TV analyst.
Who is Derek Brooks?
Shoot. Who?
Peyton, I'm proud of you for these clues. Good job. I thought this was going to be way too easy.
Ooh, shots fired.
Y'all's are.
Hey, don't pick the wrong categories then.
Come on.
You're picking the wrong categories.
Hey, keep the fan text down.
Why?
Because they'll come up with the answer.
I thought you meant because they'll be roasting me. I was like, you should love it.
Who is Rondé Barber?
So the question was, he was better on Dancing with the Stars than he was a TV analyst. Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp was on. Dang it!
That should have been a prostitute clue.
Okay. All right, well done. Buccaneers Jeopardy taking place right here. 105.3 The Fan. Whose turn?
So Bobby. No. Who?
It's Sean.
It's Sean's. Yeah.
It's 6.
Okay.
We've gone through 6 times. Now we're back to round 1.
Okay.
Back to you.
Give me. Let me see your sheet real quick because I need to figure out what's been taken. All right, let me have troublemakers for 300.
Okay. This explosive defensive front player took the 3-point stance quite literal.
Took the explosive stance quite
This
literal?
explosive defensive front player took the 3-point stance quite literal.
This is who is Jason Pierre-Paul?
This is garbage.
300 for Sean.
Yes. Bobby is melting down, y'all. Legit melting down.
I don't think this is I don't think that was the clue for that. I think he had clues and he goes, based on who's asking it, this is the clue I'm going to give them, regardless of what money amount they say.
Man, what a week.
That'd be smart.
What a week. First, Peyton caught Bobby on the hub yesterday.
That's right.
And now he's destroying him in Jeopardy.
He
All right,
is.
Chop.
All right, let me go. Let's do divorce for 2.
Divorce for 200. Despite being a backup quarterback, he has thrown more touchdowns than Mina Kimes.
Interesting clue.
Divorced.
by the time Rod Marinelli comes on.
Who is Mike Glennon?
Bobo.
Bobby for 200.
Clearly the Mina Kimes part of this is the clue, but Bruce Gradkowski.
Are you going to phrase it like a question?
Who is Bruce Gradkowski? I have no idea.
All right, one more time, give the clue.
Despite being a backup quarterback, he has still thrown more touchdowns than Mina Kimes.
Despite being a backup quarterback. Who is Brad Johnson?
Ooh, good guess.
Who is
So
it?
it's Jeff Garcia. He had the Instagram post, I think it was like a year ago, almost today, about Mina Kimes and stuff. And
yo, man.
I didn't.
Let's go. Let's
you are
go.
doing well.
Backup quarterback threw me off because he's not a backup. He was a starter in San Francisco forever.
Yeah, but he was also in,
Well, he was backup to Steve Young, wasn't he?
Maybe, yeah. I think maybe he started with a screw like that.
Yeah. Hey, good clue. Bobby got it wrong, so it's good. All right, who's next? Is Bobby like technically eliminated?
Bobby is.
All right, because we got 100.
You keep score too.
I can't win.
Peyton, you're keeping score.
Yeah.
No.
Peyton's not keeping score.
You guys both have 500. I have minus 500.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, Bob, go ahead.
I don't care. Troublemakers for 200 because I don't want to give them higher money options remaining.
Okay. Replaced by the GOAT and is currently eating more L's than W's.
Who is Jameis Winston?
There you go, Bobby. 200 points.
Yo, did you see if we could measure his eye roll right there? He's like, now I'm getting this. That's why he's so furious. He's like, now I'm getting that type of answer. Okay, what's
I
up?
got the dumbest $400 clue.
What's
You
up
got,
on the board?
just the $100 ones are left.
Okay,
TV star, divorced, troublemaker.
let's go with divorce for 100.
Okay. He is a late round draft pick, but he is never late when it comes to kissing his kids goodnight.
Oh.
Who is Tom Brady?
Tom Brady?
All right, Chop, you need this to tie. We do not have a final Jeopardy, Peyton said.
Well, he doesn't need it to tie because then I get the last question. If I intentionally miss it, then I could throw it over to him.
Let's go with TV star for 1.
Okay. I'm not sure if he has smashed more girls or more footballs in his career.
Who is Rob Gronkowski?
Wow.
Good for y'all. Y'all are tied at 600.
600.
And now it's over to me who can't win. But throw it to me because that means that I'll see if I dictate the fate for y'all.
All right,
Let's see if I make. I want troublemakers for 1. I want to see if I'm going to force a tie on you losers.
Oh my gosh, this would be such an NFL outcome.
Oh, give it to me.
You
better
have a final Jeopardy question.
Hit me.
Plenty of racism, emails, and probably not friends with Carl Nassib.
Who is John Gruden? How's that tie taste now, you freaking losers?
But the tiebreaker is an arm wrestle.
Oh,
dang it. I thought we were going to be excited.
We can leg wrestle. Get Kevin Hagelin in here, flip me over 4 times again. All right, so there it is.
Sounds.
He did. He flipped me
I
over.
know, but please pull the cut of Sean say Kevin Hagelin flipped me over 4 times again.
Rolling you over.
All right. Whatever. Nice job. Nice job, Pepe. There it is. Buccaneers Jeopardy here on 105 through the Fan.
Does that make me petty?
Yes.
Yeah, it does. But I love. We like
Yeah,
pettiness.
you should be happy. If I intentionally threw the question, Sean was going to take it, and Sean was going to get it, and you would have lost.
You kept up the integrity of the season.
I did.
Yes.
I did the fair thing and canceled Bengals Bills. Like, that's the same thing.
All right, there it is. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Rod Marinelli will be coming up at 8:20, and we will have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Well done, Pepe. Well done with the topics.
Very nice.
All right.
It was awful.
It was awful. Okay. Do we want... Oh, you know what? I went back and looked like a nerd at my game notes for the first time these two played, just to see what I could take from it. I went all the way back, game 1, 19-3, and let's just see if we could take anything. Here are my notes that I wrote down. Opening points and then nothing. Feels like the final preseason game. 12-3 at the half. That was the score.
Yeah.
12-3 at the half. It would have been much worse without Micah. How are these the 2 highest scoring teams from last year? Dak's first half numbers, right? Because you got to remember, Dak played a healthy amount of this game. He wasn't just gone in the first quarter. Dak's first half numbers, 6 of 16, 53 yards, interception. Second lowest completion percentage in the first half for his career. His passer rating, 21.1. Offense, 1 first down in the half since the opening drive. Yards per play, Bucs 8.6, Cowboys 3.7. I wrote down lack of preseason ? Basically talking about the Cowboys offense sucking so much. Chris Godwin hamstring gone after the first play. Remember they tried to get it out to Godwin to get him involved really early because he was banged up heading into this? And then, did you say that Godwin had 100 catches this year?
Yep. He had like 104 or something like that.
My star ups. First drive, I wrote down Dennis Houston. Remember him? Dennis Houston and Noah Brown on the first drive. And then also I wrote them down in the fourth quarter. Tony Pollard involvement. That was a major offseason storyline. Get Tony Pollard the ball. 2 Pollard plays on the first drive, both losses. Michael Irvin tweeted, "No trick S, just play football," in all capital letters. That was the early criticism of Kellen Moore. Right from game one. Micah Parsons, star up, inside spin move on 3rd and goal. Their left tackle was hurt. Micah got Tom Brady again inside the 5. That saved the Cowboys with the Buccaneers threatening. Tyler Smith, I wrote down false start, missed assignment on a sack. Donovan Wilson, interception at midfield in the 4th. Star downs, Dak threw a pick to Winfield. Micah saved him. It forced a field goal. Dak's first half. McGovern got hurt in this game. He hurt his ankle on the opening drive. I'm only bringing this up because the name Forniak was written in my notes.
Oh, yeah.
Dennis Houston and Forniak. Tolo Nathan. This was a criticism of the game plan that the Cowboys came in with offensively. Nathan said, "Our O-line is banged up and inexperienced. Let's run it to the perimeter or get the ball out on some quick throws." That's Tampa Bay's approach. Their O-line was banged up, remember? Mm-hmm. And they took it to the perimeter and got it out quick throws. Dallas, our O-line is banged up and experienced. Let's do an end around or have 2-man route. So there's criticism of the game plan. Julio caught a bomb on good coverage from Anthony Brown before the half. Let's see, CeeDee Lamb, I wrote down, is he a number 1? A drop and a penalty?
It's a big question after that game.
Big question after that game. Lamb had 1 catch on 6 targets for 16 yards. Running defense, I wrote down Leonard Fournette is running like Jerome Bettis against them. Evans had a falling one-hander on Diggs that made it 19-3. And that's it. That was the end of the score, 19-3. My game 1 notes to see if there's anything we could take from the opener.
I just had to go back and look at my game diary that I had running for the first game of the year, and I see some stuff that's giving me awful vivid flashbacks. First off, we came out of that first game just railing against Terrence Steele, who now they miss a ton. But he had a couple really bad penalties in that game, and he was getting worked a little bit.
Oh, I think he had 4 penalties in all.
It was like 3 or 4. Yeah, I
wrote down Terrence Steele drive while down 19-3 in the 4th. 3 on 1 drive that must have meant, and 4 for the game.
Yeah. So he was really bad that game. I remember we were all excited coming into the game that Tony Pollard was going to be used as a receiving weapon. You remember that was some of the talk, is that, hey, Kellen Moore had talked about we may see Tony Pollard in the slot. It was Tony Pollard didn't get his first target in the passing game until 5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. And also I've got here, you remember they tried that double reverse with Tony Pollard on the opening drive, lost 8, put him in a hole.
That was when Michael Irvin said stop with the trick plays.
It was just brutal. But I've got in here, DeMarcus Lawrence had a really good game in this one. Trayvon Diggs was obviously picked on a ton in the running game. And then, you may see them go back to that. Some teams have started trying to do that again, it feels like. And I think Diggs at least has responded in the second half of the year with more physicality than he played with last year or even the very early parts of this year. But like last week when Sam Howell was running in that touchdown, and Diggs tried to meet him at the goal line, Diggs hit him like really hard, harder than I've seen him hit him before. And so I don't know how much there is you can take away.
My big takeaway is it's simple. It's Leonard Fournette. if the Bucs are able to run the football, they can win. Leonard Fournette did not have. He had a $127 against us. He didn't have over 72 yards the rest of the whole damn season. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
That is the Buccaneers were the worst running team in the league. I don't know if they ended up as that, Bobby, if they were dead last at the end of the year, but throughout the entire season, they were a joke running the ball.
They were last in everything. They were last in attempts, rushing yards, yards per attempt, and rushing touchdowns.
And Fournette had 6 yards a carry against the Cowboys. If that happens again, Tampa can or will win. So that to me is the key that I'm taking away. Is Leonard Fournette run all over the Cowboys again when he didn't? Here are his yardage totals afterwards. 65-35, -3, 56-63, 19, 24, 19, 57-49, 13, 44, 72, 28. He averaged 3.5 yards a carry for the season. Almost doubled that against the Dallas D.
I've got this one drive here that he opened up within the third quarter. They ran the ball 3 straight times to start the drive. Fournette picked up 11, 9, and 17.
Wow.
And the other note I have here is Byron Leftwich has done a tremendous job scheming up favorable looks in the running game for Fournette. It hasn't totally been about the Cowboys missing plays as much as the Buccaneers generating really favorable numbers for their blockers.
You know, outside of that game, it's obvious they just abandoned the run in general for the year. Brady threw 752 passes this year. Justin Herbert was second at 735. Nobody else in the league had more than 686.
Wow.
Like, he had almost 100 more passes than the fourth place guy, which is Mahomes at 674. I mean, he had the second most yards in the league.
Yeah.
Pass yards in the league behind Mahomes. Like, this was a wild season for Tom. Like, he just threw and threw and threw and threw and threw.
Tank Lawrence yesterday. Does it matter that Brady is 7-0 undefeated against the Cowboys in his career?
No, not at all. It's about this next challenge and, going up against him and making sure we put as much pressure as possible on him and come out with the win.
So there's Tank saying it does not matter.
Yeah, and J-Ron Curse yesterday. There was a little bit of confusion. J-Ron Curse.
I was very confused.
Had said, we haven't lost to Tom Brady in 2023, so it doesn't matter. We haven't lost to him this year, so it doesn't matter. And then everybody's like, you did lose to him this season, though. It's like, no, this year, though.
This year. See,
we're 12 days in this year. He hasn't beat us this year.
Do you think he meant literally the calendar?
I think he remembers they played them in the opening season. I think he literally meant this year.
Okay.
Yeah, which
you were probably a fan of.
Technicality guy, big fan. Big fan of that guy. You know, like like my son texted me on New Year's Eve, after midnight, and he goes, "You haven't talked to me in over a year."
I was about to say, are you the guy who on the 31st when you leave work says, "See you next year"?
No, I would never say that. Okay, but I'm a technicality guy.
All right, speaking of kids, Bobby, technology in Seattle, it's affecting mental health there, not just the weather.
Yeah, this is something that I hate that. And Chop, I think you're going to be with me on this. Seattle schools are suing. The public school district in Seattle has filed a lawsuit against the tech giants behind TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Snapchat, seeking to, quote, hold them accountable for the mental health crisis among youth. Seattle Public Schools filed the lawsuit last Friday in U.S. District Court. The 91-page complaint says the social media companies have created a public nuisance by targeting their products to children. My question here is...
It's like suing a fast food restaurant.
What is it? Well, and why is the school district doing this? Like, God forbid we rely on parents to regulate what their kids are doing. Let's blame for-profit companies for not, you're not raising our nation's children. And why the hell does the school district think like we got to step in and take this mantle because the parents will not? I am not a role model.
My kids have, my oldest one, my youngest doesn't have anything. My oldest one's got a Snapchat, a TikTok, and an Instagram. And we monitor it fairly closely. You can't really monitor Snapchat, but
disappears, right?
It disappears, I think. Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't have it, but everything I know, it disappears. So we can't really monitor that one, but we monitor the other ones. Dude, like, you can't sue the company. Like, are they supposed to not be a business because you can't control what your kid looks at on his phone?
Not
That's
even
not
your
It's
kid.
not their fault. It's not their problem. It's not TikTok's problem or Instagram's problem, or Meta, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
It's not their problem that your kid's addicted to it. My kids are addicted to their phone. So we've created this sort of like, the phone, you have like an hour and a half on it, right? You have a time limit on it. But yeah, you can't sue a company because your kid happens to be addicted to it. You're right. It's like suing fast food because you're overweight.
Yeah.
But see, it's not even totally that. It would be as if Odyssey sued fast food companies because their employees were over. Odyssey. Yeah. It'd be like if they sued the fast food company going, you are targeting our employees, and because like you say there, your kid, and suing for your kid. It's not even like you making the lawsuit. It's like if your kid's school made the lawsuit. The complaint says this: defendants have successfully exploited the vulnerable brains of youth, hooking tens of millions of students across the country into positive feedback loops of excessive use and abuse of defendants' social media platforms. Worse, the content defendants curate and direct to youth is too often harmful and exploitive. Like even if that's the case, where is the school district? Like, how's the school district's responsibility to step in and make this claim? Like, this is up to parents to me.
What's y'all's social media policy in the house with your three?
They don't have it.
The son doesn't either?
Nope.
How's he doing in the other banishment school?
It's gone okay so far. He hates the white crew cut shirts or whatever that they all have to wear. And
This is when he got caught vaping again, so they sent him to an alternative school.
Yep, part of his punishment. And so we've got, I think, let's see here, January 12th. I think we got the end of this month, basically.
You think he's learned his lesson at all?
Nah, I don't know.
And the girls don't want social media?
I mean, they're so, like, the oldest is 9, and even her friends, a lot of them don't have it. She uses her mom's Facebook to interact with her friends' parents' Facebook, so they'll chat on there, but that's all they do.
What's the one? You get to pick one and eliminate one. I don't know whether I should just take Snapchat out of the discussion because it's obvious. Your boys and your girls can have one, and the one they cannot have. Is it too easy to say you can't have Snapchat?
It's too easy to say that. That'd be the easy one I would pick. If I had to pick one, I would say get rid of TikTok and stay on Instagram. For the sole reason that some of the content that they could find on TikTok, even though you can make it, and he has it made for more children, so it doesn't have the
filters.
It doesn't have the same, and we have the ability to shut. His TikTok gets shut off after a certain amount of time, and the app does it automatically.
Wow.
So, and you had to put a code in, and he doesn't know.
Yeah, I would say you have Facebook, can't have
the one for old people.
Honestly, I just feel like that's the safest one. It's the hardest one to stray into areas that would be harmful, I feel like. So can have Facebook, can't have TikTok probably. Because everything's curated for you on TikTok too.
Rod Marinelli is coming up at 8:20. This is the Expressway, everyday commercial free through the end of the hour. Either ors. Tom Brady goes back to being the GOAT. Brock Purdy's the reason the Niners make the Super Bowl. Cousins wins a playoff game. Geno Smith wins at San Fran, or Tua. Now Skyler wins in Buffalo. Wild card weekend. NFL either ors. Let's go around the rest of the league for the playoff matchups. Then Coach Marinelli next. But
The Fan.
All right, little audible time. Checking out of the segment as I finish writing this direct message.
Checking off.
Rod Marinelli's coming up at 8:20. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. But guys, and RJ, don't look at the computer.
Okay.
Don't look at the computer. Bobby, stay away from it as well. Jason Hatfield Tolo just sent me, yesterday we ranked the quarterbacks in the NFC and the NFL because normally your fate comes down to the quarterback. Dan Orlovsky just ranked all 14 quarterbacks in the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Number 2, y'all get on the fan cam too.
Oh, God.
Twitch or YouTube. Remember, my goal for the show is have Bobby throw a tantrum once an hour. We're 2 for 2. We're about to be 3 for 3.
Now, this is...
We're about to be 3 for 3.
This is going off this year only.
I don't know what it is. It's NFL playoff starting QB rankings. That's what it is.
Okay.
Mahomes 1, Burrow 2.
Okay.
Josh Allen 3.
All right.
No, I have no arguments. I can't argue Joe Burrow 2.
Fine. Jalen Hurts 4. I think you and I had Hurts at 4 yesterday.
We did because we're correct.
Bobby had him at 8.
The Ringer had him at 9 yesterday.
Is that Bill Simmons' thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Disqualified.
Oh, okay. You guys hate greatness. That makes sense.
You love Bill Simmons?
guys who sound like this.
You love Bill Simmons?
Simmons, the last couple of years, is not quite what it is, but Simmons is a legend to me.
A legend?
Okay. Unless we're ranking the Celtics, I don't want to hear from him.
Simmons is great.
Number 5. I used to love his writing. Number 5, Justin Herbert.
I think I had Lawrence and Herbert 6, but I can't argue with it.
This is set up for like Dak at 12 or something.
Number 6, Lamar Jackson, who's not going to play.
If he was healthy, I wouldn't argue it. I wouldn't necessarily do it, but I wouldn't argue it.
Okay.
All right, Dan's writing me back right now. Number 7, Tom Brady. Oh, Bobby, we're just getting started, brother.
Brock Purdy is 8.
We're just
honestly, CBS put him at 8 yesterday.
Number 8, Daniel Jones. So I just DM or I'll say it afterwards. Wow, what a curveball. Number 9,
Ugh.
Trevor Lawrence.
Got chills when you said 9.
Trevor Lawrence behind Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I don't agree with Dan on that one.
Okay, I want to see if this can even turn choppy.
I
want to see if this can turn choppy against Orlovsky.
I think Orlovsky put Daniel Jones high, though, because they have the same first name, Dan.
Trevor Lawrence is 9.
Yeah.
Number 10, Geno Smith.
I mean, he had a better year than Dak, but I wouldn't put him here.
Number 11.
No, that was number 10, right? Right.
Yeah, so who's 11?
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 11 is Kirk Cousins.
Chop, this is your guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can disagree with him.
And now I'm going to go backwards. Because 2 things may have Bobby's head blow off. 14 is Skylar Thompson, which I don't know how you have Tua and Skylar Thompson on the same list. Wait, did he have Oh, I'm sorry, he had Lamar.
Yeah.
He had Lamar, who's not going to play. Tua's out, by the way. Tua's out.
Are there 4 more?
Just let me count. You totally lost track of it.
I'm trying to write
Just
this
stop
down.
interrupting me with the numbers. I haven't screwed up the numbers. 14 is Skylar Thompson. And number 13 is Brock Purdy. Number 12 of the playoff quarterbacks, according to Dan Orlovsky, is Dakota Prescott. Yesterday, I think me and Bobby had him at 5. We put Dak at 5. So let me give you the list, Choppy, 1 through 14. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts, Herbert, Lamar, Brady, Daniel Jones, Trevor, Geno, Cousins, Dak, Purdy, Skylar Thompson. He's 2 ahead of Skylar Thompson on Orlovsky's list. Now, the past couple days, I've been trying to get Dan on. He's like, yeah, come on. I want to come on. And he keeps dodging it. You know, he's like, oh, I got a dentist appointment. I got the kids this hour. Oh, I got the kids next hour. And I made up my mind. I said, I'm not gonna ask Orlovsky to come on. He knows we're trying to get him on. He's doing something weird. Well, he put that out, and I said, now. Like, now, today, final hour of the show. Now. You have to answer for this. He wrote back, I'll be on first take. I don't understand the issue. So, there we are.
He doesn't understand the issue.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why a morning show host on the home of the Cowboys is like furiously blowing him up, saying you have to answer for this right now. And he's like, I don't get it.
He's such a freaking coward, and he's such a little punk. Like, there's.
What about Purdy at 13? Is that offensive?
He is as dishonest as anybody in media.
Wow. Like to have Daniel Jones. All right, what's the most offensive, Chop? What's most offensive on this list?
Yeah, having Daniel Jones ahead of Trevor Lawrence is the most offensive thing on this list.
What about Daniel Jones over Cousins or Dak?
Having Daniel Jones over Lawrence, Geno, Kirk, and Dak is offensive. Look, I think you guys are wrong. Dak's not 5. He's also not number 12 either. Like,
he's closer to 5 than 12.
They're both offensive to me.
You had him at 6.
Yeah, but now that I went back and thinking about it, he's more like 7 or 8.
Yeah, you had him at 6.
Well, that's because I didn't put Lamar in. In.
Why is it offensive?
To have him at 5?
Yeah.
Because he's not better than Herbert, and he's not better than Hurts, and he's not better than Allen, and he's not better than Burrow, and he's not better than Mahomes. These aren't like hot takes.
I didn't say he was better than Mahomes. I didn't say he was better than Hurts. I don't know where you're pulling that out of.
I guess you had him ahead of Herbert.
Yeah, I had him at Hurts.
Because
you did.
Because first off, Justin Herbert, you've been anti-Herbert, number 1 throughout the year. Number 2, so that's another choppyism.
Well, no, I could be anti-Herbert, but still think he's better than Dak Prescott.
I think he's a better player than Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
I said that Dak Prescott, I'm taking into account how you're playing right now, too. Dak Prescott had a better final month of the season than Justin Herbert. So I sat in here and defended Dak winning the Philadelphia game on his own, playing well in some of the other games that people called him out for. I have more confidence in him scoring more points for the Cowboys than Herbert for the Chargers this weekend. That's the way my rankings go. I would never in a million years take Justin Herbert for the next 5 years or 2 years or 1 year over Dak Prescott. Ever. I love Justin Herbert. But for this weekend and the way they've been playing, Dak last game aside, I would take Dak. That's my ranking.
So you pushed back against the claim yesterday that you've become anti-Dak. You say you're not anti-Dak, right?
Right.
Okay. Then how can you say you are anti-Herbert and he's better than Dak?
I'm anti-Herbert being this, everyone anointed him as this elite quarterback. That's what I'm anti. I push back against the Justin Herbert, some elite quarterback. Elite quarterbacks don't sneak into the postseason, but he's better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah, I have Herbert ahead of Dak.
Yeah.
But to say like you're anti-Herbert, but then not anti-Dak, but Herbert's better than Dak.
I think Herbert's a tremendous player. But I'm just like, I'm sick of this, like, everybody anointing him as the next big thing. Like, give it a second here.
Look, Orlovsky is freaking 8 numbers in his Twitter handle and effing Oakley's in his pickup truck for his profile picture. That's Orlovsky. He's that dude on Twitter, and somebody has set him up there with his douchey ass, like, clear frame glasses and made him seem like he's some sort of football intellectual, and I'm tired of him. He sucks.
But to me, it's so just disingenuous to tell me I don't understand, like, what's the reaction?
Because he's a troll.
You don't understand, like, that's going to be the number one. When they come on TV at the top of the hour, that's going to be the number one thing. It's going to own the internet, and that's on purpose. That is absolutely on purpose. Geno Smith has not thrown for 265 yards in the final 5 weeks of the season. All right, the whole Seattle thing, and I put Seattle 5 in my power rankings. Like, Seattle, they stopped playing well. They scored 13 and 10 points and 19 points. They lost 3 of their final 5. That's why you can talk about Geno's year. That's where you and I are differing, Choppy. The year versus, like, right now. Despite the Commanders game, Dak Prescott, you can't tell me that Geno Smith has been playing better than Dak over the last month. That's the way I base my list. So that's Orlovsky right there. And there it is. He's gone full-blown, as Frank said on Twitter, one of our Tolos. Nick Wright on the other network, my former colleague in Kansas City. He had a take on number 4.
But Dak does not have a legacy. At all? No. What's DeMar DeRozan's legacy?
Oh,
certain guys don't have legacies. And he can start to build one, theoretically, this postseason. But right now, Dak Prescott, in the regular season and the playoffs, is Kirk Cousins with mattress commercials. Kirk Cousins don't have no legacy. He has Kirk Cousins, I guess, has a negative legacy, if you will, about the night games and nationally televised games, and Dak doesn't have that. Since Dak's rookie year, he's been to the Pro Bowl once. He's been to round 2 once. He has 1 playoff win. He turns 30 this summer. And up to this point, he peaked as a rookie. he's fine. And if you have a fine quarterback, because you're seeing what teams that don't have a quarterback, the NFL hell they're in, you stick with them. But Dak Prescott's legacy needs to be saved for guys that are a few tiers above Dak Prescott. So no, his legacy's not on the line because there's not a legacy to put on the line.
I agree with absolutely everything that he said. 100% correct. I take those words more seriously, though. Elite, great, legend, GOAT, legacy. It's not an insult to Dak that he doesn't have a legacy. His legacy is like tremendous human being. I think of his overcome his family tragedies. 4th rounder. That is his legacy or the career storybook on him. $40 million a year from a 4th round pick. He doesn't have a legacy, and Kirk Cousins doesn't have a legacy. Kirk Cousins' legacy is playing on the franchise tag. That's it.
He's on the
what is that?
That's Kirk Cousins' sleep number commercial. So I just want to fact check that. Kirk Cousins does have sleep number commercials.
Wow,
but
Bobby,
not national.
You told him.
I did.
Maybe just in Minneapolis. Maybe just in Minneapolis. God, every time that damn sleep number commercial goes out with Dak, Sarah just gets all in her feels because his dumpy just popping out there.
Huh?
Dak's dumpy.
What is a dumpy?
His butt.
The dump truck.
Yeah, they call it a dumpy.
Does he have Hemis?
No, but I do right now.
Yeah, I brought him my. You want to talk about an old show?
Yeah.
I brought him my heating pad for Choppy in his chair right now. He's
Heating pads here.
Hold up the heating pad for the fan cam.
Heating pads right here. Where am I at?
Look at that.
Here's the heating pad. I'm about to stick this on my butt because I got some Hemis coming in.
Yeah. All right, so Chop, this did not turn you at all on Orlovsky. And you know what's most important?
He's wrong. Like he's
is he trolling though? Is he wrong or is he trolling?
I don't think he's trolling. I think he's just dumb.
That's it. He's not. It's not just that he's wrong. It's that he's lying.
That's the thing. That's the question. What I want to know is what the fan text looks like. I want to know if it's more pro or anti a hated media figure in this town, Dan Orlovsky, for putting Dak 12 on his QB ranking list.
Yeah, look, I believe that Stephen A., Skip Bayless lie. I don't believe former football players, basketball players lie to you about their rankings. I just think he sees it differently, and he's wrong. I don't believe Dan Orlovsky is doing this on purpose.
Okay.
I just think he's an idiot sometimes.
Okay.
I think he's doing it on purpose, and I think we've got more than enough evidence of him completely contradicting himself 24 hours later on several topics that will tell you he is just saying whatever the producers want. You say players don't do that. Kendrick Perkins has admitted he just says whatever the producers tell him to. So we know that's one player who does.
Or Dan kind of said that on this show. What are the Tolos saying? Agreement or disagreement? Outrage or agreement?
There's generally not outrage. The fan text is pretty heavy anti-Dak, but I mean, it feels like there's a little bit of an over-exaggeration. They fall down probably like Choppy in between you and me and Orlovsky on the rankings is what it looks like.
You can think that. I don't think saying that Dak doesn't have a legacy is insulting to Dak Prescott.
No,
that's Nick Wright though.
Yeah, Dak doesn't have a legacy yet. There is none.
Right.
Putting Dak Prescott somewhere
like the third worst quarterback of all of them going in, that's crazy. That's
wrong.
crazy.
It's wrong. He's not the third worst quarterback going into the playoffs.
All right,
it's second worst quarterback in the NFC according to Orlovsky. We were all talking yesterday about how he's the top.
And where did you have him in your NFC quarterback rankings?
In the NFC.
You argued he could be the best.
It could be. If Hurts was not healthy, I think he would be the best in the NFC. But I think, personally, right now, NFC quarterback rankings in the postseason, Hurts and then Dak.
Okay.
In the NFC.
The
AFC's got every great quarterback.
Rod Marinelli helps us scout the Buccaneers, the whale legend of the NFL, former Cowboy Rod Marinelli, with a little history quiz for Coach after this.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum.
Cowboys battle the Bucs Monday night. Tailgate with us beginning at 4 with the Specs kickoff at 7:15 on your home of America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8:40 this morning, but right now a special guest. He is the former defensive coordinator, a defensive legend throughout the league, former head coach as well, Rod Marinelli, back on the show on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean, RJ, along with Bobby Bell. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Morning, man. Great to be with you.
What have you been up to? Where are you living these days?
I'm in Southlake, Texas. We came back here. Love it here. And we had kept our home here after we went to Vegas. And so it's been great. And just spent a lot of time with my beautiful wife. And she is a football junkie, so we're having a great time together.
Do you think that she could teach or know more than most analysts on radio or TV when it comes to football? Do you stop down and teach X's and O's? Is she to that level more than us?
I tell you, she's impressive now. and my two daughters are all in it, and so they're on the phone all week talking about who's winning, who's doing this. So it makes it fun, and she's a great buddy.
Are you done coaching?
Right now, yes. And I always keep things open in my eyes. I wanted to take the full year off, just sit and not commit to anything. And then and I've really enjoyed this past year. It's been terrific. We've traveled together and done so many good things. And she's been an incredible football wife. So I'm really enjoying this time.
Coach, we're heading into this game that the Cowboys have with the Buccaneers. Everybody's talking about the Tom Brady mystique and things like that, and just his legacy and how difficult of a psychological hurdle that can be. Is that something that is just something we talk about, or is that a real thing you think that you have to prepare players for? Is like, hey, he's just a guy at the end of the day too. Don't let his legacy overwhelm you.
It's in everybody's mind when you play a man like this and all the things he's achieved in his career. So especially as you come down to the end of a game, you know how he reacts. He's smooth, he's calm. And so that's a major challenge, but this is going to be a terrific game, I think. Just a terrific game.
Coach, what do you do with pressure against a guy who famously gets it out this quick? Do you try to rush him the same? What would be your approach going up against Brady with how quick he gets this ball out throughout his career?
Yeah, the one thing they have done, Dallas has done under Dan Quinn, I think, a terrific job of, and their two line coaches. I think they've done a terrific job of being able to create matchups up front. And it's not to have three really dynamic rushers like they have. I mean, D-Law, Parsons, and Armstrong. And then those young guys inside can get it going. For me, that's the best opportunity, best way to be able to beat a guy like this, because you're playing great coverage, you're getting a lot of eyes on the ball, and those front guys got to come. And they've done that all year. So the matchups there is great. Dan's done a great job creating matchups, and then you blitz when you want to blitz. You don't blitz because you have to blitz. And I think the other thing they've just done a terrific job all year is how he's rotated those guys. They're fresh, and the game's usually in the NFL is going to come down to 2 minutes. So if you can keep those rushers fresh in that fourth quarter, and to me, that's the best way. And good pressure, and the ball's out, and you get you guys breaking on the ball.
Rod Marinelli joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I know they've used Micah mostly as an edge this year, but would you use him from kind of from the middle in this game against Brady just to get that pressure, from over center?
Dan's done a great job moving this guy around, and that's one of the things you don't know where he is going to line up. So he's got the attention of all five guys or possibly a back. So I just think when you talk about scheming and how you defend a guy like Tom Brady, one of the greatest ever, obviously, is you've got different looks, especially up front, matchups that you're looking at all week versus the offensive line. And they're really well schooled in the fundamentals of pass rush. They really are. I really enjoyed watching them. So that's going to be a terrific matchup, and you got to go win your one-on-ones.
Does Parsons remind you of anybody, Coach?
Boy, you hate putting labels on young players, you've seen them, but, you look at LT, that type of guy coming off the edge, that explosiveness, he's rare. And his motor, I love the motor. That's the number one thing I've always, he doesn't give up on plays. And it's like Law, and Armstrong, they don't give up on plays. They just keep coming. So they've got, they're set. The way they play defense, they're set for this playoff game, I believe.
Coach, we always try to simplify it and say, okay, they got Mike Evans, we got Diggs, just follow them. There you go. That's the one-on-one matchup, and then the difficulty of switching sides. How difficult is the reality of switching sides for corners? How rare is it that you can just say, all right, you go and get him? Why is it so tough?
Well, I think it's time over task in football, in my mind. Time over task. That means how much time have I spent on this one skill and this one technique? And it's like a guy can play a 3 technique inside then they move him to a 5 technique. All those things, that takes time, especially when you're a fundamentally sound defense like Dallas is, and where they believe in execution and the details. So time over task, that's always stayed with me. That's me. And how much time has he done this one task? And all of a sudden you ask him to do something different later in the season, how much time on that task? So they know exactly how much time they've done, and they're smart. Dan does a terrific job, so he'll weigh all those things.
Coach, you obviously spent a lot of time in practice competing against Dak Prescott, and you were in those locker rooms with him. I think a lot of people hear us talk about the intangibles and the leadership and those sorts of traits with Dak, and it maybe doesn't resonate from our perspective the same way it does with people who've been in there. Just talk about how impactful you think those traits from Dak Prescott are, his leadership and those intangibles and the things that he brings to the table there.
Okay, I'd love to do that. I always believed in a couple words. A word that's important. I think the number one thing in the NFL and for a team is morale. And morale is built around toughness and strength and leadership. Dak has all of that. And, that builds the morale of an offensive line, knowing what you've got back there in terms of his toughness. And you know he's going to come through. And he's played injured. And he's positive. And that is just not for that position, not just for it's for the whole team. That's how you build the morale of a team, through toughness. And they know, as this thing goes, just like Tom Brady, he's tough coming down at the end. And so that's one of the things. Plus, he's a talented quarterback. He's got great experience. He's got a great head coach in Mac, and who I really admire. And he knows how to get the most out of a quarterback. So that's what I think he'll bring. I know he'll bring it. He's going to go compete. There's no doubt in my mind.
Great answer. Rod Marinelli here on Sean and RJ Diamond Factory Hotline. Can you talk a little bit more about your experience or what you like so much about Mike McCarthy?
Oh, God. I've competed against him for so long, all over the years, and when he was an assistant and the whole thing. I just think he's a steady hand, especially, as you get into the playoff. He's been there. He's been there and he's done it. And, that 2010 team he had was just in Green Bay, just amazing what he did. and went in as a wild card team with a great quarterback, which a lot of the same components here. I really like this defense at Dallas, so with the speed and the activity and the takeaways that they have, but the ability. But I just think he is a steady hand. He's a veteran. He's strong. He commands respect. Those are the things you want going in to the playoff, a cool hand, and he has that.
Coach, what's the matchup you're most looking forward to seeing in this one, and what's one that might give the Cowboys a little bit of problems?
I think the two matchups I'm really excited about, I love the front, so, the rush matchups, I'm really excited to see that. I know Hankins is hopefully coming back, so that's a matchup inside for the run game because you can't, as good as Tom Brady is, those good quarterbacks know how to use a run game too, and that's a physical back. But I think, that will help. And then I just really looking forward to the O-line and the D-line versus Tampa's D-line, and there's some real warriors in that front, Martin and Tyron Smith and some of those men. So it's a great Monday night matchup that you're excited about. And they learned, as people talk about all that last game. To me, you look at it, you evaluate it, you move on. Outlook is forward, and that's what I know that's what they're doing. And learn from it. And now it's so far behind you can't even remember it. Go play this game.
All right, Coach. This was an annual exercise we did with you at training camp. At the very end.
Sure, I remember.
All right, when you sit down with us, we got to test. We got to see how much you've brushed up on your history. RJ's a history buff, so let's see if you can pass this with flying colors again.
Well, make it easy now. I've not been as diligent. No, go ahead.
All right. We'll do some battle names from World War II. How about that? Are you well-versed in those?
I'm solid, yeah.
Okay, very good.
He's good in everything.
Yeah.
He's just being humble, Chop.
All right.
Give it to him.
What was the name of the battle of the Pacific between the U.S. Navy and the Imperial Japanese Navy in June of 42?
Midway.
That's correct.
Oh, he worried me.
Wow.
He had me worried.
Oh, man.
I was a little bit worried there.
All right, okay. Let's see. From 44 to 45, the Germans increased their troops for what World War II battle and major counteroffensive?
Battle of Bulge.
That is correct.
Wow.
2 for 2.
No hesitation. No hesitation.
What was the longest battle of World War II?
A long, good one. It's probably in the Pacific, I would think. Maybe that's a good Guadalcanal.
No, they said the Battle of Atlantic.
Hey, don't buzz him. Don't buzz him.
The answers in front of
you. Don't buzz, Coach. Don't buzz, Coach. Last one.
Last one. Let's go with. All right, this is not World War II. This happened in southern Montana. What was the name of the Battle of Custer's Last Stand?
Bighorn.
That's correct.
There he is.
75%. He got a 75 on it. I was always a C student.
Dang. I'm used to being 100%. That got me. Good job on that one.
Coach, it was awesome hearing from you again. Thank you so much for your time. You're welcome anytime. We love to hear that you're still living locally and enjoy the games this weekend, sir. You're a class act.
Yeah, you guys are class acts. I really appreciate you, and go Cowboys, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Rod Marinelli, the legend, on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Babe Laufenberg previews Tampa right after this. But first, let me get you on over to Trajan Wealth if you want. It's Sean and RJ along with Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. All the Tolos loving that Payton buzzed Rod Marinelli in our history quiz.
I just want to know, how did you know that was the wrong answer? I didn't give you the answers. Are you...
No, you said, no, it was, and so I buzzed.
Yeah, he never would have prematurely buzzed.
He had his finger over the buzzer. He was just waiting for it, is what it was.
Waiting to light up Rod Marinelli. Let's bring in Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst on the Diamond Factory hotline. He will have the call Monday night. He doesn't like that they're playing this on Monday night. We already discussed his tweet. We brought it up with Jerry Jones as well. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Good morning. Great. And let me just tell you very briefly, I listened to Rod Marinelli there. I love Rod. And I would not have been offended if I got a text from Payton Russell, your producer, saying, hey, babe, we're not going to need you this week. We're going to extend Rod Marinelli's segment into what is typically your segment. I would have said, totally understand.
Babe, let me ask this. Is there another coach as different on the field versus off the field that you've ever been around than Rod?
Oh, wow. I guess there's a few, but certainly he's on the short list. What I really love, I'll never forget this, and Rod was great to me. I'd go up, talk to him about things and game plan and defense and why you do this. And what I always loved about Rod Marinelli was anytime you asked him a question, not just me, anyone, he looked you straight in the eye, and it looked like it was the most important question he was going to answer that day. I mean, just locked straight on you. So I always appreciated that. Okay, so we're in training camp a number of years ago, whenever it was, but obviously Coach Marinelli was coach on the D-line. So he's out there and he's screaming at him. He said, I am not going to – now there's some expletives in there, as you guys know, right? I am not going to put up with this bleep. I'm tired of this bleep. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. This is the end of this bleep going on. I'm not having this bleep. I went up to him after practice. I said, Coach, I said, it was – and it sounded like it'd been going on all year, right? First practice, and I am so tired of this. So that will always stick out of my mind. He said, "Oh, you can't let up on these guys for a minute."
Yeah, Marinelli. My favorite drill all the years in Oxnard was just O-line, D-line, one-on-one or group with Marinelli right there.
Pass rush drill.
Pass rush drill. That was the best. All right, so why do you have such a strong opinion that this game should not be played on Monday night?
Well, I think everyone should, and that doesn't mean they should agree with my opinion, but I just think it's ridiculous to put this thing on Monday night for any team.
Yeah.
Cowboys are going to get back, we'll be on the charter. We're going to get back somewhere around 3:30 in the morning, right? Give or take probably 15 minutes or something. These coaches have to go in and get ready for a game plan on a short week. And even Tampa playing at home, it'll be a little bit different for them because, they're going to go back to their own beds. They're going to get to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning or something. You can go up and have your workday. These coaches are not going to get to sleep until 5 in the morning, somewhere around there. And they're going to be right back in the office having a game plan on a short week. And I just think, hey, during the regular season, everybody goes through something in the schedule where it's not perfect, right? We know that. And if you're the Cowboys, you can go through a lot of that because you're always on these primetime games, right? So I just think you can't look at this and say, how do we do this to this team? Because the Cowboys will most likely be on the road in the second round, right? If they win. So you're going to come back on Monday morning, well, really Tuesday morning, and get ready for a game that you're going to have to travel to. Could be San Francisco, could be Philadelphia. And you're going to have to travel there on a short week. And I just think it puts you at a competitive disadvantage. And I just think in the playoffs, everything has to be geared toward making it just as even as as fair as possible for the teams. Again, regular season, 17 games. There's going to come a time where you're trying to schedule all these games, whatever it is now, 271, used to be 256, where, hey, it's not going to match up perfectly for you. But that should not be in the playoffs. Way too much at stake in these playoffs to do that. That's my opinion.
Yes, sir. Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. Always like taking advantage of your film study. Did you watch Game 1 again? What do you take?
I'm only laughing. I was talking to Payton, your producer, on the break, and I said I just looked at the whole game again last night.
Yeah.
All 22. And, and they throttled them pretty good. The one thing I kind of forgot from game one, Zeke ran the ball pretty well. He only had a long run of 7. But he had 52 yards on 10 carries. And it was a bunch of 4 and 5 and 6. And he ran the ball fairly well against them. Actually, I'd say very well. Obviously, they got behind, and the game turned into a passing game, so had to kind of get away from it. Now, as we all know, we're 4 months down the road, so a lot of things have changed. But they ran the ball better than I thought, and then they just locked them up, and CD got frustrated. You could just watching the tape, you could just feel the frustration again. They took him out of the game, not by doubling or anything. Cowboys ran a bunch of option routes with CD in that game, and they just didn't look very good. I don't even know if they run them anymore with him. But, Cowboys were kind of feeling out their offense and their way through that thing. But, certainly did not play well.
What have you seen from the Bucs offense on tape?
Well, they never really hit stride until if you watched 2 weeks ago. And Mike Evans had 3 touchdowns. I mean, Evans only had 6 touchdown passes, or receptions, this season. 3 of them came in the Carolina game, right, and had 200 and change. But, they have not been able to run the ball. They really don't try. They were last in the NFL in rushing, which I think bodes well for Dallas because, as we all know, the weak spot, up until the corner situation evolved a couple of weeks ago, has been the run. And when Tampa Bay came in here the first time, and McCarthy has said it many times, you kept waiting for Tampa to throw the ball in that game 1 this year. And they came out the first series and ran it. And I was like, okay, well, they showed something. Now they'll start throwing it. And they came out second series and ran it. And they ran it. So they kind of went away from script in that first game. But again, they have not been a good rushing team all year long. So I think the Cowboys should be able to handle that aspect of Tampa Bay's offense.
What's been wrong with Tom Brady this year and the passing game? You got Evans, you got Godwin, and you're scoring 17 points a game.
It's been off, hasn't it? And I happen to, you guys probably have too. It seems like Tampa's played a lot of the Sunday or Monday or just games where at least I had the opportunity to watch them. If they play Sunday opposite Cowboys, you don't really see them. You see some highlights. But they just look out of sync, don't they? I mean, they just don't look right.
Yeah.
But, they've still got number 12 back there, and that scares me. I don't care how old he is. I don't care how many divorces he's been through this year. I don't care about any of it. You see 12, and you just say, you get that sinking feeling of, oh, no, right? Hey, how about this one? Tom Brady, playoff win. He has more playoff wins than the other 13 quarterbacks combined. Combine the other 13. You know who he is tied with in playoff wins, though? The Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no.
I don't mean Dak Prescott. I mean the franchise.
Holy cow.
They both got 35. Is that crazy?
Yeah. Nuts.
It's crazy.
So, Babe, a lot of guys coming back off of injury here. You're going to get Tyler Biadasz, Jonathan Hankins, Leighton Vander Esch. Which one do you think has the chance to be the most impactful for this specific game?
Oh, I think it's Leighton. Damone Clark has come in and, he's done a nice job, but he had been hurt coming in, obviously didn't have camp, the whole 9 yards. I just think, aside from what the coaches and players talk about, which I'm not privy to, of getting guys lined up and being that vocal leader in on the defense and being the guy who sets a lot of the fronts and for the defensive line and things of that nature. He's just so much more physical than what they've had in there. And he goes sideline to sideline, as we know. And I think Leighton's one of those guys, fellas, where I wasn't of this ilk, but people, Leighton, they're overpaying him, they're this, they're that. He's a number one, should be better. And then you don't have him, and it's like, oh boy, do we miss him?
Right.
I think Anthony Brown's a little bit of that guy, right? There's a lot of vitriol thrown Anthony Brown's way, and then you don't have him, and you're like, oh boy, maybe he was a little better than we thought. So I think Leighton's going to be a big factor in this ball game and for this defense.
Babe, Dak was horrible at the end of the season, and he was horrible in the first game of the season. 3 points scored. This Cowboys offense against this Buccaneers defense could look like what, in your opinion?
Well, Tampa Bay locked down the Cowboys receivers in that first game. I think at some point here they're going to have to take some deep shots, and I mean early, double move, get the Tampa Bay defenders off them. You go back, I looked at the game. Every ball was basically contested. I mean, they jumped routes. They were not afraid of a deep threat in that game. Tampa Bay did not appear to be. So I honestly, if I'm Kellen Moore, I try to back them off early with a couple of shots, and I always call them investments. You don't even need to hit them necessarily. Obviously, you want to, right? But all of a sudden, when that corner realizes, oh, geez, they may try to run by me here, they play things a little bit differently. I think T.Y. Hilton, I would have him more involved in this game because if you want to talk about somebody that can run by you, even at 33, it's still T.Y. Hilton. Noah Brown, maybe the best route runner, but he just doesn't threaten anybody with his speed. So they're going to be jumping all those short and back them off a little bit with a couple of double moves early. Don't wait till the fourth quarter and then play the game from there.
Babe, last one, few seconds left. Your thoughts on the Mike McCarthy job security that we may or may not have started Tuesday?
I kind of laugh. I mean, only from the standpoint that this is a guy that's gone 12-5, right, consecutive years, and you've been to the playoffs 2 consecutive years. We all know the stats. No coach, no team. The Cowboys haven't made it. I mean, they're 12-5. They're not sneaking in.
Right.
I mean, Tampa Bay is. Let's face it. They're sneaking in a bad division at 8-9. Cowboys would have had the opportunity to do that in 2020, but obviously they were poor that year. Went through a lot of quarterbacks, the whole 9 yards. But I mean, to me, you want to be like the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that means knocking on the door every year. Pittsburgh's always knocking on the door. Doesn't mean they get there. Doesn't mean they win it. But if you get there enough, eventually you're going to break through. And you go back to so many of these playoff games, and I know we got to wrap this up, but New England doesn't win if there's not the tuck rule in 2001 and Adam Vinatieri hits a 45-yard field goal in a damn blizzard, right? The non-call pass interference against the Rams, they don't make the Super Bowl if that is officiated correctly. It's New Orleans, right? I mean, the list goes on and on about one play turning the fortunes of a game. So you just got to hope you stay close, and you hope that the ball bounces your way. I mean, as we know, the ball bounces funny ways. It is not a perfect game. There's going to be things that happen in the game that you're going to have to overcome, and you just got to try to be the team that can do it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, brother. As always, have a great trip and a great call. We will be listening. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory hotline. We have video of the Odell incident, and is Sean Payton coaching in Texas, just not for the Cowboys. Final hour Thursday after this. Did Santa bring you security cameras for Christmas? How's that working out? Are you enjoying the endless notifications you get? Or maybe you got some smart gadgets online like a smart door lock or thermostat?
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Fist pump time here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. How can we trigger Bobby in the final hour of the show? We've done it 6,
you can't.
7, and 8.
Oh, we came.
You can't.
We've been successful. 6, 7, and 8 o'clock already. We'll try. Give us some ideas. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
Do you say, how do you pronounce the word CAN?
Can.
So when you say, that's what you're speaking of.
I can do it.
There you go. Thank you.
I can do it.
Okay. I can do it. That's exactly how I say it too.
Why?
Sarah corrects me like every day. Or not corrects me. She's like, it's not I can. It's I can. And I'm like, people don't talk like that. And I just wanted proof.
I can do it. I don't know. What did I just say?
Like that we can tick him off? Is that where?
Yeah, she would say you can tick him off.
Like she says we're pronouncing it Ken.
Yeah.
Like Ken.
Like, yeah, Ken doll. Like a Ken doll.
You know what I always tell Amanda? I get paid to talk.
It's a good line. I'm gonna try it.
I'm a professional broadcaster.
I was aggressively trolling Kristen yesterday. Not about that, but just in general. I was like, "Where's the remote?" She's like, "I don't know. We couldn't find it." I was like, "Y'all always lose it." She goes, "Not y'all." I was like, "You're right. Not y'all. You always lose it." And she looks at me. And I was like, "I mean, you're in charge of the home." The upkeep, keeping track of those sorts of
Good God.
And Bob Bundy.
I just keep it like I just keep, and obviously then I just go with it so long till she's just like seething stare, and then as soon as I get that I go, I'm just kidding. But I just go until.
What do you do in the house?
Bring home the bacon.
Oh my goodness.
No. What about him? He died for your sins. Anyway, no,
Do you do laundry?
Laundry is the one that I will, like, I'll start laundry and stuff like that. I don't like the dishes. The dishes is the one I'll avoid as much as I can.
Oh, really?
But I'll straighten up and stuff like that.
Okay, so you don't wash or dry?
On dishes, no, I hate it.
Okay, you don't take them out and put them away?
No, well, I mean, I'll take them out and put them away. That takes 2 seconds. But the actual washing the dishes, I hate getting, like, my shirt wet and stuff. It's just, like, it's a gross
Starting the wash
feeling.
is, like, the easiest
No, like,
job.
I've folded. The problem is that she doesn't want me.
What do you do consistently per week?
I mean, I just straighten up in general.
Okay.
Crack the whip on the kids. Like, let's get going, children.
Okay. All right.
What did you think? Where did you think I was going?
I didn't know where you were going.
But no cooking, no dishes.
I'll put them up.
Sometimes laundry.
I'll put them up. Yeah, laundry. Take out the trash. Laundry. I'll wash and dry. The problem is like she doesn't like when I put the clothes up. I put them in the wrong place.
And you?
Well, we still live separately, so
no, you don't.
Well, no,
no, you don't.
You're living in sin. Let's just be honest about
it. We maintain separate residencies.
Yes.
So you
burn a mortgage. One of you burns a mortgage.
One of us does.
It's you.
I do quite a bit. Like I do.
How do y'all divide it up? Who does what?
If I'm there, like she's gone during the day, I'll just go over her place after the gym. And I'll just do my work from her place, and if there's something in the dryer, I'll try to fold it if it's there.
Okay.
I'll
try.
Yeah, if I think of it, But no,
Does she do your laundry?
No.
You don't do your laundry over her house?
No, I do it at my house.
Okay.
If I have stuff, I mean, I could start it over at her place. She does mostly all the cooking. I tried to cook the other night, and she was like, "You're never cooking again."
What did you mess up?
I just made a mess. Like there was just stuff everywhere. Like it was fish, and some of the fish juice got on the counter.
Yeah.
And she put the kibosh on that real quick. She's like, "You're never touching this thing again."
Okay. And cleaning the place and everything. It's her place, so she, I guess, should have to clean it.
Yeah, I mean,
washing the dishes.
Yeah, well,
are you messy?
I do a lot of the dishes. We both do the dishes.
Okay.
I don't mind washing dishes. I think it's simple.
Are you like messy? Are you cluttered?
I'm cluttered. I got a lot of crap just like spread around everywhere. I need to declutter the house.
I randomly
she does too. We just need to move. We just need to move it. We should move it.
Yeah.
It'd be so much better.
You're on the same phone plan.
Randomly, I'll just like get in my car one day and I go, "Oh, it's clean." And it's usually Kristen took the car and she's like, I need to clean the car.
Wow.
And so then I just hop in. Or like she's done that to my office at my other gig. I'll walk in my office. I'm like, oh, it's clean. No, she like
My office.
She's gone
the
up
Russell Wilson of radio up here.
She's gone up there to like pick something up or whatever. And if she's up there at work with me and I'm doing something, she goes to, and she will clean my office. She's like, this is a mess.
Okay, there you go.
Now you do all the barbecuing.
Yeah, my only household thing that is cooking. No laundry. No cleaning. And no, very, very, very few dishes. Mostly her dishes. She's a saint. She's an angel. There you go.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. But cooking. I will cook a lot.
Not just grill.
No, cook.
Well,
last night was fish and chips. Tilapia fish and chips.
You're not British. Just call them fries.
Batter it? Was it battered?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't even think we had. Battered it.
Yeah.
Yep. Did it all up.
Baby.
Yeah, I can cook. Thai food, Indian food recently. Yeah, all of it. Yep. So, yeah, cooking. But otherwise, she dominates. All right, the Odell Beckham video. We got the plane incident. Bobby has not commented on this yet because he was late, Gavin Spittle, in case you're listening. But this is the incident where Odell was kicked off the plane. He says he was asleep. He was completely out of it. The flight attendant said he was not cooperative. He wouldn't put a seatbelt on. So they had to get law enforcement on and decide to kick him off. Here's how that conversation went.
You know how many times you've shaken him to put his seatbelt on and he didn't respond?
If you don't want him to fly, that's a decision that you guys are going to have to make. That's, you tell the captain, and then we'll get him out. But that's something that you guys got to make.
Multiple times, multiple people. Hey, sir, put your seatbelt on. All we're getting is this.
This is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, this is 5 hours.
Then that's up to you guys.
Yeah,
That's up to you guys. But medically, if he doesn't want us to check him out, I can't. And I don't really say anything wrong. He might be tired or have taken a long trip and doesn't want to follow orders. That's a whole other animal.
He told her he just came from a club.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. He's tired.
And he's taking stuff. And he's not even responding us to put on his seatbelt.
He just responded to know where he's at. He knows where he's at, exactly where he's flying.
And he had pants on when he came on. He doesn't have pants on now.
His pants are on now.
His pants are on.
He has shorts on. Underwear.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want, we'll stand by out here because I don't know what you want us to do as far as fire rescue.
He's mad at us because we called you. I said, we're worried about you.
That's fine. You guys are doing your job.
He's going to go deteriorate once we get in the air. So he's all embarrassed.
Don't worry. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, he doesn't want to come off.
He does not want to come off?
No, he's coming to the next.
Okay. Advise the sergeant to come here.
Motor 70's on the
He
way.
needs to come off.
We're going to have to deboard everybody.
Okay.
First class.
All right, so what'd you take from that first video clip?
Wait, he said we're headed to deboard everybody. Then somebody just said first class. They didn't deboard the entire plane, just first class?
Well, maybe first class off. I don't know.
Look at that. Odell Beckham, man of the people. He's looking out for the 99%.
I don't understand why they have to get everybody off the plane. I've never understood that. Like, why do you have to get one passenger and he won't get off? Do you have to get everybody else off the plane?
The part that's missing in this is the initial walk up to see if Odell was dead asleep. If he was consciously being uncooperative, no, I'm not doing it. Then he deserves what he got.
Right.
If he was straight dead out, now he does still have to somehow get his seatbelt on.
Right, correct.
They can't take off. And the minute you put it on for him, all of a sudden, you're in a lawsuit for touching him. So that's the conversation. I don't know why his pants being on came up, but in the second audio clip, so now Odell is awake. And everyone has realized that this one person is causing them to have to get off the plane. So there's this elderly gentleman who's saying to Odell, like, you just get off. Like, make the selfless decision. You leave versus everybody else. And Odell did not like it.
I would never, ever in my life get off the plane for you. Specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. It don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you could look at me. Ever.
Guys, just don't engage with them. Just don't engage. Quicker we get.
You gonna wait 40 minutes and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Yeah, get your fat ass. Yeah, I will. Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet. Enjoy the cheese board on the way home. Don't mean nothing to me, bro. Got life up. I'm sorry. All you had to do was wake me up.
Having them go that way?
And that's the clip that the internet is attacking Odell for. You pompous, arrogant, entitled brat. And you're fat shaming the old man.
I had to give him 3 years. 3-year deal here. Just after that video.
After that video?
Yeah. Just for the pettiness of like, I'd make it off the plane for everybody else. Not you now. Now because of you, I'm gonna make everybody get off.
I think it's clear. He couldn't remember what the coochie board thing. He couldn't remember what it is.
It's a charcuterie board.
A charo. Yeah, coochie.
The shark. Yeah. He couldn't remember what it is.
I thought Payton looked to the right to see if he had to dump that.
No, that's what it's called.
Okay, charcuterie board. Yeah, the
He
cheese
couldn't remember.
board.
He called it a cheese board.
All right, punk move or not? Or not enough evidence?
I like him. He's obviously acting like a brat, like getting off the plane.
I'll be on a PJ in a minute.
I'll be in a PJ.
Yeah, that like I'll be on a private jet. Yeah, sipping champagne while you got your moldy cheese board.
Yeah.
Like
everybody loves room temperature cheeses.
He's clearly being a brat. Which, by the way, how like well off do you have to be to like comfortably dunk on everyone in first class? Like to comfortably be like, you loser in first class.
And I would have come back and said, then why are you sitting with us?
Yeah, why aren't you on a PJ?
Why aren't you on a PJ?
Well, you got it.
He's clearly being a brat there. I think the cops, at least when they're talking to the flight staff, they sound like they're almost siding with Odell. Like
all right, if you want him off,
like
that's your right.
he's got it. Like they're like his pants are on. Like, don't know what your problem is. He said he was sleeping.
He's just out. He's
and they're like,
tired.
he didn't know. They're like, we talked to him. We knew where he was. Like, they sounded almost a little annoyed, like he was asleep. Like, that's, I interpreted it as the police thought he was asleep.
He's dead tired. He came from the club.
Or he took something, like to go to sleep.
Maybe he took a sleeping pill. Maybe he took something at the club, but he's coming down from that. Like, there's any million things.
I think he told them he was clubbing.
That's what he said. The flight attendant said he was at a club, so maybe he told him that. I don't know. But, like, that's what happens when you go to the club and you're out late. Like, this was in Miami, Florida. The last call was like 4 a.m.
Sean Payton talking with the Arizona Cardinals. The Houston Texans have also requested permission. David Shaw has been contacted by the Denver Broncos.
Really?
So, yeah, David Shaw, Stanford.
Bill Stanford guy.
And Sean McVay has given his staff permission. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if y'all need to find jobs and you want to look, I'm not going to stop you. And people are like, should Sean Payton take the Rams job? So the musical coaching chairs with the two Seans, David Shaw, Houston, Arizona, and Denver.
There's no way I took the Rams job.
No.
None.
He already coached Jameis Winston. Why does he want to do it again?
Well, that's a good reference. No, they have nothing to work with. They have bad cap, and they've got no picks for, 3 more years?
F them picks.
I promise y'all, unsolicited, like Dan Orlovsky won't leave me alone right now. I didn't answer back to our last interaction, and then I finally just went back at him. I went back. I think Bobby will be proud.
Yeah.
You want me to, should we get into it?
Yeah, we should.
All right. This could be our final trigger moment for Bobby. The other playoff miss for all the other teams, Cowboys-Bucs included, and Dan Orlovsky had to defend Dak after what ESPN did to him this morning. That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game.
Frankel. Thanks, Bobby. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
9:40. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Tomorrow, Mike McCarthy, hopefully in a great mood at 7:15.
Y'all are in trouble.
I can sit out that interview and have Bobby and Choppy do it.
Can't. I got to go to KRLD, baby.
Oh, you got to go downstairs for a few minutes?
Yeah, which, by the way, that's what everybody keeps texting when we're doing the McCarthy thing. They're like, why is Bobby banned from asking questions? I'm like, I'm down at KRLD. Like,
yeah.
He's out. To come back upstairs.
We're also KRLD, sir.
He's outside of the studio.
KRLD AM.
So tomorrow, it'll be Mike McCarthy at 7:15. And we got a bunch of stuff to get to. We got the dark roast. RJ has a Buccaneers song. Payton has called. Did you call Stephen A?
I did. No answer. We're going to have to go to email now.
Yesterday, he did it again. He's like, Jerry Jones is lying to you. He said,
the fan.
He's like, what was it? Was it the fan? You know, like he doesn't know by now, the fan.
The fan.
So
it was good. It was good. He said, I believe it was on 105.3 The Fan. That's how I say.
All right, so you don't think he was being dismissive?
No. I think he was shouting y'all out again.
Okay.
God, he's got a man crush on us. It's cool. We're into it.
You guys have reciprocated, so.
We are the only, I think we're the only station gets mentioned like that. We're the only one that has on Jerry Jones. That's why people are like, oh my gosh, way to get on TV. I said, it's Jerry. Jerry gets us on TV. It's not us. All right, you want to go around the rest of the playoffs, or you want to get into my inbox? You all vote.
Let's get in your.
I don't know. I shouldn't give this too much time, and it's like the Skip Bayless criticism. You're doing what they want.
I want to hear about Dan Orlovsky sliding into your DMs.
All right, so Orlovsky did our exercise from yesterday. He ranked the playoff quarterbacks. Here's the order. All 14. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts. Fine. No disagreements, no objections, right? Justin Herbert, 5. Bobby and I had Dak Prescott, 5. I think I'm guilty of giving the Chargers and Herbert too much of a pass. It's just like, okay, Justin Herbert, he's a god with his arm talents, and he throws it like Josh Allen and Mahomes. He's in the category, and I just go off of that, and I don't break it down until I looked at the final month of the season. I'm like, I trust Dak Prescott to score more points than Justin Herbert in their team's next game. In their next game. That's why I put Dak at 5. Herbert is heads and shoulders, not even close. He's supremely talented, superior over Dak in terms of talent. I would take Herbert 10 times out of 10 moving forward. I'm just talking about for this weekend with the way Dak has been playing, except for the Commander game. So Herbert's 5, according to Orlovsky. Lamar Jackson is 6. Wait on that for a second. I know that makes Bobby happy. Tom Brady is 7. The Mystique. God, I can't wait for Tuesday morning. God, I can't wait for all you Mystique people. Number 8. And this is indefensible, insulting, and fake. Daniel Jones is 8. Over.
This is the first offensive one to me. I can, if you want to say that
I think that I don't think Lamar's offensive. I think it doesn't make any sense.
I think it's just because Lamar's hurt.
Well, I don't. Tell me he's playing Sunday, and I still think it doesn't make any sense. He's been out he hasn't practiced for a month.
Yeah,
and he's going to come back. I believe that the Cowboys offense will score more points, or again, you're going up against the Bucs defense, Bengals defense. I would trust Dak and the Cowboys offense over Lamar and the Ravens offense this weekend, just for this weekend's games. Lamar's going to be ice cold.
Ice cold.
There were questions about him throwing it already, and now if you want to say he's just dangerous and he can take over at any moment, fine. But I don't think I don't think it makes sense to have Lamar. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. God forbid. In our job.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, the way that he hasn't played in a month and a half, 6 weeks or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty hard to say that he's today better than Dak Prescott. If you were to just go overall, then fine.
Or Trevor Lawrence, maybe. I mean, you guys had Trevor higher than me, but Daniel Jones at 8. I mean, put on your Better Call Chop hat.
Daniel Jones at 8?
Yeah.
No, I can't.
You can't.
I couldn't even defend this. I couldn't even defend. Now,
running? We're running around. If I have Lamar at 6, I would have Daniel Jones at 8. It's under the same principles.
Here we go. I'll say.
Come on, better call.
Here's how I could do it. Daniel Jones has a Pro Bowl level QBR. There you go.
Okay.
Pro Bowl level.
Final month of the season.
He's 7th in the NFL in QBR this year.
Okay.
The only people who are ahead of him are Geno, Goff, Hurts, Tua, Allen, Mahomes.
Trevor Lawrence is 9. Geno Smith is 10. I think that's borderline offensive. Again, look at Seattle's final month. Okay. Kirk Cousins is 11. I mean, Kirk Cousins shouldn't be behind Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones has no business being in the top 13? 12. Would you take Brock Purdy or Daniel Jones tomorrow to quarterback your team? I know you're going to say it depends.
I think I had Daniel Jones above him yesterday.
Okay. Cousins is 11. Dak is 12. That sets off all the media, including us. Brock Purdy is 13. Skylar Thompson is 14. Is it offensive, Bobby, Brock Purdy's agent, Bobby Bell, to have him at 13? He's the second worst quarterback in the playoffs.
Didn't I have him? I think I had him as like the third worst yesterday. And it's just because I don't know what we can glean other than just Kyle Shanahan's good at this point.
So just to reset, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Hurts, Herbert, Lamar, Tom, Daniel Jones, Trevor, Geno, Cousins, Dak at 12, Purdy, Skylar Thompson. So Orlovsky and I have been going back and forth over the past few days. He's commented on Bobby's poll questions over who's going to win the game. He said right now the Cowboys. And I was like, well, on TV, you're blasting them and saying Tampa's going to win if they go play action. So I was like, come on the show. He's dodged it, giving me like 3 or 4 different excuses. And then, so I said, forget it. I'm not asking anymore. I'm not going to beg someone to come on. And then he put this list out and I just sent him a message. I said, final hour. You have to defend this. I've been wanting to avoid, I don't want to get ugly between Orlovsky and Bobby. I don't want to invite someone on and attack them. I know it would probably go that route because of Bobby's disdain for Orlovsky. Yes, on one hand, it would be great radio. On the other hand, we don't like to invite people on and jump them. You know what I mean? Now, if they call in unsolicited, I want to be an a-hole, then let's go. Let's go at it. But invite you on and then attack. The Howard Eskin thing, Philly, that's a little bit different. That's more fun. So I said, come on, man. What are you doing? Come on the show. You can defend it. He goes, I'll be on First Take. I don't understand the issue. That was 90 minutes ago. I never wrote back. I didn't write anything back at 8 o'clock. Then he writes me at 9 a.m. Where do you want Dak? 9? 10? And then I just said, okay.
9.
Pop, 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 pop. Yes, even with my hands, I can go pop, pop, pop. I said, you have him as the third worst quarterback in the playoffs. You have him behind Daniel Jones. You know that's insulting. I said, did Geno Smith have a better final month? Lamar hasn't practiced in a month. You have confidence in them scoring ice cold going into this? And now, as we see, he's on TV talking to Stephen A. So that's my back and forth with Orlovsky and my DMs.
You know, I don't care for the hoodie under a suit jacket.
Yeah, he's swagger jacking Whitworth.
Why didn't you tell Whitworth that? I don't care for those glasses.
Is that the Amazon Prime dude?
Yeah, the
guy we interviewed who was great. You weren't here that day, but he was fantastic.
I was like, was Choppy here?
We interviewed him.
Andrew Whitworth. Yeah, we had him on. He started this hoodie jacket.
He was really good too.
I think he's good on TV. I don't know. It's the hoodie under the jacket. Is that?
It's the look now.
Payton. Oh, what just happened? Payton
Stephen
was in
A.
my
just
ear.
said, well, it looks like the flagship station 105.3 The Fan wants me to come back on because they called me yesterday.
Boom, he's coming back. Hey, and I want him to tell Dan Orlovsky right now they want me on and not your
Did Orlovsky
BS.
say anything?
No, I was just listening to Stephen A.
Okay. All right, because he's talking
So I think I should be expecting a phone call after their show.
Tomorrow, Monday.
See, look at him now. You see what he's doing now? He's trolling you. Orlovsky. He's putting his giant hand. No, he put his giant hand up on the screen.
He's like, look at my hands.
Look at how big my hands are. That's what
he's trolling all of us. He put Dak 12th to troll me because I was talking about him being 12-yard end zones. And then he said, where should I put him then? 9th? And he's making a Romo reference there.
Oh,
this is what and then he holds up the hand.
And isn't who's 10? The Cooper Rush? Is it a Cooper Rush?
Yeah,
joke?
that's a Cooper Rush. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Are you with me finally, Sean?
That
he's being a fraud.
I am. God, I want to believe, RJ, that he's just being dumb and not fake. I'd much rather you be dumb than fake.
Yeah.
I gotta say it's 80% fake. I think he's fraudulent. Although he's like responding in my DMs like, "What do you want? What's the deal? Like, what do you think? You think I'm crazy?" So he would come on and justify it. Which one's better?
Let's go Colin Cowherd.
All right, this is Colin Cowherd on FS1 with his latest thoughts on number 4.
Dak finished the regular season tied with Davis Mills of the Houston Texans for the most picks in the league, 15, despite only starting 12 games. And this was, of course, very predictable. Once you pay an average quarterback, that average quarterback gets less support. Kirk Cousins, Dak, I've always said, it's the same guy, slightly above average, can't carry a team to a win, needs a lot of help. Mahomes, it doesn't matter. He lost Tyreek Hill, doesn't matter. Best offense in the league. Dak, it does. Dak is not an A. Dak has never been an A. He wasn't a college A. He wasn't a high school A. He's not an NFL A. He's not the most talented quarterback, in my opinion, in his own division. Mahomes is the best quarterback in the world. So you can pay him whatever the market bears. But when I heard all the media and the fanboys rush out to, he deserves it. It's not a deserved league. He's not a $45 million quarterback. He threw 3 more picks this year than Patrick Mahomes on 250 fewer throws. But again, I never get too worked up. Dak's certainly good enough to win a playoff game. But when you overpay for a slightly above average quarterback, that quarterback gets exposed.
You want to say something about him too, since you're on his podcast network?
He follows me on Twitter.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
his premise isn't wrong.
It's not wrong today or whatever. But I mean, like literally, I'm just searching go search his name and Dak on Twitter and watch how many different opinions he has.
Yeah, like he's not wrong. Like if you pay an average quarterback you can't pay anything but elite. Like that the philosophy is, if you pay a $40 million quarterback or $50 million, whatever the going rate is that quarterback is good enough to make up for Tyreek Hill going to Miami.
Here's the problem with both Colin and Dan Orlovsky. Neither one of them can ever utter the phrase, "I've always said," because you've never always said anything. You are always changing your opinion. Like I said, up here, looking through his tweets, he's talking about, "I've always said about Dak, he's Kirk Cousins, he can't do this." And then you look through here and it's like, Dak has been phenomenal this year in 2019. Dak's been phenomenal this year. Not sure how his critics can't be impressed. Dak again bails out the Cowboys, but it's like it's all over the map.
Playmaker has now weighed in. Oh, then we got whales. We got whales.
Oh,
we got whales everywhere. Stephen A. just mentioned you guys. I watch and listen to both somehow at the same damn time, sometimes while driving.
Multitasking, baby.
He's listening and Netflixing while driving.
How is he listening to the radio, driving and watching?
Hey,
I just texted him back, though. I said, "Tell me, Mike, is Orlovsky genuine or is it BS?" He's going to write back it's genuine. But there's Mike. Mike.
Thanks for the PPM, Mike.
Don't give me no one knows what that means, Bobby. That's a little Frankel.
It is.
Future case right here with the playmaker.
Frankel.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Whales everywhere. KMC is next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
It's time for Crosstalk here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning, fellas. Corey, what is coming up?
Brian Urlacher, Hall of Famer, joins us at 12:20 during the lunch rush today, otherwise known as the Expressway. Kevin,
he's awesome. He's a cool dude.
Never interviewed him before, but very, very excited. Ooh. Hey,
what was that?
Hey, Sean, are you an orca?
I don't know.
Maybe we can go humpback at my place later.
Oh,
High five on that one. High five.
That's a whale joke, everybody.
There we go.
Because the station of whales.
There we go.
My favorite Star Trek movie was the one with the whales.
Part 4?
Yeah, the one with Catherine Hicks.
Never interviewed him before, though, Sean, and I'm really excited about this. I texted Kevin the other day. I was like, hey, did we interview Barry Sanders? And he was like, I think we did. We had him on Zoom and everything. I was like, man.
What a career.
Trying to put the list up, man.
When you're just like, I can't remember if I interviewed the second best running back of all time or not.
It's awesome. Like, I remember.
First best?
Jim Brown, I guess.
Okay.
According to
Barry's
people.
number one.
So the second best, but the first best, who's not an awful person.
Oh, shots at Jim Brown.
No, he's just a quitter.
He's right about
They
this.
both are quitters.
Yeah.
Bobby, stop putting and then coming to the mic to give your
I'm
opinion
driving.
and then go back
He's
to
driving
putting.
with the
I'm
putter.
driving.
I can't wait.
He's honest to God scaring me that he's going to pop me in the back of the head.
I can't wait to play golf with Bobby.
Are you going to play?
Yeah, I'm going to play. I'm going to make a bet with Bobby. So
You don't play with slow players.
No, we're gonna give him a little bit of a boost.
No, I play fast.
I'm gonna play you in golf. I will let you tee off from the green.
You're trying to get me to shoot under 60.
My gosh.
I will let you tee off for the furthest part from the hole of every green. And
All right, but what about this? Do you think that you could be serious? Do you think you could beat Bobby playing opposite left-handed?
Oh, I batted lefty in baseball.
How did it go?
What?
How did it go?
I was okay.
He won the Cowboys home run derby.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
I'm not bragging here because I'm still horrible right-handed, but my dad made me play golf as a child right-handed because finding left-handed clubs was not easy to do. So I played golf right-handed up till about 12 or 13 until I was like, I don't really like this. I'm not doing it anymore. And I would shoot in like 9 holes. I would shoot like 70 to 75. Now I'm 10 to 12 years old at the time playing right-handed. So I think I could beat him if I played right-handed the whole time. I think I could.
What is the contention and the parameters of the wagers that are out there in the world?
What do you mean, like parameters, like limitations?
Well,
or?
like you and Derek are going to play. What do you have to achieve? I know you're going to play golf.
Derek, it was supposed to be 80. Now Derek's just making it easy. Derek's making it like I need to shoot like I think he said 105. If I shoot 105, I get $500.
Yeah.
Is your wife listening right now?
I think so.
Kristen,
She Lowe's.
Kristen, $500 he's now bid up to.
Hey, snitches get stitches.
$500. I'm saving
Chill.
I'm saving your marriage. Bobby is a reckless gambler. You can always bet him up. Like
Just a Boomer Jacks, Bill.
Bassick, you stay away from him. He'll always let his pride take over it. And Kristen, it's now up to 500, just so you know. So
to shoot
Stop
105.
Man, I'm getting so loose.
Stop.
Can I play righty and use lefty clubs?
How about I play lefty, you play righty?
What's wrong, Corey?
Just what he just said.
What?
About how, well, you know.
This show had a lot of poll questions yesterday. I saw Derek Collins sending out. You must have had a entertaining program.
Yes,
Yeah, Mike,
as
it was
always.
your
Question for these guys.
Yes, which
That's why I
show,
brought it up, Mike.
if we mounted the American Gladiators challenge, which show would be victorious?
With Derek on your show or not?
Yes.
Isn't that a little unfair?
Okay.
Why?
No.
So what? We can bring in.
Yeah, you get to pick one.
Darren
You
Woodson.
brought in Bobby Belt.
We can.
Yeah. Look, you brought in.
He just said he could shoot less than 105. His
We'll let
first
you
time
bring
going.
Roy
Payton's
back.
mustache.
You get Roy back.
Obviously,
Oh my god.
obviously, you guys would win. You
Yes.
have two professional
I'll tell you who
athletes.
you
One
should
is a
pick up.
Pilates
We'd win either
nut,
way.
spin cycle. Sorry, not Pilates. Spin cycle nut, Peloton nut, and the other is still maybe playing Major League Baseball.
Joey's a college athlete too.
That's
Add
right.
Sandler
And
to
so
your
Joey's
team.
on there. I mean,
Is Joey their producer?
Kinda.
Yeah.
for that, because if we're comparing the Get Right, we would have to assume Reggie is with the Get Right in that scenario.
What are the American Gladiators games again? What do they do?
Joust.
That's. I think everyone knows that. The one where
If it's
you
golf, you're in trouble.
have to run to the other side of the course and drop the ball in the little hoop.
There's like football, basketball kind of thing. You got these little trash cans. You put the football in. They can be tackled.
Assault, right?
Yeah.
Assault.
Well, you had the rings. Remember the rings where you had
Yeah.
to fight people on the rings and everything. And then you have the big obstacle course where Nitro stands up there and shoots tennis balls at you.
If you let us add Mark Elfenbein, we could beat Bassick and you guys.
For sure.
That guy ran around the whole complex of surprise in like 30 seconds. It was amazing.
You let us add him, we'll win.
You have more thoughts about that, Mike?
Yeah. Do you know how many people came up to my dad who take lessons in the backyard and go, "Did that guy really beat Mike and the other guy? Roy was the other guy. And the other guy in like running around the stadium? And this is 12 years ago or whatever."
That was pre-Soto Mike. So
and
legit.
it's like,
you were like 4 years outside of being an athlete.
Not at all.
All right, what was the other poll question?
For 2023, would you rather have Dak or Aaron Rodgers?
How did that come up?
I was pretty surprised. On the fan text, it was overwhelmingly Aaron Rodgers. But on Derek Collins' Twitter, it was 65% Dak, 35% Aaron
Isn't it
Rodgers.
amazing how the different text, Twitter, Facebook reactions
for sure
just go
like today?
different?
If you could
Poor
trade,
phrasing.
I understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you could trade after the playoffs are over, Dak for Aaron Rodgers, would you do it? Straight up.
For how many years?
It's just, I mean, you get him next year. I mean, you don't know Aaron's going to pretend retire after every season. But
I mean, if Aaron Rodgers, we already made this mistake once, and Bobby, I was going to respond to your tweet yesterday, but we made this mistake once with Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers gets another number one, he'll be better than Dak Prescott next year.
No.
I disagree.
Step up.
Not possible.
I disagree.
Why is it not possible?
Because he plays like S all year. Like
he just won 2 MVPs.
His QBR was 37 this year. Like we're
And
talking
did you hear
about.
what I just said about
but
having
it doesn't matter. He hasn't. He's played.
matter.
No, it doesn't because he's
Patrick
played
Buck-
with similar receiving group for several different years of his career, and he hasn't played like that. He was bad this year. There's no.
I
There's
agree.
no way. There's no way to talk anything around it other than he was bad.
I
like
agree.
if you flip Dallas and like you flip Dak and Aaron Rodgers, you put Dak in Green Bay. Dak's QBR is higher than Aaron Rodgers this year.
No, I doubt it.
Here's the thing.
Okay,
Like,
you can be wrong. It doesn't make you a bad
Did
person.
you say this about Aaron Rodgers and you a couple years ago? Everyone did. Everyone said he's done and over with. And then he won 2 MVPs in a row.
Yeah.
Is that true or false?
He had back-to-back bad years.
Unjustly, yeah.
Is that exactly? So that's my point. I think it was more a product of Devontae. That's me. I think Tom is more done than Aaron.
What's Dan Orlovsky think? I take the opposite.
Well, here's the thing with this.
I agree with you on the Tom more done than Aaron, but watching Aaron, and I do this because he was my fantasy quarterback. this
Same with
year,
me.
And I watched every play, and I was like, underthrown. And there were times that it was more him than it was his receivers.
Okay.
I just
that was a very
wonder-
physical thing that I was. And the thing though is he still doesn't doubt himself. And that's the one guy that'll be like, no, it was your fault more than it was. Hey, am I slipping a little bit? He still believes in himself.
2 things against Rodgers. One, we're giving him a pass for not having receivers, but nobody ever gives Lamar a pass for not having receivers.
No kidding.
And 2, Patrick Mahomes just proved to us that it doesn't matter who your receivers are.
Well, that Patrick Mahomes proved that at what age is he at?
I mean,
And Aaron
Valdez
Rodgers
Scantling
is
still
40.
stunk with him, and just like he stunk with Aaron Rodgers his whole
And
career.
Aaron Rodgers, people would say, is actually the case study for proving give me any receiver. So let's make sure.
historically? Yeah.
Yes. So let's make sure we point out that he's 39 years old. Mahomes in his prime.
Right.
Mahomes,
Absolutely.
that was awesome, but like Rodgers is 40, and they just inserted any receiver in Green Bay for years, and he made them great. True? Is any of this false?
I like what you're saying. Look, I think Aaron Rodgers is probably one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time. And I think that if for some reason Miami picked him up, let's take the Cowboys out of this. Miami gets Aaron Rodgers and he has Waddle and Hill and that team. I think all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers goes back to winning 12 games next year and has a chance to win it all.
Bobby, do you agree with that? You put him on the Dolphins next year because Tua's concussed? And what is Miami in the AFC?
Dolphins.
Like where are they ranked?
Yeah.
They're still behind Cincinnati, Kansas City, and Buffalo. So they're with a collection of like
and their
6 other
record,
teams.
and are they dangerous? And Aaron Rodgers having an MVP year?
No, he's not having an MVP year.
Oh, okay. So you think he's on the decline, on the way to being done?
Yeah.
No
I mean,
more
he
resurgence.
sounds half checked out anyway.
Okay.
I was surprised it was so lopsided because I thought it would be like maybe in the 50-50 range, just based off of what we saw in the fan text, which was very much in favor of Aaron Rodgers. But it was definitive on his Twitter, which I know is for a variety of reasons.
Fan text is aggressively anti-Dak for the most part. Like, I'd say it's probably 70-30.
All right, I want to ask you guys this. We did a social study on emotion.
Oh.
After the Cowboys lost to the Commanders.
Okay.
Bobby put up the poll question.
Oh, yeah.
Who wins Monday night? Because on my Twitter feed, it was 95%. Cowboys are eliminated. It's done. It's over.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all got that Monday morning.
America wins.
So who wins?
Again.
Yeah.
Who wins Cowboys-Bucs? 13,000 people voted.
They always do.
And on Monday, you're very popular. It was 55% Tampa.
I saw the one yesterday, and so I'm glad you have this info.
So we've gone from 55% Tampa on Monday to today's poll question. 8,000 have voted. 76% Cowboys. What a swing. What a Bobby Belt golf swing.
It is.
It's not that clean, but it's close.
I'm leaning towards picking Tampa to win.
And you were Cowboys on Sunday
if it's
night?
a close game.
I asked the questions on Friday. What could happen to change your opinion on Cowboys beat Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
And I feel like
everything that you threw out.
Everything that I threw out. What if this happens? They all happened. And so I'm just leaning towards 27-24 Tampa Bay.
Ooh, I was thinking Tampa at first, but I got a bet with my son. He wanted to bet me $100 that Tampa would win.
Does your son have $100?
He got money like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got more money in his bank than I do.
From what?
From me. I
probably look
deposited it
into
in
that.
there years ago.
That seems like a problem.
Wow, yeah.
All right, we're back
Try to hide it.
We'll see what type of.
I have a joke, but it's harsh.
I just gave it to him.
What did Derek Carr just post? Oh, God. Some sob story, I'm sure. He's crying over his keyboard. Something to Raider Nation.
He named his kid Dallas because he loves
It's especially hard to say goodbye.
Yesterday.
It's
Is
that what he said?
Yeah, he said it's especially hard to say goodbye because I can honestly say
to yesterday
that I gave you everything I had.
Oh, you
every
left me
single
hanging,
day.
Kevin.
I didn't know we were going high.
Kevin McCarthy.
Whoa.
Politics.
Mike McCarthy.
Someone's been watching.
I was talking to Kevin Hagelin.
1 in 16, still a victory.
Hit the button.
Keep the volume turned up all day. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Joey Erickson. I almost called you Scott because of what Mike always calls you. Joey Erickson.
You think Joey's ever looked up who Scott Erickson is and seen pictures of him yet?
I knew who Scott Erickson is. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to. Yeah, back in the day. Big Twins guy.
Yeah.
He went to school up around
I have an
that
Uncle
gym.
Scott, so
Oh,
it makes
okay.
sense.
Okay, good. I didn't know that.
You have an Uncle Scott? Is that what you just said?
I do. Yeah.
Are you a Twins fan?
I am not.
So
By no stretch of the imagination.
You're not happy about Carlos Correa then, as he said he didn't want to go to a team that was trying to buy a championship after he signed 2 contracts with teams that were trying to buy a championship.
They got a discount.
Fantastic.
That was the most amazing lying quote I've seen in 2023. The biggest lie of 2023, taking out politics, is Carlos Correa signing with the Twins.
Corey, how are you this morning?
Doing fantastic, Kevin. Thank you very much. Really excited about adding Urlacher to the bucket list of interviews. The first interview we ever had as a show, Roger freaking Staubach. All right.
We set the bar too high.
I think
don't
so.
You think?
Yeah. And the next one was Herschel Walker, by the way. So and then the third one.
Was it really Herschel?
Yeah. And then the third one was
That's
Sean Heath from the Mavericks. So it was a progressive all the way up, you know?
Here's the summarization of those interviews that I totally remember you guys having.
Don't.
Cowboys are going to go undefeated. I can still run the ball 20 times a game. And the Mavericks are the greatest team ever, and they're never going to lose.
So rude.
Here's what I remember from those. Nothing from the Staubach interview because I was just in awe of talking to Roger Staubach after all the stuff that we've been through together. Herschel was talking about the Strike Force. We were talking about MMA, and then Sean Heath did his most interesting man in the world impression. Those are the 3 things I remember from that. So yeah, man, to get Urlacher on the list today at 12:20 during the Expressway, absolute blast.
Now I want to go and
I like all 3 of those people, by the way.
Okay, good.
So
they were all really good interviews. All right.
So Sean, I'm not I'm being sarcastic.
Yes.
Because that's the only person I think that's listening.
You never know, though. You never know. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1 because we're going to have to talk about this sooner rather than later. So let's go ahead and talk about it right now.
First and goal for the 5. Brady. Evans. Did he catch it? Yes, sir. Touchdown. Hard to beat in the air. Mike Evans.
The torturous history of Tom Brady versus the Dallas Cowboys and why I think Monday is going to be different. So I went back and did a study because I don't know if you've heard this. I feel like we've already heard this about 60 million times this week. Tom Brady is 7-0 against the Cowboys.
Did you see the video, the TikTok of him on the sideline at the beginning of this season?
Yes.
And Mike Evans is like, you're 6-0 against these guys. And he's like, I know that because we looked it up this week. And he's like, you've never lost to the Cowboys. And he's like, I'm Tom Brady.
Yeah, they looked it up my ass. Tom Brady has that Michael Jordan gene in him where he knew.
And that's why we love him.
He knew.
You love Jordan?
I do love Michael Jordan. I appreciate you need that to get to that level of greatness.
It's amazing how many, Byron Scott, no matter who it is, Mike, how many one of the guys that defended him or played against Michael Jordan that will say, who was it with Kevin Garnett that was like, I was defending him and Kevin Garnett comes and talks trash to him. Like, why don't do that? I think it was J.R. Ryder or something like that. Hey, I don't talk trash to Mike because I don't want him to get ready. And so he's like, I don't talk trash to that guy. I'm just playing against him. He respects us playing. It's fine. I don't need to get... So, it is amazing. You poke the bear, and then they wake up. And I think Jerry this week with Sean and RJ was trying to be sensitive to it. It was like, I don't want to say he's washed because what happens if I say it and then he goes out and beats us again?
Yeah, I'm gonna poke the bear tomorrow.
Oh my God! Yes, I am dreading Tuesday. I'll tell you this right now: if the Cowboys lose to the Buccaneers, Tuesday is going to be my nightmare show.
I feel like you're going to be the person most. I'm going to throw this word out there: disgusted.
Yes,
that the Cowboys lost Monday night. If it happens, I don't think anybody else up here people will be mad. I know Corey will be mad. I think you are going to be, and this will be one of the first times I think Corey gets more mad. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'd love for you guys to talk about this. Corey, I believe you get more mad when the Cowboys lose versus Kevin. But I think in this
because
situation,
of Tom Brady additionally.
But I think
Corey's the biggest Cowboys fan I know, like forever. And so I think that's fair, but he's also right. I have a just different level of disdain for Tom Brady.
Yeah, Tom Brady, because as stupid as his year looked this year, his year looked dumb. This whole team looked dumb this year, but they navigated lots of injuries. They got, a very bad division. But I will, just like Tim Duncan, tip the cap and go, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Like, that's just who that guy is. That's what his DNA is to be like that. Kevin does not feel the same way about Tom Brady.
No, I do not.
Did Michael Jordan divorce his wife?
Yeah, but there's a couple more things. Michael Jordan, it's not just that. That is like way low on the list in terms of peddling fake science and actively manipulating the game.
I thought I could jump higher because of drinking Gatorade, Kevin.
I mean, didn't he jump higher because of that?
I didn't jump higher because of it.
They did the study with the scientists at Florida.
I didn't jump higher because of it. My shoes didn't make me do anything.
Jumping higher is different than it can cure
eating
these
McDonald's
diseases.
didn't help me play basketball
he drank
better.
Gatorade, Coke, and ate McDonald's all the time and was still that good. See,
it's because he was always working
but
out.
Tom Brady's out here bragging about never eating a strawberry.
Yeah, you knew that Michael Jordan was on another level when he seriously rocked a Hitler mustache, and people were like, what can you do? Like, that's a thing that happened. We all have to remember it happened, and nobody was like, I mean, we just need to let this go.
I want to stop the Jordan conversation, even though I kind of brought it up. I need you now to list the 3 major things about Tom Brady that you hate.
Oh, okay.
In order. What's the thing? Because you said down the list is him kind of leaving his girlfriend, fiance when she was pregnant. That's not in your top 3?
Yeah, I think that's pretty sorry. That might be number 3.
All right.
I think number 1 is peddling fake medicine and health cures, which is detrimental. Like, he literally teamed up with somebody who twice had gotten shut down by Congress for selling fake cures for cancer. And he is like, this is my guy. And they work together. So that's number 1. Number 2, actively trying to manipulate the integrity of the game on numerous occasions.
Oh, like the ball and everything?
Yes. And I also don't believe that he had no insight about Spygate or anything like that. So those are my top 3. Well, that's why I said I don't believe. All right. However,
me and Corey love Brady.
That all being,
I again, it's like a tip of the cap to go. I mean, what do you? I don't like Jeter, so I'll put it to you that way.
We'll get into that in another segment. Which athlete do you hate for reasonable or unreasonable explanations? Is
that's reasonable, very reasonable.
All right, so Tom Brady is 7-0 against the Cowboys, and so I was taking a look at this because people keep texting and he's 7-0, he's 7-0. The Cowboys don't have a chance. There's a big difference between this team and those other teams. And I get it. I know the counter argument is going to be they already beat the Cowboys this year.
This Cowboys team or this Tampa Bay team? What are you talking about? You said the big difference.
This Tom Brady team.
All right.
All right. So take a look at the first 6 matchups because you know the 7th one, it was this year. And the Bucs were victorious in a game that, like, Dak getting hurt did not decide that game. Like, that game was over before that already happened. Take a look at the 6 instances before that. 2003, the Patriots are victorious over the Dallas Cowboys. And that one was 12-0.
Woo. What?
Yeah, 12-0.
Was that was that Parcells? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
That was
Yes,
the first
it was.
meeting between him and Belichick. Gotcha.
That Patriots team went 14-2 and won the Super Bowl.
In that game, Kevin, I just want to point out, I remember that game very distinctly. There were players that were dropping footballs that you were like, why?
And Quincy Carter threw 3
They
interceptions.
literally looked like they were terrified to be on the football field.
Yeah. Now, 2007, higher stakes. Both teams were 5-0. The Cowboys lost 48-27. If you recall, that is the Patriots team that went 16-0 and lost in the regular season and lost in the Super Bowl. 2011, Cowboys lose 20-16. That Patriots team went 13-3, lost in the Super Bowl. You might start to be noticing a pattern. And then we move up to 2015. Cowboys lose to the Patriots 30-6. That Patriots team, 12-4, went to the AFC Championship game. 2019, you lose 13-9 in the rain game. That Patriots team was 12-4. And then last year, that was a great game last year, is Buccaneers win 31-29. That Buccaneers team
should have ended differently too because there was pass interference that wasn't called.
I'm with you, man.
But
I am. That Buccaneers team went 13-4. All right. So my point is, in those first 6 games, Brady's teams finished 80-17. This year's team is
that seems effective.
Yeah, this year's team is 8-9. And I know the counter argument. I certainly understand the counter argument.
They didn't play hard the last game, so they could be 9-8.
Okay, fair enough. Still a far cry from the 80-17 record in those other games. I did really like J-Ron Curse's quote. Actually, I didn't love it because it goes against everything I believe. Is J-Ron Curse. Actually, you know what?
Did he say he called me Adam? Who
no,
was Adam?
No.
Oh, okay.
Let's
Still
go
my
to
favorite
cut
quote.
4 because DeMarcus Lawrence was like, hey, does it matter that Tom Brady's 7-0 against you? And he goes, no, not at all. And then this is J-Ron Curse, what he said about Tom Brady's record over the Cowboys.
2023. It's 2023. He ain't beat us this year, so that's all I'm worried about.
Now,
see you next year.
That
I like that. He hasn't beat us in 2023.
So many things that agitate me because people were like, no, but he literally beat you this season. And other people are like, that's not what he said. He said this year. My point is, I think the Cowboys are a vastly different team than the beginning of the season. I think the Bucs are a way different team and a much worse team than the beginning of the season. And my point about why I think it will be different is all 6 of those other times that the Cowboys lost to the Bucs won a minimum of, the Patriots and the Bucs. They won a minimum of 12 games. So maybe they lost because it's Tom Brady. I certainly concede that. But also maybe they lost because they were just playing a really good team, a team that won the Super Bowl and then made it to the Super Bowl multiple times along the way. This ain't that team.
This is not a game, Kevin, in my opinion, where you go feel somebody out.
No.
This is a game where you walk into the stadium and say we got to hang 35.
Yeah.
Like we can't leave this as a close game at all. Because that's where the boogeyman comes into play, Kevin.
Yeah.
All these things that you're talking about, if you just let that team hang around, then Tom Brady will say, you know what, I've flipped this switch many, many times. So that's why all these things that you're pointing out, it's the one factor of the Cowboys have to win and outscore this team big time.
I just want to add this as I have 73 pop-ups when you click on a newspaper ad because they want you to buy the article. Too bad. The internet happened. Tampa Bay Times, healthy Bucs enter the playoffs, believing it's a new season. The Buccaneers endured injuries and losses and realized they might not have had a strong season. But all of that can change on Monday night.
Well, sure. Everything can change on Monday. I get that.
They're healthy now.
Yeah, but not on the offensive line. They are saying they're healthy like at wide receiver, and good for them. The Mike Evans combination with Tom Brady still isn't very good.
Their coach might get fired no matter
Yeah.
what. Like, no matter if they win.
The Buccaneers, Levante David said it's a new season. He didn't say it's a new year. So you might become a Tampa fan because they're not doing the year. They're just saying season.
Yeah, I think it will take more than that. My point is, I know I'm probably not going to change anybody's mind that thinks the Cowboys are already going to lose. This is a vastly different Brady and a vastly different team that you're facing. I will say one thing, Mike, when you bring up your predictions and you say, I think it's going to be a close game, to that point and to Corey's point just a second ago, I am very concerned if this is a close game in the fourth quarter because of what you have seen from Brady. I am very hopeful that because the Cowboys, I believe, are significantly better than the Bucs, that they can make sure this is not a close game.
I like what you're saying. Mike likes it. Mike asked Kevin a football question, not a question about how much you dislike me at times.
We talked about that yesterday. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And by the way, I did tell my wife your question. I thought it wasn't offensive to me at all. I thought he asked it in a very fair manner. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Listen.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Now, we have been hopeful about this all along, but it does look like the reinforcements are on the way. Biotish, Van Der Esch back to practicing, and then the practice window open for Jonathan Hankins. Are you of the opinion that we will, in fact, see all three of those gentlemen Monday night?
Well, let's add a fourth. How about Deron Bland?
Oh, yes, good.
Because they sorely missed him in that second half when he went out with the chest injury.
Yeah.
I think all four right now are, kind of slated to be ready to go. And that's really good news to get that offensive line, especially, back in order. I think when I left the locker room yesterday, I asked Biotish, "Are you good?" And he goes, "I'm good. Are you good?" And I go, "That doesn't matter."
Oh.
He said, "Yeah, have you seen me do my rehab?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I did." And so he looked good to me. So yeah, that's good news. And and I guess they practice a little later today, right?
I believe that is correct.
And it looks like it's playoff week because I don't see any practice equipment outdoors, so they're moving inside.
Now, we had talked yesterday just a little bit. Do you have a favorite Dallas Cowboys uniform combination? Do you care about that type of stuff?
I really don't.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good, bad, or otherwise, but I heard they got to wear blue, right? No, it doesn't matter. It matters who's wearing the uniform.
So I did a check on that because I also noticed that is when you wear the blue or the navy, as they will, is the Cowboys are 1-6 in the playoffs in those jerseys. But I went back and checked.
Did you see when those 6 losses were?
Indeed, I did. In those 7 games, only one time did the Cowboys have the better record, like they will on Monday. 4 times they had a worse record. Twice they had the same record as their opponent. So it could be the jersey, or it could be the fact that most of the time you did not have, only one time did you have a better record than your opponent. And
sort of like your research on when the Cowboys have played Tom Brady.
Yes, exactly.
I had done the same thing. And J-Ron Curse had a really good statement yesterday.
Yeah.
I asked him, I said, so you've played him twice with the Cowboys. Did you ever play him when you were at Minnesota? And he goes, yeah, got beat. I haven't beat him yet. So somebody asked him, well, I bet you want to really beat Tom Brady badly. And he goes, I want to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers badly. Real bad, real bad. And I said, you know what? It's a pretty smart comment.
Yeah.
Because it's Tom, and the Cowboys have lost to the teams that Tom Brady played for.
Yeah.
Right? And I was glad you pointed that out. I went one further. So when they lost in 2011,
yes.
How many guys are on this team that played that game in 2011?
1,
2,
0. One. Tyron Smith. How many played in the game in 2015? We can add
3.
DeMarcus Lawrence and Zach Martin.
Okay.
2019.
Ooh, that is an interesting question.
I saw
11.
where there was 15.
15.
But let's remember that game, by the way.
That was the rain game.
Rainstorm, the whole game. They got beat 13-9, and the only touchdown scored in that game came after the Patriots, not Tom Brady, blocked a punt that they recovered at the 12-yard line, and he ended up throwing a 10-yard touchdown pass to beat the Cowboys 13-9. And even in 2021, I went back and looked. There are 23 guys that played for the Cowboys in that game that are no longer here. And the Cowboys came from behind to take the lead, if you remember, 29-28, unfortunately, with 1:24 to go. Now, I'll give them that one, right?
Yeah.
But the Cowboys did score 29 points in a game that you should win.
Yeah.
But he put up the 31st to be able to win the game. So, my point of them going into this game, that he's beat this team, he's 1-0, not 7-0. Because those other games don't mean a hill of beans going into this game on Monday.
Would you eat an entire hill of beans, Kevin?
Ooh, probably not.
Favorite kind of bean, do you know?
Barbecue baked beans.
Oh, those are really good beans, actually.
Yeah.
That'd be a big hill.
That'd be a huge hill right
Heavy,
there.
too.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh, and the post hill? Oh, my gosh.
So anyway, I commend you for looking into the games
Thank you,
and
sir.
how good the Patriots were.
Yes. Yes. And I get it. Like, Tom Brady was a big part of that. I'm not discounting that whatsoever.
When was the last time, Mickey, and that you saw the Cowboys with your own eyes be the more physical team? And I think Tennessee maybe, like, that was a pretty physical game. They had to stay in that game. But this is something that Jerry talked about with Sean and RJ and Bobby on Tuesday, that they have to be the more physical team in this playoff and throughout the playoffs. This is one of those times where running the ball is effective. Running the ball, being the physical team, it favors you late in the season. But when was the last time you saw that from this team?
Oh, I mean, I think they were pretty physical against the Giants.
Okay.
I want to say they were pretty physical against Indianapolis.
Okay.
Chicago. See,
I'm trying to figure out how they, like, over the last few weeks, can they get that part of it, that swagger back?
We're hanging on the loss to Washington, right?
Oh, sure.
And
it's
not feeling like they're at their best, even though they were winning.
And it's clouding what they've accomplished. You know, we keep talking about this offense struggling, right? Well, since the start of December, this team has scored 54, 27, 34, 40, 27, 6. So, nothing wrong with 27 points, is there? 40, 34, 27, 54 since the start of December. So, they threw in a clunker. I get it. And that's kind of the lasting issue we have with this team. And it's almost like, and I get it, once you get to playoffs, 12-5 doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
You don't get any bonus points.
Yeah, and it does carry over from last year too, right? Like they got bullied by San Francisco. The players told us that. In
and that was
camp.
last year.
And I'm curious if they have been a more physical team this year.
Well, maybe they need to walk out with a boombox and dancing. Coming out the tunnel. What do you think?
Remember the Titans?
No, that was San Francisco last year. They were walking
San
around with their
Francisco
boombox.
with the boombox, right? They had all the confidence in the world. So, we'll see what the nature. Look, do you think Tampa Bay's a physical team?
I
don't.
How many times? And so I've looked this up. But how many times do you think Tom Brady threw the ball this year?
The most. It was an NFL record.
733 times.
He was only sacked like 22.
They don't give a darn about running the football after the Cowboys game, right?
Yeah. How's
They
that possible?
they didn't even worry about running the football. 733 times. Now, the Cowboys only gave up 27 sacks, by the way. So they gave up 22, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 27, not bad.
Not bad at all. I mean, most of Tom Brady's career, I think, Kevin, we were looking at it was like 21, 22, somewhere in that range.
He's
Balls.
good.
Yeah.
He is excellent at getting
Yes.
rid of the ball in a timely fashion.
Yeah, and knowing when he can hold on and throw it deep and when he's just got to get it out, right?
Yeah.
And he's really good. I'm not trying to diminish what he's done. I just, I get tired of hearing the 7-0 thing.
Yeah.
He beat Quincy Carter 12-0.
Sweet. Quincy
in 2003.
Quincy had 3 interceptions in that game.
That was the greatest coaching season of anybody I've seen. That Bill Parcells got that Cowboys team to 10-6 and in the playoffs with Quincy Carter at quarterback,
Man,
Troy Hambrick at running back, and Richie Anderson, the fullback, was the leading receiver. And they got into the playoffs.
I remember that year, and I was like, oh, maybe we did figure something out. And then cold, hard reality hit, and you're like, oh.
Well, yeah, because then they had to start, 50-year-old Vinny Testaverde the next year.
And he threw an interception in 9 straight games.
He carried his clipboard around and his pencil all the time.
He signed up to be the backup, and he ended up having to be the starter. Oh, gosh.
Man, excellent stuff, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right. Now, there's practice on Saturday. Are you with me on Saturday?
We will have live and local shows going on Saturday.
You can text me anything, any information you like.
Anything I find
we
out.
We can chat at any point if you want to call and
just give me a call.
Yeah,
all right,
for sure.
Probably not on this line though. Huh?
Probably not for us, at least. There you go.
Carry on.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of notes for you from the college football world. Is first of all, did you see that the NCAA Council, sounds very official, is going to try to limit eligibility if you go into the transfer portal a second time? Because they're like, oh, it's too much. We didn't realize if we gave athletes freedom, they would use that freedom. And we don't like it.
You didn't pay attention to pro sports when they said, hey, this free agency thing, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like, it's too much freedom. We don't like it. And so they have now introduced some elements of which they were like, no, you can go the first time, no restrictions. This time, we have a variety of restrictions we're going to try to impose on you. And I wonder how many legal challenges get put up to this and everything like that. I'm honestly not sure. But in a more positive college football story, I don't know if you've heard this, and I wanted to fact check this because I was like, is that for real? Do you know the Popeyes meme kid?
Yes.
Okay.
No clue.
I'm sure you've
it's
seen
very
it.
difficult to explain. We'll try, though. He's
got like his yellow shirt on and his cup held to his chest, and he's kind of looking like, He is I'll show it to you, and I bet you'll be like, I know who that is. It's Dunurst Collin. He is actually a college football player at Lake Erie College, and he has signed an NIL deal. And I just thought, man, if you are ever going to benefit off of something, you see that everywhere still to this day. And so, yeah, he's getting some NIL money thanks in part to playing college football and thanks in part to that amazing meme from when he was a kid.
Man, that's awesome. Does he get a lifetime supply of Popeye's food with it?
I actually don't.
He should.
I agree.
Just do it. Come on, Popeyes. What are we doing here?
Does everybody know that's Popeye's mean kid, or do they just think that's a meme I've seen?
I don't know, because the world of meme has changed a lot, right? Like it's like now you go revert back to some of our old memes, like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That was hilarious. And you're like, where did it come from? And some kids, Kevin, are just now getting phones and seeing their Facebooks and Twitters, and they're like, hey, what is this that's so hilarious? So maybe they don't know that.
And I might be reading too much into this, but like the look back that he gives is if you watch the original video, he's standing behind this girl, and it's a really quick flash, but you're trying to figure out, was he like staring at her or just waiting to get to the drink machine? And that's why the look came along.
For me, it was always a look of like, you know, like hey, wasn't me, but you know, something's happening in front of me that I don't think should be going on.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk a little bit about Carlos Correa and what are stats going to look like in 2023. Now, before we do that, I want to talk about
PNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got multiple updates about the meme from the 469 meme expert here. Popeye's kid was making that face because in the Vine, the picture originated from a guy who confused him for somebody else, and he didn't know why he was being filmed. And then multiple people saying they also did not know that as the Popeye's kid meme. So there's your meme update for the day. Now, time for your baseball update for the day via Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashik.
All right, guys. So this weekend, the Dallas Card Show's happening, and I love collecting cards, and I still collect cards.
And Allen!
And I collect baseball cards, and I collect football and basketball cards too, but baseball had a really tough year last year in this. Besides Aaron Judge, the 62 home runs, an MVP year, when you start looking at numbers around baseball, batting averages, RBIs, home runs, everything was down, especially batting average. And I get when you listen to, let's say you're talking to Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler is close to a genius when it does come to numbers, and he understands a lot of the numbers outside the numbers, kind of taking out.
Yes.
I know that OPS has become a very basic number, by the way. And OPS is considered more important than batting average. Totally get it and totally understand. Combining your on-base percentage with your slugging. You just add the two numbers up, and that gives you your OPS. But there's a lot of other numbers that players concentrate on because teams concentrate on, and that's how you make money. You make money by putting up certain numbers that the teams like, and they don't really care about batting average. They care about power rather than your batting average. But when it comes to the world of collecting, all the collectors still look at, and I think fans, I mean, really, if you're a collector, for the most part, I think if you're a collector of a certain let's say sport, you're a baseball card collector, you are probably a fan of that sport. Like, I don't have a soccer card because I'm not a fan of soccer. It doesn't mean soccer's bad. Soccer's a beautiful sport. It's just I'm not a fan of it, so I don't want to start collecting things that I have no interest in at all.
And to your point, like, my son got more interested in the soccer cards and the soccer stickers before the World Cup and throughout the World Cup because he got like super involved.
So when it comes to comparing today's players, we still want to compare them to, well, what did Griffey Jr. or Frank Thomas, or I know it's a little bit weird because Barry Bonds is skewed, but like when we were kids, those were kind of the main guys to collect.
Yeah.
And then there was a time where Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire were a time to collect. And those cards aren't worth much because of their steroid use. Both of them aren't in the Hall of Fame, stuff like that. But when I start looking at projections for 2023, the hottest card on the market today is Julio Rodriguez cards, because you always look at the newest best rookie. Those are the ones that are selling the most because everybody wants to project, oh, he's the new hot guy. He's going to end up being the next Mike Trout or the next Griffey Jr. or the next Mickey Mantle, whoever you want to say. That's kind of where you start projecting. Well, listen to these projections and you tell me if this makes you excited about a player.
Okay.
281 batting average, 21 home runs, 22 doubles, 18 stolen bases.
No.
Not at all, right?
No.
All right. So
even our resident youngster, Joey, agrees, not exciting.
Last year, 284 batting average, 28 home runs, 75 RBIs, 20 doubles. So even if let's just uptick everything up to 290, 85 RBIs, 30 home runs, 30 doubles. Does that excite you?
Not particularly, no.
It doesn't excite me either. And so this is where we're at is I don't know collecting baseball cards. If these are now the numbers, Juan Soto, and now here's the deal about like Juan Soto, different from Julio Rodriguez, which here's what I don't know, guys. And I'd love your opinion on this. I'm asking you guys this question. Juan Soto obviously is a lefty hitter who they play a complete total shift on. There's always three guys, your first baseman, second baseman, and usually shortstop on the right side of the field while the third baseman is playing the shortstop position. So they totally vacate third base completely. They don't worry about that side. Well, now things are different. This year you can only have two guys on that side of the field. So it opens up more of the field. Last year Juan Soto's worst year of his career, even worse than when he was 19 years old and crushing it. He batted .292 at 19 years old. Last year, he batted a total of .242. .236 with the Padres after he got traded there.
Yikes.
Okay, so that was by far his worst year. Now, his on-base percentage was still over 400 because of how many times he walks. He's the league leader in walks the last 2 years. My question to you guys is, how much will Juan Soto improve because they have to play what you'd call more, not shifting defense, they call it shading defense. We're going to shade Oppo, or we're going to shade the pull. That's what, when we have our meetings, there were straight pull, but you'd go straight pull where we're shifting, shading, straight up, or then you go to the other side playing them opposite field.
I would think
about 10%.
Okay, 10% up on his batting average, which would be a big. That's a big jump, but even then, off of Mike's numbers, that puts you at 264-ish.
Yeah, now he is a 287 career like
hitter.
Juan Soto just had a really bad year last year, so he's a 287 career average. So let's just take 287. Do you think he bats above 287?
He's almost in 300. Mike, do pitchers pitch guys differently when you're in the shift?
No.
Interesting.
So they told.
You'd think that they would say, "Hey, let's try and pitch
I used
to
to.
pull." Okay.
But nowadays, I remember CC Sabathia, a former teammate of mine. I was watching an interview with him, and he couldn't stand that in 2015, 16, the game changed to shift no matter what. And he's like, I don't want to pitch this guy inside.
Yeah.
I want to throw lefty on lefty here. He was like, I want to throw inside for show and get him out with sliders. I don't want, and they're like, no, you don't understand. We're teaching all hitters to never hit the ball the other way. We don't want them to use the middle of the field. We don't want them to use the other side of the field. We only want them to use about a third of the field.
Yeah.
So because we're teaching all hitters to only use a third of the field, you don't need to now throw them a pitch that you know that they could push the ball the other way. They could shoot the ball the other way for a base hit.
Which makes you a worse
And so
pitcher.
CC's like, once I figured out no hitters actually trying to hit the ball the other way, no hitters actually trying to beat the shift, then I could just pitch my game and not worry about why are we throwing all those guys over there. So, think about how stupid that sounds, by the way, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the world of, hey, baseball people, you're so stupid. We understand how to do this in a different way. And I get that there were things that were kind of like they would contradict each other. How about contradicting that? Hey, pitchers, don't worry about where you throw it. We're only going to teach the hitters how to hit the ball this one way in this one area of the field. Well, we're going to put all our defense in that one area of the field. What do you tell the hitters? Hit into that area.
Yeah. That's what you're good at. Hitting
Isn't
the
that
same
weird?
spot that you always
like,
hit
what'd you
in.
say? Like,
Hit the other where they're not.
If
Yes.
you're just using your brain,
Yes.
you would say, well, if we can shoot the ball the other way and there's only one defender over there. But so my point being, because I know I'm running out of time quickly here, is I'm a huge Bobby Witt Jr. fan. I still think he's going to be a very great player. And last year he batted, I think 242, I think was his batting average for the year. I just wonder, am I wasting my money on baseball cards? Because we still are going to compare him to Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, Ken Griffey Jr. We're going to compare. Now, obviously, Albert Pujols played in a different era, just ended, and he hit 700 home runs. And I don't expect anybody to hit 700 home runs again. I mean, it's just so tough to do. Like once every 40 years, a guy does it pretty much. But I'm just wondering, when I'm looking at the world of baseball, what am I looking at? Because people aren't going to get excited about Julio Rodriguez if he bats 280 with 30 home runs this year.
And there seems to be a disconnect between the collectors to a certain extent and the people who are in the game, because I can find you a bunch of people who next year Bobby Witt hits 260 but has some other metrics in his way.
I think
and people
40-40.
Okay, that's
if he
a
goes
great
40-40,
season.
that's a great season because that's a rare thing to do. There's a handful of guys who have ever done it. If I'm right about this, I'm not 100%. I think Alfonso Soriano is the last player to have a 40-40 season. So I do think there are other numbers, but the batting average thing does throw me off, and it throws every MLB fan off. It doesn't matter what front offices say, or it doesn't matter what certain coaches say. Is to the fan, it still looks ugly on the board. If you go to a Ranger game and they're showing all 9 batting averages, and you have 4 guys that are batting under 230 in your lineup, and then your key guys in your lineup are batting somewhere between 235 and 265, you're like, this just doesn't look right.
Even then, though, haven't you seen the shift as more often than not, you'll see the OPS up there as opposed to the batting average. So I think they're even like...
Yeah. They change it every inning since I'm there a lot. What they'll do is like in the first inning, the 9 guys hitting through the lineup, they show batting average. Then maybe innings 4 through 6, they'll show their OPS instead of their batting average right next to where they're at. So it's interesting. Even if you go to OPS, it was down so much this year because when batting average is down that much, your OPS is going to go down because you're not getting on base enough. Your slugging might still be a solid number, but I just wonder as I go to this card show and I'm going to look at some, by the way, buying baseball, it's always good to kind of buy in the off season.
Yes.
A couple months from now,
regardless of the sport. Yes.
Right. When we're in spring training, people are going to start wanting to buy baseball cards because now your mind goes to baseball, football's done with, and you're like, who's going to have a great year? Who's going to be the MVP? Who's going to have a surprising year? You know, stuff like that. And that's when cards go up in a market for a certain. And so this is like a good time to buy baseball cards. But is it a good time if nobody's going to put up any numbers and great players are considered 275 hitters with 30 home runs?
An intriguing question. And yeah, Dallas Card Show out in Allen. It gets started, I think, tonight. And we're usually out there on Friday and Saturday. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy, plus ranking the matchups on Super Wild Card Weekend. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, coming up at 12:20, we have NFL Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher. We will also hear from Mike McCarthy in this segment. But before we get to any of that, ranking the matchups on Super Wildcard Weekend. Which matchups interest you guys the most? I mean, I get it if you're a Cowboys fan. Like, obviously, it's the Cowboys-Bucs.
I thought you were talking about like dipping my wing into ranch. That matchup right there. Actually, it's blue cheese, but that's the best.
We need to do that on Monday.
Okay.
What will your spread look like?
Yep.
Thank you
Spread
for bringing
matchup.
that up. Which game intrigues you the most? If you're a Cowboys fan and don't want to include that, or maybe even if you are.
I think if you do include the Cowboy game to the national, that is the best game.
I think you're right.
And so take out, if you're a Cowboy fan, Cowboy hater, I do think that's the most intriguing game. It's a 4-5 matchup, and I know the records aren't close. Cowboys have a much better record, but Tom Brady versus the team that's covered the most by far in the NFL and all the storylines. I do think the Cowboys-Bucs run away with the most intriguing wild card matchup game.
The one though that will probably become like a story historically for the future, Saturday's 7:15. Like if Justin Herbert, making the playoffs, winning 10 games, finally like getting to that point. Now he's consistently in the playoffs. In his second year now for Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
In his second year doing what he's doing, like that right there will be the 10 years down the road. I think we'll still be talking about this kind of matchup.
And when you look at,
this is the start of it. We get to see the beginning.
Corey, when you look at the point spreads, those are the two closest point spreads. They're both at 2.5 right now. So those look like, according to Vegas, those are going to be the games that are more of a coin flip than a few of the other games. And I'm with you, Corey. I would pick that game too. Obviously, I've been touting Trevor Lawrence for 2 years. Not that I'm like really going out on a limb there, but I think some people were like, no, he's horrible. I can't believe you guys said that, but you did. But yeah, I think the Herbert Lawrence thing, and I do think they get schmeared the next game against Kansas City, whoever wins that game.
Yeah.
But I do think that is going to be a really fun game in watching two premium young quarterbacks battle it out for the first time.
Is there another quarterback matchup that, aside from Dak and Tom Brady, that's as interesting as that one?
You go ahead.
If it comes through, I think that Burrow versus Lamar is really interesting. But again, that looks questionable at best right now.
When Lamar gets receivers, I will agree with you. Until then, Lamar can be the best quarterback ever, and we just don't know because he has zero weapons except for Mark Andrews.
It is weird. You guys said this is his last game ever.
I was
with the Ravens.
I was wondering this point this morning, and maybe it was Sean and RJ and Bobby that I was listening to. Why would you play this game? Like, what leverage do you have if you're Lamar Jackson? If you play poorly again and you don't win,
I heard
what
Chris
leverage
Canty
do you have?
talk about this.
So personally, that's not for me, is because I play this game because I'm 4 wins away from being an immortal NFL football player. Like, that's why I play this game. Even if
with this team,
look, you're right. No, even if the odds are stacked against you, it does feel kind of impossible to not just think every team in the playoffs right now can say we're 4 wins away from the title. Like, I realize the number 1 seed's 3 wins away. But, like, the point is, you're 2 to 3 wins away from being in the Super Bowl and being remembered. Like, that's a hard thing to turn away if he can play, which looks very questionable.
I'm going to go off of Chris Canty here. I thought he did a great job of talking about this on ESPN during the week. I can't remember what day I saw him talk about this, but it was a really good point he made. And this is the tough part about being a professional athlete and then also in a contract situation. So the Ravens want you to get out there and play. If you're like at 80% and they're like, look, this is the playoffs. If your knee gets hurt during the game, as long as it's not a complete total blowout, hey, you got 4 to 5 months to really not play football and get it right. He says the problem, though, is he hasn't played in 5 weeks, I believe he said.
Yeah.
And so now you don't have great rhythm. You're going to go out there at possibly 80% on a bad knee. If you go out there and you look at what he might not be able to do because he's physically not capable of doing it, and then there's no rhythm and timing right now after missing 5 weeks. He goes out there and they only put up 13 points, 2 field goals and a touchdown. Now I'm going a little bit off of myself based off of also Chris Canty. That team uses that against you in negotiations. They're like, look, man, we lost by 14 points or we lost by 20 points and you quarterback that game.
Yeah.
And so now the team uses it against you. So you said, now wait a second, you told me to sacrifice. I did. I sacrificed myself to go out there, not at 100%, to give it all I had because you knew that we would lose no matter. If I didn't play, it was 100% loss. If I played, it gave us a 20% chance. I went out there. I didn't have a good game because I wasn't healthy. I haven't been practicing in a month. And now you're going to tell me I'm not worth $45 million a year. I'm only worth $37 a year because of how bad I looked in the playoffs.
I get that. I do
so
get that.
That's a tough situation.
I get that line of thought for me, and it just depends on your person. That's the smart thing to do. I'm just telling you, I could see how players would be like, I'm taking my chance. Yeah. You know, like I understand the other side.
If you're Dak Prescott, I think you would because you're financially secure through your contract. I think if he would have got a contract in the offseason, I think Lamar 100% is playing in this game going, look, I'm sacrificing for this organization. They have sacrificed for me. But I think when you feel like they're not sacrificing for me at all, if I go out there and sacrifice and look bad because I'm not really ready to play in a do or die game physically, they're going to hold this against me.
Now, CBS had these games ranked, and I disagree with the last one. Like, to me, it's not even close. They have their last game of interest as the Seahawks against the 49ers. For me, it's the Dolphins against the Bills.
What? You're not interested at all?
Not really, because Tua can't go. If Tua could go, I still think the Bills would win, but I'd be like in on that game. I think the Bills are going to annihilate them.
I think Tua healthy, I would say, whoa, this might challenge. I do think Buffalo would still win the game, but now all of a sudden I am talking about this game. It's like, this could be really fun. It could be a blowout because Buffalo is better, but all it takes is a couple bombs to Hill and Waddle or a couple screen passes that they take 65 yards to the house, and you have yourself a heck of a game. But with Skylar Diggs as their quarterback this week, I think it's going to be tough.
Not
her.
Nope.
Not Skylar.
That was Skylar Diggins, I believe.
Okay.
Is what it was.
With
Skylar Thompson.
Okay.
But
disrespect.
He and Brock Purdy are the 2 lowest drafted quarterbacks in the playoffs.
Can't be lower than Brocky.
No, you're right. But the 2 of those quarterbacks are the lowest drafted quarterbacks in this playoffs, which also features Dak, who was a 4th rounder, right?
Yes.
Like, so it does take a couple of shots at that. But I was looking at that this morning going, okay, hold on. So he was the 247th pick in the NFL draft in 2022.
Who's this?
Skylar Thompson.
Okay.
And just as we all predicted, 2 7th-rounders would be quarterbacking.
Who did Skylar Thompson play for in college?
He played for Kansas State. He's with Mike McDaniels, who was the offensive coordinator for San Francisco last year, and they can't get anything out of this guy. But there's Shanahan pulling up Brock Purdy. Obviously, different team, better defense by far. They can play a
run
much
game
different
is amazing
football
for
game.
San Francisco to protect them.
And that being said, Mike McDaniel's run game is pretty good. And then when they stay committed with Mostert and Jeff Wilson, when those guys are healthy, they're pretty good. It's just the defense doesn't put them in the same positions.
Where'd they get Jeff Wilson from?
San Francisco. They traded for him.
Let me throw this out on why I think the San Francisco game is interesting Saturday at 3:30 on Fox.
We'll swing back around to that. We do have Mike McCarthy
sure
ready
he's
to
gonna
go.
Great
Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you on the Fan.
How they take in things best. Do you not talk to him as much, or so hard on himself? Or I guess what's the approach after coming off a game like that, going into the next one?
I mean, the approach has to always be the same, and frankly, that's a message for everybody this week. We all understand what's in front of us, but we're not looking for new personalities, new behaviors, a bunch of new ideas. We love who we are, no different with individual performances, whether they've gone the right way or not, because the reality of the game of football, no different in life, you're much better prepared through your failures than you are through your successes, because the toughest challenge I've always felt is handling success. So I just look at it as, chalk it up as experience that we can move forward with. But yeah, there wasn't a top secret meeting or 2 more hours of videotape and correction. We feel like we do a very thorough and consistent job of that week in and week out. So that's been our approach.
Have you found in your experience with him, he's always bounced back from these sort of performances pretty well and responded?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think as a team we respond, and it definitely, as a quarterback and as, the leader and in the face, I mean, he's definitely is built that way. So, yeah, I haven't even thought about it. So I have zero concern about it.
I'm Mike Clarence, 04 Star Telegram. Talk about responses. We've talked earlier in the season about how you guys have always responded from a loss with the victory. What goes into that, and can you lean on that this week?
Yeah, I think it's, just to spin off of the answer I just said, I think it just goes back to your consistency in your approach and just an understanding of, what we do in the preparation phase of it. So, we got off to a good start yesterday, and I think just, anytime you're in an 8-day week, you're probably in danger of doing too much as opposed to not doing enough. So that's where my mindset is. And so I think it's just really sticking to your principles, your process, and make sure because one good thing about your preparation phase, you have a chance to achieve perfection because you can repeat plays, you can go back into the video room afterwards and watch it, correct it, go back and walk through it. So just staying the course on how we do things.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Quarterbacks around here, especially when you come to playoff times, are always compared to Roger and Troy and what they did. Is that fair?
It's a blessing, frankly. I mean, just think about it. I think we talked about this a little bit last week, or maybe it was the week before. I think when you work for an organization that is so rich in the history tradition, obviously there's going to be great quarterback play that goes with that. So I think it's, I think those are, intangibles and components that you can look to. And I know on a personal level that, there's a relationship there between Dak and Troy and Roger. So I think those are all benefits. I think anytime individuals can pay forward their knowledge, their experience, I think all those things are a benefit.
Mike?
Mike, when you first went to the Packers, Ted Thompson described you as Pittsburgh macho. Can you kind of talk about, right? You remember that? That's true, right?
We're playing the Buccaneers this week.
Okay. Can you kind of address how that might help you through tough times and through playing the Buccaneers and whatnot?
Well, physically, thank God I'm not playing because it'd be over. So, yeah, I mean, God bless Ted. I mean, he was obviously an original, and just miss it. And I mean, just can't say enough about him. But bless his heart was another Ted Thompson phrase. But yeah, I think it was in the press conference, and I think it was maybe just a expression of personality. Just a growing up inner city blue collar approach. I know those are things that he definitely. We definitely laughed about and was part of the impression, going through the process.
Can you lean on some of that now as you try to?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I haven't changed. My approach hasn't changed since I got into this, into the National Football League, as far as how I coach, how I prepare, how I approach it. I think just like anything, we all have backgrounds, we all have starting points, starting lines, and in my personal experience, you have to always stick to that because that's the core of who you are, and that's the core to which you build everything you've accomplished off of. So work ethic and the way I was raised, directness I think is a very important part of leadership, and energy is obviously a big part of it. Actually, I really enjoyed the energy of our football team yesterday and again this morning. So I think it just really points back to be yourself, and I think it really falls in line with what we've been talking about since Monday. We've had a full season to establish who we are, and most importantly, we know how to prepare to win a game, and so we need to have perfect preparation and go out there and play to our standard and and I think we'll be very satisfied where we are.
Ed? Mike Edwarder, ESPN. You guys have struggled outdoors on grass surfaces. Jason Garrett said he thought it was because of the pass rush isn't the same in those situations. Have you seen that, and what kind of priority is that when you're playing against Brady?
I mean, I would say, you're talking about just one side of the ball struggling? I'm trying to follow your specifics of your question. Grass is different than turf. Both sides of the ball, there is a quickness and component to that. I mean, it's something as an offensive play caller I've always paid attention to. So, a pass rush is definitely plays to the pass protection. It does give you a little more time regardless of who the team is, both sides of the ball. So that's something that I've always felt as a play caller, something that I pay close attention to even today. I'm not calling the plays because I think time clock, mind, speed, pace of operation, that's where your information comes from, as far as the ebb and flow of the game. So I think those things are normal. I don't think it's a hindrance to our football team at all because they're playing on grass too. The other side's playing on grass. So, but yeah, as far as, foot speed and, just practice today. Practice today is going to be a lot different today than it is. No, not a lot. It's going to be different today because we're going to be inside than it will be tomorrow. That's part of practicing on turf and part of practicing on grass too. So, I do agree with that part of it, but I don't see it's a hindrance for us going to Tampa Bay to win.
And the other part was Dan puts a lot of emphasis in terms of the identity of the defense on creating pass rush consistently. How important is that against a guy like Brady?
Oh, it's very important every week, and even more so against Tom Brady and their passing attack. You look at their numbers; they're still excellent. In how they throw the ball and what they're doing, where the ball goes. And it just really goes back to my first answer. Time clock, and is such a big part of the success of the passing game. When you're able to play on time and your time clock as far as your footwork, the ball release is in tune with the protection, then obviously efficiency favors the offense. So that's something that we're cognizant each and every week, and definitely it's heightened this week as obviously Tom Brady gets the ball out of his hand extremely well and throws on time, and he's hitting the receivers as they're hitting their breaking points and all that. So that's all part of the challenge.
There you go, Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they Dana White talking again? We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
It's time for my buddies in Idiot 877-881-1053. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, let us know. By the way, since the presser got going, here's how the CBS rankings went. I wanted to finish that up. They said the worst wild card game is Seattle at San Francisco. 5th, Baltimore at Cincinnati. 4th, the one I think is the worst, Miami at Buffalo. 3rd, the Giants at the Vikings. And not surprisingly, that means 2nd is the Chargers at the Jags, which we talked about. And then 1st is the Cowboys against the Bucs. The biggest team in the NFL versus an iconic player on Monday Night Football. Like, that's a no-brainer.
Without a doubt. To your point, and we don't know about Lamar Jackson. It's still up in the air. But if Lamar Jackson played, that would make that game more intriguing.
It's not looking great for that.
I still think Cincinnati would win that game.
Yeah.
And maybe even still pretty easy. But at least you'd give Baltimore a chance.
I'm sorry, guys. Like, all I can think of right now is that Mahomes and Josh Allen have the potential to play in a dome on turf in the AFC Championship game. Like, that's all that's stuck in my mind is we saw that game play out before.
Yeah.
And could it be even better in a dome on turf in Atlanta? Like,
that game will be in Atlanta. They will not open the Chick-fil-A for that game. That is you already knew that. You already knew that.
Chick-fil-A, we got to have a talk about this. Just one day.
I'm wondering this.
Open a chicken full, like, if you're, Mike, you've said this before, open something else out in the parking lot for that day, for the stadium, and just be like, hey, we're serving the same chicken, but it's not Chick-fil-A's today.
If I wanted to buy tickets for that on Ticketmaster, it says it's not available. I can buy tickets, the AFC Championship game at Arrowhead, I can buy tickets for. So I think this could be, but you have to put a quick trip together, and obviously airlines are struggling with getting people places.
Good night.
That wasn't really the airlines.
Airlines, FAA. Well, let's go and drop you into my buddy as an idiot. Good point.
Are you sure we're going to make it to any of the trips that we're going to make it to?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So I would think that would be a fun weekend trip with my boys if it was Buffalo versus Kansas City at a neutral place. I know it's going to be great weather indoors because you're not having to worry about elements at the game. I think that could be a really fun weekend trip. And, I have to get all my Kansas City gear ready for my Patty Mahomes love. But how fun. I'm just wondering, how expensive will those tickets be? I've been to Atlanta for the Super Bowl. They don't care about football in Atlanta. It's not really a big deal there. So I don't think people from Atlanta will be raising the prices up because so many people from Atlanta want to go. I know there'll be people traveling from Buffalo and Kansas City. I'm just wondering, would that be a fun weekend trip to see Kansas City versus Buffalo, which I think are the two best teams in the NFL at that point?
Right. I would love to see that game as well. I am curious when those tickets will go on sale, since we just found out this morning that is where the game will be if it comes to fruition.
Well, and I don't even know, if they're going to do that, they want to put Cincinnati in that game. The last time Joe Burrow played a big-time game in that one, a semifinal game, Kevin, LSU scored 63 points on Oklahoma in that stadium.
That I think...
Does that make you feel better if you're a TCU fan? Look, if you're in the Big 12, you just get 60 on you.
I think Buffalo and Kansas City is the only one that would be there.
Darn it!
That's why, because I'm looking at the AFC Championship game, if it is against Cincinnati, it is at Arrowhead. The cheapest ticket right now on Ticketmaster, before all those seller fees, which double the price almost, is $374 for way up in the upper deck.
The 469, my friend's an idiot. He thinks a square is a rectangle.
A square is a rectangle.
It is not.
It is.
No.
Yes.
Why do they have two different words?
Because
a square has even sides.
No, okay. A square is, of course, a
Even
square,
length sides.
but a square can also be a rectangle because a rectangle is defined by 4 right angle corners, which a square has. A rectangle cannot be a square, but a square can, in fact, be a rectangle. That's a fact.
Then why even have two different names for it?
I don't have a good answer for you.
Like,
there.
why don't we just get rid of that? Hold on, I gotta go look at this anymore.
Okay.
Is this math theories
rectangle
that we're going over right
definition.
now?
Joey supported it, but hey, we can talk about whatever we want. Is all right.
4 straight sides, 4 right angles, and also the lengths have to be longer on 2 sides. There you go. That makes a rectangle.
All right. I'm going to use this person. I still think it's amazing that this hasn't gotten more attention. I'm going to take you to Dana White. We might have to stop this at some point. Those aren't right angles. That is not a square, Mike, if that is what you're drawing.
What do you call it?
4
right
sides.
there.
I have 2 sides that are the same.
If you're watching on the fan cam, those are not right angles.
Looks like a
3 sides that are the
parallelogram.
same.
Yes. We'll dive into math theory at some point. I don't know when that will happen. All right. So Dana White, this is him opining for a really long time. He thinks it's crazy that anyone is asking questions about if he'll be punished for slapping his wife in the face. And before people text in, yes, I am aware that his wife slapped him in the face. His wife does not work for the UFC, all right? I don't know what she does, but she does not have the highest level management position in the UFC, or USC. Hence why that is not relevant. But she slapped him. He slapped her back. Here is him opining about he can't believe how anybody would ask about a punishment.
Nobody's happy about this, you know. Neither am I. But it happened, and I have to deal with it. And what is my punishment? Here's my punishment. I got to walk around for however long I live. Is it 10.4 years or is it another 25 years? And I gotta. This is how I'm labeled now. My other punishment is that, you know, I'm sure a lot of people, whether it be media, fighters, friends, acquaintances who had respect for me might not have respect for me now. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life that are way more of a punishment than what? I take a 30-day, 60-day absence? That's not a punishment to me. The punishment is that I did it.
All right. So then the follow-up would have been, well, couldn't another punishment be you get fired? That would be a punishment. And also, I disagree with his assertion that the fighters would suffer and the UFC would crumble to the ground without him for 30 to 60 days. They would have never made it. Corey, we were talking about this in the break. You're right. They would have never made it this far without him. I think the time that he is a necessary part of that organization to which they could not function without him, I think that part is come and gone. Also,
because you think Musk could take over
Look,
be a more controversial figure?
Don't drag me into that. I have no thoughts about that one way or another on air.
Elon Musk.
On air, I
want people to just be like, the smell? What are you talking about?
The college.
Is the idea that Dana White just thinks, I have to carry that with me. That's the punishment. That's not how society works. Oh, I killed someone in a drunk driving accident. I have to carry that with me. That's the punishment. That is not how any of society works. So his I'm not saying he has to get whatever punishment, but just I think he's an idiot because he is baffled by the idea that there would be any punitive punishment against him. He can't possibly understand that.
Yeah, I mean, what punishment does she get?
The wife?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Was that the punishment? Was the slap back?
I'm seriously, I mean, you could say that. I have no idea if they're going to file for divorce or I have no idea what her employment is. I don't know.
Yeah. And society looks at that real quickly and dismisses it pretty quickly.
Sure.
Right. So, and I'm not trying to, I'm trying to have the conversation of, it's just, this is where I started in my conversation.
I think that is a valid point. And I think there should be a more in-depth conversation about, hey, that's probably not okay. It's just he works for the UFC.
That also, when I bring that up, that does deflect from the direct conversation of should the UFC, which he has people he reports to. Now, did he always report to people? It seemed like he was always the face, but he was the...
It's just people didn't know the Fertittas publicly the way they did Dana White.
Yeah. So he has people that he has to report to. Does his fan base care? Does the fan base of the UFC, do they hate him or love him even more or less? That's another factor, Kevin. We bring up all the things that have happened in the past. What made the move with Ray Rice? It was whenever there were people saying, hey, money's about to leave our pockets. We got to do something about this.
And you know what? I'm glad that you brought that up. That's a great point because not a whole lot of fighters have spoken out about this that are in the UFC, but I have already seen at least one fighter who's like, yeah, I mean, she hit him. So, and then I've seen another fighter who's like, that's not okay.
Yeah,
it's never going to be okay.
And I do like if UFC is looking at it and all their accounts are staying the same,
then what do they care?
Slap on the wrist and move on.
Yeah, I mean,
like that's I'm not saying that's right, but I'm saying this is a reality that happens is when money gets involved, that's when people start losing their S about it.
You are 100% right about that. We talked about this at the time. I don't think the NFL gives a damn about if men beat up women. Not at all. 0%. But when women-led businesses or sponsors were like, hey, we're going to leave if you don't do something, they're like, hey, the NFL has always
never
and
forget
will always care
all the times
about exactly
where we've done these things.
And that's why, to me, I still can't fathom. I know it didn't come out last night, but do you know this next Wednesday on TBS, we are still on track for the debut of Dana White's Slap League. That's a thing that's still happening that I also think is weird.
It almost seems like weird marketing. Like unintentional, maybe even intentional, but it almost seems like unintentional weird marketing that people like it's viral. You know, that the idea. I mean, I heard it this morning with Sean.
I didn't even.
He brought that up.
Yeah.
You brought it up last week.
Yeah.
And so like it's something it seems like weird unintentional marketing that's going to get people's attention. And I don't know if you heard Chop talking about that. He was like, dude, doctors have said that league right there is more is there's more than boxing and UFC, Taekwondo. It's more physically harmful to your brain because in those things you can at least block yourself. This is just standing there waiting to get hit and your brain moves around.
From the 214, my buddy Kevin is an idiot. He thinks Brady will lose. As Mike established earlier in the show, I am going to be just furious if the Cowboys lose this game. And not just because the Cowboys lose, which I get it. Like Cowboys fans will all be mad about it. I will be mad on another level if they lose to this garbage team. So look, I get it.
I feel like to you, one win will satisfy your Cowboy season. I'm not saying you'll be happy, but you'll be satisfied. You'll be okay if they beat Tampa, then go to Philly and lose. You'll say, hey, it was a solid season. Wish it could have gone better, but that was solid.
Which unfortunately, that's my Cowboys fandom that you've kind of like, I kind of feel like we've been eroded into that, you know? Like for all the people who are still like, we need to make the Super Bowl, NFC Championship game. I would love that so much. I would love for my older son, to be able to see that. But I've been
can't say his name.
Brandon. I have been eroded to the point where
you were told not to say that.
Making it to the divisional round feels kind of about where this team deserves to be. That's just kind of, and apparently lots of people have lots of thoughts about squares, rectangles, parallelograms. I had no idea, Corey, that the geometric interest was this high.
And I don't know about that. Text in 877-881-1053. The best arguments in sports talk radio and DFW have nothing to do with sports. The best debates are usually about something that you're like, hold on, I've never thought about this before, but here we are, and I'm passionate about it. And it's the square and the rectangle. Today.
Who knew? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
I'll draw more for you guys.
Thank you very much. That first drawing was really solid. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The main reason why Mahomes and Hurts will be 1-2 in the MVP voting. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, we know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with our classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Mahomes with the snap. Now throws it left flat. Caught by McKinnon. He'll walk into the end zone left side. Touchdown, Kansas City. And the Chiefs finally cross the goal line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And
what happened?
He's still not
Breaking
turning
news?
on your mic, but that was nice. That little pop at the end, that was pretty cool.
Nobody know what you did because you didn't turn your mic on.
Here is a friendly reminder. The overtime rules are different in the playoffs.
Oh my gosh, I forgot.
Exactly.
Both teams get the ball.
And so I thought we should talk about that.
Take
just
one
real
player
quick.
off the field for each team.
No, that's this. We're not going hockey overtime
until there's just 1v1.
12-man football.
Mano y mano, 1v1.
Would you rather see
Oklahoma drill?
Would you rather see 10 versus 10 or 12 versus 12? Like, would you rather them start moving by adding more people?
10 versus 10.
I want to see 7 versus 7. I want to see 7 on 7. I kind of do. Like, Kevin, let's get down to the nitty gritty here. Who are you taking off the field if it's 1v1? Are you saying Mahomes, you're back out there? Or are you saying, no, we're not giving it to Mahomes. He doesn't have anybody to throw to. And now we're just giving it to the running back. Who, I want to see.
We're choosing Micah Parsons.
Or Tony Pollard.
Can Tony tackle? Does the guy have to stay out for defense too? That's why.
Oh man. Okay, yeah, maybe I will take Micah Parsons.
Because I don't want
then.
Patrick Mahomes because he can't pass it to anybody.
Yeah.
So now he has to be fast, physical, and strong. So I think you're looking at your linebackers and safeties.
Yeah. I mean, think about this. 877-881-1053.
Donovan Wilson.
Take part in this conversation with us here. Let's imagine for a minute. Kevin, how many offensive linemen are you taking off the field while also having receivers out there? Like, at some point, you might take a running back and be like, crap, we needed him later on. This is a fun game. I want to see it.
Man, all right. I'm really thinking about this.
214, I want to see the throw-out competition between the quarterbacks, like in the Dr. Pepper thing.
Okay, yeah, and you advance in the playoffs and also maybe you can get a college scholarship. We'll figure it out along the way. See, I'm thinking Micah. I feel like Donovan Wilson is in consideration. I think Tony Pollard isn't for consideration, but Mike makes an excellent point about his tackling skills. I'm not entirely sure about that.
What's interesting is nobody said Dak because y'all are all basically saying that leadership doesn't matter whenever it gets down to 1v1.
No.
Can't throw an INT.
That's a good point.
Can't
Are
pass.
you sure?
He could fumble.
Are you sure he couldn't throw an INT?
So
passing it to himself.
Now, as we move our way into the various scenarios, if in the new overtime system, you're kicking the ball off, right then? As opposed to wanting to receive. Because in the old overtime system, obviously you want to receive.
Yeah, explain it all, the new one to me. Not the fake one that I just made up.
Both teams, for now, both teams get the ball. I know it's not you score a touchdown, you win the game. We're not doing that anymore in the playoffs. So in this scenario, I believe I would want the ball second.
Yeah, it's interesting because you know what you have to do.
Exactly.
Obviously, if you stall out and it's 3rd and 6 on the 20-yard line and incomplete pass, you're kicking the field goal. You're going up by 3 and you're trusting your defense. But at that point, the other team now knows we have to get at least a field goal. So I do like the idea of if they don't score, I know I just need a field goal and I win. If they score a touchdown, I know 4th and 10 on my own 25-yard line. If I've gone 3 and haven't got anything, I should have said 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down. On 4th down and 10, I can't punt. I have to go for it because I know I need points or a touchdown to keep this game alive. So I think you would defer.
I do too.
Because the other team's going to take the ball, right?
Yeah.
That means they have to take the ball. And then do you get to choose the win?
Yeah.
Because
I would presume so.
So now you get the win and you know you're going to get the ball.
Are you doing the same then? Like, let's say we're
Yeah.
in overtime. You're deferring?
Yeah, I do like putting if my offense is really good, I know their offense stinks. I like putting the pressure on, hey, you have to go get a touchdown now. Like that, we've scored the touchdown. Now you have to match us. I like that idea.
To your point too, Corey, and I don't know this well enough, would NFL teams go, man, we had the ball for the last 10 minutes of the game or 10 out of the last 15 minutes. Their defense is wore out. If we defer, that team,
we give them a break.
They get 10 minutes to sit on the sideline and think about it. If we take the ball, they don't have time to make major adjustments and they're tired.
In my generic game.
Right. Generic, I'm with you, but I just wonder.
Otherwise, I think you're spot on.
The only
about
way
that.
to do this, Kevin.
Okay.
To ensure like the way like what Mike was saying with the having it second, you know what you have to do. You have to have another field. And then your defense plays their offense.
And
your offense plays two different fields. They play at the same time during this time.
You know what I've learned? Corey has evolved beyond your standard NFL football. He's like, it doesn't work anymore. I need to up it. Like, you saw what you saw, and now that's not good enough anymore. And you're like, well, what else you got?
75 years of this stuff. Come on, let's move on. Hold on, are we at 100? We're over 100 now, right?
We're past 75. We're not at 100. Ooh, actually, you're right.
The United States have been here longer than 100
no,
years.
Thanks, I think he means football. What are we at, 103 years?
Yeah.
No, you're right about
1492, I think.
that. That is not correct. Please tell me you know. When
Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Yeah, because it rhymes, bro.
Well, please tell me you know
that's when he
the
said we're
United
the United
States
States of
officially
America.
became a country, right?
Back in the day.
Yeah, I think I just watched the show 1883. So right around there. Still, Montana wasn't and Oregon wasn't established.
1776.
Thank God.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
that's a bourbon.
Don't react like that. All right, let's go.
That's when Benjamin Franklin
We got it right, Mike.
established it, right?
Good. You
And
know
Her-
what? Good enough.
That's when Herbie Hancock signed.
No, that is not correct. That is a great reference. All right, the Buffalo Bills have added Cole Beasley to their 53-man roster. He was previously on their practice squad. If you're watching on the fan cam and the Twitch right now, I am blocking.
It has to do something with
Mike
49
Bassick's
because that's why they
view.
call the San Francisco 49ers.
That was for the gold rush of 1849. That is not about when the country got started.
The country of San Francisco.
That is why I was blocking you out. If you're wondering why I have my hand in front of Mike's face, it's because I know he's looking at
That's
me
at 1 o'clock.
ready to tell me another
Called the C block.
ridiculous fact. All right, so Cole Beasley now on the active roster. Potential bad news, though not surprising for the Cowboys and every other team in the NFC. Christian McCaffrey was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. The 49ers are 10-1 since that trade and 6-0 in December and January. He ran for 505 yards on 5 yards a carry and also caught 27 passes for 262 yards and 3 touchdowns.
I didn't get to say this because Mike McCarthy had an unbelievable press conference. Is Christian McCaffrey, I'm interested on him Saturday at 3:30. I'm really interested in Brock Purdy because the rookie quarterback obviously can struggle come playoff time, no matter how good of a year he had. And for Purdy, he had a 5-game season. Is if Brock Purdy goes out there and he throws for 230 yards and 2 touchdowns and no interceptions, I'm like, son of a gun, man. I know it's Seattle and they're not a very good team, but I'm like, he had no drop off on what he was doing in the regular season. So, yes, I think San Francisco is going to win, but I'm interested to see how Brock Purdy looks in his first ever playoff game.
100%.
And it'll be the first time ever he's facing an opponent for the second time.
If they let's say they win 17-14 or whatever, does that change? Let's say they do that and then there's another upset.
Yeah.
Does
like
that
the
change?
Giants beat Minnesota?
Does that change your perception of that Cowboys-49ers game?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I think to myself, yes, the 49ers have the better team, but you might have the much better quarterback in this situation if Purdy looks very 7th round rookie-ish.
Yeah.
Because even though, Dak Prescott lost his rookie year, he really didn't do anything wrong that game.
Yeah.
He had a very good game. He put up 31 points.
Yeah,
in regular
I know people point out to the one pick that was obviously tough. All right, let's talk about Derek Carr. Derek Carr said farewell to the Raiders fans this morning. He said, it breaks my heart. I didn't get an opportunity to say goodbye in person. I once said that if I'm not a Raider, I would rather be at home, and I meant that, but I never envisioned it ending this way.
There's a saying in AAA, and I hate it. Play better. you'd still be a Raider if you played better. It's not the Raiders' fault. It's your fault.
Yeah.
You didn't play better. Hey, I wish I was a Raider. I didn't play well enough to continue being a Raider. That's the fact. They're not getting rid of good players.
Yeah, we played this clip leading into Gridiron of Patrick Mahomes. If you want a perfect example of why Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts were 1-2 for a chunk of the season, Jalen Hurts took the lead, and I still think if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, there's a good chance he wins MVP.
To your point, I still will say, if he would have played against the Cowboys on that big game, that big stage, and beat the Cowboys, he's the MVP of the league.
Those are the two teams that accomplished the most over the over-unders for predictive win totals at the beginning of the year. There's actually a group that Kansas City is with. It's Seattle, San Francisco, Minnesota, and Kansas City. All went 3.5 above their over-under projections at the beginning of the season. Hence why Patrick Mahomes overwhelmingly likely to win the MVP. But Philadelphia, number one on the list at 4.5. They went 4.5 wins over their projected win-loss total at the beginning of the year. As for the underachievers, which teams do you think underachieved the most?
The Super Bowl champs.
The Los Angeles Rams are tied for first place at minus 5.5 wins. They won 5.5 less games than projected.
Crap.
Bears?
No, Chicago Bears not on the list.
Denver.
That's a
Denver tied for third along with Arizona.
I was thinking of Arizona, so that takes them
Those
out.
are both 4.5 down.
Packers.
Ooh, Packers not on that list.
Who had a horrible year?
Chargers, maybe?
No.
They won 10.
Not the Chargers.
They might have been.
Raiders.
I'm trying to look at standings.
This team was pretty terrible.
Standings.
I believe.
Pretty terrible, and we thought they were going to be good. The Colts?
The Indianapolis Colts.
They only won 4 games.
Tied with the Los Angeles. And if everyone's wondering why the half, remember they said the over-unders on the half so you don't push a whole bunch of bets. Is
like weather on the 8s or something.
Is traffic and weather together. Is Indianapolis and the Rams both minus 5.5. Arizona and Denver both 4.5 wins below projection. Next on the list, Tampa Bay. 3.5 wins less than their projected total. We're the KNC Master.
Tampa Bay's a negative 45 in points for, points against.
They're not good.
Cowboys were a plus 125, just to give you an idea.
Take that for what you will.
Should they even play this game Monday night?
I mean, look,
it is called a scrimmage.
I would love
Kinda
that.
like the way Mike McCarthy just talks to Brad and Babe during the thing, and then we just kind of do practice plays to get ready for next week.
Look, I'm all about that. If the Cowboys can just advance.
This game is over, Kevin. Don't you worry.
Okay.
This game's over.
By the way, the Jets also fired their offensive coordinator. We're the
Cowboys by
KNC
30.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hold on till this next segment before you say that, even if it is sarcastic. Who do you fear from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. question. Who do you fear from the Milwaukee Bucks?
Is that really what you prefer?
This is a real segment?
Yes.
Is that
Excuse me.
Did you say the Milwaukee Bucks?
The Tampa Bay Bucks. Damn it. The
Chris Middleton.
Tampa Bay
What
Bucks.
the hell are we doing? We're not playing Milwaukee anytime
Hey,
soon?
we talk about what we want to talk about.
I think that
is the Tampa Bay
I think we've already
Bucks.
played Milwaukee both times this year. Like,
The
I'm like,
Tampa Bay Bucks. That's how much your question rattled me. Is I want you to know, like, if you think this job is easy, that's fine.
Peel back the curtain,
I
Kevin.
totally get that. Is before we go on, and I don't mean like minutes before, I mean like seconds before, is he'll be like, live. And he's like, why do they call it tic-tac-toe? There's no tick or tack or toe. Why isn't it called X's and O? Like, that's what he's saying to me with his mic off while I'm like, welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
now we're talking about the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, the Tampa Bay Bucks. I apologize.
Now do more of the people that we've worked with in the past and stuff that's happened.
Oh, man. That feels like that might get me in trouble.
Oh, okay. All
Tampa
right.
Bay. Who am I most scared of?
Oh,
Yes.
You're afraid to talk about DJ. He's right down the hall, Kevin.
I like
Corey.
DJ. Remember
I'm
that
gonna
one time
give
he threw
you.
up?
I'm gonna give you my two
Uh-huh.
without saying in order.
All right.
Who are you more afraid of, Tom Brady or Mike Evans?
I guess out of those two, Tom Brady.
Because he has to get the ball there.
Yeah. Mike Evans, I'm actually more afraid of Godwin than I am of Mike Evans.
Fact.
Mike Evans can break a game open. I don't think the Cowboys will let him, but underneath the yards after catch from Chris Godwin are the thing that scare me the most. So I'm out of the receivers, I'm more afraid of Godwin.
So the first ever pass from old Sammy Howell, Art House kid, is
It's not.
they get, and this is why Godwin, they get him into a slot area, and it's a zone coverage because nobody obviously was carrying him. He gets into, was it Clark. He gets into his area. There's no way he's going to stay with him. Hal makes the pretty simple pass, hits him on the run, lets him then turn it up the field for 7 yards for a touchdown. That does seem more Godwin-like than Mike Evans-like. Do you think that Diggs is just going to follow Evans everywhere to make his – because
it's not
Diggs
conducive.
has made Mike Evans' life very miserable playing the Cowboys.
It's not. I mean, obviously, you want Anthony Brown out there, and people are be like, "I hate Anthony Brown." That's fine. Like, he was better than most of the options at second cornerback for a lot of different teams. I don't think it's conducive to their defense and what they want to accomplish to just say pair up with Mike Evans.
Okay.
They love the opportunity
Just
to
stay
say
on this side?
just to you set up. And now, as the plays, going into motion, everything, you don't have to switch stuff up. You don't have to move things around. Everybody knows what their job is supposed to be. And it's deceptive to the quarterback in a way of, okay, they didn't move a safety. So now, and I know that this guy's not following him. So now, he's trying to play the chess piece. He's moving things around. It's a lot of Tetris.
Yes.
You're just shifting things around to see what fits where. And then you go, okay, there's my spot. But when the Cowboys can line up and just say, you have this side of the field, you have this side of the field, and everything in between, that's when they are at their best. Now, because they don't have the best cornerback opposite Diggs right now, their best option, they got to figure, that's why I'm afraid of Godwin too, is because I think if they try to say, well, more often than not, if you're Tampa Bay, you want to say, Mike, try to beat Diggs today. Go out there and try and beat Diggs, and we're going to live with everything else.
I'll lose
if
that
you have
matchup every
not
time.
Mike Bassick, Mike Evans.
I was slow when I was 20 years old.
If you have 44 yards in this game and no touchdowns, that's fine, because we think that Chris Godwin is going to be, and our other guys are going to be able to do a lot better against their second options.
So is your answer Godwin?
Godwin is definitely who I fear the most.
Okay.
I think that's a savvy answer, and here's why I do not actually fear Mike Evans in this game. And I know that Mike Evans, you know what? Let's go ahead and fire this off. Let's cut number 3. This is Mike Evans talking about maybe who he's going to go up against.
I mean, they're down at corner. They got 2 guys injured. There were some solid players. The backup is solid. We're watching more film on him. 26. He's made some plays, but when we're healthy, it doesn't matter who the DBs are. So hopefully we get a lot of cover 1. I love that. So Yeah, and Diggs is a really good corner as well. So, he's matched me 2021, and the first game of the season, he was on me a little bit, but not the whole game.
So I understand his point, and if I was a wide receiver, I would also be pumped about going up against the secondary.
And in the history of Dan Quinn's defenses, he did like to take a lot of the middle, like just say, hey, we're going to clog up the middle, and we're going to do single high stuff. We're gonna do this single high safety thing, and that's what he's talking about. That's what Mike Evans is saying. If I get single high coverage, we can force that safety to be confused. And Tom Brady is one of the most accurate quarterbacks against single high coverage there is.
And safety play might be the key to this. I was shocked when I looked into the Mike Evans-Tom Brady connection. By the way, when he says, oh, they're healthy, my ass, they're healthy, maybe at wide receiver. But the whole reason they've run
He's been taught by Tom Brady to say those things.
Which is probably smart. I will say that's smart for sure, is they still have issues on their offensive line, which has led to this specific problem. First 2 seasons of Tom Brady and Mike Evans, just unreal. 26 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions when targeting Mike Evans. This year, keep in mind, he had a game for 207 yards and 3 touchdowns. Keep that in mind. This year, the Tom Brady to Mike Evans connection, 6 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. When he targets Mike Evans, it does not go the way that you think. And let's not pretend like they just went through a murderer's row of defenses all year and the Cowboys can't possibly contend. That's why I think you're right, Corey. Safety play could be huge because safeties might have the opportunity to feast on Brady.
But you're not saying that Mike Evans is a bum. I just want to make sure that's clear. You're not saying he's a bum.
No.
Because somebody will take it that way and be like, oh, you just said he can't do anything.
That connection has not been on point. And for people who are like, yeah, but if it is, you're right.
Yeah.
If it is, they're screwed.
Yeah, just like if the connection with Dak Prescott and all his receivers is on point.
Absolutely. And that's why I've seen multiple people from the 6'8" Fournette, from another 6'8" Fournette and Evans. If that is the case, you're in a lot of trouble. I agree. Mike brought this up. If Tampa, I would be way more concerned if Tampa puts together a run-based scoring drive to start the game than I would by, let's say they systematically move down the field by running the ball and score a touchdown. I'm more concerned about that than a Dak pick 6 by a mile, because Dak has shown at least the ability in most games to bounce back from that. It's frustrating, agreed, but to bounce back from that. If Tampa can run, they haven't been able to run all season. If they can run against this defense, it's going to be a long, long night.
Can I ask this question? Because I'm sorry I don't know more about this player. I know he's good. Does Devin White rush from the outside a lot? He doesn't have a lot of sacks. He has 5.5 sacks. I'm just wondering... when we're talking about the fear, we know the wide receiver stats, we know quarterback stats and running back stats. What I'm wondering, guys, is Tyron Smith, Corey, you're watching more of this than I'm watching, doesn't look good. Is Devin White going to be the person to take advantage of Tyron Smith trying to keep him in front of him and cause Dak Prescott to throw the ball when he doesn't want to?
There are times when Devin White operates as kind of your more... I don't want to say traditional linebacker because that's not accurate either, but he has a bigger concern with winning the line of scrimmage than hitting the quarterback. Like, I think I'm more concerned about Devin White and probably Levante David too when it comes to shutting down the run.
Okay.
I think those would be my primary concerns in terms of shutting down the run. And then obviously Vita Vea comes up as well.
Yeah, and he's in the middle.
Yes.
So obviously
yes.
I know that he's not going to ever match up against Tyron Smith. I'm just wondering who's the guy that could make Tyron Smith look old and done, and then also playing on the opposite side of the field that he's used to.
I was going to say, it's weird because Vita Vea is their leading sack getter this year, but that's not who
Up the
you
middle.
would, yeah, exactly. And that's not who you would think of. I think the potential is there in the passing game to hold off on the edges.
Okay.
But the problem is going to be, and that's why having Biotish back is going to be such a big deal, right? Is are they going to gobble you up on the inside? And if that's the case, are they going to be hitting the rush from the inside, not from the outside? And will that crush your run game? I think it's a non-traditional, I guess, pass rush, although you've seen it more and more.
I'm wondering, Anthony Nelson, I'm sorry, I don't know much about him. I know he has 5.5 sacks. He has a lot less tackles. To your point, Devin White and Levante David both have 124 tackles. So they are playing a way more traditional linebacker role in the tackles that they have for the year. But I'm just wondering, who's the guy that could cause us problems from the outside?
And he has picked up several of those sacks in the back half of the season. I know it's only 5.5, but he has at least a couple in the last 3 games.
Yeah, a lot of fan text saying, White up the middle is where his sacks, blitzes up the middle is where that's going to be. Now, that's where, I really need Bjadic back, or Baidez. Definitely need him back and ready. Not just back and hey, I'm barely here. I need him back and ready for this game because there's a lot of responsibility up the middle that he's been taking over all season long. And you listen to Wolchuk, you listen to Broadus, he was considered their most improved player this year because of the way that he's grown from last year on. So this is awesome, but if he's not there, if he's not good enough, then that's a big struggle for the Cowboys. Can they get to the outside with Tony Pollard? Absolutely. And then can they do some things up the middle with Ezekiel Elliott? That's where you're hoping that they can kind of pound that a little bit.
Is Winfield healthy?
Believe so.
Are you worried about him being the intercept guy?
Yes.
Always.
And he is good to go.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, I'm looking at Carlton Davis. Is he considered their best cornerback? He has 12 pass deflections. I know he only has 1 interception, but that seems like...
I think it might be actually Jamel Dean.
Okay.
He has been really good at pass defenses in the postseason.
Okay.
And so, I don't know if that fits the same, obviously that's a different thing than interceptions, but I think Jamel Dean might be the guy, or people, of course, bring up Sean Murphy-Bunting, he has an interception in 3 of his 5 playoff games. So, it's a small sample size, but that's pretty dang good. In 5 of your playoff games, you have interceptions in 3 of them. So, I mean, there are concerns. And don't get me wrong, I have concerns about Dak throwing an interception. I just think we're screwed if Tampa Bay's running game, which is worse 100%. In the NFL, is hitting.
Yeah, I'm with you, too. I guess my fear is probably Tom Brady. I think that's the easy answer. Sure. But I just wonder...
I'm surprised more people haven't said that so far in the text. Some, but...
Yeah. I just worry that his playoff experience, his ability to win in the playoffs is going to somehow carry Tampa to a victory here, where there's other guys to worry about. Winfield, Devin White. I was just wondering, is there a guy where I don't think there is? I mean, I think CeeDee Lamb has proven he can get open against almost anybody. It's also about Dak making good decisions with the ball, too, where whoever is guarding Noah Brown probably has a good chance of getting an INT.
Yeah, I got a lot of feelings on this, Mike, that if you have a bonehead play, you lose the game. I think both these teams
a major mistake.
Yeah, pretty evenly. Maybe you have 14 seconds left at the end of the game, and you decide to run up the middle and just slide, and then they're something like that could
cost a fair
them.
Catch punt that Turpentine fumbles.
Yeah, these are pretty evenly matched teams in a lot of respects. And that's why, if it's close, I don't think I'm scared a lot more than I am, excited about it, because Tom Brady knows how to execute in those moments. Do the Cowboys in playoffs, different world. It's a different world when you're trying to execute in the playoffs when it's all or nothing for you.
And that's why I go back to this, and I think that's a very well-made point, is I will be terrified if it's the 4th quarter and this is a close game. I really will.
Not
because
excited? Man, this is such a fun game to watch.
Hell no. A fun game to watch to me was the 4th quarter of the Colts, or most of the entirety of the Vikings game. I would love to see their run game go nowhere. The Bucs turn the ball over, and the Cowboys are immediately up 14-0.
Wasn't TCU and Michigan a great game to watch? In Georgia and Ohio State?
Yes, because I did not have a rooting interest in that game. If I had no rooting interest in this game, then rock on. I hope a lot of the other playoff games, I hope the Chargers and the Jags is an all-time classic, because either way, I'm those aren't my teams. But wouldn't you like to see the Jags win 38-0?
What's TCU stand for?
Texas Christian University.
And Corey, am I hearing this right?
Mm.
He has no interest in Texas Christian?
I didn't mean it from any religious-based standpoint or anything like that.
You didn't say you hate Texas Christians.
Not at all.
You just said you're just not
No,
interested.
but he didn't say you loved
it either. And you don't root for them.
I meant that was a different
If you're a
deal.
Texas Christian,
oh my gosh,
text in.
Okay.
And
Say,
ask Kevin a
Kevin,
question.
What's your problem?
Okay, that is
What's your deal?
that could
Hey,
go
we gotta
throughout
go
the
talk to
show.
Urlacher now, guys.
All right,
Yeah.
coming up next, let's talk with NFL Hall of Famer and linebacking machine Brian Urlacher right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. America's team. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you NFL Hall of Famer and linebacking machine, Brian Urlacher. He will be alongside Emmitt Smith and DeMarcus Ware at the Las Colinas Country Club for part of the Celebrity Classic presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
We're doing great. Go ahead.
Big week for Dallas.
Man, it is, and I promise I want to get to a lot of football, but first, since you're going to be in town for a golf event, we got to ask you a question. We have somebody on the morning show who claims, we think he's trolling, but he claims that he has never golfed in his life and he can go out there and shoot 80 or better on his first attempt. What would your response be to this particular individual?
Put as much money as you can, as much money as he wants to bet him, because he ain't going to do it. There's no, it's impossible. Man, I feel like I'm a decent golfer, and sometimes I can't break 80. So get as much money on the table as you can and take that bet.
I think he's already got $500 laid on the table against one of our friends.
Bobby,
so.
why would he do that?
It'll be over after about 7 holes.
Now, okay. Thank
you
for
though,
that.
On the back 9, he's going to be like, I can bring it back. I can do it.
Yeah, I'm going to birdie an eagle every hole. Don't worry about it.
We're going to play this audio for him because I think he's doing a bit, but he is also maybe the most irresponsibly confident person I've ever met.
Yes,
so
that's true.
Now, you
Sounds
said
like a fun guy.
Yeah,
He is fun.
absolutely. You can see why he would be a good radio host too, right?
Yes, for sure.
Now, we're talking to Brian Urlacher. You said big weekend for us. I'm curious if you ever heard rumblings about this while you were playing. Cowboys went 12-5 last year. Cowboys went 12-5 this year. Our fan base feels miserable right now, and we have a big chunk of the fan base that feels like it's inevitable Dallas is going to lose on Monday. Did you ever get the sense that the Cowboys fan base was just generally a sad group of people?
So I grew up in New Mexico. I am part of that fan base, just so you know. I grew up a Cowboys fan. Still am a Cowboys fan. So no, I'm optimistic every time the Cowboys plays. I think we're going to win. I'm saying we because I'm a Cowboys fan. Still.
Hell yeah!
I feel good every time they play. Even after last week, I still feel good, sort of. Maybe not as good as I should, but that was terrible last week. I don't know what happened.
How far is Lovington from Carlsbad, by the way?
70 miles.
70 miles. Okay. A lot of my family's from Carlsbad, so I understand the connection with the Cowboys. They're all Cowboys fans there too. So I wanted to kind of figure that out a little bit.
Yep. That's all we got down there.
when you saw this game last week, does that take away a lot of what happened the rest of the season though? Do you forget about that, or you're like, no, there was so much more good, but they got to find their swagger back somehow?
I'm going to give them a pass because it was the last game of the year. I mean, they were playing for something, but they really weren't. The Giants weren't going to beat the Eagles, but I think we all knew that. So, but I guess if your stars are playing, I feel like you should play better than that. And I feel like most of our guys played, but we're better than that. I know there's just too many good players in that offense and defense to have that type of performance again. I'll say that.
I was looking at Micah Parsons' numbers. He played this year. Yeah, he is a beast. He is. But this year he had about 600 more or 400 more alignments at defensive end than he did at linebacker. And you got 13 sacks. Still great pass rush win rate for him and everything. But if you were him, would you say, hey, I want to be back at linebacker or put me back at edge?
Well, this is not going to come off well, but he will make more money as a rusher.
Yep.
Because the sacks are where the money's at these days, and the cause fumbles. So if I was him, and they have a hard, he's held the block off the edge. You see they have to chip him sometimes. They're best tackles on him. So I would say and they move him around on the front a bunch as well. So keep doing what he's doing. Plus, when it comes contract time, he will make more money because of what the sacks and the cause fumbles and stuff like that.
Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher joining us right now. Brian, if you are Leighton Vander Esch and he's coming back for this game and you're in the middle of the field, and Tampa has proven throughout this season that they really can't run the ball. Help me out. What do you do in the middle when Tom Brady is pretending to hand the ball off to Leonard Fournette?
Well, you still got to respect the run. You know, I feel like Tampa's playing the last couple of games they played. I know they lost last week to Atlanta, but the week before they looked pretty good against Carolina. They're scary because it's Tom Brady back there, but you still got to respect the run. You know, and Leighton's the good thing Leighton has is Leighton's 6'4", and he is playing this week. Is it for sure?
He is back at practice, so it's looking very, very likely.
Good. He's a good football player, but yeah, I mean, you still have to respect the run, but I wouldn't be flying up there too quick if they see that pump fake. And he can differentiate quick. He's smart. They don't run the boots because Tom's not as mobile as some quarterbacks, so they don't run a lot of boots. But once you see, you know, those linemen standing up pretty high, I think he'll be able to tell us to pass and maybe not fly up there like with some other teams.
Can you explain the importance of physicality, especially in the playoffs, and where, you know, because the offensive line, they want to overpower the defensive line. How important is your guys' defensive front to what the linebackers need to accomplish?
Well, you guys set that tone early. You know, I think the line of scrimmage dictates a lot who wins those games in the playoffs. You know, if you win up front on both sides, you're usually going to win the football game. That's just the way it goes. I know Dallas has been able to run the ball a bunch this year. Offensively, I mean, the running backs have been great. But defensively, I mean, if you can establish the line of scrimmage on defense, you're doing something pretty good, because it's hard to do that with the way the rules are set up for the offense to win these days. You gotta play pretty well to establish that line of scrimmage, but it does make it easy for the backers because you can just run to the football.
Now, since you said you are part of the Cowboys fandom, I got to know, because we're talking about doing this tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Is there a Cowboys flaw that you think is overblown? Like, obviously, this team gets dissected to death. Is there a flaw on this team that you're like, that's not really as big of an issue as people make it out to be?
There's two things I worry about. It's our pass defense, and I love Dak to death, but the turnovers got to stop, man. The pick sixes, I think there's no doubt he's the quarterback. I'm not questioning that one bit. Dak is the man I love, and I love the way he plays, but you got to take care of the football, man. I think especially in the playoffs, turnovers will kill you in the playoffs, just like they will in the regular season, but they're magnified in the playoffs because the other teams are pretty damn good. They take advantage of those turnovers. So I just feel like you got to take better care of the football if you're Dak, and that may be solved with running the football as well. You know, just run the ball. He's a great play action quarterback. The weapons he has on offense, you know, just get it out there, those receivers. But like I said, our pass defense, I worry a little bit about, especially with going against Tom Brady this week and the receivers they have in Tampa.
When you're talking about those turnover issues, I get it. All of the players out in the media, they of course say, well, of course we believe in Dak 100%. And like, I get that. I'm not saying they don't. I'm kind of curious if you can give us some insight in the locker room about how it goes when maybe your team doesn't have all of their belief in the quarterback.
For me, that was never an issue. We didn't talk about that stuff in the locker room. We didn't talk behind people's backs. If you start doing that stuff in the locker room, man, you're going to lose it quick, and none else is going to really matter. So, when I played for the Bears, we had 21 different starting quarterbacks in my 13 years.
Wow.
So that was never a topic of discussion because it didn't matter to us on defense. We had to stop. If our offense scored 6 points, we had to hold them to 5. If we scored 2, we had to shut them out. That's just the way it went. We didn't worry about that stuff, and I think as a defensive player, you can't worry about it. You have to do your job. If the offense gives up a touchdown, get a touchdown back. Score on special teams, get a pick six. Your mentality has to be that way.
I heard our morning show ask this to Rod Marinelli, and I'm stealing it and asking you this, Brian. Is Tom Brady the boogeyman? And like, is there a real psychological advantage that he just holds over other people?
Oh, no, he's just good. I mean, I don't know about the psychological advantage or anything like that. The dude is just good. I mean, you look what he does. He takes care of the football. I know this year his numbers are quote unquote down for him.
Yeah.
But he's still throwing for 4,700 yards, 20-something touchdowns. I mean, most quarterbacks are like, oh, I had a career season. You know, this is awesome numbers. But Tom, you're like, oh, he's getting all these numbers are down. And this time of year is when I think he's the scariest because of his experience. He knows what it takes to win these games. So, yeah, I would be a little nervous right now if I'm Cowboys Nation.
Before these playoffs start, who do you see making the Super Bowl and why?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I wasn't expecting that one. So out of the NFC, sorry, Cowboys, and going against me, San Fran's playing so good.
All right,
you look at their defense, getting to the football, getting takeaways. they got their third string quarterback in there just making plays, and their offense is hard to stop because of the misdirection running game. They get you going one way and they cut it back. They made a great trade for McCarthy there in the season. But I like them on both sides of the football. And in the AFC, the Bills and the Chiefs are good, but I'm going to go back to what I said earlier about taking care of the football. Mahomes takes care of the football a little better than Josh Allen has lately, and this late in the season. So, and I like their defense just a little bit more than Buffalo's defense. So I'm going to go with Kansas City from the AFC.
Kind of a heartbreaking answer right there, but I appreciate your honesty nonetheless. As long as we're talking honesty, since you're going to have the Celebrity Classic going down with Choctaw, and one of the people there is DeMarcus Ware. Are you telling the rest of the people who vote for the Hall of Fame that DeMarcus Ware is a Hall of Famer, and what the hell happened last year?
So I saw DeMarcus at the Invited Tournament last year, and I was like, dude, when are you up for the Hall of Fame? He goes, I was up last year. I said, what? I could not believe he did not get in. I don't understand how. I mean, I have this conversation, I feel like every other week with people. It drives me crazy how they vote on that. Well, he'll get in, but he wasn't. This year we had to get so-and-so in. No, he's a Hall of Famer. Put him in. I mean, I don't know if he doesn't get in this year. There's some conspiracy BS going on because DeMarcus Ware is the first ballot Hall of Famer. You know, this year you got Freeney on the ballot. You got DeMarcus. You got Jared Allen. You know, those three guys, they're all three deserving to go in the Hall of Fame. DeMarcus should have been in last year. If he doesn't get in this year, there's an issue.
Since you grew up a Cowboys fan, how much did you get to see Darren Woodson play?
That's my favorite player of all time.
Yep.
He's not in the Hall of Fame either.
We all love Brian Urlacher now.
But you look at, longevity, and I'm with you. Longevity of his career, the huge numbers aren't there if you look at safeties, though, right? You look at who he's up against, and safeties are in the Hall of Fame. Am I right? Or am I wrong? The picks, all those big numbers that they want for your safeties. But Woody's the man. I mean, shoot, he was my guy, number 28. That's who I tried to model our game at when I was in high school. I wanted to be Darren Woodson.
Excellent stuff.
ASU as well. He went to Arizona State in Arizona.
Whew.
Yep.
Excellent stuff. We appreciate you. Can you give us a go Cowboys on your way out?
Oh, I'm a Cowboys fan, but I play for the Bears.
Oh, come on. They're not in the playoffs.
Yeah, hold on. The Bears season's over. You're right. So I'll give you a go Cowboys for this Monday. How about a Monday night playoff game? What the piss?
We do need to talk to you again about Justin Fields at some point. We'll love to talk to you again, man. Have a good one.
I'd love to go on there about that. Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. There you go. Brian Urlacher right here on 105 Through the Fan. He was excellent. And I want to tell you, if you have a different answer.
I love that guy, man.
I counted at least 3 times he edited himself in midstream. And he was like, I should not use that curse word. And I appreciated that very, very much. So outstanding stuff right there. If you want to go check it out, Choctaw event, I believe it's coming up in April. Emmitt Smith and DeMarcus Ware involved in that as well. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. I wanted to throw one other thing out real quick before we get to Mike Likes It.
Hey, real quick.
We can, yeah.
Natty Daddy and also Mert Show 77 on the Twitch. They're like, that was an awesome interview. I really like that Brian Urlacher.
Yes.
Yeah, he was great, man.
I guess they like us too. I guess we ask decent questions.
Okay. I appreciate that as well.
I've been all right at this game.
I appreciate that as well. Is a couple of notes we didn't get the opportunity to hit yesterday. And one of them we said we were going to, we just had a bunch of cool stuff going on, is where you can watch the Rangers, Mavericks, and Stars if you're interested. And there's another option coming up, but it's going to be a frustrating option because it's still going to be more expensive, is Bally Sports Southwest is going to be part of Fubo TV going forward.
I have Fubo on my television, but I don't have like a subscription to it.
And that's the thing, is Fubo is aware of this and they are upping the prices. So
Smart.
The cheapest tier for Fubo was $70 a month. Now it's going up to $75 a month. And it's going from $11 for the regional sports network to $14 for the regional sports network. And so you're going to be looking at increased costs. The cheapest that you're probably going to be able to get this done then is you're looking at the $86 to $89 range, depending on where you live, where there's a little variation. But I know people are frustrated about that because they're like, well, I already had it built into my package and then it went away and everything, or I was going to do the stream and that was going to be way cheaper. And I know people are frustrated about the Bally Sports Southwest app or the Bally Sports Plus app as well. But there's another option for you if you're interested is Fubo TV, because I know people are want to watch the Mavericks and the Stars, and then obviously at the beginning of next season when the Rangers come back.
But if you have another option out there and you want to just DM me those options, or DM to Kevin, or you can just, you know what, you can DM to at KNC1053.
Yeah.
That way there's access for everybody on the show. Let us know.
And it's playing a big part because we have DirecTV and we're thinking about switching and stuff. And I was like, well, we still need to have Bally's. And so we might do Spectrum or whatever because, yeah, that's a big part of all of our lives.
Or just go to all the games. What about that? Even the road games.
That is another option.
Mike, do you think you could do that? Do you think you could go to all of the Mavericks games in a year?
No.
If I win the lottery.
Would you ever want to try it? Like,
if my kids are, at college or not living in the house and there's just always something, right? There's a game, there's a practice, there's a dinner with friends, there's something,
So like 10 years from now, maybe you're kind of in that. All right.
I always find it interesting. The people that do have season tickets to, let's say, Stars, Mavs, and then the Rangers seem just impossible. Like,
yes,
how you go to 40 games a year and then for the Rangers, 80 games a year. That you have to block off a lot of time to do that. And obviously you have to leave your house usually an hour to an hour and a half before the game starts.
The only time I ever think that would work is if I lived in some of those apartments or whatever right by the AAC. And then I was like, I could just walk right there. I could do that, but that's about it. All right, now.
Because you don't like to pay for parking.
So true. Yeah. Who does?
Nobody.
Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, so I figure we just continue the noon segment, Corey, because I didn't know that we were such Milwaukee fans here
that was a
for basketball. But they do play,
part.
Corey, they play the Bucks and Heat play tonight at 6:30. Now, it's not nationally televised, so you do need to have the NBA League Pass.
The Tampa Bay Bucks?
No,
this is now the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, okay. All right. Kevin confused me earlier
I'm
today.
assuming Giannis has to be out of this game, by the way, because Miami's favored by 4, so that doesn't make sense.
Maybe it's because they saw how good Miami was at the free throw line the other day.
Oh, yeah, they set the NBA record, right?
40 for 40 from free throws, Corey. That should have been the greatest game of your life because I was like, you're not going to make 100% of your free throws.
But somebody did.
The Heat were like, watch me.
Yep.
There's a better chance the Mavs would go 0 for 40 than 40 for 40 from the free throw line in the game. If I had to bet, if you had to make a bet, will the Mavericks ever make 40 free throws in a row or miss 40 free throws in a row? I'd go, I'll lean towards the miss 40 in a row. We saw it against the Milwaukee Bucks. Where did they go? 10 for 62 at the line that game?
It's a reality.
Not that number is not reality, but
I'm sure it is.
I hear you nonetheless.
I saw it. I was there. Okay.
Were you there?
Were you there?
I have this question based off of being serious now, not having so much fun. I do have this question based off of something you said earlier, and it popped into my head. Like, let me ask this, and Mike likes it. So I'd love to know y'all's thoughts on the Cowboys and Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Is if it's a close game, a 3-point game with 2 minutes to go, and the ball is on your 25. So you have to go 75 yards for the win, or let's just say approximately 40 yards to really put yourself in a decent position to tie. Would you rather, and explain why, would you rather be down by 3 with the ball on Monday night, or would you rather be up by 3 with Tom Brady getting the ball 75 yards away from a win, approximately 40 yards away from a tie?
May I?
Yeah.
1,000,000%, I would rather be losing the game and we have to go score a touchdown. That I might turn my I don't think I could really turn my TV or radio off, but I might think about it out of anger because I know that Jack Nuts is going to lead them on a touchdown drive and I don't have to hear until the end of time about how Tom Brady's the great blah, 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 blah. So I would much rather the Cowboys be losing and get the ball.
Wasn't that the situation Dak had last year?
It was, they were down by
23-17.
Yeah, they needed a touchdown. They couldn't, he got them into field goal range. And obviously San Francisco playing defense, and that is like, make sure they don't score a touchdown. We can allow 5 to 15 yards per play approximately. Just when they get to the 25 or 30, we really got to watch out here.
In the past few weeks, I would go back to Jacksonville here for one. The Cowboys have not proven to me that they can get off the field when they want to. It feels like it's pulling teeth for that moment. And, Broadus pointed this out with Indianapolis, and that's where that kind of started. Was the Colts were like, hey, they can't get to us with 4 like they did earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Earlier in the season, the Cowboys were getting home with 4 all the time, and that's changed a lot. And now Dan Quinn's having to decide, do I want to send that blitzer? Do I want to do these things that I'm not truly wanting to do? But that was like a magic trick that nobody was able to do what the Cowboys were doing, the way they were doing it, and especially at the rate they were. So right now, until the Cowboys, Mike, can prove to me that they can be that defense, or if they can do that early in a game, they can show me that they're dominant early in a game and still have a close game going on. At the moment, I would probably take the offense too, even knowing that Dak had that moment last year where he had the chance to do it. I do think Dak can score the ball. I want that opportunity.
So you want to be, both of you want to be down by 3.
I would rather be down by 3, yeah.
I hear you. I feel that way too. But
earlier in the season, though, I would have been like, give the defense,
There's so many things that factor into this question. It was a very general question. I loved y'all's answer there, because if the score at that point is 13-10, let's just say, and there's 2 minutes left in the game, obviously both defenses are showing it's going to be tough to get the ball down the field. If the score is 31-28, you're like, we're screwed. They're going down and scoring a touchdown here. Or you'd feel great if you had 28 points on the board going, man, we've driven the ball down this field 4 times. Let's just say they're all offensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
We've done a lot offensively in this game. Feel great. So I understand there's going to be a little bit of a score. And like by the time you get to the end, if it's a low scoring game, you feel like, well, let's just take the lead and let's stop them here, because we've been stopping them most of the night. Even though I think that would be, to your point, your nightmare scenario.
It is.
Is Tom Brady leads some sort of game winning. I hope it's a field goal. Just because that would make you, like, it's a 2
Captain
You said you
field
hope it's a field
goal.
goal, Mike? Like, because that
Freaking
will,
captain field goal,
that will
man.
upset Kevin the most. If it's not like a great touchdown pass, it would be I put our team in field goal range to win the game.
He always does.
Okay. So here's my next football question based off of the playoffs.
Okay.
And then based off of me going to the Dallas Card Show tomorrow after the show is over.
Me too.
Christian McCaffrey. You just heard Brian Urlacher bring up his name and the way San Francisco looks like they could win it all. It might be more of, nothing against Brock Purdy. He'll be the winning quarterback, and we look at the quarterback first. Could this be the first time in a long time? Tell me the last time you remember maybe a running game or a running back carrying a team to a championship. So if San Francisco wins this all, how much credit does McCaffrey get? If he's catching, let's say, 5 balls for 50 yards and then running 17 times for 100.
I honestly think that's the guy who would be the favorite for Super Bowl MVP, which goes against like so many of whether Cincinnati, even Philadelphia, Buffalo, Kansas City. The quarterbacks would be the favorites for all of them. I think it'd be different with San Francisco.
I just saw this with RG3 and Mike. I like Emmett, and playoff Lenny. I guess Leonard Fournette was a key force in Tampa Bay's run, even though Tom Brady gets all the credit.
To your point, real quick, the 93 Super Bowl champ, if you're not alive, I get most people weren't alive in 1993 that were listening to this. I mean, Jerry really needs to hear that, but he doesn't care. Is that was Emmett who really did. Emmett was Troy was great, don't get me wrong, but Emmett was your best player by far.
Thurman Thomas was the Bills' best. That's why they were there 4 years in a row. Terrell Davis, somebody just texted in.
That's a good one.
Marshawn Lynch had a lot to do with Seattle being where they were.
That's a good one.
There have been some really good run, and I saw this from RG3, and I was going to bring it up in the C block, but since you brought it up here, I think it's an interesting topic. RG3 tweeted, historically, teams have a 75% chance of winning in the playoffs when they outrush their opponent. In last year's wild card round, 5 of the 6 winners outrushed their opponent. And so, that's one of the additional. Kevin, you love stats.
Yeah,
that's That's not damning. What's the opposite of damning? That's significant.
Super positive
letting
and optimistic.
Letting the water go through.
Yeah,
non-damning.
So that's a number right there that shows
beavers.
If you can effectively beat. And this is why I keep asking about the physicality, the offensive line being the bullies this week. If they can do that, then it seems like, according to that number, and I know there could be other numbers out there, that will show that this is a great way to do it. You control the game with your run game. This is a great way for the Cowboys to do it if they can. They haven't been able to do it lately.
All right, so based off of that, let's just say, I know these are all hypotheticals. There's a lot of games to be played. But if for some reason Christian McCaffrey has a great playoff run.
Yeah.
Okay, and everybody would talk about, wow, that was the trade. Because think if they wouldn't have done that and they would have had Brock Purdy with
For sure.
Jeff Wilson and I think Sermon or whatever, Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon, yeah.
Yeah, like you'd have been like, well, but if Christian McCaffrey has this unbelievable playoff run, I'm wondering, I don't think it'll change. I'm going to give my opinion first, but I'm wondering when it comes to Bijan Robinson, when it comes to maybe the Alabama running back as a fringe first-round pick, and it's just because the game has changed so much. We used to see 4 or 5 running backs in the 90s be drafted in the first round. Now it's like, man, 1, maybe 2. Would teams in the copycat league, would they look at San Francisco running their way to a championship with championship running back and championship defense go, maybe we need to reinvest a little bit more into the running game? Or do you think it'd still say, like, we're not drafting running backs till the 3rd or 4th round and they'll be just fine as our number 1?
I still think it's going to be the latter. I just think Bijan Robinson might just go high because he's a special talent, but I still think teams will be like, no, I've seen the way the league is evolving, and he's a special talent just like McCaffrey's a special talent.
It is wild because, I mean, like, I'm looking at the Bills right now. Who's their running back?
I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean,
I forget his name, honestly.
A lot of people do because Josh Allen's their running back.
And honestly, I forget Kansas City's. I just know they have a really nice
They
little
got
guy.
Pacheco and they got McKinnon. Like, they have, but
I know the Clyde
they're not-
Edwards-Hilaire.
Remember
he
when
was
that was
supposed to
gonna be the
their guy,
thing?
but
Yeah.
that little kid, number 1,
Yeah.
I say kid, the guy, he's a small-looking running back, but man,
both
he's
of them
fast.
are. And that's where there are teams that can win with the run game. There are other teams that they're like, hey, we have Mahomes. We have the quarterback that can do it. Now look at the Bengals. They're very balanced with their offense, where they have a running back that can catch out of the backfield. He can run. He can do all those things, but they're so good with their receiving group that they can dominate there too in any given game. So, and we talk about any 3 different levels on the defensive side. If you can get people offensively on all those levels, then you have great mismatches that cause problems. So, Mike, I think the ability to run the ball and wear people out is important. It absolutely is.
Okay.
You have to be able to strike too, otherwise teams can close you up and make you play in a smaller field.
I want to give you a lot of C block here. So last comment, and let's hit it, is I would bet the Lakers tonight plus 2.5. I think that the Mavericks are a bad road team. Luka's wore out right now. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe the Mavericks look like Christmas Day Mavericks, but you blew them out. I think the Lakers beat the Mavs tonight, and they're underdogs. So I don't usually say bet or this and that, but if you are a bettor, I do think there's a nice game for you there. And then I don't even know about Dwight Powell's status. Not saying I love Dwight Powell, but I mean, that means JaVale, I don't care about basketball anymore. McGee has to play some. So expect Thomas Bryant to go for 30 and 15. So I would just say, I think there's a good chance the Lakers win tonight, and that's a good chance to make some money.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Micah's numbers. Did we get the most out of him this year? Next.
Texas tailgating is serious business, and as an official partner of the Dallas Cowboys, nobody knows that better than Specs.
TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This person asked very nicely, I know it's not a shout-out Friday, but can I please get a shout-out from my brother who is a diehard Tolo? He just got accepted to a technical school to get his Cisco CCNA.
Nice. That's awesome.
He is a high school not that. No. He is a high school dropout and trying to better himself. Says, I'm proud of you, Justin. And that is from Zach. Congratulations on that. And congratulations to everyone listening, because now you get the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I was very close to getting my CCNA, by the way. When I used to work in the computer world and I had to get all the Microsoft administrative stuff. I was an engineer. There are all these things. It was great. Made really good money, and said I was bored and I wanted to come to do this. And I navigated my way here. So that's awesome for anybody that did that, man. Like my cousin, he runs a network for a computer company or for a hospital in South Carolina. And Myrtle Beach area. He loves his job. And for people that love that kind of stuff, man, that is an awesome certification that he's about to get.
And you working in tech is also responsible for one of my favorite office jokes ever, when that guy is drinking coffee and he goes, I just installed Java. I think that's hilarious.
PowerPoint.
Thanks, Mike. That was
really,
Mike. I just
really
wanted
earning
to
your
know.
money today, Mike. I
Mike
like it.
pointed at me and said PowerPoint, so he was saying that his point was a PowerPoint, I guess. Nice work, Mike. I'm proud of you. All right, would y'all like the Universal topic or the Micah topic first?
Are you going to talk about the Milwaukee Bucks again?
No, that was a mistake.
I had no clue that was today's show.
No, that is not. I don't think we're going to talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. I will start with the Micah Parsons topic then. Micah Parsons snap counts, according to John Machota. Everybody saw this morning.
I did.
Last year, Mike, 374 snaps on the defensive line. He had 498 snaps at linebacker. He had 13.5 sacks. That was not in Machota's notes, by the way.
You've done extra research.
This year, 738 snaps on the defensive line, 171 snaps at linebacker, 13 sacks. That means he had half a sack less with more attempts as a defensive edge. Did we get the best out of Micah Parsons based on those stats and those stats alone?
Because my biggest wonder about that is for 2/3 of the season, I think you did. But then it's much like, how the running game, they're like, oh, it might not pay off early, but you just watch. I feel like you saw the reverse run game effect right here.
Yep.
The first 2/3 of the season, more opportunities led to more finishes and him being the leader for Defensive Player of the Year. But now the flip side was how tired his body got, or broken, or not broken, but like how worn down it got. And so I guess I will say no because of the numbers you presented.
I think you got a little bit better Micah Parsons this year. It's just the expectations kept going up and up and up as the season progressed. And yes, his production did go down. I mean, that's obvious because he even talked about it with Von Miller. I do think listening to that, next year, I don't know, it matters if Dan Quinn is here or not, that they're going to go in between those two numbers.
Okay.
They're actually going to go, all right, we probably overused him at defensive end this year, and we underused him in his rookie year, and we probably need to go in between. Because if you want him to play this position, if you want 2022 to be like 2023, he has to put on 15 to 20 pounds in the offseason. And I don't know. I ask you guys, do you want Micah Parsons to lose a little bit of his speed to add 15 to 20 pounds to be more of a defensive end body?
No, I love the speed.
Yeah.
So if you're going to say stay at 245 or just put on 5 pounds, I think you have to take him off of that defensive end and go in between those two numbers.
That is the strategy I believe I would also employ. I hear for Urlacher's sense is he wants to get paid, but
last year would be 2021, correct?
Correct.
Cowboys had 41 sacks.
Okay.
This year they have 54.
Whew.
So I guess then my next question is,
Championship.
did he create more sack production just by being the edge?
I think for sure he did. I think you can look at Dorrance Armstrong and maybe even Sam Williams. I know we'll learn more about Sam Williams as his career goes on, but I think you can say that for Dorrance Armstrong but that is another number that's an impressive number, Corey. But do you know for most of the year, the Cowboys were leading or second in sack count. Yep. And then what did the Eagles finish up with? 71?
Yeah, it fell off the planet, dude.
It really did. And that is a concern going into Monday.
And around that time, I do believe maybe it was me and Reggie were doing the show. And around we were kind of discussing sacks and where they'd gone and everything. And some people were like, look, sacks don't matter, man. It's pressure. I agree pressure matters. But when you're getting sacks, you love them. Like when you're getting it, it's when you lose it, that's when you go, crap, where did it go? And a lot of people started panicking about it. And your pressure didn't win the game for you against Jacksonville. A sack would have.
Right.
Like a sack would have stopped Trevor Lawrence right then, but they weren't able to get home. So.
I know it's a little bit different, Corey, but to baseball, a double's great, but it doesn't score a run.
Mm-hmm.
The home run scores a run. And so it's like, but he had 36 doubles, and that does put pressure on the pitcher to now get the next guy out or the next two guys out so that guy doesn't score from second. But we value the home run more, which we should, because it's an automatic run.
Yeah.
And that's the sack. It's like the pressure does cause the quarterback to think quicker, to make a decision quicker, to maybe make a bad decision. Runner on second can create a pitcher to make a worse pitch, but it doesn't mean that it actually caused that. You have to then go to what was the result of the pressure?
Yep. Yeah. No, and that's where
the result of the sack, a negative play.
Yeah.
We don't know the result of the pressure.
Yeah. And that's why, I mean, you want both. If you're getting sacks, if you have a player that you got one dude, he's really good at getting sacks. The rest of the team can't get pressure. Quarterbacks can navigate the pocket a lot of times and hold that guy to maybe 3 sacks in a game, right?
Sure.
But you definitely want the combination of the overwhelming pressure from your defensive
100%.
front. Now, I guess the other question is, because I did hear Zach Wolchuk bring this up yesterday, and it wasn't even a full topic. It was kind of a note in the conversation. Micah might be, or maybe he was even in crosstalk, Micah might be better suited for a 3-4 defense. Would you, at this point, I don't know that you're built there. And Dan Quinn did say, look, our base is a 4-3, but we're really a 3-4 defense. And there's all these things that you're matching up. Like the flexibility to be a multiple type of defense puts you in great situations in a lot of places. When people go tempo on you, that's where you kind of get hurt a little bit, because now they're speeding you up. You're not able to get your transitions, the right guys on the field, the right personnel. So that could be a problem sometime. Would you say you hope the next coordinator, if Dan Quinn is not here, can continue to be multiple, or for the sake of you maximizing Micah Parsons, we should probably change our defense a little?
And I definitely get that question. I would say I'm not going to change just for Micah. I would go back and analyze the rest of the personnel, even if you have to look at it after the draft, or maybe what you do impacts the draft. I'm not a big proponent of forcing a fit.
Gotcha.
If you look at your rest of your personnel and you're like, you know what, we have a whole bunch of personnel that would be really damn good in the 3-4, then rock on, let's do it. I'm not making a change just for Micah.
All right, and now for my universal topic.
Okay.
Have y'all seen Josh Hart's tweet?
No.
The basketball player, Mike.
That's a comedian.
And does he play? Yeah, the Pelicans. Josh Hart, the Pelicans. He tweeted this out, and I think this connects with a lot of us. I can play 35 minutes in an NBA game and be good, but I'll always be out of breath going up steps.
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin, we have 11 floors to go up, and at nights we would walk steps every single night.
Yeah.
It was around floor 7 that I would always be like, why did I make this stupid decision? I still have 4 more flights of stairs to get up. Why is it stairs are the most, they will wear you out?
And that's a good question. I think it's
oxygen.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. It hits so many, when we're talking about levels of the defense, it hits so many different levels of your body.
Yes.
Right? It hits your calves because you're just push. It hits your lungs.
Yep.
because you're out of breath, and just overall your body, you get exhausted. And I remember how annoyed I would get at the littlest things in the stairwell. And I was like, what the F is that Kit Kat wrapper there for the last 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Which is like not a
There was
reasonable
always
take.
like three crickets just dead on the 8th floor.
I'll tell you the hardest cardio I've ever done, and I forget what it's called, but it's like on this almost mountain climbing machine where your hands are here and you're doing this and your legs are going at the same time. And sometimes your arms start getting tired because you're using your arms too much. So then you use your legs and then everything starts burning down there. And you're just like, it is
that makes it sound worse.
The hardest cardio I've ever done. And there would be guys that I would work out with and our trainers would go, you have to sprint on that for 30 seconds. So, and it would show you like how many, I don't know how many, I guess flights you would go, even though you're not climbing stairs, but you'd have to just pump that thing for 30 seconds. And I mean, you were completely and totally done after that.
Just real quick, Corey, I want to
And you
remind
have to do
everyone.
another set.
1:30 tomorrow, we will have Masterpiece of the Week. If you really enjoyed elements,
It's gonna be a good one.
What is then 877-881-1053? What is the workout or machine or whatever that you're just like, I avoid it because I just can't do that to my body?
Okay, can I answer that question slightly different? Because that's a great question. My number one answer for someone else's body is when they go to the weight that they can't do or aren't ready for.
Yeah.
I have seen that at the gym so many times, is like they hit the weight that they're at, right? And but they gave it all they got. And then they move the pin down and I'm like, no, don't do that. And then they just spend so much time like amping themselves up. And at this point I'm invested. I'm like, I want you to be able to do it. I know you can't.
Do you just stand? Hold on, you're on the bicycle probably, right?
Yeah,
like,
either
so you're
on the
sitting
bike
there,
or
okay.
sometimes I'll like adjacently lift weights. But yeah, on the bike, it's all about like on the bike or the treadmill, finding things to distract me from the fact that I don't like what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, and so if I'm like, all right, that fella's going to give it a go. He's not going to make it. He's going to give it a go. Or they add another plate on there and I'm like, no, I saw the last set. Don't do that.
I went to the gym with Avery the other day, and we got on the squat sled machine or whatever, and he's like, "What weight are you going to do? Because I want to make sure I do I'm more than you." And I was like, "All right," and I just put it on the bottom one and was like, "That's all the weight that it'll hold." And I did that, and he was like, "I can do it too." And then about 2-3 hours later, he was like, "My legs are just so sore," and I was like, "You haven't worked out in a long time. You probably should have thought about that."
That's good. He learned a valuable lesson that day.
You can't beat old man strength.
Well, I mean, okay,
That's
sure.
what I taught him.
That's a fair lesson as well.
Old
I
man
was going to
strength's
say
a real thing.
the lesson of not overexerting
Oh, yeah,
ourselves
that
or
too, yeah.
diving too far after you haven't done something in a while. But yeah, if you want to go old man strength, that's fine too.
From the 214 military press, that's the one that gets them. Somebody did say that the thrusters, it doesn't matter the weight. The thrusters are always going to. That's the up downs, right? Isn't that what that is? Where you
I don't know if the burpees.
the burpee, the burpee
Yeah.
is exhausting. It doesn't make any sense. When you were a kid, you could just jump up all the time from any position in the world. You just hop up and you're always okay. You're out of breath as an adult doing this.
It's called the Versa Climber. That's the one that
I saw a lot of people calling it the Jacob's Ladder, and I was like the movie?
It could, but it's called Versa Climber that we'd have to do, and that crushes you cardio wise.
I think you should do that during a segment.
I would love this idea. Let's bring a Versa climber into the studio.
Problem is, I just typed in like mountain climber machine, and it came up Versa Climber, and it is $5,190.
Oh my gosh!
You know, it'd be awesome if he typed that in and it just showed a mountain and it was like, "Go climb a mountain."
Yeah. I think I would feel better about that, oddly. It was like on the Peloton, they have you can race regular people, or when I first tried it, you can race a computer person, or like their version of a Peloton that was at the hotel.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to beat this computer person.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It was fun.
Who's that one Peloton girl?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Send in your answers to
Allie
Corey.
Love?
877-881-1053. Coming up next.
She does the Brooklyn Nets game. We could talk to her about the Milwaukee Bucks.
The NBA mid-season media survey.
USC cheerleader.
Does this make you feel any better about
Kendall
the Mavs?
Gill, I think. Not Kendall
do it
Gill.
next on the fan. We're teasing!
It is Kendall, yeah.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No, it's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TURBO for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TURBO for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TURBO.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at A Number One Air, and right now they're really into some hot water. That's a great thing for you. It's the A Number One Air Get Into Hot Water Special. With the purchase of a new heated and AC system, you're going to get a free water heater and free installation, and payments as low as $79 a month. Great value, great offer. They never charge overtime, not even after hours, not even on weekends, not even on holidays, and they stand by their work with a 100% money-back satisfaction guarantee. 100 new heat or ANumber1air.com.
Want to change the lives of children right here in our community? Donate your vehicle, boat, or motorcycle to carsforkids.org. As a thank you, we'll send you a $50 Visa gift card. So call 866-8.
drafting Tom Brady in the Major League Baseball draft.
What, in 96?
That was in
He was a
96.
catcher, I think.
I could see that.
What a stupid franchise.
It wasn't Nebraska winning the 95 national championship or the Atlanta Braves winning the World Series. It was...
I was Dallas Morning News Player of the Year.
It was not.
I was.
You know what? What do you remember your stats that led you to this
I have
award?
that paper framed back when they put stuff like that in a paper.
Yes.
I want to say my batting average was 470 and my ERA was 0.6.
Woo!
I mean, I was Player of the Year.
I
I
get it.
You act like he'd...
I mean, that's still pretty damn good. Now, the biggest story in the sports world was in March of 1995. 2 words, I'm back, for
Jordan came
Michael
back.
Jordan making his return.
No wonder that dude could play so many games per year. He took time off.
Yeah, the 2 years he knew he was going to lose.
He's like, you know what? I'm exhausted. I'll just take these years off.
Or he got kicked out of the NBA.
You just hurt my feelings on all good players.
All right.
That was his version of load management.
That is true. In 1995, Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise dominated the airwaves.
You're going to see him.
I know. It was very sad that he died anyway, but even sadder, he was going to perform at Jared's Swinging for a Cause. And I mean, no disrespect to Bowling for Soup. They ended up putting on a great show, but it would have been super cool to see Coolio. However, also that year, the Grateful Dead broke up. But perhaps the most important thing that happened in 1995. What'd you say?
With Bill Walton?
No, not that. The Macarena by Los Del Rio
Right now.
took over the entire world. Joey, do you know what the Macarena is? Do you know what the Macarena is, let alone can you do the Macarena?
I can do the Macarena.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
I cannot. I don't know. Is dun dun dun?
I think you start with your hands over and then
Flip the palms, shoulders,
And then you
behind
touch
head.
your butt.
I just remember.
Turn.
Shake a little bit.
And then there was a guy I played with in rookie ball called Juan Aracena, so we just changed it to Juan Aracena. And I hated him. He was a nice little kid. But he could run that stinking warrior run that we'd have to do. We'd have to make it in 3 minutes or less. And he'd do it in like 2 minutes. And I'm like, you MFer. Like, I am giving everything I have to make this in under 3 minutes and pretty much be at 258. And you're just like, boop, 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 done. There's 1,000 yards for you in 2 minutes.
I just want to point out a couple of things.
Yeah.
For people, first of all, that was amazing. And for people who ask, is your show scripted? I will say it again.
Hell yeah.
We
Every
have
word.
topics
I knew
that
we were going to talk about Juan Aracena.
Joey can tell you sometimes we change on the fly. There is no way in hell I thought or knew that Mike was going to say any of that. All right, Corey, we've got more, but I want to go back to you. Can you tell us other things that happened in the 95-96 era, the last time the Dallas Cowboys won a Super Bowl?
This is the year of 1996, Kevin,
Okay.
the technical year of the win, which is the best form of being correct.
Usually I agree with that.
I have cost of living as well as other things that were going on in that time. Some events. Major League Soccer first season. So
Ooh,
MLS.
the Dallas Burn back in the day.
Let It Burn was the song that they used to play.
Text in.
It's not true.
What was happening in your life in 95, 96, if you want to add to this conversation?
That was where that guy Usher was making other women burn because of his disease.
Also in 1996, Prince Charles and Diana divorced.
Oh, no.
The Nintendo 64 released.
Nintendo 64 is badass.
Mad cow disease took over the world.
Oh, no.
Or Britain, at least. And they were like, keep that in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Don't bring that to our countries.
From the 214, I'm doing the Macarena right now in my car. I hope you're at a stoplight or something and you're not just driving and doing the Macarena like actively.
The Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan questioned whether the stock market is overvalued at the time.
Oh, thanks a lot, Jack Nuts. I bet everyone's 401k was pumped about that.
Oh, the U.S. Dow Jones Industrial, including the Dow Jones Industrial Average, gains at an
Sounded right.
incredibly fast pace and ends the year over the 6,000 mark, Kevin.
You had a W's and L's in there.
Yeah.
All right.
But just think about that. Cowboys win. Guess what's going to happen to the stock market?
It's going to explode.
Booyah.
All right.
Rainforests were destroyed.
Oh, that feels like that could be a lot of years. I am learning a lot about our audience.
About Juan Aracena?
Not from about Juan Aracena. Is in 1996, I was in 6th grade. From the 469, I was 2. From the 817, I wasn't born yet. What happened to the 325? Birth. From the 817, I was 3. That happened for another 817. From the 972, I was 1. This person from the 817 said they lost their virginity in that span. Good for you.
You were a sophomore or freshman?
96?
Yeah.
So 99 was when I graduated. So, yeah, it would have been my freshman year. Yeah, that would have been.
It was my senior year. It was your junior?
Junior year.
Yeah.
Because you graduated in 96?
Yes.
Okay.
DVDs launched that year in 1996.
Yes.
The internet,
Love
Mike,
the
there were
DVD.
about 20 million users on the internet in 96. So we didn't have a lot of them.
You literally couldn't have a phone at home because you had to use the home line unless you got 2 lines. So it would take about 30 seconds to a minute to connect to the internet. And then you could only be on it for a limited amount of time because it then used up the phone was.
And if somebody picked up the phone, it would break your connection.
This is crazy. Windows NT 4.0 released, which is wild to hear that. Internet Explorer 3, the web browser, was released. And Ask Jeeves was formed, which led to the very popular phrase, "Let me go Jeeves it real quick."
Not that part, but I do remember when Ask Jeeves felt like a big deal. And then I don't remember when people just stop asking Jeeves. I guess we can look up Google's rise and figure that all out.
Let me go Bing it.
I went 4-2 with a 2.2 ERA in the Appalachian League.
Oh.
And I was the left-handed all-star representative for the App League.
Let me ask you real quick. At that point, you'd won Dallas Morning News Player of the Year. You'd gone in and wrecked some shop in rookie ball. Did you think, I'm going to be a badass?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
What was your peak? What was peak Mike then?
Did you still treat
some people
nicely?
say peak was high school, but you got to play at the next level.
Obviously the competition obviously changed as I got older, but probably 2001 was my peak as a player/pitcher, really just pitcher. I wasn't hitting then. Because I was the Cleveland Indians Bob Feller Award winner. I was the minor league pitcher of the year and had a really good year that year. So that's probably like at my best. And people saw me as still having a pretty bright future. By 2004, that's how quick it can change. From 2001 to 2004 is probably when most organizations gave up on me as a guy that could help them in the major leagues.
Also in 1996, Kevin, global warming showed a record high. Your thoughts? Cost of living. A loaf of bread was $1.15. The minimum hourly wage raised to $5.15.
You see how much our president has helped change that.
Stop it!
He tweeted about it.
A gallon of petrol was $2.70.
Is that gas?
A gallon of gas was $1.22.
Oh, man. I remember that time when like gas dipped below $1 and you just drive around because you're like, who cares?
Average monthly rent
this is
in
gonna
1996 was $554.
Mike McCarthy became the quarterback's coach for the Kansas City Chiefs in 1995.
serious?
That's right.
So that's when it all started for him, huh?
Maybe.
You don't know that.
I don't
He's
know
a Pittsburgh guy, Kevin. Football was in his blood once he was born.
Okay.
Have we learned that from the Hall of Fame voting?
Somebody texted in Toy Story came out that year. That's a good point. 95, Toy Story, 7, and Apollo 13 all came out. Forrest Gump won Best Picture at the 1995 Academy Awards.
In 1996, Independence Day, the documentary about how we defeated the aliens, came out. Jerry Maguire also showed up, which, Mike, you brought up just the other day.
Show me the money. No, it was about when
Damar Hamlin and how we were kind of sitting there like hoping that he would just pop up and everything would be fine.
I always want to call the wide receiver in that Rob Moore. I know he's not Rob Moore.
Rod Tidwell.
Yeah.
But
he was a
Jr.,
real
yeah.
Arizona wide receiver, Cardinals.
Yes.
But yeah, the moment of when he's hurt and they have to go to commercial break versus the Cowboys.
I remember that. Now,
Did you have more from 95, Kevin?
I was going to say, don't do the Macarena in your car. And somebody goes, Tolo here. I definitely saw that person and they were not at a stoplight.
What?
Do not actively be driving while you're doing the Macarena. If you get to the stoplight and just start doing the Macarena, that could be enjoyable for people on either side of your car or perhaps behind you. In the car, for God's sakes, people.
Kevin,
I'm just looking at my 1996 rookie ball team.
The average house
I got your
price
stats up here.
was $69,000.
Good Lord.
Yeah, the yearly inflation rate in the U.S. What is it right now? Do you know?
8.5%.
Are you
Something
serious?
like that.
It was
2.93%.
2.93%. Interest rates year-end Federal Reserve 8.25%.
Oh, wow. Well, interest rates are lower than that now,
Yeah,
so there's
that's
some
wild.
good news.
Wild change of events right there. And yeah, you were pointing out movies in 96. You know, Twister was one of the dominators.
Yeah.
A Time to Kill, which you referenced yesterday.
Yes.
The Birdcage and the Nutty Professor. And The English Patient, which may be the greatest movie.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie. I know it won a bunch of Academy Awards. I don't think I ever saw it. And Mike, might I put forth to you, like statistically, would you say your best year was 2006?
Yes.
Because that year you went 11-0 with a 2.79 ERA.
Yep. But at that point, nobody thought of. I'd been released by the Nationals in spring training,
Yeah.
so I wasn't really thought of anymore as even though they're seeing that, they're like, he's done. He's 25 years old. Or
In 2001, did you still think you were going to dominate?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I thought I'm going to have a nice long career. And then I had a nice, I did nice with the Mets.
Yeah.
The next year. But unfortunately, I didn't throw hard enough.
And maybe, Kevin, the most significant thing that happened in 1996. Thank you to Walt the Barber for tweeting this to us. Corey and Topanga broke up.
Oh, man.
Which was the worst day of my life, losing her.
Did they break up in college or in high school? I don't even remember.
I thought it was both.
Yeah.
And then I remember there was this
and
thing.
then that guy from the Wonder Years started doing bad things to her in college and then put it on her. Do you remember that episode?
What?
That he was a professor and then was like, I want to date you and do other things to you.
Yeah.
And then when that didn't happen, then he like flunked her and then said she did all these horrible things.
Not cool.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Fred.
Well, yeah, actually, I guess unfortunately.
Isn't Fred Savage and the kid who played Boy Meets
Ben
World?
Savage.
Yeah, aren't they brothers?
Yeah, I think some stuff not that long ago came out about Fred Savage that's maybe not like super awesome. So yeah, those are all of the things that were happening in the world the last time the Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. And you know what I learned? We have a lot of Tolos, and I'm very sad for them. They didn't get to see any of that because they either weren't born yet or were like 3 years old and don't remember it. So Cowboys, let's get things done. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you keep the books with BetQL. We go out west tonight to Portland, where the Pilots take on the Dons of San Francisco. While neither team is as good as we are used to, they can still be profitable. The Portland Pilots have gone under their total in 4 of their last 5, while the Dons have gone under in 6 straight games and are 13-5 to the under so far this season. So if you're looking for some late night action out west, take the under when San Francisco visits Portland.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, hey, let's talk about 2023. It's a new year. It's here. You're going to be glad to have partners like owner Stephen Gilchrist and general manager Mike Brown at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne on your side. They've assisted and worked with so many Tolos to find the next new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram, and that's why I recommend you take advantage of the Start Something New sales event going on this month. at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Mike Brown and his incredible team are going to help you get into this year right with a brand new vehicle located just minutes from the Metroplex. It's worth a short drive to Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new vehicle. You're also going to get the Gilchrist promise from owner Stephen Gilchrist when you choose Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for your next car, truck, or SUV. Buyers get 2 years of the work service, including oil and filter changes, tire rotations, multi-point inspections, and more. You can always go online to purchase if you'd like. The website, southwestcdjrtexas.com. The inventory is updated daily. The buying experience is going to be so easy when you purchase from owner Stephen Gilchrist and general manager Mike Brown. The website again, southwestcdjrtexas.com. Let's drive a little further and save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
I grew my hair out, and I've been meaning to go short with it. So this was just the push in the right direction that I needed.
Man, that's one of my favorite pastimes in high school. Just me and my brothers, we would shave our own heads, and then every couple of weeks, one would help the others shave their necks. It's great. Not to the skin.
Yeah.
I think it was usually like a one.
Okay. Now, are both you and Woolchuck just going to grow your beards back out? I mean, I know the process has begun.
Certainly, that's the intent. Woolchuck is rapidly catching up to me. If you can see, I mean, by the end of the show that we cut his beard, it was already like, might you need another shave? But that's what happens when you're the woolly bully and you've had a beard. Like for his 10th birthday, he got his first razor.
Yeah, wow, that's impressive.
Just for his face.
I was like the Grinch in school. You know, they just gave me a razor for Hanukkah, and all the kids made fun of me when I showed up to school and I had little patches because I cut myself shaving.
Is that your origin story?
It's my origin story. And then I went up to little Whoville Mountain and lived by myself.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, he's been a bitter green man.
I hate Hanukkah. I hate it.
Let's go and mark that just in case. I don't know.
You never know when we'll need it.
Yeah.
But we're glad we have it.
All right. Now, we were talking about this earlier, or talking about obviously everything leading into Cowboys Tampa. The spread is 2.5. What do you think the public is betting thus far? Because I got some money on that. I got some info there.
I mean, it seems like my common sense would say that everybody would be betting the Brady as a home dog in the playoffs. But then every time I turn around, somebody else has a who wins the game poll, and it's 50+%. Everybody's picking the Cowboys. So I honestly don't know, but it should be Brady home dog. That's a no-brainer.
Nation's going to back Tampa. They're going to take Tampa and the points at home is what they're
I'd say 58% of the cash is coming in on the Buccaneers, Hagee.
Yeah.
Oh, 56%.
Nice. Oh, there it is.
That
I
was
agree.
He hit the over. He busted.
That was an excellent guess right
What did he
there.
do?
No, I got
Hit
it.
the over.
Is
Perfect.
56% of the
It
money
was
is
very climactic for me.
Excellent. Thank you guys for we're glad that y'all are here while we finish our show.
There you go.
Is
Well done.
56% of the money is
What
on
just
the
happened?
under, and 61% of the money is on the money line is coming in on the Bucs, which makes sense to me. Like if
Yeah.
you're gonna bet the money line, I think you might as well bet the spread for the Cowboys.
Yeah, get some value going on there. For me, of course, this is unfortunate. I needed a get-right game because my hopes about the team was already at an all-time low for the season going into Washington.
Yeah.
So now after that game, I'm even lower. And I hate this. Hopefully the first quarter proves me wrong, but I think Tampa should be favored in this game.
Okay.
I think it's
Even though they're not
it's one of the
good?
bets of the year still at 2.5.
Okay. How does the rest of the team feel?
I think we talked about this at Rally House 2 weeks ago, and I thought that the Cowboys would probably be favored by 3. The Cowboys, it's not surprising to me that the Cowboys are favored. They've been the better team consistently throughout the season. They're just not playing as well right now. So I'm not surprised that the Cowboys are favored.
Not playing as well as who? The Bucs?
No, just overall as a team. So the fan base should have doubt, right? I think we're all just jaded and we expect the worst come playoff time as Cowboy fans. This stuff usually does not go right for us. There's something off with the team always, whether it's the running game, something's broken, the defense isn't playing as well, the quarterback just had one of his worst games we've ever seen him play. So all of these things are going to make you feel like there's no way they're going to win this football game, but I do think the Cowboys should be favored. I just would, if I had to bet, I'd probably take Brady as a home dog at home.
Yeah,
The home dog at home is the huge thing.
Yeah, the thing it really comes down to how you feel about the two quarterbacks.
Yeah,
because you're right about. I mean, because if Dak has not thrown, say, a quarter of these interceptions, we'd be talking about, well, Dak's played well. I mean, Dak's, look at the numbers, look at the metrics. Everybody likes to throw those things at you, and but every time that even after victories, they were asking him about the interceptions, and that's happened 7 straight times. So I think that's why people are, to me, that's why Tampa would be favored, in my opinion. Tampa had a game where they had back-to-back games. San Francisco and Cincinnati had 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
And early in the season, they hadn't had many turnovers. But that's kind of where you're at right now. I think all this betting is coming down to the quarterback. and which quarterback you feel like could play better in this game.
Outside of just quarterback, who's the player or players that scare you from Tampa?
You guys are right about the Godwin thing. And then personally, if I'm the Cowboys, I travel Diggs with him. I'm going to take my chances with Evans in this football game.
Do you think they might?
I'm not going to let. Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely, you would. To me, when you watch Tampa play on tape, that's Brady's guy is him. Now, with Evans, he's capable of making plays. Sure, we saw it last week, but you brought it up. 6 touchdowns for the year. 3 of them happened last week.
Yeah, 7 interceptions.
There's far more drops by him and misplays of balls than the other guy. And that guy caught over 100 balls this year. So you kind of have an idea what direction Brady's going to throw that ball. I would try and take Godwin out of the game because I think he's the harder guy. I think Evans lines up on the outside and is a vertical player. I need the guy I need to carry a guy that's going to run all over the field. That's what I need to take away.
See, and I would be the opposite. It's Mike Evans that still scares me the most because I think what he does well is the big plays that kill you. Godwin's going to be hurting you, and he's done it all season, and the Patriots don't score many points. And then when Mike Evans has 3 catches for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, all of a sudden, here we go, we're scoring 24 to 30 points. To me, that's the guy that can kill you. And right now, the right side, quarterbacks are going down the right sideline like it's no problem. And it's not quarterbacks Tom Brady, it's quarterbacks Josh Dobbs, Sam Howell, Gardner Minshew, Davis Mills.
What you do?
That's what it's been. Matt Ryan.
Yeah, you stand
that scares me.
You stand that safety over on. You shade that safety to his side. If they want to play a vertical game with Evans and just run, I'm shading Hooker to that side of the field. Whoever's playing over there, I kind of think Xavier Rhodes is going to get some play in this game. Huh. I really do because he's got the length and he's got the toughness. He's a veteran guy. Which would you rather? Are you going to die with Wright out there and all that? I mean, I think you're going to see Rhodes play some of this game.
Is there any physical shape concern if you're throwing Rhodes?
He can't
out there?
run.
Okay.
That's the biggest. Right. The biggest problem with him is that everybody in the league says, "Listen, he's a tough guy. He's a veteran guy. He's got the length. He's got the size. He doesn't run as well as he once did."
And at least he's been on a roster, right? He was with the Bills.
Yeah, no, the shape stuff is he's that's not what you're going to worry about. What you worry about is if he misses at the line of scrimmage, if they're playing press. And the thing about Brady, the reason the ball gets out quick, I'd make every pass a contested play, whether it's defensive holding, passing, or whatever. Maybe you catch a break in a playoff game where they don't call it, and so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm not going to let these guys have free access. You gave them free access last time you played, and Julio Jones and those guys killed you, with making plays down the field on you.
Maybe one name that we haven't talked about a lot that I would watch out for is Rachaad White out of the backfield. Brady loves to do that. Check down Charlie, and that's been a calling card throughout his career. And he started to come on from the second half of the season as a rookie. I don't know how much run he'll get out of the backfield. They'll probably still focus on Leonard Fournette, but out in terms of as a short passing game, White is definitely a guy that can beat you.
Heggie, and you're absolutely right. I was listening to you guys earlier today. You're right about don't let them run the ball on you.
Yeah.
That would be the most demoralizing thing. And that's what beat you in week 1. It wasn't Brady being Brady. It was the fact that they were able to get perimeter runs, and they took advantage of Diggs over there, and they took advantage of Dorrance Armstrong's first start, and they just hammered that edge over there, and then all of a sudden they knew that Diggs wasn't going to step up and make plays. Now that you got Hankins, he wasn't in the first game, but Hankins will be able to hold your line inside and then allow Van Der Esch and Clark to run to the outside. That's what you're going to need in this football game.
I think as very astute observations, and the return of Bland, or the apparent return of Bland, has me feeling better going into Monday, although I definitely understand the problems that y'all brought up as well. What do you fine gentlemen got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. Yes. It is a Thursday at 4:45. DeMarcus Lawrence is going to join us.
Ooh,
maybe 4:30. Get there early today.
Do you call him the other DeMarcus on y'all's show? Didn't you have where?
We haven't done that. Maybe that'll come up today.
No, that happened yesterday. Chief messed it up.
No, I was listening. It's a good interview.
He messed it up. He said it was Lawrence. He called him Lawrence.
So did you hear me say DeMarcus Lawrence?
You know what? Because I've probably messed that up myself.
You didn't even catch it.
I don't think it didn't register. But then when you pointed it out, I'm like, oh, he might have done that. It didn't immediately register that you said DeMarcus Lawrence.
I don't want to
We could have that
micromanage.
We're going to call him Where today.
but
Get
this-
ready, yeah.
This is a radio station. You could probably just go back and check the tape, right?
Yeah, that's
We don't have any tape.
I'm going to do that on your Milwaukee Bucks things just to confirm.
You got me on that. I absolutely said, what players in the Milwaukee Bucks? What a bold,
I was like, okay, I'm following, but
what a
not
bold
really.
segment for
Did
noon.
you watch
We're
did you watch him in Atlanta last night?
Yeah.
Is that why you did it?
I was like, we're really going to counter program.
I went straight to my Jeeves to figure out what was going on there. I got to ask Jeeves.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Say goodnight, Kevin.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 7:15, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here. Hour 1 of the G-Bag Nation. It is the 2 o'clock hour.
We're skipping ahead, I'm in, brother. Let's do this thing. Been
You
a
know
hell of
what?
a show already.
You guys take the show.
Full start.
Clearly, I don't have it.
Offense. Number 4. Be a 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Well, that's one of those where it was the center's fault, and everybody else is just sitting there, but the center's going, and you're like, what? Okay, I guess we're going.
Well, and this is 25% of your day, Gavin. It's National Kiss a Ginger Day.
Okay.
So we're all going to come over and kiss that new dome of yours.
Bring it, man. I love it. We'll set up a kissing booth a little bit later on in the show. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. How did your birthday evening go, sir? You get taken care of?
Yeah, I did. It's still my birthday, by the way.
All right, on.
It's going to be my birthday for a few more days. You know, when you're a newborn baby, all the family comes by and see you and whatnot. Yeah, I'm still on parade, basically, about 41 years ago.
Right on.
So it's still my birthday.
He's on parade.
Yeah, I was on parade. I was the new baby.
We're waving. Wave to him.
Yeah, hello.
Celebration.
Hello.
Push this thing for the next 6 weeks or so.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of love around the house. It's still my birthday, y'all.
Right on.
Oh, this is when Lucius Marie comes out? Is this when
Lucius Marie.
Diva.
Look at you, acting like a little diva.
There's Brian Broaddus from our Cowboy Scout. Woolchuck and Chia Follow. Of course, I'm Gavin Dawson. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It is a big wild card Thursday. We do have Tank Lawrence coming up at 4:45. We're going to talk with Kyle Yeomans, our friend from DallasCowboys.com, a classmate of you guys, right? Kyle Yeomans was in UNT with you?
Oh, yeah.
Is that how that went?
I love getting to catch up with Kyle and maybe, talk some mess with him a little bit.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it'll be getting slung around there. And the Mavs visit the Lakers tonight. It's going to be on TNT. Hopefully Luke is getting some rest in L.A. That's my concern there. He's probably living it up.
I don't think that's happening.
Maybe taking an afternoon nap.
What in the hell? Or just coming in.
He was at the TCU game. No, because remember who goes wild in L.A.? That was Porzingis. Playoffs or not, remember?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go catch up on a TD Tuesday on some biz.
Sure.
Well, speaking of that national championship game, did you guys see Stetson Bennett at Raising Cane's?
No.
So part of an NIL deal.
Yeah, he was serving. Is he serving food?
He's working. Taking orders on the headset
hangover
there.
food.
Probably Raising Cane's, working the drive-through as part of his NIL deal today.
Well, he's kind of just getting a little bit jump at when it happens after he finishes football.
Life after football, man. He's got to be getting close. He's like 37 years old.
He's in the manager training program right now.
Getting some of that Raising Cane's money. Raising Cane's, that's all right. It's a little bland for me. Can they come up with a spicy or
It's
something?
all about the sauce.
Sauce
is
which
the
they
boss.
which they want to charge you extra for if you ask for
they
it.
do.
Yeah.
And
They roll their eyes like, can I get some sauce?
I guess I just don't like that sauce. It's like a.
Well, if you don't like the sauce, then everything's done because the chicken ain't that great unless you just go there for the Texas toast.
Now the Texas toast is good. You're
delicious.
right about that. I always get an
But
extra piece.
supposedly, according to TikTok, they have a honey mustard, and their honey mustard's supposedly outstanding. Now, I have not tried it, but if you don't like
Would you
their
have
sauce,
to beg for it?
Yeah, I've
No,
only
you
gone
just
there a
ask-
couple of times.
Ask for the honey mustard.
I'm going to go in there and ask after.
You probably love the menu there. I think it's 4 items you had to look at on
That's-
the board.
yeah,
You do really good with those chicken places with no menu.
I don't mind that at all. Dude, it's the worst at Sonic when they're like, what do you want? As soon as you pull up, and I'm like, I don't know. This is a half chapter over here to get through. Since closing out 2022 on a 7-game win streak, though, the Mavs have gone an unsteady 1-3 now, so they've dropped 3 of 4. Christian Wood, though, might be the answer tonight. He might have the Lakers number. When they played on Christmas, it was 30 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks from Christian Wood. So those are amongst the things to watch tonight as the Mavs try to get back in the win column there against the Lakers on national TV. Should be pretty fun.
Should be.
Latest trade rumor-ooski. Okay, we're going to get to the Cowboys here in the NFL storylines in just a second. But how about Tim Hardaway Jr. to Miami for Kyle Lowry? Okay, he's playing a lot, but he's not finishing his shots. Kyle Lowry is not, and the shooting numbers are bad, but his contract does expire 1 year sooner than THJ's, and it would give you a real creator. He is an NBA champion point guard. They reportedly also have interest in Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock, so maybe take a look at that Miami Heat roster and, see what things other than Kyle Lowry might interest you. I think I'd do that deal. You're just you're a half season away from Lowry being on an expiring contract. I think it's possible you could rekindle Lowry a little bit and within your offense. Maybe have him just throwing to 3-point shooters a little bit more. So whenever a guy is shooting poorly for a half season, if he's older, you're like, is this the end? And it might be, but I'd be willing to risk it in order to change up the dynamics a little bit here for the Mavs.
Yeah, you get rid of a young Villanova guy to get a real old Villanova guy. It's good. Yeah, I like this. We're doing good team building over there. Sure. Let's go.
I mean, still trying to recover from letting Jalen Brunson go, which I said at the time was horrific. Now we're starting to understand it a little bit more as Mark Cuban has just turned into Scrooge McDuck. He has decided that he really wants to win, but he doesn't want to pay any luxury tax. He doesn't want to participate in the revenue sharing, something he was very comfortable with early in his career. And now as you're watching it, when you get a good player, like for the first half of Mark's ownership, you'd be like, oh, great, we got a great player. When he comes up to free agency, they're going to give him the max money to keep him, and boom, we'll move on. Now it's like, well, if you really like him, you got to get rid of these player salaries over here to make room for this new guy that you like. And I hope that's sustainable. I hope you can win a championship like that, Chiafalo.
I mean, it sounds like inflation's hurting everybody a little bit right
That's
now.
right. Yeah.
Even the pockets of Mark Cuban.
Thanks, Biden.
Inflation, we got a good inflation numbers this morning, by the way. It came down a little bit more.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we're heading the right direction.
Thank God. Yeah. Okay. Well, then this is going to be a great day. Kyle Lowry, you're going to basically pay him $10 million more than what you would THJ next year, but it's only for that year. You don't have to worry about the year after. So it's like, okay, is that worth it for you? Because next year you're paying Kyle Lowry about $30 million. But that's then the last time you have to pay him. Whereas THJ, it's like, hey, we're going to give you 18 next year and then another 17 or whatever the year after. So like, what's better in that scenario? I guess the idea of just getting it all more in one lump sum for next season and then being done is probably better. And just the skill set is kind of what you need, which is a guy that can help run your offense for you.
Yeah.
So
make the team better. Maybe something could be worked out where they could take a Bertans contract as well. I don't know, but it's clear based on the rumors, the Mavs are involved in a lot of stuff, Chuck.
Yeah,
it's like
sure
3 or 4 different teams right now.
The Kyle Lowry one tickles my fancy probably the least because I do think Kyle Lowry is on a downward trajectory on his career. If this was 3 years ago, probably would have been in on a Kyle Lowry. But that wagon, that dumpster truck, I knew where you were going with that. That thing is legendary.
Don't you want to see that thing in a Mav? Like, don't you want to see that Mavs blue on?
I would, and I do
truck?
think he could help. I mean, he's averaging 13 points a game, and definitely you need somebody that can ball handle. I mean, there's no question about that. We saw that 3-guard lineup and what it was able to do to help prop up this offense a year ago at the trade deadline when you were able to have Dinwiddie, Brunson, and Luka on the floor together. So if you're able to have Kyle Lowry, Luka, and Dinwiddie together, maybe that can help some things. And THJ is so streaky, I'd be able to make a change there. And maybe realistically, that's kind of the best the Mavericks could get for a THJ. Personally, I'm in on a Karis LeVert. I've always enjoyed his style of play.
I'd rather have that too.
I would rather make a move for a LeVert in Cleveland if you
can. An expiring contract now.
Absolutely. Then go with a bloated Kyle Lowry who's getting vastly overpaid. But at least you're cutting a year off of the deal.
Did anybody hear bloated in that description?
Like fat shaming to me.
He just slid that thing in there.
I wasn't thinking about it as fat shaming. It was the salary that's bloated. But Eric's brain always works like it's a fat shaming.
It does work
deal.
either way.
And I was going to say, because Kyle Lowry has been, like, the Miami Heat are one of these stringent organizations. Like, every week we're going weight and body fat percentage, and if you don't hit your marker, you ain't playing. Kyle Lowry's done some not playing in his year and a half with the Miami Heat.
Is that why they're trying to get rid of him?
For a couple of reasons.
He's like Larry Allen. He shows up with his checkbook. What's the fine here, coach?
His entire offseason was about getting into shape. Like, that's what it was talked about coming into the season for sure. So I am definitely with Wolchuk there. But do you want, are we comfortable with Kyle Lowry's name being painted into the hardwood of the AAC for the rest of time? That's the other question you have to ask yourself. Every time you add a new player, his name is now going to be in that arena forever.
He's had a hell of a career. I wouldn't mind him being a Maverick.
432. Eric said, wow, inflation's low. Time for baby number 4. I don't think it's low. It's just it's actually turned. It stopped peaking, at least for now.
I get a vasectomy ? Text from my mom and dad every other day.
It's not even a hello.
I'm going to start peppering those in as well.
When is this happening? No, please do. Keep it on me because I got to make that phone call.
Yeah, I asked somebody in the organization about Lowry, and it's the guy said, yeah, he's pretty good, but he's getting towards the end. But still got some juice left, so maybe that's something that they're thinking about a little bit.
It's cool that
like
THJ
is that talking about his wagon. He's still got some juice.
The juicy juice, yeah. Juicy.
THJ has some value. I mean, there's two different teams looking at him like, wow, we really need THJ to come off the bench for us to help us in this playoff run. And he's so streaky. I guess this guy could win us playoff games, and if he's not on, we bench him. But I couldn't imagine depending on him in an important playoff series. Coach Todd Bowles on Buccaneers center Ryan Jensen today. We'll see how he is at the end of the week. We're already pretty much damn there, but I guess they don't play till Monday. Bowles said he's coming along. He's practicing hard, so we'll see where he is. He's got some tests to pass. Ryan Jensen, the Pro Bowl center for the Buccaneers, who was injured in preseason, has missed the entire year. The Bucs are also dealing with an injury to Robert Hainsey and Nick Leverett, which are their two backup centers.
That's it. Yeah, right. They can't play. They've got a forfeit. They don't have a center.
They're going to have a starting injured center or a jobber injured center.
Yeah, the thing when you're talking to them down in Tampa about their situation is the Jensen thing has been kind of they were hopeful, and then all of a sudden it's like it's kind of had a setback, and then they're hopeful again and stuff. So if he plays, they think they're lucky if he plays. But with the other two guys, I mean it's been a struggle for them, especially at that center spot. With dealing with all those injuries they've had.
Yeah, and it would be a huge boost for them. I don't know if they're being transparent or if they're playing coy a little bit here. But if Jensen comes back and he's able to practice hard this week and can shake off the rust, he could be impactful. But hopefully the lack of activity throughout the year, he is an older guy. He could also look like Tyron Smith out there, a shell of himself.
Yeah, and Hainsey, I think it's a hammy that he's dealing with. So even if he can play, that could be tough for him. Coming back from, and we'll find out. We got Brianna Dix, Bucks.com, formerly covered the Cowboys here, so she'll join us tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We'll go behind enemy lines with her. I'm really interested on Vita Vea. He didn't practice at all last week, and that's why he missed the game. So he is back at practice this week, but how healthy is he coming off of that calf injury? Because Dotson, as you gave us the numbers, that's huge for their defense.
Yeah. He I think he might be even more impactful than Hankins for the Cowboys, who is the difference about a yard. Okay, OBJ plane incident video released. First responders on board, from what I saw, very chill. It was not any sort of an emergency, and said he's doing all right. Maybe he's tired. Flight attendant was clearly the agitator. That was my takeaway, even calling him a baby at one point as she was talking with the first responders. It's clear he was pretty wiped out. At one point they said he'd been at the club. He just came from the club. Here's my deal. I think there's a number of jobs where people get so flustered and they get wrapped up in their power when they do. We see it all the time with prison guards. And in my experience, I would say it's about 15% of flight attendants. I don't know. Maybe that number is a little bit high, a little bit low. But it's like they're having a bad day, they're stressed, they're insensitive, and they have the power. And that combination in a lot of different jobs, like the gentleman who was doing the traffic at the fair when I pulled up on that one day. He's flustered, he's up to here, he's tired, and it's just like, I don't know. If I've paid $500, that looked like a $2,500 plane ticket to me. He was in one of those little pods.
Yeah.
Can I get some damn customer service here, flight industry? Okay? I'm not talking to the 85% of you. Well, I am. Because you got to check your fellow flight attendants.
Here we go.
Be like, dude, these are our customers.
Accountability.
These aren't criminals. Okay? I don't know. Maybe you could look at that and be like, well, OBJ was obviously frustrated with other passengers at the end of the flight. Yeah, because he was getting drug off the flight for no reason.
Drug?
Oh.
Drugs?
Yes. Probably.
Probably. Likely.
What time I love the idea that he just came from the club. What time was the flight?
It was in the morning.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I wanted it to be like a nooner.
Save on the hotel fare, man. Just stay out all night and just go straight from the club to the hotel. You save on a room.
It's like, sir, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The club shut 9 hours
ago. Don't judge me. I'm an animal.
Take the car from the club right to the airport, man.
Ian Rappaport saying the Raiders are filling out the trade market for Derek Carr. I think there's a number of teams he could help, Brian. I'm not the biggest fan of him to be a franchise quarterback, but Washington, they might be somewhat legit. Colts, yeah.
Yeah, there's team. Let's be honest. I would have given anything 20 years ago to have an opportunity to go get one of these guys. That's the great thing about football now is you can go out and get players you need. I mean, someone else will say, we don't care. We'll take the cap hit, get rid of the guy and all that. But, man, have a chance at going to get Aaron Rodgers or one of these guys, jeez. Yeah, still be in the league.
Very rare back in the day. You can almost count them on one hand. Like, you remember when Randall Cunningham left.
Oh, yeah.
You remember when Rich Gannon would leave, although he was kind of a journeyman that figured it out late.
He did.
Joe Montana going to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You know, I guess Jay Hosteller, who was a backup then, did he go to the Raiders and have a little bit of success?
He did. He went, absolutely. I mean, it was very rare that a frontline quarterback was going to end up on your team.
Yeah,
people just didn't move on from him like they do now.
Okay, Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta would host the potential AFC title game with the Bills and Chiefs. If that happens, that would be January 29th at about 6:30. That was amongst the news items that were released today. Kevin Harvick announcing his retirement. RIP to Charles White, the Heisman winner from SC in 79. He died at 64. Still the Trojans' all-time leading rusher, by the way, at 62.45. He was a 9-year NFL veteran. So there you have it, what has been developing throughout the day. Coming up next, it's a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Where are we hodging today, sir?
Let's rate this concession item and a former Cowboy got ball sacked. That's next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-10.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo to entertain us with a sports hodgepodge. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 7 minutes. Here's Cheech.
Okay, how do we feel about this, boys and girls? New concession item. It's called Pizza Dog.
In.
It's at Nottingham Forest, NFFC. Little soccer situation.
Soccer club, yeah.
Soccer club. And they're dialing it up. And
Pizza
I'm
Dog.
interested. I want you guys to rate this for me. How interested are we in this? Because it seems like it's pretty inventive. And what they do is it's a hot dog, but it's also a pizza. So the bun is actual pizza dough. Then they put the pizza sauce and cheese on it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they put a wiener on it. Put it in the stone fire oven.
The dough is not around the hot dog part?
It's they kind of shape it like a hot dog bun. It's like a small bun-sized pizza dough.
But it's exposed.
So
then all the condiments go on top of the hot dog.
Correct. So the dog is sitting atop now, melted cheese. It's all baked together.
Okay, there you go.
And then on top of the hot dog, then you put on whatever normal kind of hot dog toppings you would, whether it be mustard and ketchup. Is it going to be relish, jalapenos? You name that.
It looks outstanding.
Okay, so I was like, dang, bro, this is kind of cool because it's literally a pizza. The dough, the sauce, the melted cheese, but then on top of that is just imagine it's a hot dog topping.
And it looks like it's wood-fired. Like
wood-fired.
They've
Yeah, that's
done
what I
some
meant.
great
I
job.
said stone. I meant wood.
But yes, Brian, I mean, they did make the pizza dough look like it's a hot dog bun. It's incredible.
Okay.
So you're looking at kind of like a hot dog, but on a much better bun. So far, but with the pizza sauce
And melted cheese.
in there. My only request is, could I get some sort of a pepperoni link?
See, and I like that idea.
That'd be fun.
Instead of the hot dog?
Yeah. I don't want a cheap hot dog
There
on
you
there.
go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, would you guys top it with the usual mustard and or ketchup stuff, or would you say since it's a pizza,
You would never put ketchup in. I don't think you would. Well, ketchup is already a sauce, right?
It's already-
it's already like a pizza sauce.
to an extent?
So you wouldn't put mustard or ketchup on
It's
it.
got tomato sauce, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're right. You don't
Yeah,
need you don't
why
need
why
ketchup.
need the ketchup?
Do you want mustard on it, or are you just going to go dry in terms of
I would
the
never eat
toppings there?
mustard on my pizza. I'm sorry, so I probably wouldn't do it.
I might put a
This
dot
is,
of
but
dot
this is
of
your pizza dog, Brothers.
and it looks tremendous. I think I'd put a dot of sriracha like every inch. Just
There you go. Spice that
put a little
bad boy
spice
up.
on it. Yeah,
Picture
but no, I don't need
I'm-
ketchup or mustard.
Picture I see does have mustard on it, and it doesn't look as off-putting as I envision thinking like the
Really?
mustard would.
They did put mustard on it.
I think I might try it just to see what it tastes. Because I'm with you. Like I would never put mustard on a pizza.
Yeah, I'm not
But
going
this is
to
a pizza dog.
But because
So it
it is a
changes
pizza
things.
dog, I might sample it just to see what it tastes like. Not on the full thing.
I think Gavin's got the right idea. If it's a pepperoni stick,
Yeah.
I am totally in on this.
Okay.
If you just give me like
just
a
sub out the
ballpark
wiener
Frank,
for-
yeah, you just say ballpark Frank. I don't think I'm in.
Okay.
I don't think I'm in.
It's got to be like a premium, like pepperoni bratwurst. Something like that, because the pepperoni stick is usually narrow. It's not going to fill out the bun, but you can do something. You can get me the kind of link
Some
in there.
type of Italian sausage bratwurst situation that lends itself more to pizza eating, I guess is the...
Well,
Then
maybe,
just a bad
how about salami? What if you just went straight? Because you make like these charcuterie boards and stuff, and when you make them, you can slice. They have these the salami comes in a long tube. It's a little bit thicker, so you can slice it up. But yeah, I think that would be better than the.
Brian's onto that. Yeah, the salami pizza is delicious.
Yeah.
What about, you remember at Texas Stadium we used to get the meat sticks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meat on a stick?
Yeah, I don't think I know what you're talking about. I don't think I ever went.
Would that not be good?
No. I mean, I don't know.
Think of it like
I don't know what
a
that meat
carnivore's
consisted
popsicle.
of, to be honest with you. But those were good.
Yeah.
Kind of had a little spice
I like
to
stuff
it.
on skewers. I'm not against the skewer.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so are we against this? It looks like Philadelphia for the playoffs
Yes.
has busted out green colored hot dog buns.
I'm out on that.
And
That's going to
it's
make your poop look weird.
Dietz and Watson, I guess, is like their and they're calling them bird dogs. Okay, this is what the Eagles like are rallying around as a playoff food item right now. And I got to say, it's off-putting looking at it. And I think this could be challenging for them to find much success in this playoffs.
We don't need to change the color of the bread. It's
I
bad
don't
bet.
understand that.
Change the color of your beer. Have a bird beer, something like that. You make it green. But the black bun from Burger King for Halloween.
That too, dude. I was wondering. I was like, didn't somebody do a black bun?
Yeah,
too?
there was poop issues.
It's not appetizing.
Yeah, I'm not in on that.
Yeah,
either.
it had people getting their affairs in order while they're sitting on the toilet. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, this is going to cause issues.
Get that will rolling, huh?
Yeah.
My God. It does feel regrettable.
This is not going to be due to their eating this time.
Bird dogs, man. Yeah, not cool. That's what Philadelphia is doing for playoff time. Terrell Owens getting ball sacked.
What happened?
You guys see that?
No, I missed this.
At Ballsack Sports, it's really just a parody account looking to stumble people. I think we all been sacked at this point.
I've been sacked.
I think so. Yeah, I think I retweeted something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've all been sacked at least once, and so it was T.O.'s time. And what Ballsack Sports tweeted out was just a clip of Stetson Bennett throwing that 40-yard touchdown to McCarthy, where he's just wide open, the easiest throw any quarterback could ever make for a touchdown. They tweet out the video and they just say, how many NFL quarterbacks are making this throw? Hyping up Stetson Bennett, and it's an obvious easy throw. And they drew T.O. off sides, and all he does is just quote tweet it and say, what about the throw warrants this question, with a bunch of emojis confused, and then Twitter went after him, and they were so excited. T.O. got sacked. You got to be careful. You got to be careful in these streets right now.
I'll tell you what, I got caught yesterday, not on a ball sack situation, but I tweeted out that doesn't matter. I'm old. I say stuff. But the thing about
that was masterpiece of the week right there.
Appreciate that.
Of the year.
Yeah. But the thing was, I tweeted out about, NFL players must really hate Micah Parsons. Because of that vote thing.
Oh, I did see that.
And
everybody's
they're like, what do you think they hate? I'm like, well, they didn't vote for him. They don't hate him. They didn't vote for him.
People read way too literally into it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'll tell you, this fan base here, you cannot. You think the Eagle fan base will come after this fan base will come out, because I was just trying to make us say, hey, the players didn't vote for him. It's not that they don't like him. They didn't vote for him for their first All-Pro team. And people were not happy with that at all.
The 806 just made the best point ever on the pizza dog. Change the wiener to meatballs, and it becomes a pizza meatball sub situation.
But it's just a normal sandwich then.
No, because it's still pizza dough, bro.
But it's not a pizza dog.
No, it's no longer a pizza dog at that point.
Could you shape one long meatball?
Maybe you could.
That looks like a wiener.
Just one.
That would be a meatloaf sandwich.
I do put meatballs on pizza.
Better need a budget hot dog. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
He slammed that one at me.
I've had oatmeal and a hard-boiled egg for lunch.
Again?
Hello, 41.
And y'all are going hard on the food right now. Meatball sub pizza situation.
Yeah,
come on, fam.
Shout out to the 806.
And if I had it if I ate it right now, I have enough time for it to digest and process, so I ain't got to deal with it all night.
Yeah, that's
Have
true.
a big dinner when you get home.
Dude, there's nothing worse than getting woken up out of your sleep in the middle of the night for a decision you made about 3-4 hours ago.
Yeah, who you telling, man? Who you telling? And I usually eat a pear before before I go to sleep, too.
Wake up with goosebumps on your arms.
Every time to get up, bro.
Sweat.
Every time to get up, 5 o'clock. Get out the bed. I'm kicking.
Oopsies.
I'm fighting this stuff. Get out of here. Let's see. What's our winner from yesterday? Oh, yeah, the playmaker. He was asked about the difference between grass and turf. How do you play on that? He was asked that on the RJ and Choppy show here on The Fan.
What is the difference in grass versus turf? Cowboys are 1-4 on grass this year. They've struggled since 2017. How different is it for a turf team to go play on grass?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy that. I play my best on natural surface. Let me correct that word.
Damn, Sean.
I was about to say I played my best on grass. Y'all get on out of here with that.
Some of that ain't natural, Mike. Some of that stuff ain't natural.
Right.
Synthetic turf.
That was good stuff. Brian, what would you say is the percentage of players who are playing on grass?
On weed, man.
Oh, yeah, I know a lot. I mean,
really?
Playing the game?
Playing in the game on grass.
Like a pregame sesh.
Yeah.
And then puff.
Get my mind right.
I've been on the field. I watched a lot of games from the field. But man, I haven't been on the field since. Well, the Dez catch was the last time I was on the field watching a game.
Wow.
But being around the bench area, that was like that was like 95.
Yeah, but that was darts. That wasn't Chiba.
No. But I don't have a percentage because I know it's hard to say because I just never felt like, because I was always at the Packers on the field there, and going through the locker room and stuff, you never smelt it.
Yeah.
Like the other day when we were out there doing the Friday thing out there at the Rally House, a couple folks came up to me, hey, take a picture, and I was like, okay,
They just got out of the car with this guy.
I just got out of the car, and I'm like, okay, but with players,
Brought us dry snitch and pay attention.
Me and Walchuk,
Lucius, it's like it's kind of
Mooney.
That was you. It was like really kind of shocking, to the point where it's like right up on you. And you're like going, oh, okay. I mean, yeah, sure, let's grab a picture together kind of a thing.
You were with us in Oxnard, bro.
Yeah, we had some great sense on those tennis courts out there.
That's true. Oh, the tennis courts.
Oh, that's right.
That was post-practice.
It was post-practice.
The post-practice numbers go up at least 25%.
That's.
I know a lot of athletes look at it different. Like,
that's how you heal your body, man.
No.
Right after the practice, you relax yourself. Have you seen that? What is that? The documentary about Arnold Schwarzenegger like lifting weights?
Yeah, pumping iron.
Pumping iron.
Yes.
Bro, all he did was pump iron and smoke bud, dude.
Yeah.
Right there on camera in front of everybody, right there after he lifted
sometimes
the
have
weights.
some beers, help you power through, get a couple more reps in.
Yeah, man. Let's see here. How about this dude pretending to prank a IG model?
Oh.
Yeah, said he's going to take our blue check mark away. She got pretty upset about it.
Instagram actually came out with some new policies this year for 2023. One of the things that we're taking a look at is taking away verifications, the blue check mark, for accounts that we feel are not meeting our expectations.
No, you guys are not going to take away my verification.
Fortunately, you ended up on the list. So we have a lot of up-and-coming Instagram models, and we feel that your pictures are just not meeting the expectations to have a blue check mark anymore.
I'm not meeting expectations?
Nope, you're not.
No. What do you mean?
You're still going to have the account. We're just taking away the blue check mark, and we're going to be giving it to another, Instagram model.
No, you guys are not taking it away from me.
You guys are awful.
Yeah. There's that voice we talked about yesterday.
That's fake crying.
Yeah, Alec with
What is your
Instagram.
name? I'm not meeting expectations. I worked so hard for my account. I'm way better than all the other girls. Are you kidding me? What the Literally, I'm so confused. There's no way this is even real. I'm calling my manager right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
You.
She's got a manager?
Yep. Damn
That's
right.
big business.
Instagram
Model manager?
Yeah, they make money out here. Well, some of them do. Yeah. A lot of money to be made if you can just like post some flat tummy tea or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not just a check mark. That's like her income, right?
Yeah, it's all about being verified. Yeah.
Worked so hard that Brazilian butt lift.
She earned that, man.
Let's see. How about this one?
Do you think your boyfriend had a friend do it? Like, bro, this will be hilarious.
Let's bring her down a level, bro.
Here's her number. Yeah.
Take her down a notch. She needs to be humbled, yeah.
Dial up some humble pie.
Sit down.
Yeah, he's got like 2,000 followers. Yeah, bring her down, dude.
Yeah.
Nobody pays attention to my sneakers I be posting all the time. Let's see. How about this lady singing in church? The spirit hit her right in the middle of her singing, and she started to testify.
Lord, nothing I did, nothing I tried, nothing I smoked, nothing I snorted, nothing I drank, no man I did, no one did me, nothing did me any good. Oh Lord, even that the food I put in my mouth wouldn't help me, Lord.
Wow, man. Little TMI? Oversharing?
Hey, man. That's her testimony. We can't judge her testimony. When the spirit hit, the spirit gets to talking. You know what I mean? They might be able to touching somebody out there. Somebody may be struggling with food. It might be struggling with the substances in your nose. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You never know.
Yeah.
More powder than a LeBron James pregame. Who knows what's going on out here? Bro?
Grandkids were looking at Nan a little different on the ride home that day.
Some people are open books, others are open diaries.
Yeah, how about it?
Any other nominees, Lucius?
Well, not really, but this is one.
Okay.
This is a cockatiel, a bird.
Cockatoo?
A cockatoo?
Maybe.
Cockatoo? I don't know. Look like it says cockatiel.
Could be a cockatiel.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, man, you're from South Africa. You might know it, bro. Who knows? Don't you raise dogs or something like that?
Yeah, my grandfather had dogs and birds.
See? I told y'all.
Dude, it's like a zoo. Even here, even at their house here, locally, it's a zoo over there. You never know what type of animals you're going to run in and out. Toucans, all kind of weird stuff.
Mama cat lady
from the jungle, man.
Yeah, here's a cockatiel on the beat.
Yes.
Come on.
Hey. Hey.
Yes. See, I always wanted a talking bird, but I didn't know if I'd have the patience to train him. You just put on beatboxers, bro. I'm going to work.
Train
Boom.
themselves.
You come home with a viral video machine cockatiel. Is it Michael Irvin, the one-time champ? Is it the guy pranking the IG model? Lady singing in church, spirit hitter? Or the cockatiel beatboxing? I'll vote Michael Irvin, though, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to hit at Church Lady. Let's go that.
Oh, my God. Come on, bro.
Alrighty, Lucius?
I admire her vulnerability.
Me too, man. I'm going to make it crazy. Me too. I'm going with the church lady.
2-1, Wolchuk.
Feeling the spirit.
Oh, this is really hard.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go with the cockatiel.
Nice work, Lucius.
We're sitting at 2-1-1, Brian.
I'm going to go with the church lady.
Oh!
My score of 3.
Come on,
to
Michael.
1. To 1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, Michael Irvin, upset. It's the lady singing in church as the spirit hitter. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30. See if she can make it 2 in pursuit of 5. And tune in for LA Live with Lucius every night at 5:40. If you ever miss it, he will replay it for you. Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I got some injury information for you, and we're going to talk about these officials for this weekend. We'll do that next.
Okay, let's chat about my friend. Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. He is the king of the Krusties himself, and here he is, our friend Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate that. By the way, Mega Millions. See that jackpot where that's at now? $1.35 billion.
Wow. We picking up tonight?
Yeah. Well, actually, on
drawing?
Friday is what it is. Yeah, it's Friday. It'll be the second largest Mega Millions. Matter of fact, it's on Friday the 13th. And real quickly here, Michigan has been the luckiest state for these drawings. Michigan's happened, let's see here, winning 4 of them. It's happened on Friday the 13th, June of 2008, May of 2011, June of 2014, and October of 2017. So, yeah, so that's what we got going on right now. So, good luck if you do those things.
You can hit like, what, 3 numbers in a mega plier and come out like $1 million or something like that? Something crazy, 10,000?
Yeah,
what's up?
The cash you get out of it, though, it says here in the release was $707 million is what it is.
If you win and you want the payout?
Yeah, if you want all that.
I think the morning show's all going in together.
Are they?
Yep. You guys are down.
I might have to do that.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun to throw like $20 each in, and then if we win, we split it all up. Get like $160 million each. That'd be sick.
I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, if you get 5 numbers, you get what? You will get 3. You get some millions, like 4 million or something like that.
I don't know the total rules on that stuff.
4
but
numbers plus a mega plier or the Powerball.
Yeah,
it's 30,000.
I just kind of let them draw the numbers for me. You guys got numbers when you play this thing?
Oh, no, I just do the quick picks.
Yeah,
I think the quick pick's the way to go. I used to guess my own numbers. I don't think it works.
Waste of time.
Lucis, you're a no number guy, or you a guy that?
No, I barely even play. Yeah, I play the scratch off though. I want that $1,000 a week thing.
Yeah,
the weekly grand.
Oh, that would be kind of fun.
Yeah, I would love to have that.
That would be fun.
Texas lottery people holler at me.
Okay, I talked to you about an injury thing. It's going to be 18 days, by the way, for by the time they get your center ready, Biotish, for this game. And it's looking like, though, that they're excited about that. It's funny when you talk to people in the medical field or trainers, doctors and stuff. They, you ask them like, hey, is the extra day help you? They don't look at it as days. They look at it hours. The extra hours is what helps them, because they're the way that operate. I'm like, well, I guess, hours turns into days, but they look at it as like, when you play and stuff like that. And the word is, though, it's been 18 days. By the time they play, it'll be 18 days, almost 3 weeks since he had the injury. So they're encouraged by that, by the way, with him, with Biotish being in the lineup on Monday night.
It's awesome.
So
that would be huge.
Keep an eye on that one. Okay.
Can we get Biotish in and Jensen out? Now we're cooking.
That would be good. I just want the Buccaneers to continue to have issues inside. And they we'll see with Donovan Smith, talking to people down there. I think I mentioned this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan Smith is the guy that they're the most fearful of breaking down in this game. They're
Parsons tore him up, didn't he?
Yeah, they're worried about the Cowboys having rush off his side. I'm like, well, yeah, Micah got after you guy. He goes, yeah, but he's been not very good all year. They draw the holding calls and stuff like that. See, that's what I believe about the Cowboys. And we're about to get into these officials. Craig Wolderstad is going to be your official for this game, and he's kind of a guy that is a let you play guy. So I don't know if that's good for the Cowboys. I used to think when the Cowboys were getting penalized all the time, the let you play guy was good. But the Cowboys, ever since I went on my rant that these penalties aren't going to change, nothing's going to change. The Cowboys, 3 or 4 penalties a game. And the problem is they can't draw any penalties.
Right.
They haven't been able to get, and I talk about this quite a bit, is that they can't get any teams in any negative down and distances because they can't get them into a 2nd and 20 because of some penalties.
You're so right.
Or holding calls.
And that's going to be big against the Bucs.
And it will be. And I think this is where, though, keep an eye on Donovan Smith, because that's who the Bucs are worried about, is the penalty machine on that offensive line. So whoever, if it's Micah, Armstrong, who's ever rushing, Fowler, who's ever rushing off that right side for the Cowboys, left side for the Bucs, that's where they can.
Did Micah get both his sacks off him in week 1?
He got one. And then
a lot of pressures.
And then Smith got hurt in the game, and the backup came in, and then he got the second one off that. So, but yeah, the pressures in the game and stuff like that. I told you guys what I'm doing. I'm playing press coverage. I'm making every ball contested. I'm just going to make if it's defensive holding, it's defensive holding. I'm just not going to give these guys free access because this quarterback will kill you when you have open receivers. He's just going to find them and he's just going to keep throwing the ball to him. That's what he does. That's why he's one of the best to ever play. But anyway, all right, let's talk about Craig Wolderstadt and this crew that he's got going to referee this game on Monday night. And here's something good for you. Here's something good. If his crew's number one penalties are offensive holding. So you've had 37 of those calls for offensive holding by this crew. They've had 18 for the home team, 19 for the away team. So kind of a 50-50 split there. Pretty close to it, though. But at least that's an opportunity. Again, got to give Micah Parsons the chance to have that, to maybe create some negative plays. Defensive holding would be their next big one. And that's the one when you look at, we were talking about in this game, could it be, how are you going to play press? Are you going to, are they going to call this stuff? Are they going to let you play? In playoffs, they tend to let you play a little bit. But I mentioned this. I'm going to get right up on these Bucs receivers and make them fight for space in this game. I mentioned that's 12 of those. Once again, 5 for the home team, 7 for the away bunch.
So you're coming after those receivers. That's inviting, right? You're
I'm
risking it for the biscuit.
I'm trying because the thing I worry about, Gavin, is I know the ball is going to get out of there so quickly, and if all of a sudden you're playing off and he's just going to throw the ball 7-8 yards and then hope you break a tackle. We saw what happened. One of the first plays they ran in the game on week 1, they throw a screen and Godwin runs for like 16, 17 yards because nobody came up, nobody tackled, nobody got outside. He is not going to sit there and hold the ball on you. No. But if you give them free access, as I talk about, and allow them to run, the ball, I think the ball will go. I think they're going to take a shot on you down the field. I do feel like they're going to take a shot down the field.
So I want him to mix it up. You got to keep him guessing. If you play the same coverage down in and down out, I think he'll figure out what it's going to take.
Yeah. Well, here's another one that this official deals with is defensive pass interference. Those are 11 calls for that. Again, the away team getting a lot more than the home team. So maybe my theory here is looking pretty bad right now with all the defensive holdings and the defensive pass interferences and stuff like that. Unnecessary roughness is another big call with this crew. They have 8 of those. We've seen what happened with Sam Williams, right?
Yes.
Sam Williams is like I believe he leads the league in unnecessary roughness. I think him and that linebacker up in Green Bay that seems to get kicked out of the game. Quay Walker.
It's a young man. He's got a little too much testosterone still.
A little too much.
He needs to go to the high T clinic.
The high T clinic.
Yeah. Can you bring me down?
Bring me down a little bit. Legal contact is another penalty that they deal with. So you got offensive holding, defensive pass interference, unnecessary roughness. Illegal contact is the major penalties that you're going to have to worry about in this game with this crew. But I'm just not letting Brady. I'm just not letting Brady feel comfortable in this game with letting him just throw the football. And again, roughing the passer is a low one on Craig Wolderstadt, is a low one. He's only called 4 for the entire season. I'm hitting Brady every time I get the opportunity. Ball out, hit him. Ball out, hit him.
Oh, yeah.
Ball out, hit him. And I think eventually it gets on him. The wear and tear gets on him through a game. And you saw him. Cincinnati was able to do that. Cincinnati got some shots on him, and he started dropping the ball. They had a fumble exchange. He had a fumble trying to climb the pocket. I think every chance you get to hit Tom Brady, I'm taking it. Because if Craig Wolderstadt is not going to call it, he's only got 4. Let's go for it. Take a shot.
Rough him up.
Take a shot, rough him up a little bit and make it work.
I mean, he's an older guy and the bumps and bruises bother you more. Your frustration level climbs, absolutely. And he doesn't lift weights in a way that would make him be able to take those shots.
Yeah.
I'm willing to risk a little bit of a late one. I'm telling my guys.
Absolutely here.
Obviously, we're not going to the head. We don't want to hit him from the back.
Or go low. You don't want to do that either. Yeah.
Get a hand on him and get that jersey dirty, and we'll see if he continues to play the same on the other side of that.
Absolutely.
Love it, Brian. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
When we come back, it's time for the 3 o'clock hour of the broadcast. Wolchuk has 4 huge questions for the Cowboys before the playoffs start, and that's next here in the Nation. I want to chat about my friends at
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. A little Cowboys news here before we get to some important playoff questions. Biotish and LVE practice fully. Okay, so we are heading in the right direction. Is that locked in? He's playing at this point?
I would say if he's practicing full, that's just what I, and why in Christy's corner I brought that up because I had an idea what direction they were probably going there. And so, when the report came out here just a little bit that was the case. So that is great news that both of those guys are involved in.
You nailed it again, Brian.
I'll try.
Hey, Tank's going to join us coming up at 4:45. It's a Thursday. It's time for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show in about an hour and 40 minutes. It's time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk, who has 4 huge questions for the Cowboys before the playoffs start.
Yeah, shout out to Brandon Laurie, Blogging the Boys, posted an article about this. I think these are pretty good. But last night I was kind of thinking to myself, okay, Tuesday morning after this game, what are a couple of questions that I have myself? There were 2 that I thought, okay, these are things that if the Cowboys lose this game, I'm going to be wondering. 1, how much did CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard touch the football? I think that's really important in this game.
Yeah. Last year against the Niners, it was bad.
CeeDee Lamb didn't get any touches last year against San Francisco. Last week, I was just bewildered watching that first half against Washington. How can there's no excuse for your first 4 offensive drives for CeeDee Lamb to not be involved. 1, you can put blame on the quarterback if you want, fine. Kellen Moore, you got to do better. You've got to get CeeDee Lamb involved early and often in this football game.
There was one moment where I thought he was transitioning into CeeDee Lamb, but then he didn't get the ball back.
And Tony Pollard as well.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be, and I know Zeke was better than Tony Pollard was in week 1 against the Buccaneers. Zeke had 10 carries, 52 yards, was averaging 5 yards a carry. Tony Pollard was not effective running the football. But there's other ways in which you can just get the football in Tony Pollard's hands and him be effective, whether it's checkdowns, whether it's just some kind of way to just get him extension of the run games, get him the ball in the flat, and just allow him to make the play. But those are your 2 best offensive weapons. You've got to get them involved.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. In big games, big players, big-time players kind of step up. I want to, if I'm going to go out, I want to go out swinging with my best guys. And those are offensively, CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard for sure. And you've seen at times this year that it's a huge focal point. Early in games, CeeDee Lamb, we're coming to you. We'll hit you on a little jet sweep, or we're just going to throw you the ball a couple of times to start the game and just kind of get that train moving. But one of the things now, Kellen Moore, you have to be even more creative, and they've done a nice job moving CeeDee Lamb around this year, playing in the slot, getting him in motion. But with teams now seeing, okay, CeeDee Lamb is the guy in the passing game that we have to, we'll go ahead and double team him. We're going to try and take him away. So now it is your time, Kellen Moore, to return serve and get creative on ways to get him open, because there is no excuse to come away from this game and, he was doubled, so we had to look elsewhere. No, elsewhere for this team right now is really, really bad. Michael Gallup and what you got going with Noah Brown, gosh, dude, it would be inexcusable. And I got some numbers here that I'll show you, the separation numbers of those 2 guys in particular, Michael Gallup and Noah Brown. And dude, it's really, really not good. And if you give me just a second, and
no problem.
I'll hit you with those.
My second point or question is, how's the defense finish? The offense has been able to build leads in 2 games, Jacksonville and Green Bay. They're not able to hold them, right? And you watch Tampa Bay play, there's games where they're trailing, their offense looks completely inept, but if you allow them to hang into this thing where there's a 1-score game, all of a sudden Tom Brady will look terrible for 3 quarters. That offense will look terrible for 3.5 quarters. The light bulb goes on, and it's vintage Tom Brady. And that final drive, everything starts clicking. Can the defense finish the football game?
When he goes super aggressive like that, you can get picks. Like NFC title game 2020 against Green Bay, how many did he throw before they finally, was it 2 or 3?
Yeah.
But yes, when he introduces an element of risk there in the fourth quarter, especially against a wide receiver like this. Now, Brian, I do believe with Van Der Esch and Hankins coming back, they're going to be able to solidify their run defense pretty dang good, hopefully better than they played in week 1 against Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, it's going to be, that's what the key to this one's going to be, because can Hankins hold up inside, because where they hurt you last time was the ball going to the perimeter, and they figured out that Diggs wasn't interested. And it was pulling linemen. It was getting guards and centers and tackles and everybody out in front in space. And then you couldn't get your linebackers to the outside fast enough. So Hankins holding up, if he could hold the middle, that's going to keep blockers off Van Der Esch to allow them to run. And so that you didn't have that advantage the first time that you played this team. But it's going to be about Clark, Wilson. I mean, these guys are going to have huge games. If all of a sudden Tampa says, you know what, we're going back to the same game plan, we're going to see if you can still stop the run. Because Heggy's right. The worst thing that could happen to you if they're the Cowboys is Tampa hasn't really run the ball effectively all year.
Worst in the sport.
And then all of a sudden, then they get it going again.
Oh, it would be
that would be crushing.
So frustrating.
Yeah.
But those are two things on Tuesday morning. If we wake up and the Cowboys season's over, those are questions I'm going to have. Did you get CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard the football? If not, well, no wonder you lost. Shame on you. And did the defense finish this football game? Because that's going to be a key to beating Tom Brady and the Bucs, because they've been really, really good. If the game is hanging in the balance, they'll find a way to win it.
I look forward to talking with Tank about that coming up at 4:45, because I feel like the defense now, after maybe being a little down, they got to feel like the pressure shifting back on us. We got to be the guys who at the end of the game had the better game between the two units. Based on how things have finished up here, we need a big bounce back and strong finish in January. They've been, in some measurements, horrible, from one of the best to one of the worst defenses.
Well, and Micah Parsons is going to come ready to play. Did you see his quote from a few moments ago? I feel like I've hit my second wind in terms of how I feel. I feel better now than I have the past couple of weeks because of how anxious and excited I am. It's a different type of competitive spirit, the ferocious nature that really comes out.
Ooh,
that is the mindset of Micah Parsons right now. So he's going to be in his bag, and we'll probably see maybe the best version of himself just because he's going to be on a playoff high right now, and he's the ultimate competitor, and that's why we love him dearly. To the offense and not getting CeeDee Lamb and Tony Pollard the ball, you're in a world of trouble at that point because you have nobody else that can do anything for you. Noah Brown finished the season with 2.3 yards of average separation. This is next-gen stats. It ranks 117th out of 121 eligible wide receivers and tight ends. Michael Gallup, 2.4 yards of average separation. That's 116th out of 121. So, I mean, and then they also rank 103rd and 112th in catch percentage.
Jeez.
They're doing nothing for you, and defenses know it. So we'll take out CeeDee Lamb, and good luck throwing to Gallup and Noah Brown and T.Y. Hilton. Admirable what you've done, but if you're going to beat us on a Sunday in the playoffs, we'll go ahead and bank that you won't.
Yeah, no question. All right, let's get to blogging the boys. This is some of the questions that they've said. All right, these are big that the Cowboys need to answer here as we enter the playoffs. What do you guys think? Who is the coach on the hottest seat after the regular season here as we get ready for week 1 of the playoffs?
Cowboys coaches?
Cowboys specifically.
Kellen Moore, 100%.
Kellen Moore. Yeah, Kellen Moore.
Brian?
It's got to be Kellen Moore. But but then again, they won't do anything with McCarthy. Kellen Moore's clearly the guy.
I'm with you. And it's just the frustration as we watch this team. And Brian, you get the all-22 as early as any scout in media. I got to wait till Tuesdays. But there's a lack of continuity, consistency with just what he does week to week. I just don't know, what is Kellen Moore's bread and butter? What's his bread and butter play call?
Well, Kellen Moore, would you rather
first and 10 run for a yard and a half?
Well, would you rather Kellen Moore or Brian Schottenheimer?
No, that's a question we were having earlier.
Gosh.
And that would be a Kellen Moore answer for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because if you're going to get rid of Kellen Moore, it's likely Brian Schottenheimer is going to be your next OC.
Yeah, it has been fun watching the Seattle Seahawks play off. Now, granted, they've had a lot of weapons, so some people will be like, what about T.Y. Hilton and DK Metcalf? I think some of that was success despite
Tyler
your
Lockett.
OC. Tyler Lockett, yeah.
No, I mean, the funny thing is Brian Schottenheimer got fired by Pete Carroll for being too conservative.
And Pete Carroll's pretty darn conservative. He's he champions that. But so does Brian Schottenheimer. But Brian Schottenheimer was not quite conservative enough for Pete Carroll.
I wonder if something would happen to Joe Philbin. Because if you don't find a way to run the ball, you know what I'm saying? The offensive line coach. It's like this will be the second time in 2 years that they've started off well and then faded as the season's worn on. That you weren't able to run the ball last year, right? You didn't.
Yeah, you got to problem solve. You're not going to have a smooth ride. Yeah.
And Jerry mentioned Coach Philbin by name with Sean and RJ when talking about like the confidence in the team and the confidence of the coaches to get it figured out. One of the like 2 or 3 coaches he named was Joe Philbin, and that's just a position coach. Like you don't hear him just saying like, "Oh, our DB's coach needs to get it going
Yeah.
because we're giving him so many explosive
We need Al
passing
Harris
plays."
over here to do better.
No, he's name dropping Joe Philbin because that dude's seat's getting a little bit toasty.
All right, how about this? Bigger worry, depth at receiver or cornerback? You just hit us with the lack of separation numbers.
I think it has to be because you're getting Bland is going to be healthy enough to play. I mean, it's a dire situation. You're about to run out of Xavier Rhodes.
I mean,
okay?
yeah, they're just throwing darts out there to see, hey, who in the world can play cornerback 2 on that left side for us opposite Diggs.
They're both a nightmare, but you really don't have anybody that you can consistently trust in that passing game right now outside of CeeDee Lamb. So I guess I will do that because like defensively or with the secondary, you have Trayvon Diggs, but okay, Deron Bland. There's not really that Deron Bland in the wide receiver core. It's just like, it's a huge drop-off.
I mean, they got to be thinking, man, Deshaun Wright and Kelvin Joseph, we drafted you for this moment, and neither of you guys have been able to really step up for us.
Yeah, I think corner is the bigger issue going into this game. Just because it can ruin the game for you, right? If you're second, third, fourth wide receivers don't have the best game, you're like, okay, we got to figure out a way to get 17 points to give ourselves a shot in the final 5 minutes. If your corner, if nobody can help you, they could score 35 points. They could have 3 long touchdowns in this game. So I think you can work around your struggles at wide receiver if Gallup does not have a good game. But I don't think you can do anything about it if you don't get a good game from a corner or help that corner a lot in this one. I'm willing to let them run. Go ahead and run. We'll try to tackle you, but we're not spending resources down to the box if I'm in charge because of how Tom Brady's going to change that game real quick on you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I worry. I think the thing with Woods, I'm to the point, you know how I feel. You don't have a great answer right now.
Sure.
The one thing is that over there at left corner, if you go with Rhodes, it's a veteran guy. It's a guy with some size. It's a guy with some toughness. He just can't run as well. So if you're losing at the line of scrimmage, you're playing a lot of off coverage and asking him to turn and run and go. I just don't see it. I just don't see it over there. And that. I just think that's why you have to make this a physical game for these guys. Because the more you can make Brady hold that ball, the better chance you have of beating Donovan Smith or some backup center maybe. That's kind of my hope in this game.
Which area of the team is more worrisome right now? Offense, defense, or after what we saw against Washington, we got a lot of special teams in there. And Kevontae Turpin now has had 2 fumbles in the final month of the season.
Yeah, I'm least worried about special teams. Those are quirky deals, and it's been a solid group, great coach all year long, so I'm not that worried about the special teams. It's a great question between the offense and the defense. I'm going to say the offense, just because you have so many good resources over there, it shouldn't be this bad. You have clearly a spot on defense that's holding you up so bad, and you just started investing. You only have a couple of good players over there. But the cause for concern on offense is, guys, we have put together a nice group of players, and they can't do more than that. And if that happens again, then you'll be like, we should have known. We should have known that it was time to invest more in the offensive line and not expect Dak to be able to be Superman. Behind that group of guys.
Yeah, it's the offense for me that I'm most worried about. And, right now you don't have any semblance of a running game, and your passing game, you have one guy that you can consistently trust. It's CeeDee Lamb. And teams are starting to figure that out, and they take him away, and where do you go? You go to Noah Brown, and you're in trouble.
It's got to be Schultz and the tight ends, if you ask me.
I agree. I think you need to see more of the tight ends.
You get those guys the ball. They got power. They can break tackles. They got juice. These guys can play, and since Dak came in for Cooper Rush, they've really been eliminated from the game.
They had a bad game against the Titans. They did, but I don't think that's a reason why you just give up on them.
Yeah, I think you guys are right about that.
And I'm
throwing to him's one thing. The way they're running the ball right now out of that is definitely not pretty. Not to say that you just never try it during this game, but it's not something that you can feel confident going into this game. Oh, this is going to work. But getting those guys involved in the passing game is probably a smart
They're running
thing.
out of 11. Well,
yeah, you're seeing them run out of. They're better than the other things, better than the other personnel groupings. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think at least you're getting reinforcements back.
Do you know the
defense.
number on that, Chief?
On the
11 personnel,
yeah,
what they're getting?
Once 11 personnel, like on first down, you're talking about 4.5 yards a carry.
Let's go.
Which is league average for first down run.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about any other personnel grouping, it's much worse than that. And at 5 o'clock, we'll address it.
Awesome. Thank you. We're good? All right, there he is, Zach Wolchuk, with the top questions around the Cowboys before the playoffs start. Cowboys Twitter, has this ESPN guy hit a new low with his disrespect? It's next on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat about D&M Leasing, though. Here we are in 2023. It makes more sense than ever to come on over to D&M Leasing. Why?
Car will be picked up by tomorrow.
All right, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team, from America's team. Big show here today. We coming up at 3:40. We'll go around the Mavs. Luka Doncic on if he could ever catch LeBron, who happens to be chasing history down the stretch here. We'll have those Mav stories here coming up for you about 20 minutes. All right. Quote from John Machota's article in The Athletic is getting a lot of traction today. Cowboys OC Kellen Moore, we just have to be efficient on first and second down in the run game. Doesn't have to be 20-yard runs. It just has to be efficient and allow the passing game to make completions and find different opportunities. You need third and short. That's the way I look at it. You need to get the defense leaning up so you can kill them with a little bit more play action. And you're going to need man coverage out there. And if the Cowboys can do that in the first couple of drives, we're looking at it with a pessimistic slant right now. But to come back optimistic, Brian, if after the first quarter the Cowboys have like 40 yards rushing, I'm going to all of a sudden flip very optimistic about their chances of getting this job done.
Yeah, is the 40 yards including your quarterback, or is that just any type of 40 yards rushing?
I think Dak's got to be a big part of this game plan. I mean, how could it not be? That would be negligent to not let him rumble.
Yeah, we saw in the first game that they ran that option, that speed option there is what they ran, and Dak was able to get a first down. I agree with you. I feel like that they're going to have to find ways, if the pass rush, Vita Vea is like their best sack guy. That's just pressure in the middle right now.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you can deal with what's going on the inside, and and make that work, give Dak the opportunity to step up, or if he has to just to run, if he sees opportunity, a lane to get through. I think any Dak run in this game is going to be good.
He's clearly not fast anymore, and whatever speed he had is gone. But he's still physical and nifty enough.
Like I said, a 4-yard gain, a 6-yard gain, and anything that's not a negative play.
Okay, you mentioned Vita Vea. I did see something on him over the break. He was late for practice today, and there was some excitement for us and some maybe panic for Tampa fans, like, where's Vea? Where's Vea? And we got word at the end of the practice that he was just late. So maybe he was getting some treatment,
Or bubble guts or something.
Bubble guts could be a legitimate excuse. Okay, but the big story on Cowboys Twitter, Dan Orlovsky really lost whatever credibility he had left, and he made it more clear than ever. He's just trying to say negative stuff about Dak, be the most negative person about Dak. Yesterday we had those CBS Sports rankings came out, and we thought it was egregious they put him at 11. They put Dak.
Not they. Call him out by name. It's we're talking to you, Chody Benjamin.
Yes, Cody Benjamin. Just all sorts of, D-baggish out there. But, Orlovsky could not let him be the most ridiculous Dak taker of the week. He went ahead and put Daniel Jones and Geno Smith ahead of Dak as well.
Are you freaking kidding me?
He didn't have the balls to go Skylar Thompson, though.
He wanted to.
Somebody will.
Did he go Brock Purdy?
He asked his editor, now do I put Skylar ahead or behind if I want the clicks with the credibility? And they're like, oh, no, leave Skylar right there. You got it, buddy. 12th out of the 14 best quarterbacks. Of course, he also has Dak behind Brock Purdy, which, Ryan, probably you agree with that at this point.
I'm just having fun with Brock Purdy right now. The thing, I don't know. I think Dan's a little extreme there.
Just a little though.
Well, no, he's been a fan of that guy at the Giants really all year. I mean, the thing is, you kind of
fireable offense.
But Daniel Jones,
I know, I get that. Everybody's, but that's the problem with these quarterbacks. That's why some guy likes Paxton Lynch, or some guy likes Connor Cook, or somebody like that's the problem with these guys.
There is a lot of subjectivity in gradings, but some things are patently false.
Well, see, but it's funny you mentioned the guy out at San Francisco, and I know that I've seen him, and then all of a sudden I'm like, you guys are like, what? No, come on, Broadus, come on, really, come on, no, guy hadn't lost a game yet.
Yeah,
that's what
I'm saying.
A
lot of NFL games have been played now. We can admit we're wrong. Lots of games have been played by Daniel Jones, and you can see clear evidence.
Yeah, but see, that's where I think it's different for Daniel Jones is because of the head coach. Mike Kafka as the OC. That poor guy has no skill guys other than the running back, right?
Well, I would say they've had some pretty good skilled guys, and sometimes it's the quarterback's inability to get them the ball.
Jason Garrett was his OC. You want to argue with me about that?
No, that's a fact.
Okay. See, that I'm not trying to be snarky or anything. I'm just saying, though. I really was. The thing about it was
it's effortless. You don't have to try.
The thing about it is, though, Dak. The problem. What was the problem with Daniel Jones? He turns over the ball.
Yeah.
What's the problem with Dak? He turns over the ball.
Well, as of late, yeah, I guess in this moment for sure.
Well,
in this moment,
Pat Foreman
Dak will also overcome those turnovers. Daniel Jones is not able to do that.
Hasn't been like a lifelong Dak problem, but it is at the moment.
Your guy from Establish the Run, Pat Foreman, Daniel Jones, and Daboll deserve some credit for the career best year he's had.
Yeah,
but also 26th in yards per attempt, 40th in 20-plus yard throw rate, 40th in average depth of target, 40th in big-time throw rate. Every team has 1.25 quarterbacks better than Daniel Jones.
See, but again, I look at, if you're the Giants, I look at their situation. They drafted an offensive tackle. They drafted a defensive end that's going to be a stud for them, by the way.
Sure
and
did.
that rookie tackle they had was one of the better ones in the league.
Yeah.
And so, to me, I look at it as like, now with Daniel Jones, this is where I start the clock for him. I start the clock now for Daniel Jones as opposed to with my buddies that were all running that team, the Dave Gettlemans and the Jason Garretts and all those people that were bringing his career down.
Good stuff. Appreciate the conversation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, as we continue here with some Cowboys Twitter. We will have some Mavs discussion here coming up for you in about 10 minutes. If you missed it, Tyler Biotish practiced full today, and so did Leighton Vander Esch, and those are some great things. Okay, who's the pressure on most? Great story from David Moore in the Morning News. He's plugged in. And the headline, why Cowboys Dak Prescott and Kellen Moore, not Mike McCarthy, face added playoff scrutiny. A head coach that's presided over a 24-10 record the last two seasons appears to have escaped any win or else edicts. So the pressure not on McCarthy. I think he's stabilized a lot of things. The takeaways are great. The injuries have been better, and now the penalties. You've cleaned up penalties. That's got to come back on the coach. So I do agree with David Moore, but specifically looking at Kellen Moore, okay, he really puts him on the grill here. In San Francisco, they only got the ball to CD twice, once on a carry. Tony Pollard only got it 4 times. They trailed 23-7. If in back-to-back playoff games, your offense is a no-show, almost every team's firing the OC, right, Brian?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Is this like Jerry's new coaching project that he's pulling for Kellen Moore, or what?
See, this is where I think it's. I think if they go flat, if they go really flat and lose this game on offense, it's going to be a higher within, and it's going to be Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, it's smelling like that to me. Right?
Oh,
certainly looks
it
like
smells
that.
like ass.
It's smelling. No, I'm
not the good kind.
No,
he was a very conservative coach with Russell Wilson, and he was the guy that got people mad because they wanted to let Russ cook.
Right,
and he was right.
Right,
he was right. You don't want to let Russ cook that much.
Yeah.
So maybe Brian Schottenheimer is just what this Cowboys team needs.
It's got too, because they're probably, the thing I believe is, and trust me on this, I've been super, super, super critical of Mike McCarthy for all the laziness and not committed and all those things. But, you got to give him credit. I mean, they back to back, with the playoffs, the 12 games and all that. I just don't know if he really, at this point in time, wants to learn a complete new offense. Okay. And so that's where I think Brian Schottenheimer.
That's a good point.
I think that's where Brian Schottenheimer helps him.
The familiarity.
Exactly.
Mike and Dak not having to learn something new. Now,
gosh, what a problem.
And he worked for his dad.
Move on.
He worked for his dad.
My coach.
Damn problem.
The work, you don't want to learn a new offense. Then
he worked for his dad. I'm just telling you, there's a big connection
just keep
there.
Everybody in the building, they need to get clear of this crap and the Garrett.
It's not going to happen, because what happens if you
isn't this the buddy thing? Isn't this hiring Mike Nolan to be the defensive coordinator?
No, you're absolutely right.
Schottenheimer's going to get
you need a fresh
hot sauce in both his eyes.
Well, I'll say this though, because if they're going to change the head coach, it's going to be the defensive coordinator. Sean Payton ain't coming to this place. You know, we can all. I mean, there's some whispering going on that maybe that Jerry and Sean Payton and those guys have all kind of moved on from each other as far as being a head coach here.
They like telling stories of the fun times they had, but they don't want to rekindle it.
Yeah,
that happens.
And I don't really have an issue with McCarthy. I think McCarthy's done a good job. I will say this: there should be a little bit of pressure there. Because shouldn't you have a little bit of responsibility as a head coach? And we've talked about this over the course of the year, Brian. Like, if there's an issue, you're still the head coach. If Kellen Moore's not doing something well, why don't you call over there and say, dude, let's stop doing this. Well, you're a former offensive play caller.
I kind of feel like he did, though, when during the Cooper Rush administration,
right? And it evidently worked.
Be smarter.
Yeah.
So now you're in a do or die, you win or you go home situation. If this first down running stuff or whatever it is, the issues are, McCarthy knows it. Call over and be a head coach.
972, you're really tripping for real what the Cowboys' average points per game over the last 3 years. Yeah, the numbers say this offense is great. And maybe we are tripping. Maybe Kellen Moore's amazing, and Carolina will hire him or Houston will hire him, something like that. Now, Moore does acknowledge in this story something else that could totally change things, and that is the emotions of Jerry. And you always got to be on the lookout for that. I think over the tenure of his ownership for 30 years, it's been a factor. But I think at this point, Jerry gets emotional after the game, but then he gives himself so much time to cool off before making decisions that I don't think you're going to get like a Jim Irsay moment where he's just fed up with an embarrassing loss and the guy's fired and an announcer is the head coach before the guy's hangover even wears off. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. Plus, Steven is sort of checks and balances guy. But Brian, I mean, you've worked with for that family. Yeah. Do you think Jerry's emotions are still a factor?
I think Jerry's emotions are a factor, and I think if Jerry wants to do something, they'll sure do it. I just think that you're going to get Steven and Will McClay that are going to stand up. They've got this thing where they want it when it comes to, people talk about this as a very talented roster, and they talk, and it's they love to draft, and they don't want anybody to come in here and upset all that. That's they've got this thing exactly. They got the scouting department right where they need it.
Yeah.
They don't go out and spend huge money in free agency. They don't need Sean Payton to walk in here and go, hey, listen, this guy is, let's go get Ramsey. Let's go get, they don't need that. That's the last thing they want. They want Dan Quinn, Dan Quinn likes personnel, works shoulder to shoulder with Will McClay. Everybody respects him in the room, and it doesn't rock the apple cart.
That's tough, man. It really is. Imagine having a team with a GM that just was untouchable, and you never get like a breath of fresh air or a new perspective into your organization that could forever change your culture or your perspective. You get leadership trees coming off GMs that can have profound impacts on your scouting department across the league, like what Brian had going on in Green Bay. You never get that opportunity to get a visionary, great leader who can transform an organization like the way that a Jimmy Johnson or Tex Schramm or a number of guys throughout the history of this franchise did. So if a person named Jones doesn't become the best GM in football, you're never going to have him. You're never going to have an Ozzie Newsome.
That's a fair point.
Okay, great article about Tony Pollard today. 4 years into Tony's career, we don't know that much about his background. We're going to change that. Kyle Yeomans is coming up at 4 o'clock. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy.
Customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
Here we come. Thanks to Rally House, the guys are heading to Radio Row for a week of the biggest guests, with even bigger hijinks thrown in. Our coverage is also brought to you by Window Nation and A1 Air. Turn it on, leave it on. One of the craziest weeks all year. Radio Row Week, beginning February 6th, right here on The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Let's find out more about Tony Pollard. Great article about him today. John Machado over there in The Athletic doing a great job covering the Cowboys. The thing I liked about it is he really paints the picture of Tony Pollard's backstory and maybe gives you a reason to believe that the second half of his career can be even more amazing. All right. What do you think? Let's get some truckwreck.com fan text going here on Tony Pollard. How important is it to bring him back for next season? You know, Tony Pollard, pretty quiet guy. Even when he's practicing, he barely talks. And the media really hasn't dug in too much for fans to know about him. So John went ahead and got the story for you, Brian.
Yeah, you know, when Chris Arnold's interviewed him a couple of times, he's been kind of cool. Like, him and Chris have a really good rapport. I know we played it before some of our from our pregame shows and stuff like that. Family owns a barbecue place there in Memphis and all that. It's kind of a neat story. He loves talking about barbecue and kind of things like that.
Okay, and my bad as I click through here. This is actually Dan Pompei. Dan Pompei has the Tony Pollard article up there.
Tribune guy.
So maybe they're sending Dan Pompei down here to scout him for the Bears. I'm not quite sure, but
DP
headline: Cowboys believed in Tony Pollard, and now they're letting him cook, and that's the angle with the barbecue restaurant. And that's the first thing I learned about Tony Pollard is if you want to have an amazing barbecue with the Cowboys, there's been some really good cooks on that team over the years. Travis Frederick, Lyle Collins, Tyron Smith. I've seen him at a barbecue store twice. When we're doing remotes, it's just like, oh my goodness, there's Tyron Smith coming in to pick up a rub or some sort of barbecue accessory. But the story starts out. At the age of 14, Tony Pollard started flipping burgers at his family's famous restaurant, Pollard's Barbecue on Elvis Presley Boulevard in Memphis, Tennessee.
There you go.
That's a destination right there for all Cowboys fans at this point.
Got to get you some food and a shirt from that
CA
place.
said it's really good.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They come from miles around for the dry rubbed ribs slathered in sauces made from scratch. These days, Pollard can do much more with the spatula. On his backyard kettle grill, he can cook up wings, charred chicken, or ribs. He can smoke sausages and steam broccoli. He's probably dominating. That's what that looks like right there. You grew up in a restaurant. Yeah. You know, you can just whip. Like that's the kind of deal where you show up to a party and you're like, okay, cool. Who's cooking? You're like, you probably let me help. You know, I don't want to big time or anything, but if we want everybody to have a great time, it's probably best to just let me.
I got this.
Wait, so are you willing to relinquish controls of the command center that is your grill station at your own house
to Tony Pollard?
I'm just saying, just in general, to somebody coming in. Maybe it's Tony Pollard. Maybe it's somebody else who claims to be a Tony Pollard level griller and or cook chef.
Yeah,
you're willing to relinquish.
Do you need verification of the resume though?
Yeah, I would be cynical at first because I know a lot of people can have a big ego, you know,
because that's even more than sitting shotgun and messing with the radio.
But
right?
you tell me like, hey, I worked at Heim, I worked at Pecan, I worked at this spot.
Yeah.
I'm sitting down and taking notes, bro. It's an honor, you know.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard, I want to sit down and know what your process is and chat with you through that whole deal because you put in 5 years at a restaurant or something, you've learned a lot of good stuff.
You got to be careful though about the try it like you should try it like this guy, where he comes in and he's watching you grill in your own house, your own backyard, and he's like, well, you know what, General, why don't you try it like this?
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
That guy, I'll tell to go inside and watch the game.
There you go.
I got this handled.
I remember the first time that I let Hellman do a crawfish boil. And that was hard. I did not want to give that up.
Yeah.
The
power, man.
Because I taught him I said, listen, watch it. And he did. He watched it and did everything. And the next time we did a crawfish boil, he goes, listen, I want to do this. And I was kind of like,
okay. Well, you're going to want to buy a pot. You're going to want to get a spot in a house with a backyard.
Exactly. But he's like, he went and got every ingredient that I used. And so I did. I sat there and watched him.
It's Copycat League brought us.
I watched him cook, and it was actually excellent.
Yeah.
But it was really difficult to watch him do. Well, they'll use my crawfish pot.
Yeah.
So here he's using my equipment, and I'm just kind of thinking, okay, well, he's going to get it this time. He's timing this right.
Were you kind of pulling for it to be a slightly less than perfect?
Not
or
at
were
all.
you praying for your teammate?
I was so happy that.
Okay.
I was so happy to see that everybody that was eating the crawfish were enjoying them. That's the best feeling.
Well,
it's like Gavin and making those wings, and stuff like that. When you watch people, the most satisfying thing about being a cook is when people enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, when I was
that's the best.
I was at that New Year's Day party, and I made about 100 wings, and I took them, and I put them down on the counter, and I just walked away.
Watch them eat them.
And about 20 minutes later, people were like, "Hey, have you tried the wings? Who brought the wings?" And I didn't say anything. I just sat there with a smile on my face like,
Oh, dude.
got it.
The gratification. It's so rewarding.
That's a tiger fist pump like you've never seen before. Now, the truckwreck.com fan text is alleging that the morning show has labeled you one-trick pony on the grill.
That's a Sean Sharif thing, yeah.
One-dimensional.
Well,
he's in a bad place.
Gavin kicked his ass.
Yeah, he's in a bad place.
He thinks you're a wings only kind of guy.
Wings only kind of guy. He knows.
Sean's the guy that threw the whole pig on the. It didn't cover up the head.
Sean,
he just like
that was crazy.
He kind of lets you see, but Sean will try some stuff. I'll give him some credit.
In defense of my guy Sean, he's a pit boss over there.
He's good. Yeah, he's
really
definitely good. He's just trying to make himself look better by insulting me, and it's like, listen, we can both be pretty good at this, bro.
No, you've come in and told us about some of the stuff you're grilling up there.
I kind of like the fact that Sean, like, you send a picture of what you're cooking to Sean, he'll be honest, like, bro, that looks drier than hell. I mean, he'll say stuff like, "Oh man, how long did you?" You could tell he's interested, and other times it's like, bro,
dismisses
that
it.
thing looks like a doorstop. Stop sending me those pictures.
Well, you hear him interact with his brother and his dad, and they're constantly on each other's ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some dads are like, "I don't want to
hear their
offend
shows
you." It's like,
on
"Oh
each
yeah,
other's
looks
ass
good."
anyway. Yeah.
Other dads are like on you.
I know.
Yeah.
I've realized that. I think that means that Sean kind of likes you because he does that with me too now.
Okay.
Like when he's kind of
No, he really hates you.
Deep down, he might.
Yeah.
But
he told me that the other day.
Did he really?
Yeah, he says he's not a big fan of yours.
Good, because I'm going to text him right now and tell him to go bleep himself.
Yeah, throw one in for me too. At Melrose High School in Memphis, Pollard was mainly a wideout and corner. Had more than 1,200 receiving yards, 20 touchdowns as a senior. But his ranking amongst the prospects in the nation, 1,820th. Think that'll put a chip on your shoulder?
Damn well better.
Rivals rated him with only 2 stars. Only 5 schools offered scholarships: Austin, PA, Georgia Southern, Memphis, Middle Tennessee State, and Tennessee State. And he chose Memphis, where he got the attention of the NFL by scoring 7 kick return touchdowns. No other team invited him for a pre-draft workout. I think that's really interesting. And the reason Will McClay liked Tony Pollard so much, he wondered if he could play running back.
Yeah.
And at the Senior Bowl, they called a run up the middle. And the first time he went through this hole, this linebacker got a little bit lower on him and completely knocked him on his ass. And Will was like, "Oh boy, he doesn't have what it takes to get through the hole there against these big guys." They call the same play a few minutes later. He trucks this dude that outweighed him by 34 pounds.
Sure did.
Will McClay said that's our guy right there.
Classic redemption story.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Hopefully he had video on that.
I'll tell you what, man, Memphis had a good run of those running back receiver dudes there for a while. So, yeah. Well, yeah, Will, that's a really great story because he's absolutely right. I remember the play. He just like explodes, and then you just see him just truck that guy, and you're like, whoa.
Okay, and then here's some cool stuff from Mike McCarthy on what makes him successful running between the tackles. It's not just the deceptive power, but Mike says the way he stays on course and sets the blocks for the offensive line is top notch. Mm-hmm. He, when you're watching on TV, it just looks like he's super fast, and it's like, oh, there he goes. He's hard to tackle, but Mike says you're able to see him hit creases as they open instead of after they open.
Yeah.
Man, is he a good running back, a pure runner, said Mike McCarthy.
The other day, he got caught in a bad situation. Remember the first drive of the game, they're running on 3rd and 5? And Schultz is not square on the linebacker, and Pollard reads it like, usually if you hit a guy square, you can make a cut right or left. But it was a half-man block, and so Pollard's like, man, I just got to try and go get this. I mean, he put his head down to run to get there, but that's sometimes, like you say, setting up those blocks and stuff like that, being patient, and then seeing it and having that geared, like the edge, all of a sudden it's like, it looks like there's going to be a loss, and then you get 5 yards out of it by getting to the corner. That's what Pollard has that ability to do.
Great anticipation.
Yep.
Another thing I learned, the neck thing he wears. Have you guys figured that out?
This is for concussions.
Yeah, it's called the Q collar.
Yeah.
Yes. I asked Christy about that, and Dalton Schultz is wearing it as well. I was noticing, but it's supposedly to help with the whiplash.
Yeah.
He has not been listed with concussion since he's been in the NFL. So maybe it's working. He's a good spokesman for it, I guess. And he is up to 217. He was drafted around 208. He's usually, Tony Pollard, the first one in the weight room, already working out when teammates arrive. The coaches say he's committed to doing everything by the book, the way it is supposed to be done. So there you have a little bit more background here on Tony Pollard. Hopefully it's not his last Cowboys game. Hopefully he's got 4 more this year and some more seasons, but it is hard to say. 20, 30 guys every year move on. All right, when we come back, it is time to talk with Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com. Great reporter, member of our draft coverage for years. And Kyle Yeomans joins us next right here in the G-Bag Nation.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Security.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. As you know, before you know it, we'll be heading to a Football Friday, a wild card weekend, and then back here with you a Monday and ready for the game. Our pregame coverage will start at 4 o'clock Monday afternoon with Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo, officially your pregame host. I'm going to stick around for at least a while. And joining us now from DallasCowboys.com to talk more about this matchup is our friend Kyle Yeomans. And a good afternoon, Kyle. How the heck are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you guys?
Doing great. How much of a failure of a season would this be if the Cowboys don't survive next Monday night?
I think it would be a flat-out disappointment. I really do. And the fact of the matter is it's just it would be a carryover from what happened against San Francisco last year. And it's the exact same scenario, except now you have to go on the road, and if anything, it's a little bit tougher up against the Tom Brady on the road in a Monday night atmosphere to get a win, whereas last year it was a letdown at home, and it was a game where you felt healthy. This year you're a little banged up. So I think, if anything, it would just be a carryover of the frustration more than anything. But I think Mike McCarthy said it well earlier in the week that this team, they're not harping on it. They're not living on it, that loss to San Francisco last year, but they're going to learn from it. And they want to remember he called it a sacred feeling of the loss and what that feels like, because it's different when you have such a disappointing result. You don't want that to be repeated. So yeah. I think that's really the biggest mindset, is making sure that you learn from it, but don't harp on it when you go up against Tampa Bay on Monday night.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remember, Mike, when we got to Oxnard, they were talking about how they had replayed that and relived that and wanted the pain of that moment to provide the focus and the motivation. That's an interesting storyline indeed, Kyle. Do you get the feeling that the disappointment could be big enough that at least some heads would roll if they don't win?
I think it depends on the scenario at hand and where really the front office thinks the value lies. Because the biggest question for me is who would you feel comfortable or more comfortable with leading your team into 2023? Is it outside of Mike McCarthy? Is it maybe Dan Quinn? Is it Kellen Moore? Are they going to be back in their respective roles, or whenever one of those guys maybe go off and do whatever else? Of course, Kellen Moore getting interviews, Dan Quinn getting interviews for head coaching jobs in the NFL. If they leave, would that just open the door for opportunities across the board? I think that's really the biggest question more than anything. I don't think it's really heads rolling. If not, it's just a change of pace around what would happen. But it also kind of depends on how things turn out on Monday as well.
Cal, we kicked this around earlier, but is a bigger worry for you entering this game the depth at wide receiver, or is it the cornerback situation?
Oh, for me, it's corner for sure, because you look at the weapons that Tampa Bay has: Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, even Julio Jones, who hasn't put up massive numbers, can still turn into Julio Jones. He showed that in Week 1 at AT&T Stadium, the way that he's able to go up and get the football. They're going to challenge guys like Nashawn Wright and Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs even. They're going to try and stretch the field. Diggs has had a lot of success against Mike Evans in his games the last couple times around. But when you don't have any help either on the side or over the top, that's when things get scary on the edge for those guys. So I'm interested to see, because Deron Bland, he had the chest injury last week, more of a coach's decision just to hold him out. Not necessarily a worry going into this week, but does he still play at 100%? Is he going to be able to make a play when this cornerback room needs it the most? So I'm concerned at wide receiver as well. But I think on the offensive side of the football, I would even point the finger at offensive line. You need that offensive line to stand strong against the front seven from Tampa Bay. I actually think the secondary for Tampa is pretty susceptible in a couple different areas, and I think that's where this wide receiving core, yes, they need to step up and get some separation, but the corners are absolutely going to be tested more.
So how many points do you feel like this is going to be a high-scoring game, or is this going to be like, do the Cowboys just need to get 23 points and they can win the game?
No, I think it's going to be a higher-scoring game. I think it's going to look a lot more like a Jacksonville or a second-time-around Philly game than the games you saw earlier in the year against Los Angeles or against Cincinnati. It's going to look more like the back half of the season did for the Cowboys, where the offense is going to have to get up and score points because Tom Brady and the Buccaneers are going to get up and score points. They're going to put some big plays on the board. They're so efficient with the way that they check down the football, and they take the run game of Leonard Fournette and Rachaad White out of the backfield, and they don't necessarily hand it off to those guys, but they use them as an extension of the run game with these screen passes to the outside. Big reason why Leonard Fournette has 73 receptions as a tailback, and 25% of his rushing yards came against the Cowboys in Week 1 when he had 127. That's a running back that's used as a wide receiver and used as an extension off of these screens rather than a traditional in between the tackles run game. So I'm interested to see how Dallas can adjust and how Dan Quinn's defense can adjust, because Tampa's going to score points, but that offense for the Cowboys has to follow suit as well.
Kyle, which is the better for you, getting Biotish back at center or getting Leighton Vander Esch back at linebacker?
Both are huge, but I think the continuity up front with Tyler Biotish is far more valuable moving into this game for Dak Prescott in the passing game. Maybe you get your run game going again. That's averaging 80 yards per game over the last 3. You got to get Tony Pollard, who should be fully healthy 100% for the first time in a couple weeks. You've got Ezekiel Elliott, who hasn't done a whole lot these last few games either. If you have Tyler Biotish and you're able to put Tyler Smith back into his spot, Connor McGovern back at the left guard spot, and then allow for Tyron Smith on the right tackle side to continue to get better and to get more comfortable playing from that side of things as opposed to the left side, I think you're going to have more success. I think Leighton brings a lot to that defense because he can kind of direct traffic and he can set guys up. Damone Clark has been doing a lot of that communication over these last few weeks. Leighton Vander Esch just sees the game from a different perspective than Damone does. And Damone's done a nice job filling in, but I think Leighton Vander Esch getting a lot of snaps is big. But if you had to make me choose between the two, I think Biotish is a bigger addition heading into the week.
Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com with us. Okay, speaking of offensive line, are we getting an eyeful of how important Terrence Steele is and how much of a big priority should he be to bring back long-term?
Yeah, I think so, because you saw the drop-off, Gavin, of what happened not only post-Terrence Steele initially and when they went to Josh Ball, and that experiment didn't really work out great, but you also are now seeing what they're having to do to fill those holes. I mean, Tyron's not comfortable on the right-hand side, but just because he's Tyron Smith and he still has just this unworldly strength to his game, he's able to make it work. But is he comfortable on the right side as opposed to the left side? Absolutely not. But would you rather Tyler Smith play a third position throughout the year? Not necessarily. You want Tyler to stick on that left-hand side, let Tyron try and make that adjustment on the right side. But Terrence Steele was a huge part of that offensive line, and I think he's being missed dearly over these last few games.
Kyle, are you getting a sense that they have more confidence this week? McCarthy said that last week wasn't a good week of practice, and last year after the 49ers game, that was in his post-game presser what he was talking about. This team just lacked some confidence. Is the vibe different this week, not only in practice, but also just compared to the lead up to that 49ers game from a year ago?
Yeah, I think this week specifically, going from Washington into the playoffs, it's a reset button for everybody. Because, yeah, Washington did not go the way that you planned, but also there are bigger things on the mind of this Cowboys team, and they want to win this game, and they don't want another letdown. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about initially. By learning from that loss against San Francisco, they also learn how to prepare going into it. I had the chance today to sit down with DeMarcus Lawrence and to sit down with Jake Ferguson, and both of those guys, they had the mindset. One is a vet, one is a rookie, that you have to take advantage of these moments because you never know what moment is going to come next. You never know where you're going to take that next step into the playoffs or have a shot like this where you do have a talented roster around you to win these games. And DeMarcus Lawrence spoke about it, specifically talking to the type of mentality that these veterans are starting to instill upon the younger guys in the room, because they have had guys like Damone Clark step up, Deron Bland step up, and then you get these added additions of Jonathan Hankins and Jason Peters. Now you're starting to mesh all of those things together. And if you're able to do that effectively and take advantage of the moment, this team feels like there's nobody that can beat them. But you can't let that letdown happen again, because the preparation has to be on point. It's got to be extra film study, extra reps, extra intensity all the way throughout. And if you're able to take advantage of that, hopefully you go on the road to Monday night and nothing phases you as much as it did maybe a year ago against San Francisco.
That's a fun topic there, with the kids understanding what the task is and the veterans trying to get it in their mind. Speaking of that, though, when you never know when you'll get another shot, would you bet on them right now, Kyle, to make the playoffs again next year for a third year in a row?
It's always tough with the NFC East because you never know who's going to actually come out on that side of things. There are so many contracts that are going to be up. I don't think it's to the point where you're talking about a window closing, but there's decisions to be made this offseason. Look at the backfield. Tony Pollard, Ezekiel Elliott, even. There's decisions to be made there. Dalton Schultz is still on the franchise tag. Do you bring him back, or do you ride with some of your younger tight ends? Then on the defensive side of the football, it's not coming to an end this year, but Trayvon Diggs is soon to be on the contract, the pay sheet. CeeDee Lamb will be on the pay sheet coming up soon. So I think it's always tough to look that far ahead. I would probably bet on them making the playoffs next year, and then things get tougher down the line. But right now, that's mostly based off the fact that they're in it this year. They've got another shot to make it happen. And even the young guys that you mentioned, the Jake Ferguson talking to me today said you can feel the intensity in every second, every moment. You could see a twinkle in his eye because he's excited for this chance. And this team kind of feels that way, whether you're a vet or whether you're a rookie as well.
Kyle, when you look at which Dak Prescott do you think you're going to see on Monday night?
I think you're going to see a focused Dak, and I hope we see one, Brian, that takes care of the football and doesn't throw it to the opposing team. That's really the biggest thing right now. I think outside of the turnovers, Dak, going into the final week of the regular season, I haven't looked at the exact number this week, but he actually had the highest completion percentage of his career. He was completing passes. He was putting up good numbers. The yards per game were right where you wanted it to be successful. You just can't turn the football over. And Dak knows that. He knows you're not supposed to complete it to a team wearing the opposite jersey. That's just not a part of the game. But I think going into the playoffs, he's got a completely different mindset. And kind of how I talked about earlier, it being a reset button, it feels like there's a chance for that reset button to be hit for not only the team, but for Dak Prescott, who's had his struggles of holding on to the football. I certainly hope we see an improved Dak Prescott, but you also are going to see one that's going to take some shots maybe late in the game if things get close. You just got to make sure they're the right shots to take.
Cal Yeoman's with us on 105.3 The Fan. Are you getting a sense we're going to see a little bit of Xavier Rhodes on Monday night, or what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think we will. I really do. And it goes back to the fact that's cornerback room, the secondary, they're thin. They really are. And if Deron Bland, let's say he goes in there and he plays a couple snaps and he's not necessarily feeling great with the chest, which that's nothing on the board. That's nothing that I know, just a hypothetical. I think he's good to go and he should be good to go. But if one of those guys goes down, would you rather throw a Kelvin Joseph out there who hasn't necessarily shown you a whole lot? Trayvon Mullen, who's come off the streets this year, signed late in the season, didn't necessarily impress in his outing? Or would you rather put up at least a Rhodes who's seen everything, been around the sport, been at a high level, and though he hasn't played a ton, he's at least been active this season with Buffalo on their practice squad, elevated up and down to the point where they just didn't have any more elevations and they didn't want to add him to the active roster. So then he was picked up by the Cowboys. I think I would rather try and see what Rhodes brings to the table more so than some of those other options that you've already seen front and center for this Cowboys team should something go down. But I fully expect it to be Nashawn Wright, Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs as your front line of defense in terms of that cornerback room.
Are they practicing on the grass all week in preparation for the grass on Monday night?
Isn't that weird that that's turned into a topic, that they're 1-4 on grass and 11-4 11-1 on turf.
It's a big deal.
I don't know if I've ever seen such a discrepancy that at least has been brought up as much. Do you think it plays a factor, guys? I'm asking the panel here.
I mean, the defense, 25 takeaways and 42 sacks on turf, and there are 8 takeaways and 12 sacks when not on turf. And
1.5 sack for Micah, 1 sack for Tank. The numbers show that it does show a little bit of a discrepancy.
I think they've built they've built, and they haven't done it offensively. They got very little speed offensively. And the little bit they do have in Turpin, they don't really care to use. But defensively, they've built it around speed. And so, of course, that is going to be something that if you're just a quarter step slower on grass than you are on turf, we built our whole defense on we're just going to be faster than everybody. And the grass takes that away at least a little bit,
again,
and it's been enough.
That 0-2 Bucs squad, right? The old Bucs team that was so good on defense was also built on speed.
Mm-hmm.
And they flew around and made plays on grass.
Against teams that play with power, it exacerbates the problem. I think it multiplies it, and I think that's sort of their issue. Last week against Washington.
Yeah, I agree. I think the whole thought process around team speed, that was really the conversation in the first offseason that Dan Quinn came in. Right, you wanted to upend the team's speed that had been shown in 2020 when you were one of the bottom 5 defenses in the NFL. They go out and they get these guys that play fast, that play downhill, that run to the football, and they're able to cut and make these different moves. But then when you put them on grass and they can't get that same type of traction, that same kind of foothold, I can see how it makes a difference. But the numbers are so staggering.
Not that much.
From one way to the other. That's what's shocking about the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's a little sample size type of situation. You got a prediction? How confident are you, Kyle?
Man, confidence I feel like it wanes back and forth. One day I think Dallas wins it by a couple scores. The other one I think they lose it by a couple scores. Good thing is today's a good day. Today was a good day. So I'm going to say Cowboys win it. And I'll put my score on there too, because it'll be on the website tomorrow. But I'm going to say 31-17. Dallas wins it. They get back to what they were doing earlier in the year. Now, are they going to make a deep playoff run? I'm not going to make that prediction right now, but I think they do get it against this Tampa Bay team that's been up and down in their own right over the last couple weeks.
Is Cal Yeomans a yes or no on the booty bread, by the way?
Oh, it's a yes. Every time. Are you kidding me? I grew up in Waco. We ate everything we could out of the cupboard before we were able to get a new piece of bread, new loaf of bread back in there as well.
Go kiss a ginger, Kyle.
What was that?
Go kiss a ginger. It's National Kiss a Ginger Day.
Oh, well, okay. I could make, no, probably not. Not going to do that one.
He's got a fiance and she's not a ginger.
I don't even know a ginger, if I'm being honest.
You discriminate against them.
Wow. Since Jay Jeezy left, it's hard to find one these days.
Andy Dalton, any of those guys you hung out with, right?
They've all vanished a little bit.
Those guys, he's down in New Orleans. I'd have to make a drive, but yeah, probably not going to happen today.
Oh, duh, Cooper Rush.
Just go give him a
smooch
nice little smooch on the cheek.
Boom. Thanks, Kyle. Have a great weekend. Enjoy it over there in Tampa. We'll catch up with you next time. It's Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com. Thank you, sir. It is. It's great to get those insights and perspective of Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com. Time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420. Where are we heading with that, sir?
Oh, I love making Kyle feel awkward. Oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving. It is National Kiss a Ginger Day. I got the top most famous gingers of all time, the top 10 that is, and maybe some NFL news for you next on The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are standing by for Tank Lawrence, by the way. The DeMarcus Lawrence Show will start here before too long. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident, and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com for the Frankels. Don't settle for less, man. Here is Woolchuck, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. It's National Kiss a Ginger Day, which means you might get flooded with kisses, General.
That's right, 25% ginger.
That counts.
Realized that earlier yesterday, I was looking at some old photos, and I was like, yeah, there he is, my dad. You know, got a little orange in his stash, little orange in the hair. And I was like, that's where it came from.
You named your wings after him, the Orange Magic.
That's right. Yes.
Absolutely delectable. We'll get into
the carpets match the drapes, Dawson?
Ooh.
Yeah.
About 25%?
You know, I'm actually maybe 50% down there.
Oh,
yeah.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
The other percent is salt and pepper.
Well, yeah.
Huh. What about you, Broadus? Is all the hair on you white?
What are we doing now?
Is all the hair like if you grew your beard out, would it be a super white beard or would there be some pepper in there?
I've never grown a beard in my life. I mean,
you shave every day?
Yeah. Well,
Like
every other day.
Every other
day. Yeah. Because
what about the chest hair? Is it all gray? All white?
Oh yeah, it's yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with letting it go, Broadus?
What, my beard?
Yeah.
I look like a catfish.
How do you know?
It'd be like some here and some here. No.
That was my grandfather's nickname, by the way. Be
Catfish?
respectful. Yeah. Because how his whiskers grew.
Yeah.
And he had catfish farms.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Well,
he looked like his product
Was
he
he
was
like
selling.
one of those dog owners that looks like your dog?
He was. He looked exactly like the product he was selling. It was amazing. 250-pound catfish walking around.
Get over here, catfish.
Brian?
Things will sting you.
The
crusty catfish.
No, the crusty
Like to
catfish.
put a little cocktail sauce on.
I tell you, because I've been like on fishing before and shaved like 4 or 5 days.
Comes in all patchy.
Yeah, and it's just
like Joe Dirt.
It's just a bad look.
I get it. It's like
I've already got a bad look, but it's
We should do a Broadus playoff beard or something, man. We should get this thing started and let it rumble until we
This
head
thing's
to the
one
Super
and
Bowl.
done, man. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't have to be necessarily
I ain't
cowboy
going to the
related.
Super Bowl.
You can
all
start
chat.
it now.
Before the Super Bowl, you cut it.
Do it for the stars.
Are you guys all you're all disappointed? You guys all lost your beards, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to see yours.
I'm not growing a beard. I'd rather eat a fried egg.
All right. Well, very quickly, I've got some
Which
NFL.
I absolutely hate.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're going to make you do that. NFL news for you. Former Stanford coach David Shaw is interviewed with the Broncos. Yep.
My guy.
Maybe the one less reason why Dan Quinn will go to Denver, because that's another coach that they're interviewing there. So maybe they have less interest in Dan
Great
Quinn.
coach, that Shaw.
You know what? You look at his career record, the last few years, you know what the problem with Stanford is? They can't.
Too smart.
Well, you can't get transfer portal guys and stuff like that. You can't.
Grades don't transfer in.
Yeah, you're not going to hey,
Let's see your transcripts.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave so and so to go. You know, they
You don't have a 4.0, son?
Yeah, they can't. I mean, their quarterback. Zach and I have already looked at their quarterback there.
He's not good.
That guy was not good at all. And so you're sitting there and you're thinking, and he was the number one, McKee, right?
Yeah, Tanner
McKee. And he was the number one recruit in the country. Goes to Stanford to play quarterback there, and he's just awful.
Yeah.
And so that's the problem that Dave Shaw and them guys are dealing with right now.
You looking at the text, Chuck?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the text.
What's wrong? Is there any truth to this, Brian? 972. Brian was raised by the generation of if you have a beard, you're hiding something. Is there anything to that? Like you feel like you'll be a little bit shifty or shady if you grow a beard?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, folks, if you want me to try, I will. I mean, I'll give it
There
a
you
man
go.
of the people.
Heck yeah,
I love
man.
that.
Be an American.
Yeah, we'll see.
Also, keep in mind, this is the first week where we got the new postseason overtime rules. So both teams, if we go to overtime, they're both going to have a chance to
touch that ball,
get the ball, and be on the lookout. Best opportunity is if you win the toss, you're probably going to say, all right, we want to kick, because then you know exactly what you're going to have to do.
Yeah, do I just need a
College
field
rules,
goal?
Yes. It's the complete opposite of what it used to be. There were 10 previous overtime games with the previous rules, and teams were 10-2 when they elected to receive. Well, now they're most likely going to go the opposite way with it. So that'll be fun. Hopefully we get an overtime game.
Yeah, and thankfully the coin flip's not deciding the winner by a factor of 5-1 anymore.
No question. And then Brock Purdy, Brian Broadus' guy.
My guy.
Man, he's having so much fun, undefeated in the NFL. He's saying this is easier than it was in college, man.
He said that?
He said, comparing the NFL to the Big 12, quote, in a sense, I feel like the games are a little different, but I feel like right now it's like, man, I've got so many playmakers around me. I feel like I don't have all the weight of the world on my shoulders to make something up or plays. It's like, man, Kyle calls a great game plan. I've just got to go through my progressions, through check downs to guys like Debo and Christian, and then they make guys miss. So for me, it's nice. I've just got to distribute it to guys, and they come up with all the yards and stuff, which is fun to watch. But college, I feel like sometimes I had to make things up and felt I had a little bit more pressure.
I was hoping he was going to say Big 12 defenses are more challenging than these NFL ones I'm seeing every Sunday.
I kind of feel like that. I was thinking that I was listening to Stetson Bennett talk there about the Big 12. There.
He said in some ways playing in the Big 12 was harder than playing in the big time.
Well, he's got it. I get what he's saying. Like when I saw the headline, I was like, "Oh, geez, here we go."
When he explains it, it makes sense.
But when you hear it, it's like all I got to do is just throw it a couple yards to McCaffrey, Kittle,
They do the work.
Ayuk. Everything takes care of itself.
Go through all my progressions, make a
Yeah.
sandwich back here.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about the NFL. I just got all the time in the world here to make a decision.
These great weapons. My play caller just like makes things easy on me and everybody else. This is just kind of crazy, man. What happens when you step in?
I mean, and they're scoring 10 more points per game than they were with Garoppolo, right?
All right,
That's crazy.
Let's slide into this top 10 real quick here. We got the top 10 most famous redheads currently. Number 10 is Chuck Norris.
Oh, dude, I thought, really?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be a number one Walker, Texas Ranger.
Chuck Norris, baby.
He's ginger?
I think he's a ginger, baby.
He is.
And I
Chuck
think,
now?
I think maybe it's just because some of that's faded a little bit. Maybe some of the younger audience not as familiar.
He's Tom Brady, where he's still in the conversation, but there's a couple of Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen's floating around now.
Absolutely. Like
Okay.
we got a lot of people giving love to Lucille Ball.
Oh,
Yeah, she's great.
And trust
I love
me,
Lucy.
Lucille Ball.
But she was in black and white.
But yeah, I
A
don't
lot of
think
that
she's not going to
is-
make like a current updated top 10 list. But she deserves like Ron Howard.
all time.
Great.
What
No
about the
question.
mom? What about Kitty Cat from Wedding Crashers?
Jane Seymour.
Jane Seymour
Hell
Hoffman.
yes. Isla Fisher, who's also in that movie. She plays the daughter.
Whoops.
Was Chuck Norris in any actual good movies?
It's a great question. I don't know.
He did some combo platters, I think, with not with Bruce Lee. Didn't he combo?
Maybe he did.
I think
don't know.
he did a combo movie with Bruce, which was super bad.
Force of
Walker,
One?
Texas Ranger was sick.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
that
the show was awesome, but maybe he's more of a TV guy. I know
Unsuspected
the missing in
stranger.
actions in the 80s were amazing.
Oh,
you
so
know,
good.
Dude, that Chuck Norris Roundhouse.
I just don't know if that's my youth remembering it as amazing or
I thought he was like a prisoner of war in one of those things
yeah,
one
he
time.
might have been. Yeah, missing in action.
Missing in Action 3. Yeah.
Number 9, we've got Adele.
Oh yeah, and how about her, man? Bringing it strong over the last couple of years. Her like that breakup turned her into. It's kind of like Walchuk a little bit, man. I mean, you break up with the girlfriend.
lost
Next
a lot of
thing you
weight.
know, you
Yeah.
just like you become a different person. The confidence is through the roof.
Adele likes to dye her hair color to hide the red, but she was born a ginger.
Yeah,
I
we all
can see it now. Yeah, in her older pictures.
Number 8, we've got Conan O'Brien.
I believe that.
Yeah, no question.
Chucks should be ahead of Conan.
Number 7 is Brendan Gleeson.
I don't even know who that is.
Braveheart.
Oh.
I still don't know.
Braveheart?
Oh, okay, there he is. Older gentleman. He was in the Harry Potters, I believe.
He was in the Harry Potters
He's that old
as well.
bloke.
He's a fantastic
Oh,
actor.
wow.
He's been in a lot of
Chuck
good-
not giving us any hints. Just kind of
Lot
sitting
of-
there like, oh, you idiots.
Chuck Norris is
I know
way
you
better than
guys
him, though.
don't watch Harry Potter, so I wouldn't
Not
even
at
say
all.
that.
Not at
But
all.
Braveheart, if you haven't seen, what the hell are you doing with your life?
I've seen it a little bit.
Number 6,
Maybe.
Emma Stone.
Emma Stone.
For sure.
Number 5, we have Rupert Grint, who did play Ron Weasley in the Harry Potter films.
What's up with that?
Ginger as hell.
Yeah.
Well, most people love them.
They're British, you know.
Are we gonna
Bad
get
teeth.
Reba?
A lot of gingers
Are
over
we
there.
gonna get Reba up in here?
Reba does deserve to be on here.
I watched Little Rascals for the first time in a long time the other day with my kids, and I forgot that she was the badass driver they were hoping to see. Remember the whole movie? They're like, we can't wait to meet this famous driver, and they think it's a guy the whole time because they're the He-Man woman haters. And then after the car race, the guy that they were hoping to see and the legendary race car driver is
It's
actually
Reba.
Reba. And she talk about kissing a ginger.
She plants
he
one.
plants 2 on
Can I
she
get one
plants
on
2
the,
on Spanky.
Gotta even it out.
Is this like, this isn't like back in the day Little Rascals?
No, this was
right?
90s.
Oh, 'cause I watched back in the day Little Rascals.
I didn't know there was a back.
Yeah,
back
there
in the
was
day,
a-
Little
yeah,
Rascals
yeah,
was
it
just
was
Little
back in
Rascals.
the
No,
day.
that was
Yeah.
ours was a remake.
Yeah.
There's a back in the day.
There
Little
was a
Rascals.
way back
Shut
in the
up,
day.
do you follow?
I swear I did not know that, bro.
Such a.
It should be called Little Rascals 2 then.
No.
I bet you it was awful.
You uncultured swine.
It was. Don't give me that
90s
face.
Little Rascals being described as awful.
It
is
was
a poor
awful.
take.
It was awful.
Very good. Are you kidding me?
Still holds up. Saw it the other
they
day.
have a kitty litter sandwich in there. It's a great prank.
Oh, yum yum.
Well, it's not supposed to be. Number 4.
Terrible choice of a show.
We happen to have Lindsay Lohan.
Oh, dude, Lindsay, isn't she making a comeback?
She's making a comeback now in
Oh,
OG Mean Girls.
Oh.
Shout out to Lindsay.
Dude, OG Mean Girls.
Would you have liked to partied with her?
Yeah, in her prime, yes, absolutely, I would have.
I would have been dead by the morning. I'm good.
You think so?
Dude,
Yeah.
Parent Trap was a badass movie, too.
I also, Queen Elizabeth the First gets an honorable mention as well. Talk about all-time great.
What about Prince Harry?
Redheads. We'll get to
Harry,
Prince
yeah.
Harry.
He's
All right? You
he's
shut your damn mouth. It's my
He's
time.
making a
Sorry
lot.
about
He's
that.
making
Your
the
time's
tour.
up there.
He's got a book called The Spare. I think it's a great
Does
title
he?
for a book.
I saw some excerpts describing like a chapstick thing that he had to put on himself that reminded of his mom. It was a weird one, dude.
I keep forgetting to put chapstick on. I need to. My lips are getting dry. Lucius, did you have any redheads you wanted to shout out before I get to the top 3?
My father. That's probably about it.
My father,
Yeah.
Fat Her.
Fat Her.
My Fat Her.
Yeah, my dad, they called him Red.
Red.
Yeah.
Number 3, we got Domhnall Gleeson, who was recently in the new Star Wars. He's also an actor.
Sure.
Number 2 is Ed Sheeran.
Oh,
he's in love with the shape of you, right?
Sure is.
Is number 1 going to be Donna?
No.
From that 70s show?
Gosh, I don't even know what her
so
name
overrated.
is. But
remember when they called her Hot Donna for a long time?
Hot Donna.
Like,
She
no,
was
that was all
she
about
like
Jack.
7 foot tall?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can height shame, but we can't fat shame.
I'm just
she was
keeping really
tallies.
tall.
Yeah.
Well, you overdo it though. Like if you sprinkle it in every once in a while, yours is like 6 per show. It's abuse.
Have I had one this show?
I think so.
I think no.
You opened it up with Kyle Lowry.
You called him bloated.
No, I called his contract bloated, and your mind immediately went to his body.
I think you called him bloated.
Nope, that is all of you projecting on me because you all have a problem. Okay.
What?
Yes.
Us?
Number 1.
You're guilty by association, though.
How did I get? Yeah.
You've been
I
hanging
heard
out
the
with Eric.
word-
You've
I-
been hanging out with Eric too much, Brian and Bobby. Number 1
ScarJo
is indeed Prince Harry.
Congratulations to all the gingers out there. It is your day. Go out there,
Get your
have
kisses.
a Guinness, eat some Lucky Charms.
Fight for Scotland.
You know, do whatever. Yeah.
Is
yeah.
Scarlett Johansson ginger?
Yes, bro.
Absolutely.
You ever seen Home Alone 3?
Oh yeah, when she's really young. I still look like brunette to me, but maybe. Oh,
Ginge for sure.
shout out to
bro.
ScarJo.
What kind of list
Nicole
is this?
Kidman, of course,
should've been
Isla
on here.
Fisher.
Yeah.
Lots of good
There's a
ones
lot of-
coming
there's
in
a lot
on,
of sexy
on the
ginge.
text.
Yeah.
Okay, I do believe it's time for the Tank Lawrence Show. DeMarcus Lawrence will join you when we return right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, what type of mood is Mike McCarthy going to be in with us?
Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 1053 The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We are standing by for DeMarcus Lawrence. Tank is going to be sitting down here with you for the Cowboys Premier Player Show in just a moment. Amongst the storylines out there in the world of sports, Mavs are going to visit the Lakers tonight. LeBron, the All-Star Game voting leader, very popular, nearing the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar all-time scoring mark. That's a mark I wondered if it would ever get past, but players are playing longer now, and their usages are up, scoring is up, and LeBron pretty much stayed healthy for 2 decades and pretty much led the league in scoring for that whole time. So he's about to do it. Congrats to LeBron James. Dodgers are, in fact, releasing Trevor Bauer and are going to just pay him $21 million to leave. He is the most unlikable person, I believe, in all of sport. I don't believe there's anybody less likable than Trevor Bauer. And now it's like, man, we know you could be a Cy Young pitcher, but we really need you to leave. And apparently, you know, what he does, the way he is just so offensive to everybody involved. Huntley is back throwing for the Ravens, but Lamar Jackson is still out. There was a wave of reports today as well that says the inflammation in his knee is still significant and has nothing to do with his contract.
Yeah, that's what he actually just tweeted out a few minutes ago, like 2 minutes ago. He says, thanks to everyone for the support. Just want to let you know I'm still recovering. PCL grade 2 sprain, borderline of a strain 3, and there's still inflammation surrounding my knee, and my knee remains unstable. So he basically said, like, sorry, but I'm not 100%. I'm not going to be able to play.
Yeah, that's tough. So another year with not much success in the playoffs for the Ravens. That would be absolutely shocking if they can put something together, and that's got to be a big disappointment for him and their fans. And, you know, we'll have to see how, you know, they decide to treat that in the offseason. But a lot of people now feel like maybe he's going to be on the move, you know, and with quarterback-needy teams around the league, I'm sure there's several of them that would be happy to pay, although they'll probably go franchise tag for a year, don't you think? Buy themselves some time?
I think Vegas would have the odds set there, but I'm kind of thinking I think this could be an offseason of more quarterback movement, and this is going to be a guy that teams are still going to be interested in giving up compensation for. Teams desperate for quarterbacks. I think I would guess that Lamar Jackson's not a Raven.
469 says Nick Sirianni is actually more unlikable. And maybe for you personally.
That's pretty fair.
But the
I
people
don't like him, but he hasn't done anything like Trevor Bauer's done.
Yeah, the people on Trevor Bauer's team hate him.
Yeah.
Like, we just hate Nick Sirianni because he's won some big games and acted like a complete douche. But everybody inside the organization's like, yeah, Nick's our guy. Could you imagine, like, winning 20 games for a team and them saying, I hate this guy, please get him off the team?
What did he get suspended for, being a bad guy or sex?
He got suspended for the sexual act.
Yeah.
But he's got a track record if you go through.
So nobody likes this guy, huh? Like
nobody. He had to leave the Reds for the same reason.
Like even if he was like, we just brought him in to pitch like once a week, kind of a thing. And like
I'm with it, Brian. I'm with it. You know, I'll have him not do anything or talk to anybody. I'm going to send a car to get him.
Yeah.
And about 30 minutes before the game starts, that car's going to pull up. He's going to walk in and go out to the mound. Right. I would make that sort of agreement.
I would do a helicopter, just fly him and drop him right there, and then let him walk to the mound from the helicopter.
Yeah. See if we can get some parachuting. Going
anything.
on.
And just open up the roof, and that dirty roof you don't like. You know.
Yeah. So Trevor Bauer, if you missed the story like 2 years ago, You know, he got accused of some stuff, and he got suspended through Major League Baseball. It is time now for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show here on 105.3 The Fan every Thursday. About this time, Tank joins us, and a good afternoon to you, sir. How you doing?
All is well. How we doing?
Doing great. How's practice going?
Oh, it's going great, man. I feel like we're preparing at a championship level and, you know, ready to take it to the next level.
Yeah, that's great to hear. What changes for you getting ready for the playoffs? Is the energy different on a week like this?
Oh, yeah. I feel like the air is thinner, you know, in a week like this. You know, emotions are high, but, you know, you still have to wait, you know, use your days of preparation to the fullest and, you know, be prepared for Monday and, you know, let the chips lay where they lay at the end of the day.
I love that. I was listening to Darren Woodson last night, and he was talking on our station, and he was talking about like the playoffs, and you've been around here and experienced some of these games and some of these defeats, and some of the other veteran guys, like, this is your time. And it was giving me goosebumps just listening to him. Are you getting that feeling as well? Like, this is your time to kind of step up and kind of impose your will, have a big standout game?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You know, football ain't forever, and, you know, I understand, you know, I can't count my blessings. I don't never know when I might get another opportunity. So, you know, I'm swinging for the fences, making sure I'm preparing on all levels and, you know, making sure I can do anything to help my team win this game.
How different do you view this Bucs offense now than you did heading into that first matchup?
I don't feel no different. You know, I still feel like, you know, they have weapons on their offense. You know, Tom Brady know how to use the weapons around him. He know how to read defense pretty good. So, I don't feel no different about them. You know, just understand that we have to go out there and play our game to the best of our abilities and, you know, making sure we, you know, stepping up to be a championship defense.
Hey, Tank, we had DeMarcus Lawrence on yesterday, and he was talking about rushing the passer.
Where?
I mean, sorry, DeMarcus where? I knew I was going to mess that up. We had
to the dark
I
side.
just lost lunch. I have to buy lunch for everybody. But yeah, we had Ware on yesterday, and glad to have you on today, by the way. But we asked him about rushing the passer on grass and turf. It seems to be everybody's making kind of a big deal about that. And for a guy like yourself that plays so well on both surfaces, is there a difference for you when you're playing on the grass as far as a rusher or playing on the natural turf?
Oh yeah, you know, for a rusher, you want to jump out your stance, you know, get a first good 2 steps. I mean, on grass, you never know, like, you know, if you might gonna slip on it that day or, you know, whatever. Turf is more stable, but you know, I feel like turf is worse for your knees though. So,
sure.
I mean, you know, it's good and bad in every situation, man.
It is DeMarcus Lawrence here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Tank, I saw a stat today. You led the team in splash plays. So congrats on that. One more than Micah. You're still at the top of your game here and taking on challenges from the young Lions. How's that make you feel?
Oh, man. I just feel like it's just a part of my game now, part of, you know, who I am, you know, what I try to do to, you know, help us get to the next level and, you know, going to continue to do.
Have you thought about how long you'd like to play?
No, I mean, just going to, you know, continue to count my blessings and, you know, keep moving along.
Okay, that's a good idea. DeMarcus Lawrence here, 105.3 The Fan. Are you thinking the defense is going to have to lead the way, maybe like you guys did earlier in the season, holding teams under 20 into just 1 touchdown for a while?
Hey, I feel like defense win championships, so we're going to, you know, have to hold ourselves to a higher standard if we want to, you know, walk off with a Super Bowl.
Hey, DeMarcus, you know, I know we're going into the playoffs right now and stuff, but this is the time when coaches get mentioned for other jobs. How's Dan been with you guys? Has it been just business as usual, or do you detect anything different, or is it how you reading that room right now?
Yeah, I don't feel like the energy is different at all. I feel like this situation that we're in is huge for all of us, coaches and players. And, you know, I feel like Dan also respects the work that we put in day and day out. So he's not going to take it for granted either.
So how is the energy with your young guys, Tank? Do they understand the task at hand and the urgency you guys need to have?
Oh, yeah, man. Just feel like our young guys done grown over the course of this season. You know, and now, you know, having them at this point, I feel like, seeing like the older guys' focus and intensity, and being able for them to witness it, it boosts them, to go harder. So I feel like we're in the right position, with our young guys, and making sure they're comfortable and they have faith in what we're doing out there.
As a rusher, how much of a pain is it dealing with Tom Brady, who gets the ball out as fast as he does? I think it's 2.3 seconds in which he averages a release. I mean, do you have to change anything, or what's the preparation like for you dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, it can get, a little frustrating for a rusher, but, I mean, that's the part of the game. That's what he's trying to do, make you frustrated so you'll stop rushing. So I believe you got to continue your rush. And, one time, he might pull it down.
Hey, and DeMarcus, I was watching a clip. You get the tables turned on you. You get to do a little interviewing. I saw you and Michael Gallup. You were doing a thing for Wingstop, I believe, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So you were asking questions. How did that feel for you? We on our end of it here, we mess up your name and all that stuff. I ask, crazy questions and stuff. How was that, the interviewing part for you? It was a kind of a neat little thing you guys were doing.
Oh, that's love, man. Me and my boys actually joke about it. They call me One Take Tank.
Oh, all right.
One take and I'm done, man. So,
Natural.
Yeah.
So are you looking for a future in media then, maybe as a reporter or a copy reader?
I don't know, man. Listening to my voice on the little podcast and stuff, I actually got a good voice, so
humble too.
That's our guy.
I like the way you had the questions in your hand like cards. You're like, okay, let me take this card and that card and stuff like that. But what was he didn't look like he liked the wings. Were they too spicy for him? What was going on with that? You were like, bro, what are you doing? You're like not liking the wings over there?
I don't think it was the spice level. I think like once the wings sit on you for a couple of seconds, everything just starts burning. So, I think like start asking them a couple of hard questions and the wings just sat on them and boom,
Are we going drums or flats here, Tank?
We're going flats.
Going flats, okay.
Look extra crispy.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. What is your go-to flavor?
Some days I go lemon pepper. Some days I go like garlic parmesan or Louisiana rub.
Yeah, bro. We see eye to eye for sure. That ranch is unmatched at Wingstop as well.
Indeed.
We can co-sign that. Now, I do need to read you back a little quote that you mentioned in regards to the booty bread. That was a big topic of conversation at the start.
What?
The booty bread, when it comes to the loaves of bread and all the players were asked about it, and I believe your line was quote, "That's trifling as hell right there." Do you remember what that moment was like, and could you provide maybe any context to the booty bread?
Where did y'all catch this at?
DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah. They got cameras rolling, I guess,
They
all
got
the time.
cameras everywhere. That's crazy.
They do, man.
That's trifling as hell.
Well, Tank, listen, best of luck. I mean, it's been great with you so far this season, but let's get this dub and have another chat next week. What do you say about that?
Absolutely, man. Looking forward to it.
Right on. Give him help. We'll be pulling for you. There he goes. DeMarcus Lawrence here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, next week, 4:45. Let's talk about getting after the Eagles or the Niners or maybe somebody else entirely. Brian, Tolos want to know how the sun's not bothering your eyes.
I'm just trying to look straight ahead. That's all I'm trying to do.
You don't notice it getting in your eyes at all as it shoots through those blinds?
No,
it's like you're playing at AT&T out there right now.
I know. I just if you can out of the corner of my eye I can see it, but I just try and focus straight ahead. Yeah,
okay.
It's kind of it's okay. Thanks for the concern.
Stephen A. Smith tomorrow at 8:20 with Sean and RJ. By the way, they've been talking about the Fan a lot. Stephen A. and those guys at ESPN, and Sean's going to question him about that and get his thoughts on where the Cowboys go from here. That's tomorrow at 8:20. Stephen A. with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. How the Cowboys find themselves in the exact spot they were in last season. Eric Chiafalo will walk you through that when we return right here. It's the Nation of the Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll have 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. But right now, it is time for a Cowboys conversation with Eric Chiafalo on how the Cowboys find themselves in the exact spot they were in last season with the run game. Here he is, the Chief.
Pretty eye-opening stuff. Looking forward to bringing this to the table. But first, it looks like TCU is going to be losing their offensive coordinator, younger brother of Lincoln Riley. His name is Garrett Riley, and it looks like he is going to be replacing Brandon Streeter as Clemson's new offensive coordinator and quarterback coach.
Runs in the family. They've been picking up, doing well and leaving, right? Kind of their.
Oh my God!
The old Hank Williams Jr. song. It's a family tradition.
That's right.
Bailing.
And great offensive minds seems to be a family tradition for the Rileys.
Clemson's going to money whip that thing.
Yeah, you can't get on him for
Clemson's going to
TCU
pay
to Clemson.
Clemson's going to pay him well over $1 million
But
to be this guy.
This is one of the challenges of being TCU and trying to remain one of the top programs in the sport.
Yeah.
Because there are greener pastures for whether it be, coaches or still players, and the recruiting and all that kind of stuff will be a challenge. But do you think Garrett Riley smokes a better brisket than his brother Lincoln? I'm going to guess yes.
No question.
100%.
Sean went after his brother on that brisket, I think.
Yeah. Well, the entire internet did, and that was deserved.
Looked disgusting.
I thought he was doing a prank.
I thought it was a glove. It looked like a baseball glove.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A dang catcher's mitt.
Oh, is that a baseball glove? Oh,
Serving
it's
it up.
Brisket?
Easter Sunday catcher's mitt for the fam. Okay, so this is starting to get eerily similar this year to last year in regards to the Cowboys' rushing attack offensively. Cowboys ran the ball on first down at the 6th highest rate last year. This year, they've cranked it up even higher. They're running on first down at the 3rd highest rate in the sport. So we know how committed this organization is. Jerry, Steven, they're old school. They talk about running the ball. We got to be able to run the ball. We got to be able to run the ball. And Jason Garrett believed in that. McCarthy seems to believe in that. And Kellen Moore is a symptom of that as well.
Jason Garrett did not believe in that until like 2014.
Okay, and then it became exactly who he was.
But since then, it's been a long line with very few breaks away from that sort of first down theory.
So, but what you're seeing is, much like last year, the further into the season they go, the less effective the Cowboys are at running the ball, especially on these first downs and these early downs, because it's a second down problem as well, I think, when you parse through it. But first down, we consistently see over the last month since Terrence Steele has gone down, they hand the ball off, and they're in 2nd and 9 seemingly all game, or 2nd and 8. And the Cowboys have, Dak in the passing game in a lot of these games has bailed them out on 3rd and long. But that is not something that's overly sustainable.
Against the bad teams, that works.
Right. Yeah. It's not overly sustainable when you are on the road versus a good defense. And that's what you're about to be on Monday night. And that's what you were in Washington the other day. And you saw how that absolutely crushed you. So the league average on first down runs is 4.43 yards per run this year. The Cowboys are basically right at 4 yards a carry. They're 24th in the sport. So they run
for the year?
For the year.
On first down.
Now, I think those have brought the numbers have been brought down. Like all year, they weren't terrible on first down. They were probably closer to top 15 on first down runs. But over the last month, things have plummeted so bad. Now their average for the year is 24th in the sport.
It's just pathetic.
Right. It is pathetic.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Especially when you consider the fact that they run the ball at the 3rd highest rate on first down. So we do it a lot, and we're not good at it.
And to get there, they had to be like under 3 yards per carry on first down over the last month.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what we're about to get to. So since week 14 against Houston, the game that Terrence Steele was injured, Cowboys rank 31st in first down runs. They are under 3 yards per carry. Okay, the only team they're better than is the Jets.
I don't even know what the answer is. Maybe a 6th offensive lineman if you really want to run. Otherwise, I'm just using the run game as a disguise in every way possible.
And unfortunately, with the injuries now, I don't know if you have that 6th offensive lineman you feel good about. I think what the numbers are going to show is when you look like an offense based on your personnel that's probably going to pass as of late, that seems to be the best personnel grouping to run out of. So now to compare it to last year, I just told you, since Terrence Steele, since week 14, Terrence Steele gets injured, Cowboys are 31st in the sport at first down runs. If you go back to last year, the final month, week 14 to week 18, Cowboys ranked 31st in the sport in first down runs. And they were slightly better on a yards per carry basis last year than they are this year. So keep that in mind. Now, when you start parsing through it, okay, are they running into just heavy boxes? Are teams just loading it up and they're running into bad looks? Not really the case. Not really the case at all. Shotgun runs on first down seem to open up a little bit more space for them. Still not good, but they're 3.7 yards per carry when they run it out of shotgun. Now, here's the thing that they really like, right? Earlier in the year, it's the young tight ends. It's let's do 12 and 13 personnel. Well, when they do that, multiple tight ends, you're talking about 2 yards per carry right now. 36 runs, 71 yards. But the silver lining, if there is one, Cowboys, when they run out of 10 or 11 personnel, okay, we're going to have one tight end on the field or just receivers here, they're averaging 4.1 yards per carry on first down runs. So, and that's still well below the league average, but it's not like, holy smokes, inept. And so when they're out of shotgun and in 11 personnel and running the football on first down, it goes up to 4.5 yards per carry. That is league average. So it seems like their best way of running the ball on early downs is look like you're probably going to pass based on, okay, they're in shotgun, they got maybe one or no tight ends on the field, and then you run the ball and you're getting 4.5 yards a carry. And even when you do that, that's what you do best on first down right now when you're running the ball, but you're still league average.
Do you know how much they're running or passing out of 11 on first down? Like what the split is on that? Is it still 58%? Would be too small?
Would be interesting to see.
Yeah, because the problem is you're getting success when you go into 11 because they're thinking, okay, they're going to pass now.
Yeah.
But if you keep running out of 11, they'll be like, they're not passing out of 11. They're trying to trick us. And after one quarter, they're just going to go back into playing your run.
What you need to do is get Tyron Smith better. That's what you need to do.
No, what you need to do.
But
how plausible is that? Let's get Tyron Smith ready in 4 days.
That's the problem.
Probably not going to happen.
That's the problem.
What can I do? I can just throw the ball on first down instead.
Sure. And, but we've seen there's so much faith in that guy that's a Hall of Fame tackle. There's a lot of faith. And that's one of the reasons why you're not having success. And I don't think it's all just Steele. I just think that it's putting Tyron Smith. You could put Ball over there, and I think you would have problems running the football.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just honestly think that Tyron Smith, I know I did. I don't want to speak for anybody else that's working here and with our group. But when you watch him play, he is not the same player when they run the football. He lacks sustain. He lacks the power. All those things that we saw him in his career play on the left side.
Yeah.
It's a different football player over on the right side. And I didn't believe that was going to be the case.
I think he'd still show a lot of that stuff on the left side just because of his age and his injuries. Like the way he's getting around in Oxnard.
Yeah.
There's the fluid power.
I don't know that. I just know that. I know that him and Martin on that right side are not getting the push that they got earlier in the season.
Disappointing because that first game against Jacksonville, there were some really good moments.
I think the common link here is Terrence Steele, though. Last year, he started like the first 6 games as Colin was suspended. And then in the middle part of the year, they were going back and forth. And by the end, they'd gone to Collins. And that's when their run game totally fell apart. And when I watch Terrence Steele on film, I almost always watch his pass sets, and they're bad. But the difference between how bad he is at that and good he is at the run game, I don't know if there's a bigger split in the entire league for a starting right tackle.
He was outstanding.
He's a plus player as a run blocker.
Absolutely.
He's maybe a plus minus pass blocker.
Yeah. Minus.
It is weird. It is weird that Terrence Steele would make that much of a difference. But it is now back-to-back years where the Cowboys' rushing attack just continues to plummet.
You might be in a situation too where these young tight ends are starting to hit the wall. That they were.
Seems like everybody is though. Seems like the entire offensive line is hitting a wall.
The point of attack,
everybody that blocks.
The point of attack blockers. When you watch that game the other day, and the 2 worst games they've run the ball this year have both been against the Commanders. And that's just a fact.
Let me ask you this real quick, Brian. I want a technical football question for you. And this is an easy thing, so I'm sure the team's thought of it, but wouldn't more counters help this? We're passing,
Yeah.
just kidding.
Yeah, no. I think to me that this is what the Buccaneers are going to do to you on Monday. The counters, the movement of they've tried to run counters, and what happens is they've been getting the one thing that kills counters is penetration. So all of a sudden, like they're running a counter going left or they're going right, and then all of a sudden they have they don't secure a down guy. I always talk about that. There's a penetrator, and now you're thrown off with the guys trying to get to the edge. And it happened
losing 3 yards.
It
Yeah,
happened
that
a couple of times. In the game the other day, they're running the ball to the left and they're trying to get Peters to the outside, and he gets knocked off and has to run a little far, and he can't make it. And that happens to this team since you're trying to run. Yeah, they're going to try and run the ball and run the counters and stuff. But the penetration that they've had to deal with has been tough.
They tried to run some against Tennessee as well, and it got blown up.
Another great run defense.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
What's the answer, Wolchuk? What do you try?
I'm personally am not against the 13 personnel because you have a lack of talent at receiver right now, and I do think you can throw out of the 13 personnel. As Brian likes to say, the boots and the waggles. I think you can come out and run some play action because now you're in a heavy set. You're selling like you're going to run the football, but you can play action pass out of it. And I think you can utilize that to your advantage. But also, if you want to run out of that, I am not of the opinion that all of a sudden now Jake Ferguson just can't block anymore. That these tight ends, did they have a bad game against Tennessee? Sure. I don't understand why all of a sudden it's like they're terrible blockers when it worked for you the majority of the season. This is the NFL. You lose a player, you got to figure out a way to get around it and continue to play your offense. I think more of this, now that you're looking at a 2-year sample size where the last month of the season, your running game is inept, I think it's more on your tendencies are picked up by the opposition. Teams are figuring out what does your play caller do and how run schemes, run play calls that he likes. And teams don't understand it.
I'm more on the I'm trying to go perimeter runs here. I'm going to try and
I'm with you 100% on
runs,
that.
and I'm going to try and stretch you. I'm going to try and make you play horizontal because if I keep stretching you with perimeter run, now all of a sudden the crack toss, the pin and pulls, the things like that, I'm getting the ball to the edge, and if I'm getting around and getting yards, all of a sudden it's like those linebackers, you're little naturally just stretching the defense, the front, to try and make up for being, they don't want to get hooked on the edge. So now if you have natural creases inside, that's where you come back to the inside running game.
And Tyler Smith will bring that back at left tackle?
I think so. I think so. To me, when the one thing that you could do with, like we were talking about with Noah Brown, is he is a pin guy, and then the pulls, those are things you can actually do. The crack toss, I would try and get things to the perimeter quick enough and see if you can go from there.
I'm doing just a lot of play action passing on early downs and a lot of just passing in general on early downs.
Yeah, and maybe as the game goes on, if we're having success, then the run game can open up.
Sure.
I think with Tampa's approach and the matchups, that's your best shot.
Yeah, the thing is that if the quarterback wasn't throwing picks, the play action game is, you're absolutely right about that. But is he going to make a good decision? That's
I paid him a bunch of money, and now I have to just trust it. I have to.
You gotta hope
this is
that he
the
does.
bet that I made, and so I got to live with it.
I don't think the money has anything to do with it. I think the fact that you just need him to make better decisions. If he makes better decisions, you can move the ball on anybody with this offense.
Well, when he's not in 3rd and long all game, I think he'll be better at making better decisions. But he feels like he has to be the hero on 3rd and long, and he does. And oftentimes it worked. But then you go to Washington, it's a good defense, and it doesn't.
See, the thing that I worry about when we're talking about, they had a run there where they had 6-7 straight games where they were over 50% on 3rd down.
Yes.
How many times were they in bad down and distance situations on those plays? I'm not saying you want to live with long down and distance and trying to make it work, but I will counter with saying that they had 7, almost a team record. If they'd got 8 straight games of over 50% on 3rd downs, they haven't been in great down and distance situations then.
I know, and their quarterback was turning the ball over a lot.
Like even though he was converting at 50% on third downs.
I know. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation. We got to run. Great conversation, guys. When we return, Bobby Belt's going to join us at 5:30. Cowboys have been talking all afternoon about what this game means to them. There's a number of news items as well as who's going to be available, who's getting healthy. That and more coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. But if one of your resolutions...